You're listening to The Confessions of St. Augustine, written by St. Augustine of Hippo, read by Father Gregory Pine and Father Jacob-Bertrand Janczyk, Dominican friars of the province of St. Joseph. They are reading from the Ascension translation, available at ascensionpress.com/confessions. For guided commentary on this text, refer to Season 2 of Ascension's Catholic Classics podcast, available in most podcast apps.
Book 1, Chapter 1. Great are you, O Lord, and highly to be praised. Great is your power, and infinite your wisdom. Man wishes to praise you, but what is man? A mere particle within your creation. He bears within himself his own mortality, and witness to his sin, and witness to the fact that you, O God, resist the proud. And yet man, this mere particle in your creation, wishes to praise you. You rouse us to take delight in your praise, for you made us for yourself, and our hearts are restless until they find rest in you. Grant, O Lord, that I might know and understand which is first, to call upon you or to praise you. And again, do we first know you or first call upon you? For who can call upon you if he does not first know you? Indeed, he who does not know you might well call upon you in a way that is, in fact, not in accord with who you truly are. Or rather, do we first call upon you so that we might know you? But how are men to call upon him in whom they have not believed? And how are they to hear without a preacher? And they who seek the Lord shall praise him, for they who seek shall find him. I will seek you, Lord, by calling upon you, and I will call upon you in faith, for we have heard the word of preaching spoken about you. My faith, O Lord, shall call upon you, the faith that you have given me, the faith that you have inspired in me through the incarnation of your Son, through the ministry of your preacher. Chapter 2. Now how shall I call upon my God and Lord? For when I call for him, I will be calling him into myself. But what room is there within me for my God to enter into? Where could God enter into me, the God who made heaven and earth? Indeed, O Lord, my God, is there any space within me that could contain you? But then do heaven and earth which you have made and where I exist contain you? Or given that nothing that exists could exist without you, do all things that exist contain you? Since then I to exist, why do I, who do not exist if you were not in me, seek for you to enter into me? Why? Because I have not gone down into hell, and yet there too you are. For if I go down into hell, you are there. I could not then, O my God, exist at all unless you were in me. Or to put it another way, unless I were in you, from whom, through whom, and in whom all things are. Even so, Lord, even so. To where do I call you if I am in you? Or from where can you come if you were to enter into me? From where could I go beyond heaven and earth so that my God should come into me, who has said, I fill heaven and earth? Chapter 3. Do heaven and earth contain you, for you fill them? Or do you fill them, yet overflow them, since they do not contain you? And when heaven and earth are full, where do you pour forth the remaining portion of yourself? Or do you have no need to be contained by anything, you who contain all things? For what you fill by containing it. For you are not supported by the vessels that you fill, because even if they are broken, you do not pour forth from them. And when you are poured forth upon us, you are not cast down upon the ground, but rather lift us up, not dispersed, but rather gather us together. However, O you who fill all things, do you fill them with your whole self? Or since all things cannot contain the whole of you, do they contain some part of you? And do they all at once contain the same part? Or does each contain its own particular portion, the greater containing more, and the smaller containing less? And yet, too, would this mean that one part of you is greater and another less? Or rather, are you wholly everywhere, while nothing contains you in whole? Chapter 4. What then are you, O my God? What other than the Lord God? For who is Lord but the Lord, or who is God other than our God? Most high, most good, most powerful, most omnipotent, most merciful, yet most just, most hidden, yet most present, most beautiful, yet most strong, steadfast, yet incomprehensible, unchanging, yet changing all things, never new, yet never old, renewing all things, yet bringing age upon the proud, and they know it not, always at work, yet ever at rest, ever gathering all things, yet lacking nothing, supporting, filling and shielding, creating, nourishing, and bringing to maturity, seeking, yet having all things. You love, yet you do so without passion, are jealous without feeling anxious, repent, yet without grief. You are angry, yet serene. You change your works, yet your purpose remains unchanged. You receive anew what you find, yet never do you suffer loss. Never in need, you rejoice in gains. Never are you covetous, yet you draw interest. You receive payment over and above so that you may be in debt to us, yet who has anything that does not come from you? You pay debts, yet you owe nothing. You forgive them, yet you lose nothing. But what have I even now said, my God, my life, my holy joy? And what does any man say when he speaks of you? But woe to him who does not speak of you, for even the most talkative are ultimately like mute men. Chapter 5. Oh, that I might take rest in you. Oh, that you would enter into my heart and intoxicate me, so that I might forget all my evils and embrace you, my sole good. What are you to me? Have mercy on me so that I may utter it. Or what am I to you that you may demand my love? And if I do not give it, are roused to anger at me and threaten me with grievous sorrows. Is it only a slight sorrow to not love you? Oh, for the sake of your mercy, tell me, O Lord my God, what are you to me? Say unto my soul, I am your deliverance. Speak thus, so that I may hear. Behold, O Lord, I have set my heart open before you. Open your ears to it, and say unto my soul, I am your salvation. Let me hasten toward this voice and take hold of you. Hide not your face from me. Let me die, lest I die of desire to see you. Only let me see your face. How cramped is the mansion of my soul. Broaden it, so that you may enter in. It is in ruin. Repair it, O Lord. It is filled with things that must be offensive to your eyes. This I confess and know. But who shall cleanse it? Or to whom shall I cry, except unto you? Lord, cleanse me from my secret faults, and spare your servant from the power of the foe. I believe, and therefore do speak. Lord, this you know. Have I not confessed unto you my transgressions, and have you not forgiven the iniquity of my heart? I contend not in judgment with you who are the truth. I fear to deceive myself, lest my iniquity lie to itself. Therefore I do not contend with you in judgment, for if you, O Lord, should mark iniquities, Lord, who could stand? Chapter 6. Yet allow me, who am but dust and ashes, to address your mercy. Yet allow me to speak, since I address your mercy and speak not to scornful man. You too perhaps despise me, yet you will turn and have compassion on me. For what could I say, O Lord my God, except that I do not know where I came from when I entered into, what shall I call it, this dying life or living death? But immediately did the comforts of your compassion take me in hand, as I heard, though I do not remember it, from my parents in the flesh, from whose own substance you did once upon a time fashion me. There I received the comforts of woman's milk, though neither my mother nor my nurses filled their breasts for me. No, you have bestowed food upon my infancy through them, in accord with the order you have established, by which you distribute your riches through hidden springs found in all things. You also gave me a desire that did not outstrip what you had given. So too you led my nurses to willingly give to me what you gave them, for with a heaven-taught affection they willingly gave me what they had in abundance from you. Indeed, this my good from them was also good for them. Nor indeed was it from them, but rather was through them. For all good things come from you, O God, the source of all my health. All this I learned in due time through these your gifts within me and around me, proclaiming you yourself unto me. But at that time I knew only to suckle, to take rest in what gave pleasure, and to cry at what upset my flesh, nothing more. Later on I began to smile, first in sleep, then while awake. Such is what I have been told about myself. I believed it to be true, for we likewise see this in other infants. However, I do not remember it in my own case. Thus, gradually, I became conscious of where I was and started to desire to express my wishes to those who satisfy them. But I failed to do so, for my wishes were inside of me, while those who could fulfill them were outside and around me. Nor did they have any power of sense that would enable them to enter into my soul. Thus I threw my arms all around and babbled randomly, making use of the few signs I had in my power, such as I could, trying to imitate the things I wanted, though in a way that fell short of the truth. And when I was not immediately obeyed through wishes that were annoying or unintelligible, then I became indignant with my elders for not submitting themselves to me, angry for not being served by those who owed me no service. Having observed infants, I have learned that this is their way, and although they are unaware of the fact, they have taught me about my own actions better than my own nurses who experienced them firsthand. But behold, my infancy died off long ago, yet here I am alive. But you, O Lord, who are ever living and in no way subject to death, for before the foundation of the ages and before any possible before, you are. And indeed you are God and Lord of all that you have created. And you abide, fixed forever, the first causes of all things that do not themselves abide. And the springs of all mutable things abide in you immutably. And in you live the eternal reasons of all things that are unreasoning and temporal. Declare, O Lord, to me who call upon you. Declare, all merciful one, to me who stand before you your mercy. Did my infancy come after another age that died off before this childhood? Was it the time that I spent within my mother's womb? For I have heard about that and have myself seen women who are pregnant. But what about before that life, O God, my joy? Was I anywhere or anybody? For nobody can tell me about this, neither father nor mother, nor the experience of others, nor my own memory. Do you laugh at this question and direct me to pray to you and confess to you the fact that I did not know this? I confess you, Lord of heaven and earth, and praise you for the first origins of my being, and for my infancy, about which I remember nothing. For you have appointed that man should infer much about himself on the authority of others, and believe much on the words of women in their weakness. Even then I had being in life, and as my infancy came to a close, I could seek out signs by which I could reveal to others my own sensations. Who other than you, O Lord, could be the source of such a being? Could any being fashion itself? Or could there be any source other than you from which our being and life would flow, O you who are supremely being and life? For you are the Most High and do not change. And in you today does not come to its close, yet nonetheless it does come to its close in you, for all such things also are in you. For it is only because you uphold them that they pass away, and since your years do not fail, all your years are but one today. How many of our years and those of our fathers have flowed along and away through your today, and from that one day of yours received the measure and whatsoever being they had, and more still shall flow by, likewise receiving whatsoever belongs to their being. But you are still the same. All things that will be tomorrow, and in all days thereafter, and all things that were yesterday, and in all days before, all this will be done by you in this today. All of it has been done in this today. What does it mean for me if anyone does not understand this? Let him also rejoice and say, what is this thing? Let him rejoice even in this way and be content with discovering you by this way of non-discovery, than with failing to discover you by way of discovery. Chapter 7. Hear, O God, alas for man's sin, thus speaks man, and you have mercy on him, for you made him, though you did not make the sin that is in him. Who calls to mind the sins of my infancy? For in your sight none are pure from sin, not even the infant who has lived but a day on earth. Who calls this to mind? Does not each and every little infant, in whom I see those things that I do not remember about myself? What then was my sin? Was it the fact that I nursed at the breast and cried? Indeed, if I acted in this demanding way today for food that is appropriate for a man of my age, then would I be justly laughed at and reprimanded? For when we have grown mature, we root up and cast away these kinds of habits. Now no man who prunes a bush intentionally throws away what is good, or was it something good, if only for a short while, for me to cry out for things that, if they were given to me, would have caused me harm? Was it something good to bitterly resent the fact that free people, indeed my own elders, nay, the very authors of my birth, did not serve me? Was it indeed good to resent the fact that many others, wiser than I, did not obey my whims? And what about striking out and hurting others because my commands were not obeyed, despite the fact that had they been obeyed, they would have been harmful? The weakness of infant limbs, not the child's will, makes for its innocence. I myself have seen and known even an envious baby, unable to speak, yet pale and bitter at the sight of his foster brother. Who has not experienced such things? Mothers and nurses tell you that they dispel such bad temper by means of remedies that they know of, though they are unknown to me. And is an infant likewise innocent when, the fountains of milk flowing in rich abundance, he does not allow someone else to share, even when another child is in the greatest of need and depends on this milk for his very life? We are gentle with all this, not because such deeds are not evil or are only slightly wicked, but rather because they will disappear with the passing of years. For although they are tolerated when the child is young, the same dispositions are utterly intolerable when found in those who have more years under their belt. You then, O Lord my God, who gave life to my infancy, thereby giving senses, as we see, to the body that you gave, constructing its limbs, giving it fitting proportions, and for the sake of its own general good and safety, implanting within it all the vital functions that give it life. You command me to praise you for all these things, to confess to you and sing to your name, O Most High. For you are God, almighty and good, and would be so even if this had been all that you had done, something that you alone could do, you whose unity is the pattern of all things, you who make all things fair from your own fairness, you who order all things by your law. This age which, O Lord, I cannot remember, in which I take on the word of others and likewise speculate about on the basis of other infants that I have personally encountered, even if I am true in my speculations, I am pained to think that I should number it among the years that I live in this world, for no less than that time spent in my mother's womb is it hidden from me in the shadows of forgetfulness. However, if I was fashioned in iniquity, and conceived in sin in my mother's womb, where then, I beseech you, O my God, where, Lord, or when was I your servant free from guilt? But let us pass over that period, for what more can I say of such an age, whose slightest echoes are hidden from me? Chapter 8. Thus, passing on from my infancy, I came to boyhood, or rather, it came upon me, displacing my infancy. Nor did that depart, for where did it go? But nonetheless, it no longer existed. For no longer was I a speechless infant, but now was a boy expressing himself in words. This I remember, and since that time I have observed how I learned to speak. My elders did not use any kind of set method to teach me words, and soon thereafter other learning. Rather, I myself, longing to express my thoughts through cries and broken syllables, along with various movements of my limbs, practiced these sounds in my memory, so that by these means I might have my will fulfilled, though I was yet unable to express everything that I willed, or even to whom I was addressing my will, doing all this through the understanding that you, my God, have given me. When they would name anything, turning toward it when they would speak, I saw and remembered that they used a given name for what they would point out. The fact that they were referring to this given thing and to no other was clear from their bodily motion, which is, as it were, the natural language of all nations, expressed by faces, the gaze of the eyes, gestures of one's limbs, and the various tones that the voice can take on, indicating what kind of reaction is on one's mind as it pursues, possesses, rejects, or shuns things. Thus, by constantly hearing words as they occurred in various sentences, I gradually came to understand what they referred to, and having progressively trained my mouth to express these verbal signs, I thus put my will into words. In this way, I entered into discourse with those around me using the signs that express what we are willing, thereby launching out deeper into the stormy seas of the intercourse of human life, though still depending upon parental authority and the cues given to me by my elders. Chapter 9. O God, my God, what miseries and mockeries did I now experience when I was told to obey my teachers, as is proper to a boy, so that I might find prosperity in this world and excel in the cultivated use of my tongue, which may thereby be exercised in the service of seeking human praise in the pursuit of deceitful riches. Next I was put into school so that I might receive instruction and learning, whose usefulness I, poor wretch that I was, did not understand. But nonetheless, if I was idle in my learning, I was beaten, as was judged right by our forefathers. And many others, passing through the same course before us, fashioned for us toilsome paths, upon which we were compelled to trod, multiplying the toil and grief loaded upon the shoulders of the sons of Adam. But, Lord, we found that men called upon you and learned from them to think of you, to the degree that we could according to our powers at that time, as some great one who, though hidden from our senses, could hear us and come to our aid. And thus I began as a boy to pray to you, my aid and refuge, breaking the bonds of my tongue in order to call upon you, beseeching you, weakly though, with no small amount of earnestness, that I might not be beaten at school. And when you did not heed me, not thereby giving me over to folly, my elders, indeed my very parents, who wished no ill upon me, mocked these stripes on my back, which at the time were so great and grievous an evil to me. Is there, Lord, anyone who has so great a soul, clinging to you with such intense affection, though a kind of foolishness will also lead one to do this? Is there anyone who, from clinging devoutly to you, is imbued with so great a spirit that he can think as lightly of racks, hooks, and other torments, against which through all lands men call upon you with extreme dread, mocking those by whom they are feared most bitterly, as our parents mocked the torments we suffered in boyhood from our masters? For we had no less fear of the torments that afflicted us, nor did we pray to you any less, seeking some escape from them. And none the less we sinned by writing or reading or studying less than was demanded of us. For we did not wish, O Lord, to exercise to the degree that we could at our age the memory or capacity that you gave us. Rather, our sole delight was found in play, and for this we were punished by those who even themselves were doing just the same. However, the idleness of older people is called busyness, while that of boys, though in the end really the same, is punished by the same elders. And neither boys nor men commiserate in this. For will anybody who can judge matters soundly approve of me being beaten as a boy because by playing ball I did not make sufficient progress in my studies, which I was to learn only in order that I might, as a man, play games that are more unbecoming? And in what way was the man who beat me different? He who, when overcome in some trivial debate with his fellow tutor, was more embittered and jealous than I was when beaten at ball by one of my playmates. Chapter 10. And yet I sinned in what I did, O Lord God, the creator and order of all things in nature. O you who are not the creator of sin, but rather only bring order out of it. O Lord my God, I sinned in transgressing the commands of parents and those of my masters. For whatever their motive might have been in having me learn these things, nonetheless such learning could have been put to good use later on. For I did not disobey because there was some better thing for me to choose, but rather disobeyed out of love of play, loving the pride of victory in my contests, and to have my ears tickled with lying fables, so that they may itch all the more. And my eyes were led with increasing curiosity toward the shows and games of my elders. Yet those who present these shows are held in such esteem that nearly everybody wishes the same for their children, and nonetheless are all too willing that they should be beaten if those very games detain them from their studies that would lead their children to be able to take part in them. Look mercifully, O Lord, on these things, and deliver us who now call upon you. Likewise, deliver those who do not as yet call upon you, so that they may call upon you and receive deliverance from you. Chapter 11. Thus, as a boy, I had already heard of eternal life, promised to us through the humility of the Lord our God, who stooped down to our pride. And even from the womb of my mother, who had great hope in you, I was sealed with the mark of his cross and salted with his salt. You saw, O Lord, how, while I was still yet a boy, falling ill once with a strong stomach illness to the point of coming close to death, you saw, my God, for you were my keeper, how eagerly and with what faith I sought out the baptism of your Christ, my God and Lord, from the pious care of my mother and from your church, who is the mother of us all. And the mother of my flesh, greatly troubled as she was, since with a heart that was pure in your faith, she more lovingly labored in the birth of my salvation, would have immediately, in eager haste, provided for my consecration and cleansing through the life-giving sacraments, confessing you, Lord Jesus, for the remission of sins. But I suddenly recovered my health, and therefore, since I might well have been polluted anew with a sinful life, my cleansing was put off, because the defilements of sin would after that cleansing bring greater and more perilous guilt. But I had then already believed, and so did my mother, as well as our whole household, with the exception of my father. And he prevailed over the power exercised upon me by my mother's piety, convincing me that because he did not believe, neither should I. For it was her earnest desire that you, my God, rather than he, should be my father. And you aided her in this, so that she prevailed over her husband, whom she all the better obeyed, thereby also obeying you, who has commanded such things. I beseech you, my God, and I desire to know, if you would so deign to tell, why was my baptism then deferred? Was it for my own good, so that the reins might be let loose, so to speak, so that I might sin? Or were they not let loose? If not, why do we still hear echoing on all sides, "Let him alone, let him do as he will, for he is not yet baptized"? However, in matters of bodily health, nobody says, "Let him be wounded more grievously, for he has not yet healed." How much better, therefore, would it have been for me to have been healed at once, and then through my diligence and that of my friends, that my soul's recovered health be kept safe in the care of you who had given it? Better indeed. But how many and how great were the waves of temptation that seemed to loom over me after my boyhood? All these were foreseen by my mother, who preferred to expose to such dangers the clay from which I might later be fashioned, rather than to expose to them the very molded and shaped form that I would have had after being fashioned anew. Chapter 12. However, in boyhood itself, so much less dreadful for me than youth, I did not love study and hated to be forced to do it. But nonetheless, I was forced, and this was good for me, though I did not do well in it. For unless I was forced, I would not learn. Now, nobody does anything well when it is forced against his will, even if what he is forced to do is something good. Yet neither did they who forced me themselves do something good. Rather, what was good came to me from you, my God. For they had no care concerning how I should make use of what they forced me to learn, except to quench the unquenchable desires of wealthy poverty and shameful glory. However, you, who number the very hairs on our heads, used for my good the error committed by all those who urged me to learn, and all the errors that I, who would not learn, committed you used for my punishment, a fitting penalty for someone who was so small a boy, yet so great a sinner. Thus, by those who did not act well, you did well by me, and by my own sin did you justly punish me. For you have commanded, and so it is, that every inordinate affection should be its own punishment. Chapter 13. But why did I have so much hatred for the Greek that I studied as a boy? Even now I do not fully know why. For I loved Latin, not what I was taught by my first masters, but rather by the so-called grammarians. For those first lessons in reading, writing, and arithmetic I thought to be just as great a burden and punishment as any lesson in Greek. And yet here too, what was the source of this, if not the sin and vanity of this life? For I was flesh and a breath that passes away, never to return. For those first lessons were certainly better, because they were more certain. Through what I learned then, I obtained and still retain the power of reading what is written and the ability to write what I will. By contrast, in the others I was forced to learn about the wanderings of Aeneas, forgetful of my own, and to weep for the dead Dido, because she killed herself for love, all the while, with dry eyes, suffering the death of my own miserable self among these things, far from you, O God of my life. Indeed, what could be more miserable than a miserable being who does not take pity on himself, weeping at the death of Dido for love of Aeneas, but failing to weep at his own death for failing to love you, O God? You, O light of my heart, you, O bread of the depths of my soul, you, O power who gives vigor to my mind and rouses my thoughts, you I did not love. I was guilty of fornication against you and all around me, likewise fornicating. There echoed acclamations, well done, well done. For the friendship of this world is fornication against you, and the words, well done, echo on until one is ashamed not to be this sort of man. And through all this I did not weep, I who wept for Dido who was slain, she who sought by the sword a stroke and wound extreme. But all the while I sought a worse extreme, the utterly lowliest of your creatures having forsake you, earth, moving onward toward earth. And if I were forbidden to read all this, I was grieved that I might not read what grieved me. Such madness is judged to be a loftier and richer learning than what I received in being taught to read and write. But now, my God, cry out in my soul and let your truth tell me, not so, far better were these first studies. For behold, I would readily forget the wanderings of Aeneas and all the rest, rather than forget how to read and write. But over the entrance of the grammar school there is a veil drawn. Yes, but this is not so much an emblem of a kind of honorable secret knowledge as it is, rather a cloak of error. Let not those whom I no longer fear cry out against me while I confess to you, my God, whatever my soul wishes, and consent to the condemnation of my evil ways, so that I might love your good ways. Let not either buyers or sellers of grammar teaching cry out against me. For if I ask them whether or not it is true that Aeneas came once upon a time to Carthage, as the poet tells, the less cultivated will reply that they do not know, while the more cultivated will say that he never did. However, if I were to ask how to spell Aeneas, everyone who has learned this will give me the correct answer, telling me the signs that men have conventionally established as letters for writing. I might ask again, which could I forget, reading and writing or these poetic fictions, without suffering the least detriment in the concerns of life? And who does not readily foresee the answer all must give, so long as they have not completely lost their minds? I sinned, therefore, when as a boy I preferred such vain studies in place of more profitable ones, or rather I loved the one and hated the other. 1 + 1 is 2, 2 and 2 is 4. How I hated that song! But the wooden horse lined with armed men, and the burning of Troy and Chrysa's shade were the choice spectacle for my vanity. Chapter 14. Why then did I hate the Greek classics, which have similar tales? For Homer also skillfully wove together comparable fictions and is most sweetly vain, though he was bitter to my boyish tastes. Yet I suppose that Greek children would feel the same about Virgil as I felt when being forced to learn Homer. In truth, it was difficulty, the difficulty of learning a foreign tongue, that, as it were, sprinkled bitter gall upon the sweetness of the Greek fables. For I did not understand a single word of it, and in order to make me understand it, I was forcefully impelled with cruel threats and punishments. There was a time as an infant when I knew no Latin. However, I learned this without fear or suffering, doing so by mere observation amid the caress of my nursery and merriment with friends, with smiles and light-hearted joking. Thus I learned it without any threat of punishment to urge me on, for my heart pushed me onward, desiring to give birth to its conceptions, which I could only do by learning words not from teachers but from those who talked to me, in whose ears I also gave birth to whatever thoughts I conceived. No doubt, therefore, free curiosity is more powerful for learning these things than is fearful enforcement, though such enforcement restrains this wandering freedom by means of your laws, O my God, your laws, from the master's cane to the martyr's trials, mixing for us a bitter but healing drink, recalling us to yourself from that deadly pleasure that lures us from you. Chapter 15. Hear, O Lord, my prayer, and let not my soul faint under your discipline, nor let me faint in confessing to you all your mercies, by which you drew me from the most evil ways, so that you might become my greatest delight, above all the allurements that I once upon a time pursued, freeing me so that I might wholly love you and clasp your hand with all my affections, and so that you might continue to rescue me from every temptation, even to my last day. For behold, Lord, my King and my God, may whatever useful thing I learned in my childhood be put to use in your service. It is in your service that I speak, write, read, and calculate. For you granted me your discipline while I was learning vain and empty matters, and you have forgiven my sin for delighting in them. In them, indeed, I learned many useful words, but these could just as readily have been learned in matters that are not so empty, and that is the safe path for children to tread. Chapter 16. But woe to you, O torrent of human custom! Who shall stand erect against your waves? For how long shall you continue to flow onward? How long will the sons of Eve roll into that huge and hideous ocean, which even those who climb upon the cross scarcely manage to traverse? Did not such human tales speak to me about Jove, the thunderer and adulterer? Doubtless he could not be both, but the tale was told so that such fake thunder might countenance and pander to real adultery. And now which of our own gowned masters lends a sober ear to him who from their own school cries out, "These were Homer's fictions, transferring human things to the gods. How better it would have been for him to have brought divine things down to us." But even more truly had he said, "These are indeed Homer's fictions." However, he attributed divine nature to wicked men, so that crimes may no longer be crimes, allowing those who would commit them to seem to imitate not lost men, but rather the gods of heaven. And yet, O you hellish torrent, into these waters are cast the sons of men with rich rewards for grasping such teaching, and it is approved with great solemnity when this takes place in the forum within the sight of laws that appoint a salary beyond the scholar's wage. And roaring on the rocks, O torrent, you say, here are words learned, here eloquence, something most necessary to reach your ends or maintain opinions. As though we would never have known words such as golden shower, lap, beguile, temples of the heavens, or others in that passage, unless Terence had brought a young man upon the stage, setting up Jupiter as his example of seduction, viewing a picture where the tale was drawn, of Jove's descending in a golden shower to Danae's lap, a woman to beguile. And then note how he arouses himself to lust as though by heavenly authority. And what a god, great Jove, who shakes heaven's highest temples with his thunder. And I, poor mortal man, not do the same. I did it, and with all my heart I did it. But not one bit more easily are the words learned because of all this vileness. However, by means of them, such vile deeds are committed with less shame. I do not blame the words themselves, for they are choice and precious vessels. Rather, I censure the wine of error poured out for us from them by intoxicated teachers. And if we fail to drink these draughts, we are beaten, and have no sober judge to whom we might make appeal. Yet, O my God, in whose presence I now without pain remember this, all this I, in my misery, learned willingly, with great delight, and for this was declared to be a boy who showed much promise. Chapter 17. Bear with me, O God, while I say something about my wit, your gift, and about the nonsense that I wasted it upon. For a task was placed before me, one that was troublesome enough for my soul, bringing either praise or shame, as well as fear of being beaten, calling me to speak the words of Juno as she raged and mourned that she could not turn this Trojan prince from Italy. And I had heard that Juno never uttered such words, yet we were forced to wander astray along the footpaths of these poetic fictions, speaking in prose form much of what he expressed in verse. And the greatest of praise was heaped upon him who expressed passions of rage and grief with the greatest vigor, clothing his language with the most fitting words, maintaining the dignity of the given character. What does it matter for me, O my true life, O my God, that my declamations were applauded so much more than many others of my own age and class? Is not all this merely smoke in the wind? And could I not have found something else to give exercise to my wit and tongue? Your praises, O Lord, your praises might have supported the still tender shoot of my heart upon the word of your scriptures, and thus would they have avoided vining out amid such trifling vanities, a disgraceful prey for the birds of the air. For in more ways than one do men sacrifice to the rebellious angels. Chapter 18. But it is thus surprising that I have thus carried away to vanities and passed out of your presence, O my God, when the men who were set before me as models were humiliated when they spoke inelegantly, or made some grammatical error when recounting some deed of theirs, one that was not itself evil, all the while glorying when, with rich, adorned, and well-constructed words, they spoke about their own disordered lives, receiving praise for their declarations. All these things you see, O Lord, and still hold in your peace for you, are long-suffering and full of mercy and truth. Will you hold your peace forever? And even now you draw out from this horrible pit the souls that seek you, that thirst for your pleasures, whose heart says unto you, I have sought your face, O Lord, will I seek. For darkened affection is far removed from your face. Indeed, men do not depart from you or return to you by walking upon their feet or changing their physical location. Your younger son did not look for horses, chariots, or ships, or to fly upon visible wings, nor did he journey by the running of his limbs, so that he might in a far country waste in riotous living all that you gave him upon his departure. You were a loving father when you gave this to him, and even more loving when he returned empty-handed. Thus, we are truly distant from your face through lustful, that is, darkened affections. Behold, O Lord God, behold with your customary patience how carefully the sons of men observe the grammatical covenant, governing the use of letters and syllables, receiving from those who spoke before them, all the while neglecting the eternal covenant of everlasting salvation received from you. So much is this true that a teacher or student of the inherited laws of pronunciation will cause more offense to men by failing to pronounce his H, by saying human being, in defiance of the laws of grammar, than he would cause if he, a human being, happens to hate a human being, in defiance of your laws, as though any enemy could be more harmful than the hatred that enrages him against his fellow man, or any wound deeper for him than the very wounds he inflicts upon his soul through such enmity. Surely no knowledge of letters can be as innate as the record of conscience that he is doing to someone else something that he himself would hate to suffer. How deep are your ways, O God, you who alone are great, sitting in silence on high, punishing men with blindness for their lawless desires, all in accord with your unfailing law. Seeking fame for eloquence, a man will stand before a human judge, surrounded by a crowd of humans, speaking loudly against his enemy with fiercest hatred, taking the greatest care lest his tongue might slip and cause him to misuse the word human being, all the while heedless of the possibility that he might, with his frenzied mind, harm a man who is here in his presence. Chapter 19. This was the world that stood open before me in my boyhood, misery, afraid more of committing an error in speech than of the envy I felt when I made a mistake and saw others who had not. I speak of and confess these matters to you, O my God, and I received praise for this from men whom I at the time thought it was virtuous to please, for I did not see the foul abyss into which I was cast away from your eyes. Before your gaze, what was fouler than I, displeasing even those who were like me? With countless lies, I deceived my tutor, my masters, and my parents, all for the love of play, eagerness to behold useless shows, and out of the restless desire to imitate them. Thefts I did commit as well, stealing from my parents' cellar and table, enslaved by greed or in order to have something to give my fellow boys, who sold me their games, which all the while they liked no less than I. Likewise, as we played, I often sought to conquer my fellows by unfair means, all the while conquering myself through the vain desire for preeminence. And was it not true that the very thing that I was doing to others was something that I myself would not endure, or when I detected it, would rebuke with great ferocity? And if I were detected doing this and was rebuked, did I not choose to quarrel about the matter rather than to admit my wrongdoing? Now is this mere boyhood innocence? No, Lord, no, it is not. I cry out to you for mercy, O my God, for as our years ripen, these very sins are transformed from tutors and masters, and from nuts, balls, and sparrows, to magistrates and kings, to gold, manors, and slaves, just as more severe punishments come to replace the rod. Therefore, it was the short stature of childhood that you, our King, commended as a symbol of humility, when you said that the kingdom of heaven is theirs. Chapter 20. Yet, O Lord, to you, creator and ruler of the universe, most excellent and most good, thanks would be owed to you, our God, even if you had destined me only to live the years of my boyhood. For even then I existed, lived, and experienced the world, caring for my own well-being, a trace of the mysterious unity from which I was derived. By my inward sense I guarded the integrity of my senses, and in these trifling pursuits and in my thoughts about trifling affairs, I learned to delight in the truth, hated to be deceived, had a vigorous memory, was a gifted speaker, was soothed by friendship, and avoided pain, dejection, and ignorance. And so small a creature, what was not marvelous, what not worthy of praise? But all were gifts from my God. I was not the one who gave them to me. And how good are all these things? And taken together, they are me. Good then is he that made me, and he is my good. And before him I will exalt for every good that I had as a boy. For my sin was that I sought out pleasures, grandeurs, and truths, not in him but in his creatures, in myself and in others, and thus fell headlong into sorrows, confusion, and errors. Thanks be given to you, O my joy, O my glory, O my confidence, O my God. Thanks be to you for your gifts. But I pray that you preserve them for me. For thus will you preserve me, and those things that you have given me will be enlarged and perfected. And I myself shall be with you, for even my very being has come from you.
Book 2. 1. I will now recall my past foulness and the carnal corruptions of my soul, not out of love for them, but rather so that I may love you, my God. It is for love of your love that I recall these things, reflecting on my deeds, how wicked they were and how bitter to remember. But I do so in order that you may grow in sweetness for me, O you whose sweetness is unfailing, blissful, and ever sure. Calling all of this to mind, I gather myself back together out of the dissipation that had torn me into pieces while I was turned away from you, the one good. allowing myself to be lost amid a multiplicity of things. For even prior to this, in the midst of my youth, I burned to be filled with things below and dared to grow wild once more with these varied and shadowy loves. My beauty was consumed and wasted away. See Psalm 39:11. And I rotted away before your eyes, pleasing myself and desiring to be pleasing in the eyes of men. 2. And what did I delight in? To love and to be loved. But I did not keep the right measure of love from soul to soul, friendship's bright boundary, but rather, out of the murky concupiscence of the flesh and the burbling haze of puberty, wafted up clouds that overshadowed my heart so that I could not distinguish the clear brightness of love from the fog of lust. Both were mixed together, boiling within me, hurtling my unbridled youth over the precipice of unholy desires, immersing me in a whirlpool of shameful things. Your wrath had gathered over me, yet I was unaware of this. I had grown deaf from the clanking of the chains of my mortality, the punishment of my soul's pride, and strayed even further from you. You let me be as I was tossed about, wasted and dissipated, boiling over in my fornications, and you remained silent, O you my joy, whom I received so late. You then remained silent, and I wandered further and further from you into ever more fruitless fields of sorrow, proud dejection, and restless weariness. Oh, who might have then moderated my disorder and put to good use the fleeting beauties of these least things in your creation? Oh, who might have erected a boundary to their pleasurableness, so that the tides of my youth might have crashed upon the shore of marriage if these turbulent waters could not have been calmed? At least then they would have been retained by the needs of a family, as your law prescribes, O Lord, who in this way form the offspring of this our death, O you who can, with your gentle hand, dull the thorns that were excluded from your paradise. For your omnipotence is not far from us, even when we are far from you. Or, otherwise, I ought to have heeded more carefully the voice speaking from the clouds, quote, Yet those who marry will have worldly troubles, and I would spare you that, end quote. 1 Corinthians 7:28, and, quote, It is well for a man not to touch a woman, end quote. 1 Corinthians 7:1. And likewise, quote, The unmarried man is anxious about the affairs of the Lord, how to please the Lord, but the married man is anxious about worldly affairs, how to please his wife, end quote. 1 Corinthians 7:32-33. I should have listened to these words more attentively, and thus, set apart for the sake of the kingdom of heaven, see Matthew 19:12, awaited more happily your embraces. But poor wretch that I was, I frothed like the disturbed waves of the sea, following the rushing tidewater within me, forsaking you and exceeding all the limits that you have set. Yet I did not escape your scourges. What mortal can? For you were always mercifully rigorous with me, ever mingling bitterness into all of my lawless pleasures, so that I might seek ones that were pure and unalloyed. But where are we to find these? This I could not discover except in you, O Lord, who teaches by means of sorrow. See Deuteronomy 32:29. Wounding us in order to heal us, killing us lest we die apart from you. Where was I, and how far was I exiled from the delights of your house in that 16th year of my life in the flesh, when the madness of lust, to which human shamefulness gives open license, though it is unlicensed by your laws, took free reign over me, while I myself gave myself wholly over to it? Meanwhile, my friends took no care to suggest marriage in order to prevent my fall. Their only concern was that I should learn to speak excellently and be a persuasive orator. 3. Indeed, during that year, after my return journey from Madaris, a neighboring city where I had journeyed to learn grammar and rhetoric, my studies were interrupted while expenses were being provided for so that I might take a further journey to Carthage. This was arranged more by the resolved will of my father than by his financial means, for he was but a poor freeman of Tagaste. To whom do I tell these things? Not to you, my God, but before you to my fellow men, even to that small portion of mankind that may happen to read these writings of mine. To what purpose? So that whoever might read this may reflect on the great depths from which we cry out unto you. See Psalm 130, verse 1. For what is nearer to your ears than a confessing heart and a life of faith? Who did not extol my father for furnishing, beyond his means, his son with all that was needed for a far journey, so that he might undertake further studies? Indeed, many far abler citizens did nothing similar for their children. But this same father had no concern for how I was growing in relation to you, or concerning how chaste I was, so long as I was eloquent in speech, however barren I might happen to be. like a land untilled by your hand, O God, who are the only true and good Lord of your field, my heart. But during my 16th year I lived with my parents, not attending school for a time, for my parents' modest means required such a season of idleness, and the briars of unclean desires grew over my head with no hand present to uproot them. When my father saw me at the baths, now growing toward manhood and filled with restless youthfulness, he thought of future descendants and gladly told my mother about this, rejoicing in the sensual tumult in which the world forgets you, its creator, and becomes enamored with your creation, instead of with you through the odors of that invisible wine of its self-will, turning aside and bowing down to the basest of things. However, in my mother's breast you had already begun to fashion your temple and the foundation of your holy dwelling, whereas my father was still merely a catechumen, indeed only quite recently so. Thus she was startled with holy fear and trembling, and although I was not as yet baptized, she feared for me that I would walk upon these crooked ways, upon which trod those who turn their back to you and not their face. See Jeremiah 2:27. Woe is me! And dare I say that you remained silent, O my God, while I wandered further from you? Did you then indeed remain silent to me? When my mother, your faithful one, sang into my ears concerning you, whose words were those if not your own? But none of them sank into my heart so that I might actually act upon them. I remember how she would admonish me in private with great anxiety, do not commit fornication, and especially never defile another man's wife. Such advice seemed womanish to me, and I would have been embarrassed to follow it. However, they were your own words of advice, and I was unaware. But I thought you were silent, and that the only person speaking to me was she, through whom you were not silent to me, and in whom you were despised by me, her son, the son of your handmaid, your servant. See Psalm 116:16. But I was unaware of this, and ran headlong with such blindness that when I heard my peers boast of their shameful deeds, I was more ashamed of being less shameless than they. And indeed, the more they boasted, the more they were degraded, and I took pleasure not only in the pleasure of the deed, but also in praise for it. What is deserving of scorn, if not vice? But I made myself worse than I was, so that I might not be scorned. And when I had not sinned, as had these forsaken ones, I would say that I had done something I had not done, so that I might not seem contemptible to them to the degree that I was innocent, or of less account, because I was more chaste. Behold the kind of companions I kept as I walked the streets of Babylon, and wallowed in its mire as though upon a bed of spices and precious ointments. And, in order that I might rush more quickly to its very center, the invisible enemy trod upon me and seduced me, for I was easy to seduce. Nor, as she admonished me to embrace chastity, did the mother of my flesh, who had now fled from the center of Babylon, see Jeremiah 51:6, though she moved more slowly on its borders, heed what she had heard about me from her husband, so as to restrain within the bounds of conjugal affection what she felt to be pestilent for the present and dangerous for the future, if it could not be fully pared away. For she feared that a wife might prove to be an obstruction and hindrance to my hopes, not those hopes of the world to come, which my mother rested in you, but rather the hope of learning, which both of my parents desired too greatly that I have, my father because he had nearly no thought concerning you, and only vain conceits concerning me, and my mother because she judged that those usual courses of learning would not only cause no hindrance toward attaining you, but indeed, even in some way would help in this. This is what I conjecture, recalling as well as I can my parents' disposition. In the meanwhile, the reins were slackened from me, so that I was limited by no just stricture, allowing me to spend my time in sport, indeed, even in whatsoever sort of dissolute activity that I desired. And a mist lay over all things, cutting me off, O my God, from the brightness of your truth, and my iniquity burst as though from its very fatness. See Psalm 73:7. 4. Theft is punished by your law, O Lord, and by the law written upon the hearts of men, which iniquity itself does not erase. For what thief will abide a thief? Not even a rich thief will abide someone who steals because of his poverty. Yet I lusted to steal and did so, compelled by no hunger, nor by poverty, but from a contempt for justice and an excess of iniquity. For I stole something that I had enough of, and indeed more than enough. Nor did I care to enjoy what I stole, but rather took joy in the theft and sin itself. Near our vineyard there was a pear tree laden with fruit, tempting neither in its color nor in its taste. Some of us lewd young men went late one night, for in our pestilential custom we continued our playing of sports in the streets until that time of day, to shake and rob this tree. We took huge loads, not to eat them, but instead to fling them to the hogs, having ourselves only tasted them. We did all this only in order to do something that we liked, merely because it was disliked. Behold my heart, O God, behold my heart, which you had mercy upon in the lowest depths of the bottomless pit. Now behold, let my heart tell you what it sought there, seeking to be gratuitously evil, tempted to commit this evil solely by the evil itself. It was foul, and I loved it. I loved to perish and loved my own fault, not that for which I was at fault, but rather my fault itself. What a foul soul, falling from your firmament to utter destruction, not seeking anything through shame except shame itself. 5. For there is an attractiveness in beautiful bodies, in gold and silver, and in all things. Likewise, in bodily touch, sympathy has much influence, and each of our other senses has a proper object that is suitably fitting for it. Worldly honor also has its lure, as does the power to overcome and dominate others, from which also springs thirst for vindication. However, all these can be attained without departing from you, O Lord, and without turning aside from your law. Also, the life that we here live has its own enchantment through a kind of proportion of its own, and a correspondence with all things beautiful here below. So too, human friendship is sweet, forming a beloved knot through the unity thereby formed out of many souls. All these goods, and others like them, lead to the commission of sin when we immoderately incline toward these goods of the lowest order, and forsake those of the better and higher order, you, our Lord, your truth, and your law. For these lower things have their delights, but not like my God, who made all things. For in him do the righteous rejoice, and he is the joy of upright hearts. See Psalm 64:10. Therefore, when we ask why a crime was committed, we do not believe the claim unless we see that there might have been some desire to obtain what we call lower goods, or some fear of losing them. For they are beautiful and becoming, even though, in comparison with higher and beatifying goods, they are abject and lowly. Why did this or that man murder another? He loved his wife or his farm, or perhaps he would make robbing his livelihood, or he feared to lose something at the hands of this other person, or perhaps he had been wronged and was filled with a fiery desire to avenge himself. Would anybody commit a murder for no reason, merely taking delight in murder? Who would believe such a thing? For in the case of that furious and savage man who is said to be gratuitously evil and cruel, even there are causes assigned, quote, lest through idleness hand or heart should grow inactive, end quote. And to what end? So that, after taking the city, through his crimes, he might attain honors, authority, riches, and freedom from fear of the laws, the financial difficulties involved in domestic affairs, and his conscience's awareness of wrongdoing. So then, not even Catiline himself loved his own wrongdoing, but something else, for the sake of which he committed such deeds. 6. What then, in my wretchedness, did I love in you, O theft that I committed, you deed of darkness, in that 16th year of my life? You were not lovely, for you were theft, but are you anything such that I thus may speak to you? The pears that we stole were fair, for they were your creatures, you who are fairest of all, creator of all, you the good God, God the sovereign good and my true good. Those pears were fair, but they were not what my wretched soul desired. Indeed, I had others that were better, and I gathered these ones only so that I might steal. For after gathering them, I threw them away. The only feast I partook in was my own sin, which I was pleased to enjoy. For if I happened to eat any of those pears, what sweetened my tongue was the sin. And now, O Lord my God, I ask what I found so delightful in that theft. Behold, it has no loveliness. I do not refer to the loveliness that can be found in justice and wisdom, nor such as can be found in the mind, memory, senses, and animal life of man. Nor am I thinking of the stars in all their glory and beauty in the sky, nor the earth or sea filled with offspring, replacing by their birth those beings that decline toward death. Nor even am I thinking of the false and shadowy beauty that belongs to the deceptive appearance of the vices. For thus does pride imitate exaltation, whereas you alone are God, exalted over all. What does ambition seek other than honors and glory? But you alone are to be honored above all, glorious forevermore. The cruelty of the great would like to be feared. However, who is to be feared but God alone? What can be wrested or withdrawn from his power? When, where, whither, or by whom? The tenderness of the wanton would like to be judged to be love. Yet nothing is more tender than your charity, nor is anything loved to greater benefit than your truth, which is bright and beautiful above all. Curiosity has the appearance of being a desire for knowledge, but you supremely know all. Indeed, ignorance and foolishness are themselves cloaked in the name of simplicity and innocence, for nothing has greater simplicity than you. And what is more harmless than you? For the sinner injures himself by his own works, and sloth desires to be at rest, but what is stable in rest other than you? Luxury desires to be called plenty and abundance, but you are the fullness and never-failing abundance of incorruptible pleasures. Prodigality is a shadow of generosity, but you are the one who overflows most generously, you the giver of every good. Covetousness would like to possess many things, and you are the one who possesses all. Envy vies for excellence, yet what is more excellent than you? Anger seeks out revenge, but who avenges more justly than you? Fear is startled at things that are unexpected or sudden, placing beloved things in danger and calling for foresight to keep them safe. But what is unexpected or sudden for you? Or who can separate from you those whom you love? See Romans 8:39. Or where is unshaken safety to be found other than with you? Grief pines for things that are lost, the delight of its desires, for it wishes that nothing would be taken from it, as nothing can be taken from you. Thus, the soul commits fornication when she turns away from you, seeking without you those very things that she will find pure and untainted only when she returns to you. Hence, all perversely imitate you when they draw back afar from you and lift themselves up against you. However, even when they thus imitate you, they imply that you are the creator of all nature. Hence, there is nowhere that we can go to wholly depart from you. What then did I love in that theft? And in what way did I even corruptly and perversely imitate my Lord? Did I even wish to act contrary to your law by deceit? For I could not do so by power, so that here, as a prisoner, I might mimic a kind of mutilated freedom by doing with impunity deeds that I was not permitted to do, through a kind of darkened likeness of your omnipotence. Behold your servant fleeing from his Lord and grasping a shadow. See Jonah 1:4. O rottenness, O monstrous and deformed life, O depth of death! Could I like what I was not permitted to do only because I was not permitted to do it? 7. What shall I repay unto the Lord? See Psalm 116:12, so that while my memory recalls these things, my soul might not be filled with fear at the thought. I will love you, O Lord, and thank you and confess your name. See Isaiah 25:1. For you have forgiven me for these great and heinous deeds committed by me. I ascribe to your grace and mercy the fact that you have melted away my sins like ice. Likewise, I ascribe to your grace all the times that I avoided doing something evil, for what indeed might I have done, I, who even loved to sin for its own sake? Yes, I confess that all this has been forgiven, both the evils I willfully committed, and what by your guidance I did not commit. What man, considering his own infirmity, could dare to ascribe his purity and innocence to his own strength, that he might thus love you less, as though he had less need of your mercy, by which you remit the sins of those who turn to you? And if anyone, having been called by you, has followed your voice and avoided the things that he reads me recalling and confessing about myself, do not let him hold me in scorn, for in my sickness I was cured by that same physician who prevented, or rather lessened, his own sickness. And for this, let him love you as much, indeed more, for he sees that the one who healed me from such weariness of sin preserved him from such weariness. 8. But what fruit did I, O wretched man that I was, seek in those things, which now bring such shame upon remembrance? See Romans 6:21. In particular, what did I seek in that theft, which I loved for theft's own sake? And it too was nothing, and thus was I all the more miserable. Yet I would not do it alone. As I now remember, I never was then someone to do such things alone. Therefore, did I also love in this deed the company of my accomplices with whom I did it? No, I loved nothing other than the theft, for the particular circumstance of having company and doing it was nothing. What is this, in truth? Who can teach me except him who enlightens my heart and uncovers its dark corners? What has come into my mind to inquire into, discuss, and consider? For had I then loved the pears that I stole and wished to enjoy them, I might have done so alone had the mere commission of the theft sufficed for me to feel pleasure. Nor did I need to have the itching of my desires inflamed by the excitement of accomplices. But since my pleasure was not in those pears, it was in the offense itself, for which the company of fellow sinners furnished an occasion for doing the deed. 9. What then was this feeling? Without a doubt it was too foul, and woe upon me who felt it. But what was it? What man can understand his errors? See Psalm 19:12. It was the sport which, as it were, tickled our hearts, that we deceived those who did not know we were doing this, though they much disliked it. Why then did my delight involve my not doing this alone? Because nobody ordinarily laughs alone? Ordinarily, yes, this is true for all, However, laughter sometimes does overtake men alone and by themselves when nobody at all is with them, if something very ludicrous comes to their imagination or mind. Yet I had not done this alone, no, never. Behold, my God, before your sight, the vivid recollection of my soul. Never alone did I commit that theft in which I was not pleased with what I stole, but rather with the very fact that I was stealing. But my pleasure was only found in having company in this theft, and I would not have done it alone. O friendship that was all too unfriendly, you incomprehensible tempter of the soul, you greedy appetite for mischief committed out of mirth and wantonness, you thirst for others' loss without lust for my own gain or revenge. But when the words are spoken, let's go and do it, we are ashamed not to be shameless. 10. Who can disentangle so twisted and intricate a knot? It is foul. I hate to think of it or to look upon it. But for you I long, O righteousness and innocence, beautiful and comely to all pure eyes, giving satiety that can never be fully sated. With you is complete rest and imperturbable life. Whoever enters into you enters into the joy of his Lord. See Matthew 25:21. He shall feel no fear and shall be excellent in the all-excellent one. During these days of my youth I sank away from you and wandered, O my God, too far astray from your own steadfastness, and I became for myself a barren land.
Book 3, Chapter 1. I came unto Carthage, where all around me there sang into my ears an entire cauldron of unholy loves. I did not have a love to which I gave myself, yet I loved to love, and out of a deep-seated desire I hated myself for desiring too little. I sought what I might love, in love with loving. And I hated safety, and a path that was not laid with snares. For within me I was fashioned for that inner food which is you, my God. However, in the midst of that famine I did not hunger. I felt no longing for incorruptible sustenance, not because I was filled with it, but rather, the emptier I was, the more I loathed it. Thus my soul was sick and covered with sores. It miserably cast itself about, desiring to be scraped by the touch of sense objects. Yet if these had not a soul, they would not be objects of love. Thus, to love and to be loved was sweet to me, but even more when I managed to enjoy the body of the person I loved. Therefore I defiled the spring of friendship with the filth of concupiscence, and I overshadowed its brightness with the hell of lust. Thus foul and unseemly, I, in my swollen vanity, was eager to be refined and elegant. I rushed headlong then into the love in which I longed to be ensnared. My God, my mercy! With how much gall did you, in your great goodness, sprinkle me on account of that sweetness? For I was both beloved and secretly arrived at the chains of enjoyment, and with joy I was fettered with bonds that bring sorrows, so that I might be scourged with the burning hot iron rods of jealousy, suspicions, fears, angers, and quarrels. Chapter 2. Stage plays also carried me away, full of images of my miseries and fuel for my fire. Why is it that man desires to be saddened, beholding sorrowful and tragic things that he himself would, however, by no means suffer? Yet as a spectator he desires to feel sorrow at them, and this very sorrow is pleasing to him. What is this but a miserable madness? For a man is all the more affected by these actions to the degree he is less free from such affections. However, when he suffers in his own person, it is called misery, but when he suffers with a fellow, it is mercy. Yet what kind of compassion is this that we feel for feigned and theatrical passions? For he who hears of them is not called to relive them, but only to grieve, and he gives greater applause to the actor of these fictions to the degree that he is made to feel grief. And if the calamities experienced by those persons, whether of past times or merely fictional characters, be acted out in such a way that the spectator is not moved to tears, then he departs disgusted and critical. However, if his passions are stirred, he then remains intent upon the show and weeps for joy. Therefore, sorrows too are loved. Surely all men desire joy, but whereas no man likes to be miserable, he is none the less pleased to be merciful, which cannot be experienced without sorrow. Indeed, then, is this the only reason for which sorrows may be loved? This also springs from the same vein of friendship, but where does it go? From what source does it flow? Thus it runs into the torrent of pitch that bubbles forth monstrous tides of foul lustfulness, into which it is willfully changed and transformed, freely making itself fall down into corruption from its heavenly clarity. Shall we therefore do away with mercy? By no means. Let sorrows sometimes be loved, but beware of uncleanness, O my soul, under the guardianship of my God, the God of our fathers, who is to be praised and exalted above all forever. Beware of uncleanness. For now I do not lack pity. However, then, in the theaters, I rejoiced with lovers when they wickedly enjoyed one another, even though this was imaginary and only in the play. And when they lost one another, as though I were filled with merciful compassion, I sorrowed with them, yet I had my delight in both. But now I much more pity the person that rejoices in this wickedness than the person who is thought to suffer hardship by failing to attain some pernicious pleasure and the loss of some miserable felicity. Most surely this is the truer sort of mercy, but in it grief does not feel delight. For though he who grieves for the miserable might be commended for his exercise of charity, yet he who is genuinely compassionate will instead wish that there would be nothing for him to feel grief at. For if good will were ill-willed, which it can never be, then he who truly and sincerely commiserates may wish that there might be someone who is miserable so that he might commiserate. Some sorrow may then be allowed, though none loved. For this is your way of acting, O Lord God, who loves souls far more purely than do we, and more incorruptibly has pity on them, without yourself being wounded with sorrowfulness. Who is sufficient for these things? But I, miserable one that I was, then loved to grieve and sought out something to grieve about when, in that misery which was feigned and acted out by another in the show, I felt the greatest attraction and pleasure in that acting that led me to tears. Was it surprising that, as unhappy sheep straying from your flock and impatient at your protection, I became infected with a foul disease? And hence I had love of sorrows, not ones that would sink deep into me, for I did not love to suffer what I loved to look upon, but ones that would only lightly scratch the surface when I heard their concocted tales. And like someone who was scraped by poisonous nails, there followed inflamed swelling, decay, and putrefied sore. With such a life was I living, O my God. Chapter 3. And your faithful mercy hovered over me from afar. How great were the iniquities by which I allowed myself to waste away, pursuing a sacrilegious curiosity that, having forsaken you, it might bring me to the treacherous abyss and deceitful service of devils, to whom I sacrificed my evil actions. And in all these things did you scourge me. Indeed, while your solemnities were being celebrated within the walls of your church, I even dared to desire and seek out employment, deserving death for its fruits, for which you scourged me with weighty punishments, though it was nothing in comparison to my faults, O Lord, my exceeding mercy, my God, my refuge from those terrible destroyers, among whom I wandered with a stiff neck, drawing further away from you, loving my own ways, not yours, out of a love for a fugitive freedom. Likewise, my studies, which were judged to be commendable, had as their goal excellence in courts of litigation, all the more praise to the degree that it is craftier. Such is men's blindness, glorying even in their very blindness. And now I was the best pupil in rhetoric school, something I took proud joy in and swelled with arrogance about, though, O Lord, you knew it, far quieter and altogether removed from the subversive deeds of the subverters. For this ill-omened and devilish name was the very badge of their gallantry, among whom I lived, myself feeling a shameless shame that I was not like them. With them I lived, and even sometimes took delight in their friendship, though I ever abhorred their deeds, that is, their subvertings, whereby they wantonly persecuted the modesty of strangers, which they disturbed by freely jeering, thereby feeding their own malicious mirth. Nothing could be more akin to the deeds of the devils than were these. What truer name could they go by than subverters? They themselves were subverted and altogether perverted, secretly being derided and seduced by deceiving spirits, who themselves delight in jeering at and deceiving others. Chapter 4. Among such men as these, in that unsettled age of my life, I learned books of eloquence, desiring eminence for the sake of a damnable and vainglorious end, a joy in human vanity. In the ordinary course of study, I came upon a book by a certain Cicero, whose speech nearly all admire, though not so much his heart. This book of his contains an exhortation to philosophy entitled Hortensius. It altered my affections and turned prayers to you, O Lord, giving me new purposes and desires. At once every vain hope became worthless to me, and with a hot burning desire I longed for immortality and wisdom, and began now to rise upward, so that I might return to you. For not to sharpen my tongue, which I seemed to be purchasing with my mother's allowances, in that my 19th year, for my father died 2 years earlier, not to sharpen my tongue did I make use of that book, nor did it persuade me to love its style, but instead the content that it conveyed. How then did I burn, my God? How did I burn to mount upward from earthly things to you? And I did not know what you would do with me, for with you is wisdom, and the love of wisdom is in Greek called philosophy, with which that book inflamed me. Some seduce through philosophy, coloring and disguising their own errors under its great, charming, and honorable name. And almost all who in that age and former ones did this are censured in that book and set forth. There, too, he sets forth the wholesome advice of your Spirit, which was written by your good and devout servant. See to it that no one makes a prey of you by philosophy and empty deceit, according to human tradition, according to the elemental spirits of the universe, and not according to Christ. For in him the whole fullness of deity dwells bodily. And since at that time, as you, O light of my heart, know, I did not know the apostolic scriptures, I was delighted with that exhortation only so as to be strongly roused, kindled, and inflamed to love, seek, obtain, hold, and embrace not this or that sect, but wisdom itself, wherever it may be. And the only thing that checked my thus enkindled desire was the fact that Christ's name was not found in it. For even with my mother's milk, my tender heart had devoutly drunk in and deeply treasured this name, in accord with your mercy, O Lord, this name of my Savior, your Son. And whatever lacked that name, though it be ever so cultivated, polished, or true, did not take full hold upon me. Chapter 5. I then resolved to bend my mind to sacred scripture, so that I might see what it was like. But behold, I saw something that is not understood by the proud, nor laid open to children, lowly at the start, yet lofty and veiled with mysteries. And I was not in such a state that I could enter into or stoop my neck to follow its steps. For when I turned to those scriptures, I was not then as I am now. Rather, to my eyes, they were unworthy of comparison to the stateliness of Cicero, for my swelling pride shrank back from their lowliness, nor could my sharp wit pierce into them. Yet they would grow in him who was small. However, I scorned the idea of being little, and swollen with pride, took myself to be someone great. Chapter 6. Therefore I fell among men who were proudly raving, exceedingly carnal, and all too talkative, in whose mouths were the snares of the devil, using syllables of your holy name as traps mixed into their speech, as well as the names of our Lord Jesus Christ and the Holy Spirit, the Paraclete, our Comforter. They did not fail to speak these names, though only as sounds and noise made by their tongues, for their hearts were devoid of truth. Yet they cried out, Truth, truth, and spoke much about it to me. But it was not in them, and they spoke falsehood, not only about you, who truly are truth, but even about the elements that made up the bodily world, your creatures. And indeed, for love of you, my Father, who are supremely good in the beauty of all things beautiful, I should have passed by even those philosophers who spoke truth concerning them. O truth, truth, how inwardly did even then the marrow of my soul pant for you, when they often and variously, and in many tomes, echoed words about you to me, though it was but an echo. And here I was, hungering for you, and they served these dishes to me, giving me in place of you the sun and moon, beautiful works made by you, though still your works, not yourself, nor even your first works. For your spiritual works are before these bodily ones, even if they be celestial and luminous. But I hungered and thirsted, not even for those first works of yours, but instead for you yourself, the truth in whom there is no variation or shadow of change. Yet upon those dishes they still set before me glittering and deceptive fantasies, which by our eyes deceive our mind. In comparison with them, it would have been better to love the sun, which is at least real to our sight. Yet because I thought that they were you, I fed upon them, though not eagerly, for you did not therein taste as you truly are, and were not these empty things. Nor was I nourished by them, rather was exhausted by them. Food in our dreams looks very much like the food we experience while awake, yet those who are asleep are not nourished by it, for they are asleep. But what they spoke of were not in any way like you, as you have now spoken to me, for they were bodily fantasies, false bodies, in comparison with which true bodies, whether heavenly or earthly, which we behold with our bodily sight, are far more certain. Indeed, such things the beasts and birds discern as well as we do, and they are more certain than we are in our own imaginings. And again, we have greater certainty when we imagine them than when we use them then to conjecture about vaster and infinite bodies that have no being. Such empty husks were what they fed me upon, and I was not fed. But you, my love, whom I seek, fainting so that I might become strong, you are neither those bodies that we see, even though they be in heaven, nor those that we do not see, for you have created them, and do not even count them among your most important works. How far, then, are you from those fantasies of mine, fantasies of bodies that have no being at all? In comparison with them, the images of bodies that actually exist are far more certain, and even more certain are bodies themselves, yet you are not those. No, nor are you the soul, which is the life of bodies. So then, the life of bodies is better and more certain than bodies themselves. But you are the life of souls, the life of lives, having life in yourself. And you do not change, O life of my soul. Where then were you for me? And how far from me? Truly I was straying far from you, barred from the very husks of the swine whom I fed with husks. For how much better are the fables of poets and grammarians than these snares? For verses, poems, and Medea flying in the air are more profitable, in truth, than the 5 elements spoken of by these men, elements that are variously disguised, answering to 5 dens of darkness, which have no being yet slay the believer. For I can turn verses and poems into physical food as a payment, and though I might sing of Medea flying, I did not maintain that she really did this, and though I heard it sung, I did not believe it. But I actually did believe in those matters spoken to me by the Manichaeans. Woe, woe, by the steps was I brought down to the depths of hell, toiling and burning for want of truth, since I sought you, my God. To you I confess this, you who had mercy upon me, who still at that time I had not yet confessed. I sought you not according to the understanding of my mind, where you then willed that I should excel even the beasts, but according to the senses of the flesh. But you were more deeply within me than my most inward depths, and higher than what was highest in me. I stumbled upon the bold woman, simple and knowing nothing, placed in the shadows by Solomon, sitting at the door of her house, calling to those who passed by. Stolen water is sweet, and bread eaten in secret is pleasant. She seduced me, for she found my soul dwelling abroad in the eye of my flesh, and ruminating on such food as I had devoured through it. Chapter 7. For other than this, I did not know true reality, and was, as it were, through sharpness of wit, persuaded to assent to foolish deceivers when they asked me, what is the source of evil? Is God bound by bodily shape, having hair and nails? Should we judge men to be righteous if they had many wives at once, killed men, and sacrificed living creatures? In response, in my ignorance, I was greatly troubled, and while departing from the truth, seemed in my own estimation to be moving toward it. For as yet I did not know that evil is nothing other than a privation of good, until at last a thing altogether ceases to be. And how could I see this, with a sight that is limited only to bodily realities, and a mind limited to what I can imagine? And I did not know that God is spirit, not something having parts extended out in length and breadth, with a being extended out in bulk. But every bulk is less in a part than it is in a whole, and if it is infinite, it must be less when it is considered in one part, in a given particular space, than when it is considered in its infinitude, meaning that it is not wholly everywhere, as God, who is spirit, truly is. And I was altogether ignorant about what in us made us to be like unto God, that which in Scripture is rightly said to be in the image of God. Nor did I know what true inward righteousness, which judges not according to custom, but by the most just law of God Almighty, that law by which the ways of places and times have been set out, and accord with those times and places, itself remaining the same always and everywhere, not one thing in one place and another in another, according to which Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Moses, and David were righteous, as well as all of those commended by the mouth of God, though judged unrighteous by silly men, judging by men's own judgment, and measuring by their own petty habits the moral habits of the whole human race. They are like a man standing in an armory, not knowing which kind of armor is to be put on what part of the body, thus covering his head with shin guards, or seeking to wear a helmet as shoes, then complaining that they did not fit. Or they are like a man who, on a day when business was publicly stopped during the afternoon, would become angry at not being permitted to keep open his shop because he had done so in the morning. Or like someone who, in a given house, sees a servant take in hand something that the butler is not permitted to meddle with, or sees something permitted outdoors, though it is forbidden in the dining room, and then becomes angry that in one and the same house and family the same thing is not allowed everywhere and to all. Such is the outlook of those who are concerned when they hear that something was lawful for righteous men in the past, though it is not now, or that God, for certain time-bound reasons, commanded one thing of these people and another of those, with both obeying the same righteousness. But they see in one man on one day and in one house different things to be fitting for different members, and something that was formerly lawful no longer being so after a certain time, and one corner permitted or commanded, though in another rightly forbidden or punished. Is justice therefore varied and mutable? No, but the times over which it presides flow unevenly, precisely because they are temporal. However, men whose days are few upon earth take exception to such differences because they cannot, by their senses, harmonize the causes of things in former ages in other nations, which they had no experience of, with these which they have experienced in their own days, even though they submit to what they easily see to be fitting in one and the same body, day, or family for each member's season, part, and person. However, I neither knew nor observed these things at the time. They struck my sight on all sides, yet I did not see them. I composed verses in which I could not place every poetic foot everywhere, but rather differently in different meters, nor even in any one meter the one and the same foot in all places. Yet the very art by which I composed them did not have different principles for these different cases, but, instead, included them all in one. Still, I did not see how the righteous, that good and holy men obeyed far more excellently and sublimely itself, contained unitedly all those things which God commanded, varying in no part, although in various times it did not prescribe everything all at once, instead allotting and enjoining what was fitting for each. And in my blindness I censured the Holy Fathers, not only for what they did at their own time, as God commanded and inspired them, but also in the way that they were foretelling things to come, as God was revealing those things in them. Chapter 8. Can it at any time or place be unjust to love God with all one's heart, and all of one's soul, and all of one's mind, and to love one's neighbor as oneself? Therefore, everywhere and at all times, foul offenses that are contrary to nature should be detested and punished, such as those that were committed by the men of Sodom. If all nations were to commit them, they should all stand guilty of the same crime, by God's law, which did not make men so that they might abuse one another in this way. For even that very society that should be shared between God and us is violated, when that same nature of which he is the author is polluted by the perversity of lust. But those actions that are offenses against the customs of men are to be avoided in accord with the customs that prevail in various forms, so that something agreed upon and confirmed by the custom or law of any city or nation may not be violated at the lawless pleasure of any, whether native or foreigner. For any part that is not in harmony with the whole of which it is a member is offensive. But whenever God commands something to be done, against the customs or agreement of any people, even though it were never done by them before, it must be done. And if it had been set aside, it is to be restored. And if it were never ordained, it now must be ordained. For if it is lawful for a king in his own kingdom to command something that neither he nor anyone before him had commanded, so that obedience to him cannot be contrary to the civic life of society, nay, it would even be contrary to it if he were not obeyed, for obedience to princes is something belonging to the general agreement of societies, then how much more unhesitatingly ought we to obey God and all that he commands, he who is ruler of all his creatures? For just as amid the powers of human society a greater authority is obeyed in preference to a lesser one, so too must God be obeyed over all. So too, in acts of violence, there is a desire to hurt, whether by reproach or injury, for many reasons, either for revenge, as one enemy does to another, or for some profit belonging to another, as a robber does to a traveler, or to avoid some evil, as one does to someone whom he fears, or through envy, as someone less fortunate does to someone more so, or as someone who has some success in anything does to someone whom he fears might become equal to him, or as one grieves at, or merely takes pleasure in, the pain of someone else, as spectators do when watching gladiators, or deriders and mockers feel towards each other. These are the heads of iniquity, which spring from the lust of the flesh, the eye, or the pride of life, either alone or in twos or all three together. And thus do men live in iniquity against the 3 and 7, that 10-stringed harp, your 10 commandments, O God, most high and most sweet. But what foul offenses can there be against you, who yourself cannot be defiled? Or what acts of violence can be perpetrated against you, who cannot be harmed? But you avenge what men commit against themselves, seeing also that when they sin against you, they act wickedly against their own souls, and iniquity lies to itself, by corrupting and perverting their nature, which you have created and ordained, or by immoderate use of things that are permitted, or by burning for things that are not permitted, even to the point of desiring that which is against nature. Or they are found guilty, raging with heart and tongue against you, kicking against the goads. Or when bursting the limits of human society, they boldly take joy in self-willed combinations and divisions, all based on whatever they might gain, or how they have been subject to offense. And these things are done when you, O fountain of life, who are the only and true creator and governor of the universe, are forsaken, and any one false thing is selected out of this universe and loved. So then by humble devotion we return to you, and you cleanse us from our evil habits, showing mercy to the sins of those who confess, hearing the groaning of the prisoners, and loosening from our limbs the chains that we have fashioned for ourselves, so long as we do not lift up against you the horns of an unreal freedom, suffering the loss of all by coveting more, by loving our own private good more than you, the good of all. Chapter 9. But amid such foul and violent offenses and so many iniquities are numbered the sins of men who are on the whole making progress. And in accord with the rule of perfection, these sins are rebuked by those who judge rightly, though the persons in question are commended in the hope of future fruit, like the green blade of growing corn. And there are some that, although they resemble foul and violent offenses, are in fact not sins, for they offend neither you, our Lord God, nor human society, namely when these fitting for a given period are obtained for the service of life, though we do not know whether this was done because of greedy cravings, or likewise when things are punished by an established authority for the sake of correction, though we do not know whether this was done out of one's craving to harm another. Thus, many actions that are disapproved in men's sight are approved by your testimony, and many that are praised by men are, with you as witness, condemned. For the appearance of the action, the mind of the person doing it, and the needs of the period all vary in different ways. But when you all of a sudden command some unusual and unforeseen thing, indeed, even though you once upon a time had forbidden it, and still for the time hide the reason for your command, and it happens to be contrary to the ordinance of some society of men, who doubts that it is to be done, given that a just society of men is precisely the one that serves you? But blessed are they who know your commands, for all things were done by your servants either to show forth something needed at that time, or to foretell the things that were to come. Chapter 10. But I was unaware of these things, and therefore scoffed at your holy servants and prophets. And what did I gain by scoffing at them, except to be scoffed at by you, as I was being drawn unknowingly and step by step toward follies, like believing that a fig tree wept when it was plucked, and that the tree that was its mother shed milky tears? Nonetheless, that fig, plucked by someone else's guilty hand, some Manichaean saint had eaten, mixing it with his own digestion, so that he might breathe out angels from it, nay, so that particles of divinity should burst forth at every moan or groan in his prayer, particles of the Most High and true God, who had been bound up within that fig until the day when they were at last set free by the teeth or belly of some elect saint. And here, in my miserable state, I believe that more mercy was to be shown to fruits of the earth than to men, for whose sake the former were created. If anyone who was not a Manichaean would ask for any morsel of such food, it would have seemed to me that such fruit were condemned to capital punishment if it were given to him to eat. Chapter 11. Yet you sent your hand from above, and drew my soul out of that profound darkness, while my mother, your faithful servant, wept to you on my behalf, shedding more tears than mothers do at the bodily death of their children. For through the faith and spirit that she received from you, she discerned how dead I was, and you heard her, O Lord. You heard her and did not scorn her tears as they streamed downward, watering the ground under her eyes where she prayed. Yes, you heard her. For what else could have been the source of the dream that comforted her, leading her to come and live with me, sharing the same table, something she had heretofore refused to do because she abhorred and detested my blaspheming errors? In that dream she saw herself standing upon a wooden rule, with a beaming youth coming toward her, cheerful and smiling, while she stood there weeping and filled with grief. But he asked, in order to instruct as is customary in dreams, not to be instructed, why she was filled with grief and daily shed such tears. And she answered that she was bewailing my perdition. And he bade her to rest content, telling her to behold and observe, where you are, there also am I. And when she looked, she saw me standing by her on the same rule. What was the source of this, if not the fact that you heard the stirrings of her heart? Oh, how good and omnipotent are you, who care for each of us as though you cared only for each person himself, and for all as though they were but one. And from whom but you came her reply to me when, after she recounted the dream, I distorted her message, telling her it meant that she should not despair of one day coming to be as I am now, to which she immediately and without hesitation replied, No, for you are not the one who was told, where he is, there too you will be, but where you are, he too is. I confess to you, O Lord, that to the best of my recollection, and I have often spoken about this, your answer through my waking mother, that she was not perplexed by the plausibility of my false interpretation, and so quickly saw what was to be seen, even then moved me more than the dream, which itself was a joy to the holy woman and consolation of her present anguish, for casting so far in advance something that would be fulfilled so many years later. Indeed, nearly 9 years passed while I wallowed in the mire of that deep pit and the darkness of falsehood, often striving to rise from it, all the while being cast down even more grievously into it. And all throughout this time that chaste, godly, and sober widow, such as you love, now more cheered with hope, though in no way ceasing in her weeping and mourning, did not at all cease in her continual devotions to bewail to you regarding me. And her prayers entered into your presence. Nonetheless, you allowed me to be continually ensnared in that darkness. Chapter 12. In the meanwhile, you gave her another answer, which I now call to mind. However, in my haste to press on to those things which I feel to be more pressing to confess to you, I find myself passing over many things, and there are also many that I do not recall. But you gave her another answer through a priest of yours, a certain bishop, brought up in your church and full of knowledge of your scriptures. She beseeched him to deign to converse with me so that he might refute my errors, strip me of my evil opinions, and teach me good things, for this was something that he would regularly do when he found people who were ready to receive such teaching. However, he refused to do so, a choice which I have thereafter perceived to have been wise, for he told her that I was still then unteachable, given how I was puffed up with the novelty of that heresy, and had already perplexed various unskilled debaters with my quibbling questions, as she herself had told him. But, he said, leave him be for a while, and only pray to God for him. By his own reading he will himself discover what an error that is, and how great his impiety is. He added how, when he was younger, he himself had been handed over to the Manichaeans by his mother, who had been seduced by them, and he had himself not only read their books, but even had frequently copied out almost all of them, leading him to see, without any argument or proof from anyone else, how much that sect needed to be fled from. And he indeed did just that. When he had said this, she still was not satisfied, urging him all the more, begging and pleading with many tears that he would come and see me so that he might discuss these teachings with me. Somewhat displeased with her for this, he said to her, Go on your way, and may God bless you, for it is impossible that the son of such tears should perish. And, as she often mentioned in her conversations with me, she took this answer as though the words had sounded out from heaven itself.
1. Thus, for this space of 9 years, from my 19th to 28th year, we lived as men seduced and seducing others, deceived and deceiving in various lusts, openly doing so through the so-called liberal arts and secretly under the false name of religion, here proud, there superstitious, yet everywhere vain. Here we hunted after meaningless popular praise, even to the point of desiring theatrical applauses, seeking also poetic prizes, mastery that would give green garlands, the follies of shows, and an intemperate life of desires. And there, in the Manichaean rites, desiring to be cleansed from these defilements, we carried food to the so-called elect and holy, so that from this fare they might, in the workshop of their stomachs, forge for us angels and gods, by which we might be cleansed. These were the practices that I followed with my friends, who were deceived by me and along with me. Let the arrogant mock me, as well as those who have not been, to their soul's health, stricken and cast down by you, O my God. However, I would still confess to you my shame and praise of you. Allow me to recall these things, I beseech you, Lord, and give me the grace to turn over in my present remembrance the wanderings of these days of my past, and offer to you the sacrifice of thanksgiving. See Psalm 50:14. For without you, what am I for myself but a guide to my own downfall? Or, even at my best, what am I but an infant suckling upon the milk that you give, feeding upon you, the incorruptible food? See John 6:27. But what kind of man is any man, seeing that he is but a man? Let the strong and mighty now laugh at us, but let us, the poor and needy, see Psalm 74:21, confess unto you. 2. During those years I taught rhetoric, and overcome by carnal desires, I sought a kind of verbosity that would allow men to win arguments. But I preferred, O Lord, you know, honest scholars, as they are accounted, and, while myself not engaging in deceptive artifices in my own teaching, taught them the artifices that were to be practiced, not against the life of the guiltless, though they might sometimes be used to save the life of the guilty. And you, O God, perceived me stumbling upon the slippery slope, and amidst so much smoke, you sent forth sparks of fidelity, which I showed while guiding men who loved vanity and sought out lies. See Psalm 4:2. During those years I loved a woman, not in lawful marriage, but through wayward passion devoid of understanding. But I had only one such lover, remaining sexually faithful to her. With her I learned the difference that separates the self-restraint of the marriage covenant for the sake of begetting children from a mutual agreement out of lustful love, where children are born against their parents' will, though once born, they force their parents to love them. I also recall that when I had decided to take part in a competition for the sake of a theatrical prize, some soothsayer asked me what I would give him to win. However, because I detested and abhorred such foul mysteries, I answered, quote, even if the garland were made of imperishable gold, I would not allow a fly to be killed in order for me to win a prize. End quote. I said this because he offered to kill several living creatures in sacrifice, and by offering these gifts, to invite devils to favor my cause. But I also rejected this evil, though not out of a pure love for you, O God of my heart, for I did not know how to love you, confined as my thought was to imaginings of a physical kind of brightness. And does not a soul, pining after such fictions, commit fornication against you, put its trust in unrealities, and feed the wind? See Hosea 12:1. Still, in truth, I would not have sacrifices offered to devils for me, though I was sacrificing myself to them through the superstition that I followed. For what else does it mean to feed the wind than to feed such devils, namely, by going astray and thereby becoming objects of their pleasure and derision? 3. Thus, I consulted these impostors who are called astrologers. I felt no scruple at doing so, for they seemed to use no sacrifice nor to pray to any spirit for their divinations, though Christian and true piety consistently rejects and condemns the practices of their art. For it is a good thing to confess unto you and to say, quote, have mercy on me, heal my soul, for I have sinned against you. End quote. See Psalm 41:4. Nor should we abuse your mercy as though it gave permission to sin, but rather we should recall the Lord's words, quote, see, you are well, sin no more, that nothing worse befall you. End quote. John 5:14. But they strive to destroy all such wholesome advice, saying, quote, the cause of your sin is inexorably determined in the heavens, end quote, end quote. This was done by Venus, or Saturn, or Mars, end quote. Also that man, who is fashioned of flesh and blood and proud corruption, might be held blameless, while the Creator and order of heaven and the stars is made to bear the blame. And who is he other than our God, the very sweetness and wellspring of righteousness, he who renders to every man according to his deeds? See Romans 2:6, Matthew 16:27, and who does not despise a broken and contrite heart. See Psalm 51:17. Now, in those days there was a wise man who was very skilled and renowned in the art of medicine, who with his own hand as proconsul had placed the agonistic garland upon my unhealthy brow, though not as a physician, for only you cure the disease from which I suffered, you who resist the proud and give grace to the humble. See 1 Peter 5:5. But did you fail me even through that old man, or refrain from healing my soul? Indeed, as I became more acquainted with him, assiduously fixed to his words, which, although simple in terms, were vivid, lively, and earnest, he saw through my discourse that I was given to the books of the astrologers and their birth tables. Thus, he gave me the kind and fatherly advice to cast them away, and not to fruitlessly give such trifling things the kind of care and diligence that are so necessary for useful affairs. He told me how in his own youth he had studied that art, hoping to make a living through such a profession, which would not have been a difficult affair for someone who was able to understand Hippocrates. Yet he abandoned himself over to medicine, giving himself over to it for no other reason than that he found such astrology to be utterly false. Therefore, he, a serious man, refused to make a living by deluding people through the practice of it. But you, he said to me, can make a living off rhetoric. Therefore, you are following this of free choice, not necessity. You should therefore listen to me all the more, given that I had labored to acquire it so perfectly in order to earn my living by it alone. I then asked him how this art managed to foretell so many things, to which he answered, as well as he could, quote, "The force of chance, which spreads all throughout the whole order of things, brings this about. Indeed, if a man can randomly open the pages of some poet and find something marvelously agreeable for his own life at that time, even though a poet was singing and thinking of something quite different, we should not be surprised if man's soul, from some unknown place and moved by some higher instinct, should bring forth, by chance and not art, an answer that corresponds to the business and actions of an inquirer." End quote. Thus, indeed, either from or through him, you conveyed this message to me, and thus traced into my memory something that I might thereafter examine for myself. However, at the time, neither he nor my dearest Nebridius, a youth having a uniquely good character and filled with holy fear, who also mocked the whole art of divination, could persuade me to cast it aside, for I was swayed more by the authority of these authors, and to this point found no certain proof, to the degree that I sought one, that would show me with certitude that what was foretold by those whom I consulted was caused by chance, and not the art of the stargazers. 4. During those years when I first began to teach rhetoric in my own native town, I had made a friend who was my own age, indeed, like myself in the early bloom of youth, with whom I shared a number of pursuits, though I loved him too dearly. He had grown up with me as a child, and we had been fellows both in school and play. However, we were not friends at the time. Indeed, we were not friends during this later period either, at least according to the true meaning of friendship, for no friendship can be true unless you are the one who binds it together by making such friends cleave to you, through that, quote, love that has been poured into our hearts through the Holy Spirit who has been given to us, end quote. Romans 5:5. But it was too sweet, ripened by the warmth of kindred studies, for I warped him from the true faith, which in fact he had not soundly and thoroughly imbibed in his youth, turning him to the superstitious and pernicious fables that were the cause of my own mother's lamentations. With me now he erred in mind, and my soul could not be without him. But behold, you were fast upon the heels of those who flee from you, at once the God of vengeance, see Psalm 94:1, and the fountain of mercies, turning us to you through marvelous means. You took him from this life scarcely 1 year after our friendship had begun, a friendship that I experienced as something sweeter than everything else in my life at that time. Who can recount all your praises? See Psalm 106:2. Indeed, how could one man even recount those he has experienced in himself alone? What did you do then, my God, and how unsearchable is the abyss of your judgment? See Psalm 36:6 and Romans 11:33. For, sick with a fever, he long lay unconscious, drenched in sweat and dying. Because it was judged that he would not recover, he was baptized unknowingly. I thought little of this, presuming that his soul would instead retain whatever it had received from me, not what was done to his unconscious body. But matters proved different, for he was restored and returned to health. And immediately, as soon as I could speak with him, which was very soon thereafter, for I was ever at his side, and we were always too much in each other's company, I, thinking that he would share with me in my ridicule, attempted to joke with him about the baptism he had received, while completely unconscious and unfeeling, only now understanding that he had received it. However, he drew back from me vigorously, as though from an enemy, and with an amazing and sudden freedom he made clear to me that if I wished to remain his friend, I must abstain from such words. Amazed and astonished, I suppressed all my feelings, waiting until he should recuperate and recover his health sufficiently for me to then deal with him as I wished. However, he was delivered from my follies so that he might be preserved with you for my comfort. For a few days thereafter, while I was absent, he suffered another attack of fever and died. Stricken by this grief, my heart was utterly darkened, and all that I beheld was death to me. My native land was a torment, and my father's house a strange source of unhappiness. And desiring to be together with him, whatever I had shared with him became a distracting torture. My eyes sought after him everywhere, but they were not granted his face, and I hated all places, for he could not be found in any of them, nor could they inform me he is coming, as when he was alive and absent. I became a great riddle to myself, and asked my soul, "Why are you cast down, and why are you disquieted within me?" See Psalm 42:5. But my soul had no answer for me. And if I said, "Hope in God," she quite rightly did not obey me, for that most dear friend whom she had lost was both truer and better than the false image that I bade her to trust in. Only tears were sweet to me, for they followed my friend in the dearest of my affection. 5. And now, Lord, these matters have fallen far into the past, and time has eased my wound. May I learn from you, you who are the truth, and let the ear of my heart draw close to your mouth, so that you may explain to me why tears are so sweet to the downcast. Have you, who are everywhere present, cast our misery far away from you? And do you abide unchanging in yourself while we are tossed about by all sorts of trials? Yet, if we did not mourn into your ears, we would have no hope at all. Why, therefore, do we find such sweetness in the fruit gathered from life's bitterness, from groaning, tears, sighs, and complaints? Does our hope that you will hear our cries sweeten our tears? This is true of prayer, for when we thus come before you, we are filled with a longing to draw close to you. But is such longing found when we grieve for something lost and are filled with sorrow like that which overwhelmed me at that time? For I neither hoped that he would return to life, nor did I desire this with my tears. Rather, I only wept and grieved, for I was filled with misery and had lost all joy. Or is weeping, in fact, something bitter from which we solely draw pleasure when we draw back in disgust from those very things which we had enjoyed before? 6. But why am I now speaking of these things? For this is no time to raise questions, but rather to confess unto you. Wretched was I at that time, and wretched is every soul that is bound by friendship felt for perishable things. Such a man is torn asunder when he loses them, and then he feels the wretchedness that was his even before he lost them. Such was my state then, and I wept most bitterly, finding rest in my very bitterness. Thus I was wretched, and I held that wretched life even dearer than my friend. For though I would have willingly changed it, none the less I was more unwilling to part with it than to part with him. Indeed, I do not know whether I would have parted from it even for him, as we hear told in the perhaps false tale concerning Pylades and Orestes, who would have gladly died for each other or together in order to avoid having to live apart, which in their eyes would have been a fate worse than death. But within me there had arisen a surprising and inexplicable feeling that was all too contrary to this sentiment, for at once I felt immense loathing for life, but none the less feared death. I suppose that the more I loved him, the more I hated and feared, like a most cruel enemy, death, which had bereaved me of him. And I imagined that it would swiftly make an end of all men, for it held sway over his life. Such was my state of soul at that time, as I remember it. Behold my heart, O my God, behold my depths, for I remember this well, O my hope, you who cleanse me from the impurity of such affections, directing my eyes ever toward you, and plucking my feet from the snare. See Psalm 25:15. For I marveled at the fact that other mortal men lived on, while he whom I had loved as though he would never die was in fact dead. It was well said concerning friendship, quote, "You were half of my soul," end quote, for I felt that my soul and his were, quote, "one soul in two bodies," end quote. And therefore my life was a horror to me, for I would not live as half of myself. And therefore, perhaps, I feared to die, lest he whom I had loved much would completely perish. 7. O madness which does not know how to love men as is fitting to men! O foolish man that I then was, impatiently suffering man's fate! I fretted, sighed, wept, and was distracted, neither resting nor taking counsel. For I carried about with me my shattered and bleeding soul, which itself was impatient at being borne about by me, though I could find no place to give it rest. not in calm groves, nor in games and music, nor in sweet-smelling places, nor in splendid banquets, nor in the pleasures of bed and couch, nor finally in books or poetry. Nowhere did it find a place of rest. All things, even light itself, seemed ghastly to it. Anything that was not my friend appeared revolting and detestable to it, except for groaning and tears. In those alone I found some small refreshment. But when my soul drew back from them, a huge load of misery weighed down upon me. To you, O Lord, it should have been raised so that you might lighten it. I knew it, but I neither could nor would do so. Indeed, all the more because when I thought upon you, you were nothing solid and substantial to me. For you were not yourself, but rather a mere phantom, and my error was my God. If I looked to lay my load upon it so as to find there a resting place, it fell through the void and crashed down upon me. And I had remained for myself a wretched place, neither able to bear living there nor to escape therefrom. For where should my heart flee from itself? Where could I take flight so as to run away from myself? Where would I not be chasing myself? Yet I fled from my country so that my eyes might be less tempted to look for him in a place where they did not expect to see him. Thus I left Tagaste and went to Carthage. 8. Time never ceases its work, and never does it pass by idly through our senses, but rather works marvels upon our minds. Behold, the days came and went one after another, and as they progressed, they introduced into my mind other thoughts and memories. Little by little they restored me, replacing my sorrow with those things that had been delights to me in former days. And yet there followed upon this not new griefs, but rather the causes of new ones. For why was it that my former grief had so easily reached the depths of my soul, if not because I had poured out my soul upon the dust? See Genesis 38:9. By loving something that must perish, acting as though it never would. Indeed, what chiefly restored and refreshed me was the solace of new friends with whom I shared in a love that was not the love of you. And this was a great fable, a protracted lie, by whose adulterous caresses our soul, with itching ears, was being defiled. But that fable would not die to me, even if any of my friends died. My mind was seized even more by other things than we did together, to talk and joke, to perform friendly deeds for each other, to read beautifully written works, to be both light-hearted and serious together, to disagree with each other without falling into dissension, as a man might even do with himself, and even when very rarely disagreeing in this way, being sure to retain pleasant agreement all the more frequently. Sometimes teaching, sometimes learning, impatiently longing for each other when absent, and joyfully welcoming each other upon our return. These and similar expressions, coming forth from the hearts of those who loved and were loved in return, by gaze, tongue, eyes, and 1,000 pleasing gestures, were so much fuel to meld our souls together and make them but one. 9. This is what is loved in friends, indeed loved such that a man's conscience condemns itself if he does not love him who loves him in return, or does not love in return him who loves him, looking for nothing from this person other than indications of his love. Thus, we see the source of the mourning that follows upon the death of such a friend, with dark sorrows, the heart being soaked with tears and all sweetness turning to bitterness, and also the death of the living that follows upon the loss of life suffered by the dying. Blessed is he who loves you, and his friend in you, and his enemy for your sake. For he alone loses nobody who is dear to him, to whom all are dear in him who cannot be lost. And who is this but our God, the God that made heaven and earth, see Genesis 1:1, and fills them, see Jeremiah 23:24, because by filling them he created them. None lose you except those who depart from you, and he who departs from you, where does he go or where does he flee if not from you, well pleased, to you displeased? For in the midst of his punishment, where does he not encounter your law? And your law is truth, as you are. See Psalm 119, 142, John 14:6. 10. Restore us, O Lord God of hosts, let your face shine that we may be saved. Psalm 80:19. For wherever man's soul turns itself, if it does not turn toward you, it is riveted to sorrows, indeed, even if it is fastened upon beautiful things. And yet, these things would not exist were they not from you. They rise and set. By rising they begin, as it were, to be. They grow toward their perfection. And then, having reached it, they grow old and wither away. And even if all things do not grow old, they do all wither. So then, when they rise and stretch forward toward being, as quickly as they grow toward their being, they hasten towards non-being. Such is their law. This is what you have allotted for them, for they are portions of things that do not exist all at once, but rather, by passing away and succeeding upon one another, together they complete the universe whose parts they are. And similarly, our speech is also made up of audible signs, though this too is not brought to its perfection, unless one word passes away after sounding its part, so that another might come after it. Out of all these things let my soul praise you, O God, creator of all, yet do not let my soul be riveted to them with the glue of love by my bodily senses. For they go along their way so that they pass into non-being, and they rend the soul with pestilent longings, for she longs to be and loves to take rest in what she loves. But no rest is to be found in such things, for they do not abide, but instead are fleeting. And who can follow them with bodily senses? Indeed, who can grasp hold of them when they are at hand? For bodily senses are slow because they are connected to the conditions of bodiliness and bounded thereby. They suffice for the purposes for which they are made, but they do not suffice for holding fast the flow of things as they pass from their appointed beginning to their due end. For in your word, through whom they are created, they hear the decree, come hence and go thence. 11. Be not foolish, O my soul, nor become deaf in the ear of your heart through the tumult of your folly. Hearken, too. The Word himself calls you to return, and there is your undisturbed place of rest, where love is not forsaken if it does not forsake its love. Behold, these things pass away so that others might replace them, so that this lowly universe may exist in all its parts. But do I depart anywhere? Asks the Word of God. Make that your dwelling place, and entrust to him all that you have, O my soul, at least now that you are exhausted with vanities. Entrust to the truth whatever you have from the truth. Thus you shall lose nothing, and your decay shall blossom anew. All your diseases will be healed. See Psalm 103:3. And that which is mortal in you will be refashioned, renewed, and bound around you. Nor shall they deposit you in the places where they descend, but rather they shall stand fast with you and abide forever before God, who abides and stands fast forever. See 1 Peter 1:23. Why then allow yourself to be perverted and follow your flesh? Let it turn around and follow you. Whatever you sense through her is but a part, and you do not know the whole that is made up of these parts. Nonetheless, they delight you. But if your flesh's sense powers had a capacity for grasping the whole, and had not itself also, for your punishment, been justly restricted to a part of the whole, you would will that whatever happens to exist at this present moment should pass away, so that the whole might better please you. For it is by the same bodily senses that you hear what we say, and you would not wish to have individual syllables linger, but rather would desire that they fly away so that others might follow, enabling you to hear the whole. So too, whenever anything is made up of many parts that do not exist together, all of them together would please more than they do apart, if all could be perceived together. However, far better than these is he who made all things, and he is our God, who does not pass away, for nothing follows after him. 12. If bodies happen to please you, praise God when this is so, and turn back your love to their Maker, lest these things that are pleasing to you lead you to displease him. If souls please you, love them in God, for they too are mutable, though they are firmly established in him, for otherwise they would run their course and pass away. Let them be loved in him, and carry to him, along with yourself, whatever souls that you can, saying to them, let us love him. He made these things and is not far off, for he did not fashion them and thus depart. No, they are from him and in him. See, he is found where truth is loved. He is within the heart itself, though the heart has strayed from him. Enter back into your heart, O sinners, and cling to him who fashioned you. Stand with him, and you shall be secure. Rest in him, and you shall find rest. Where are you wandering upon rough ways? Where? The good that you love comes from him, but it is good and pleasant in relation to him. And if not, it will rightly become bitter. For anything that comes from him is loved unjustly if he is forsaken for its sake. To what end, therefore, do you continue walking upon these difficult and toilsome paths? There is no rest to be found where you seek it. Seek what you seek, but it is not to be found where you look for it. You seek a blessed life in the land of death, and it is not to be found there. For how could a blessed life be found where life itself is not to be found? But our true life came down here below. He bore our death and slew it through the great abundance of his own life. And he thundered his voice, calling us to return to him to that secret place from whence he came to us, first into the Virgin's womb, where he espoused human creation, our mortal flesh, so that it might not be forever mortal, and from there coming forth like a bridegroom from his chamber, and rejoiced like a giant running his course. See Psalm 19:5. For he did not linger, but rather ran, calling aloud by words, deeds, death, life, descent, and ascension, crying aloud to us, calling us to return to him. And he departed from our sight so that we might return into our hearts and find him there. For he departed, and behold, he is still present here. He was with us for a short while, though he has not left us behind. For he departed in order to return to the place he never had left behind, for the world was made by him. See John 1:10. And he was in the world. See John 1:10, to which he came in order to save sinners. See 1 Timothy 1:15. My soul confesses unto him, and he heals it, for it has sinned against him. See Psalm 41:4. O you sons of men, how long will you be dull of heart? See Psalm 4:2. Even now, after life has descended to you, will you not ascend and live? But where do you ascend? When you set yourself on high and set your tongues against the heavens. See Psalm 73:9. Descend, so that you may ascend, and ascend to God, for you have fallen by ascending against him. Say such things to them so that they may weep in this valley of tears. See Psalm 84:6. Thus you will carry them up with you to God, for you say these things to them through his Spirit, if you speak aflame with the fire of charity. 13. But I was not then aware of all these things, and I loved lower beauties. Sinking to the very depths, I said to my friends, do we love anything but the beautiful? What then is the beautiful, and what is beauty? What is it that attracts and unites us to the things that we love? For, if they did not contain some grace and beauty, they could by no means draw us to them. And I noted and perceived that bodies contained a beauty by forming a kind of whole, and again, another kind of beauty through apt and mutual correspondence among the parts, as is seen in the parts of a body in relation to the whole of it, or a shoe in relation to a foot, and so forth. And this consideration sprang into my mind from the depths of my heart, and I wrote, I believe, a text that was 2 or 3 books long, entitled, On the Beautiful and the Fitting. You know the details, O Lord, though I do not recall them, for we no longer have the work, for reasons that I cannot even now recall. 14. But what moved me, O Lord my God, to dedicate these books to Hyrieus, a Roman orator, whom I never met in person, though I loved him for the fame of his learning, which was supposedly great, and for some of his words which had pleased me when I heard them. But he pleased me even more because he pleased others, who highly extolled him, amazed that a Syrian, first instructed in Greek eloquence, should then be formed as a marvelous Latin orator, knowledgeable in all things pertaining to philosophy. Thus a man is commended and loved, although he is not seen. Does such love enter the hearer's heart from the lips of the person who thus commends? No, but by one who loves, another love is kindled. In this way, someone is commended and then loved, namely, when the person who commends him is believed to do so with a sincere heart, that is, when the lover praises him. For such was my way at that time, loving men based on other men's judgment, not yours, O my God, in which no man is deceived. But how did this differ from vulgar popularity that is expressed far and wide, based on qualities like those of a famous charioteer or a gladiator fighting beasts in an amphitheater? In what way was it different, earnest, and indeed the sort of praise I myself would have liked to have received? For I did not wish to be commended or loved as actors were, though I myself did commend and love them, but would rather be unknown than to be known as they are, indeed hated rather than to be loved as they are. Where, then, are the impulses to all these various and different loves placed within one soul? Why, since we are all equally human, do I love in someone else something that I would not spurn and cast away from myself if I did not in fact hate it in myself? A man can love a good horse without himself wishing to be that horse, but this does not hold true for our love of an actor, who by contrast shares our nature. Do I then love in a given man what I, who am a man, would hate to be? What depths there are in man's soul, he whose very hairs are so numbered by you that you know even when they fall to the ground. See Matthew 10:29-30. And yet the hairs on his head are more easily numbered than are his feelings and the stirrings of his heart. But that orator was the kind that I loved as being what I myself wished to be, and I erred through swelling pride, allowing myself to be tossed about by every wind. See Ephesians 4:14. But you were there, very secretly steering me along. Now, how do I know and feel confident to confess to you that I loved him more because of the love of those who commended him than for the very things for which he was commended? For had he not been praised, but rather spoken of in the same words, but with disparagement, scorn, and contempt, I would never have been so kindled and excited to love him. And yet neither the realities nor he himself would have differed in any way, only the feelings of others would have changed. See where the infirm soul finds itself lying ill, not yet clinging to the truth and there finding solid footing, just as men's tongues blow forth winds from the breasts of the opinionated, so too is the soul carried this way and that, driven back and forth, with the clouds covering the light and the truth remaining unseen. And behold, it is here before us. It was so important to me that my discourse and labors should be known by that man. And if he had approved of them, I would have been all the more inflamed, though, if he did not, my empty heart, devoid of your solidity, would have been wounded. And yet, with pleasure did my soul meditate upon the beautiful and the fitting, which I wrote about for him, surveying my own work with admiration, though nobody else joined me in this. 15. But I did not yet see that this weighty matter depends upon your art, you who are omnipotent and who alone work wonders. See Psalm 72:18. And my mind considered all sorts of bodily form. I defined and distinguished the beautiful from the fitting by saying that something is the former when it is beautiful in itself, whereas it is said to be fitting in relation to something else. I supported this claim by appealing to bodily examples. And so I turned to the nature of the mind, but the truth was hidden from me due to the false idea I had concerning spiritual realities. Nonetheless, the force of the truth did, of itself, flash into my eyes, and I turned away my panting soul from bodiless substances to lines, colors, and bulky magnitudes. And since I could not perceive these in the mind, I thought I could not see my mind. And since in virtue I loved peace, and in vice I abhorred discord, I observed unity in the former and a kind of division in the latter. And I thought that the rational soul, the nature of truth, and that of the chief good all consisted in such unity. However, in division, I miserably imagined there to be some unknown substance of a rational life and the nature of the greatest evil, which would not only be a substance, but even also a real form of life, though one that was not derived from you, O my God, from whom all things come. And I called the first a monad, as though it were a mind that were sexless, and the latter a dyad, akin to anger and cruel deeds and lust and shameful ones. But I had no idea what I was talking about, for I had not yet known or learned that evil is not a substance, nor that our own mind is not the highest and unchangeable good. For as violent deeds take place if the soul's emotion, giving rise to vehement action, is corrupted, stirring itself up with insolence and disorder, and lusts arise when the soul's affection for drinking and carnal pleasures is ungoverned, so too errors and false opinions defile life if the rational mind is itself corrupted, as it was when then in me. I did not know that it must be enlightened by another light, for it must partake in the truth, but it is not itself the very nature of truth. For you shall light my candle, O Lord my God, who illuminates my darkness. See Psalm 18:28. And from your fullness we have all received, for you are the true light that enlightens every man that comes into the world. See John 1:9-16. For in you, quote, there is no variation nor shadow due to change. James 1:17. But I pressed on toward you, all the while being thrust from you, so that I might taste death, for you resist the proud. See 1 Peter 5:5 and James 4:6. For what could be prouder than what I, in my strange madness, held, namely, that I by my very nature was the same as what you are? For whereas I was the one subject to change, and this was so clear a fact for me to see, for my very desire to be wise was nothing other than the desire to go from being worse to being better, I nonetheless chose to imagine that you are subject to change, rather than to imagine that I myself was not what you are. Therefore, I was pushed back by you, and you resisted my vain stubbornness. Thus, I continued to imagine that spiritual realities had a bodily form, and I myself, being a being made up of flesh, nonetheless accused the flesh with being evil. And I, a wind that passes and does not return, see Psalm 78:39, I did not return to you, but instead passed from one thing to the next, all of which had no being, whether in you, in me, or in my body. Nor were they created for me by your truth. No, in my vanity, I fashioned them from bodily fantasy. And I would ask your faithful little ones, my fellow citizens, from whom, unbeknownst to me, I was exiled, foolish and tedious questions such as, why then does the soul which God created fall into error? But I did not wish for them to ask me, why then does God fall into error? And I maintained that your unchangeable substance fell into such error through constraint, for I did not want to confess that my own changeable substance had gone astray by my own will, and now, as a punishment, suffered error. When I wrote these volumes, I was either 26 or 27 years old, filled with bodily fictions, which buzzed within the ears of my heart, which I turned, O sweet truth, to your inward melody, meditating on the beautiful and the fitting, longing to stand and hearken to you, and to rejoice with great joy at the bridegroom's voice. See John 3:29. But I could not do so, for the very voices of my own errors hurtled me onward, and through the weight of my own pride I was sinking down into the depths of a great pit. For you did not make me hear joy and gladness, nor did my unhumbled bones yet exult. See Psalm 51:8. 16. And what use was it for me, when I was scarcely more than 20 years of age, to read and understand, all on my own, Aristotle's categories? I even treated the very name of the work as though it were something great and divine whenever my master of rhetoric in Carthage, and others who were judged to be learned, spoke it with lips that dripped with pride. And when I discussed it with others who said that they barely could understand it even when excellent tutors helped them, both by way of oral exposition and diagrammatic explanations upon the sand, I saw that they could not tell me anything more about the work than what I learned by reading it on my own. The book spoke to me very clearly about substances such as man, and also about the various realities that are found in substances, the figure or qualities a man might have, what his height and stature might be, what relations he might have, such as brotherhood, where he is placed, when he was born, whether he sits or stands, whether he happens to be wearing anything, or whether he is doing some activity or undergoing the activity of some other being. Thus, it spoke about these 9 categories of accidents, with the countless things that might be classed within them, including the examples given above, as well as about the chief category, substance. How did all of this help me, given how it even served to hinder my progress? When, imagining that all realities were to be classed among those 10 categories, I strove thus to understand even you, O my God, in your wonderful and unchanging unity, as though you yourself were the subject in which were found your greatness or beauty, as is the case in bodily beings. But this is not true, for you yourself are your very greatness and beauty. A body, by contrast, is not great or fair precisely because it is a body, for even if it were less great or fair, it would nonetheless remain a body. But what I thought about you was not truth, but falsehood, fashioning for myself fictions in my misery, not the realities of your blessedness. For you commanded, and within me the earth brought forth thorns and thistles, and I was forced to eat my bread with sweat upon my brow. See Genesis 3:18-19. And what profit did I draw from all the books of the so-called liberal arts when I read and understood them by myself, I, the vile slave of vile affections? But I delighted in them, all the while not knowing the source of whatever truth happened to be contained in them, for I had my back to the light and my face toward what was being illuminated by it. Thus, my face, by which I looked upon and discerned these things which were thus illuminated, was not itself illuminated. By myself, and without much difficulty or any instructor, I understood whatever was written, whether about rhetoric or logic, geometry, music, or arithmetic. This you know, O Lord my God, for swiftness in understanding and shrewd discernment are gifts from you. Yet I did not make any sacrifice back to you from this gift that you had given me. Therefore it did not serve to build me up, but rather served for my perdition, for I went about wishing to keep my inheritance for myself. And I did not devote my strength to you, but instead wandered far from you into a distant land to spend it there on harlotry. See Luke 15:11-32. What profit was there for me in such excellence when it was not employed in good uses? For I did not feel that those arts were attained with great difficulty, even by those who were studious and talented, until I attempted to explain these subjects to just those sorts of people, when I saw that the most excellent students were those who were not altogether slow in understanding what I explained to them. But how was this of aid to me when I still imagined that you, O Lord God, the truth, were a vast and bright body, of which I was but a fragment? Oh, how great the perversity! But that was what I was at the time. Nor am I embarrassed to confess your mercies toward me, O my God, and to call upon you, I who was not then embarrassed to profess such blasphemies to other men, and to bark my words against you. What profit was this mind which so nimbly learned these sciences and worked through such difficult tomes, all without aid from human instruction, all the while, however, with such sacrilegious shamelessness, falling into such foul error regarding the very doctrine of piety? Or how was the slower wit of your little ones any sort of hindrance? For they did not depart from you, thus remaining within the nest of your church like fledglings that are securely fed, nourishing the wings of charity upon the food of sound faith. O Lord, let us be filled with hope under the shadow of your wings. See Psalm 17:8. And there, protect us and bear us aloft. You will carry us when we are small, and even unto old age and gray hair you will bear us. See Isaiah 46:4. For when you are our strength, then truly are we strong. But when we rely on our own strength, then our strength is nothing more than mere weakness. Our good forever lives with you, and when we turn away from it, we ourselves are overthrown. Let us now return, O Lord, so that we may not thus be overthrown. For it is with you that our good lives, without any decay, a good which is none other than you. And so too we need not fear that there would be nowhere for us to return to, for we were the ones who fell from it. And while we were far abroad, no collapse was suffered by our mansion, which is your very eternity.
Chapter 1. Accept the sacrifice of my confession from the ministry of my tongue, which you formed and now stir up to confess unto your name. Heal all my bones, and let them say, O Lord, who is like you? For he who confesses to you does not teach you anything about what is going on with him. Even a closed heart does not shut out your gaze, nor can man's hard-heartedness stay your hand. For you open it at your will, whether in pity or vengeance, and there is nothing concealed from your heat. But let my soul praise you, so that it may love you, and let it confess to you your own mercies, so that it might praise you. Your whole creation neither ceases nor falls silent in its praise of you, neither man's spirit with a voice that is directed to you, nor either living things or inanimate things, through the words of those who meditate upon them, so that our souls may rise from their weariness toward you, leaning on the things that you have created, passing from them on to you, who so wonderfully fashioned them. It is there that refreshment and true strength is to be found. Chapter 2. Let restless, wicked men depart and flee from you, yet you still see them and divide the darkness. And behold, the universe with them in it is fair, though they are foul. And how have they injured you? Or how have they disgraced your government, which is just and perfect, from heaven to the lowliest point on earth? For where did they flee when they fled from your presence, or where do you not find them? But they fled so that they might not see you seeing them, and blinded might stumble upon you, for you forsake nothing you have made. Yes, the unjust stumble upon you, so that they might be justly troubled, withdrawing from your gentleness and stumbling upon your righteousness, falling all over the place on the rugged roads which they themselves have fashioned. All the while they are unaware that you are everywhere, you who are encompassed by no place, you who alone are near, even to those who are far from you. Let them be turned around and seek you, for they have not forsaken creation as they have forsaken you. Let them be turned and seek you. And behold, there you are, present within their heart, in the hearts of those who confess to you and cast themselves upon you, weeping in your bosom, after treading on such rugged roads. Then you gently wipe away their tears, while they weep all the more, feeling joy in their tears. For you, Lord, who are not a man of flesh and blood, but rather the Lord who made them, now recreate and comfort them. But where was I when I was seeking you? And there you were before me, even though I had gone far from you. But I did not find myself, much less you. Chapter 3. Before the sight of my God, I speak now of my 29th year. A certain Bishop Faustus of the Manichaeans came to Carthage. He was a great snare used by the devil, and many were entangled by him, lured in by his smooth tongue. And I also did commend it. However, I could distinguish it from the truth of those things that I desired so earnestly to learn. Nor was I so concerned with his skill in speaking as I was with the knowledge for which this Faustus was widely praised, now set before me to feed upon. His fame went before him, and I was told that he was the most knowledgeable of men in all that was to be valued in learning, and also had the greatest skill in the liberal arts. Now, since I had read and remembered in detail much of what the philosophers had written, I compared some of what they said with the lengthy fables promulgated by the Manichaeans. And I found the philosophers' teaching more likely than the Manichaeans, even though they only had strength enough to judge concerning this lower world, while wholly failing to discover its Lord. For you are on high, Lord, and look upon the lowly, but the haughty you know from afar. Yes, you only draw near to those who are contrite in heart and are not found by the proud, no, even if their diligent skill is aptly applied in numbering the stars and grains of sand, able to measure the expanse of the starry heavens and to chart the course of the planets. For with their understanding and cleverness, which you bestowed upon them, they searched out these things, and much did they indeed discover, foretelling many years ahead of time eclipses of sun and moon, accounting the day and hour, and measuring their durations, all with unfailing calculations. They all come to pass as they foretold, and they wrote down the rules they had discovered. To this day we read and use these rules, thereby foretelling the year, month, day, and hour of the eclipses of sun and moon, telling what portion of its light will be shadowed. And all of it comes to pass as foretold. This arouses the admiration and astonishment of men who do not know this art, and they who do know it exult and puff out their chests with pride. Thus, by an ungodly pride that departs from you, passing out of your light, they foresee the passing away of the sun's light so far in the future, all the while not noticing their own darkening. For they do not religiously seek out the source of this intelligence that enables them to seek out these things. And when they discover that you made them, they do not give themselves over to you in order to preserve what you have made, nor do they sacrifice to you what they have made themselves into. Nor do they slay their own soaring imaginations like the birds of the air, nor their diving curiosities, with which, like the fish of the sea, they wander all over the hidden depths of the abyss, nor their own extravagant luxuries, like the beasts of the field, also that you, O Lord, who are a consuming fire, might burn up these dead cares of theirs and recreate them in immortality. But they knew not the way, your word, by whom you made all these things which they number, as well as the men themselves who numbered them, and the sense power by which they perceive what they number, and the understanding through which they number. Nor do they know that your understanding is beyond measure. But the only begotten is himself our wisdom, righteousness, and sanctification, and was numbered among us, paying tribute to Caesar. They knew not this way, by which they could descend from themselves to him, and by him to ascend to him. They knew not this way, but instead deemed themselves exalted among the stars and brilliant. And behold, they fell to the earth with foolish hearts that were darkened. They discourse about many things, speaking truly about creatures. However, they do not piously seek out truth, the maker of creatures, and therefore do not find him. Or if they did find him, knowing him to be God, they, however, did not honor him as God, nor give thanks to him, but instead became vain in their imaginings, claiming to be wise, and attributing to themselves what in fact belongs to you. And thus, with the most perverse kind of blindness, they study in order to impute to you what is theirs as creatures, forging lies concerning you who are the truth, and exchanging the glory of the incorruptible God for images resembling corruptible man, birds, animals, or reptiles, exchanging your truth for a lie, and worshipping and serving the creature rather than the Creator. Still, however, I did retain from these men many truths concerning creatures, and saw the reason behind their calculations for the succession of time periods, visibly confirmed by the stars themselves. And I compared them to the sayings of Mani, which in his delirium he wrote, saying much about these same subjects. But there I discovered no account of the solstices, nor of equinoxes, nor the eclipses of the greater lights of the sky, nor anything else of this sort that I did learn from the books of worldly philosophers. Nonetheless, I was commanded to believe, but it did not correspond with what had been established both by calculations and by my own sight. Indeed, it was quite opposed to it. Chapter 4. Therefore, Lord God of truth, does anyone who knows these things please you? Surely he who knows these things but does not know you is unhappy, whereas he who does not know them but knows you is happy. And whoever knows both you and them is not happier because he knows these truths about the heavens, but rather is so only because he knows you. If knowing you, he honors you as God and gives you thanks, not becoming futile in his thinking. Indeed, he who knows that he possesses a tree and likewise gives thanks to you for the use of it is better off, even if he does not know how high it is or how wide it spreads, than is the person who can measure it and count all its branches without, however, owning it, or knowing or loving its creator. The same is true of the believer, to whom all the riches of the world belong, having nothing yet possessing all things, by clinging to you whom all things serve, even if he does not know about the circling path of the constellation Ursa Major. Yes, it is folly to doubt that he is in a better state than is the man who can measure out the heavens, number the stars, and weigh out the elements while neglecting you, who have arranged all things in number, weight, and measure. Chapter 5. However, who bade Mani to write about these things which one can be ignorant of while nonetheless learning piety? For you have said to man, behold piety and wisdom, though he can be ignorant of it, all the while knowing these other matters. However, because he did not even know these things and nonetheless insolently dared to teach them, he clearly could have no knowledge of piety. For even when someone knows these worldly things, it is vain to make a show of such knowledge, whereas confession to you is piety. Thus, this devious man spoke much about such philosophical matters, so that, having convinced others through what was said by those who had truly learned such matters, it would be all the clearer what understanding he himself had in other, more hidden matters. For he did not wish men to judge him to be someone lowly, but rather he went about persuading them that the Holy Spirit, the Comforter and Enricher of your faithful, was personally present within him with full authority. Thus, when it was discovered that he had taught false truths concerning heaven, the stars, and the movements of the sun and moon, matters which did not, however, pertain to religious doctrine, his sacrilegious presumption would become evident, given that he spoke not only about things he was ignorant of, but even falsified them, with so mad and vain a pride that he sought to ascribe them to himself, as though he were a divine person. For when I hear any Christian brother who is ignorant or mistaken about these things, I can remain patient with him for holding such an opinion, nor do I see how any ignorance regarding the position or makeup of bodily creation can injure him, so long as he does not believe anything that is unworthy of you, O Lord and Creator of all. However, it does injure him if he imagines that it truly is part of the very doctrine of piety, and yet continues to stubbornly assert something he is actually ignorant about. In the infancy of faith, this is still an infirmity, but our Mother Charity bears with it until the newborn grows up to mature manhood, so as not to be tossed this and that way, carried about by every wind of doctrine. However, what about someone who is so bold as to put himself forth as a teacher, source, guide, and chief of all whom he could persuade to believe that in following him they were following no mere man, but rather your Holy Spirit? Who would not judge that such madness should be detested and utterly rejected, once such a person was convicted of having taught anything false at all? However, I had not yet clearly discovered whether or not the lengths of days and nights and the passing course of days and nights themselves, along with the eclipses of sun and moon and whatever else of this sort I read in other books, might in fact be explained in a way that harmonized with his sayings. Indeed, if they might be so explained in some way, then I still would wonder whether or not this was the truth of the matter. However, I could not rest my belief upon his authority, taking his reputed holiness as a motive for such trust. Chapter 6. Thus, nearly the whole of those 9 years during which I had remained a disciple amid such intellectual doubts, I had longed with the greatest intensity to meet this Faustus. Other members of the sect whom I had met were unable to resolve the objections that I raised concerning these things. However, they promised that when this Faustus would come, he would be able to resolve these and greater difficulties for me very readily and fully. Thus, when he came, I found him to be a man who was pleasing in his speech, able to speak at greater length and in better terms, though always about the same things that they would say to me. But how could the most beautiful cupbearer help to slake my thirst for a more precious drink? My ears already were filled with what they had to say. His words did not seem better to me merely because they were expressed in better expressions, nor did they seem true merely because they were eloquently spoken, nor did his soul seem wise merely because his face was agreeable and his language graceful. But they who told me to wait for him were not good judges of these matters, and to them he seemed prudent and wise because of his pleasing speech. However, I felt that another sort of people were suspicious even of the truth and refused to assent to it even if it were delivered in smooth and flowing words. But you, O my God, already taught me by wonderful and secret ways. Therefore, I believe that you taught me, for your teaching is truth. Nor is there any teacher of truth other than you, wherever or from whomever it might shine upon us. From you, therefore, I now learn that neither should anything seem to be true merely because it is eloquently expressed, nor, therefore, anything false merely because the words are unsophisticated sounding, nor, again, something true because it is unsophisticated, nor something false merely because it is expressed in splendid language. Rather, I learn that wisdom and folly are like wholesome and unwholesome food, and are adorned and unadorned phrases like formal or rustic dinnerware. Either kind of food can be served on either sort of plate. Thus, the keen desire that I long had felt waiting to meet that man was truly delighted with his actions, passion in disputation, and ready choice of words for clothing his ideas. Thus I took delight in him, and with many others, indeed even more vigorously than they, I praised and extolled him. However, it troubled me that amid those who listened to him, I was not allowed to put forward in personal discussion with him the questions that troubled me. When I was able to do so along with my friend, speaking with him at an appropriate time, I brought forth some of the things that I found concerning. However, from the start, I found him to be utterly ignorant in the liberal arts, except grammar, though even in that regard his skill was ordinary. However, because he had read some of Cicero's orations and a few books of Seneca, some things written by the poets and a few Manichaean books that were written in clear Latin, and likewise daily practiced the art of speaking, he had acquired a kind of eloquence that proved all the more pleasing and seductive because it was guided by his clever wit and a kind of natural gracefulness. Are not my recollections true, O Lord my God, judge of my conscience? My heart and memory lie open before you, who at that time directed me by the hidden mysteries of your providence, setting these shameful errors before my gaze, so that I might see and hate them. Chapter 7. Indeed, after it was clear that he was ignorant of the arts that I thought he had mastered, I began to despair that he would be able to set forth and resolve the difficulties that had been perplexing me. And one could be ignorant of such things and hold the truths of piety so long as he were not a Manichaean. For their books are full of wordy fables about the heavens, the stars, the sun, and the moon, and now I no longer thought that he could adequately answer my questions and tell me whether, after comparing these tales with the calculations I had read elsewhere in the philosophers, the account given by Mani was preferable, or at least as good as theirs. When I proposed this topic for reflection and discussion, he modestly said that he could not take up this task, for he knew that he was ignorant of these things and was not ashamed to confess it. Indeed, he was not one of those prating people, many of whom have I endured, who tried to teach me these things without actually saying anything. This man, however, had a heart which, though not right in relation to you, nonetheless was altogether treacherous toward itself. For he was not altogether ignorant of his own ignorance, nor would he rashly become entangled in a dispute that he could not readily withdraw from. And I liked him all the better for this, for more beautiful is the modesty of a candid mind than the knowledge of those things that I desire to know. And this is how I found him to be as I posed even more difficult and obscure questions. Thus, my zeal for Mani's writings was blunted, and I felt even greater despair at the thought of trying to learn from others who taught about them. For I now saw how in all these various topics that had perplexed me, this man who was so renowned among them had turned out to be unable to respond to me. But thereafter I joined with him in the study of literature, to which he was highly devoted, as was I, given that I was then teaching rhetoric to young students in Carthage, reading with him either what he himself desired to read or those that I proposed to him as being fitting to his genius. However, all the efforts I had expended to advance in that sect came crashing to a halt after I met that man. I did not completely detach myself from them, but rather like someone who stays where he is because nothing better is available, I decided to remain content where I was, unless I perhaps discovered something better. Thus this Faustus, who had been the deathly snare for so many, had begun, whether he wished it or not, to loosen the very snare that had entrapped me. For your hands, O my God, guided by the secret purpose of your providence, did not forsake my soul, and out of the blood of my mother's heart and through the tears that night and day streamed from her eyes, a sacrifice was offered to you. Indeed, by what wondrous ways did you deal with me? All this you did, O my God, for the steps of a man are ordered by the Lord, and he shall arrange his way. And how shall we obtain salvation, if not from your hand, which refashions what it has made? Chapter 8. You thus moved me to be persuaded to go to Rome, so that I might there teach what I was teaching in Carthage. And I will not neglect to confess to you how it was that I was so persuaded to go there, for here too the deepest recesses of your wisdom and ever-present mercy toward us must be considered and confessed. I did not wish to go to Rome in hope of greater gain or higher dignities, goaded on by my friends who insisted on this to me, though even these did have an influence on my mind at that time. However, my primary and nearly solitary reason was that I heard that the young men studying there were better behaved and kept quiet under the restraint of more regular discipline, not petulantly rushing at a mere whim into the tutelage of someone who was not even their teacher without even asking his permission to do so. By contrast, in Carthage, the students were filled with foul and unruly license. They burst into the classroom audaciously, acting with nearly frantic energy and thus disturbing all the order that the teacher had established for the good of those learning under his instruction. Committing all sorts of outrages with an amazing lack of care, they did things that would be punished by law if it were not for the fact that custom allowed it. And that custom showed them to be all the more miserable by doing deeds as though they were in accord with the law when, in fact, in accord with your eternal law, they never should be legal. And all the while they thought they did it without punishment, while in fact they were being punished by the very blindness that led them to do it, as they themselves were suffering incomparably worse things than what they did to others. Thus, the manners that I myself did not want to be my own when I was a student, I found myself as a teacher forced to endure it in others. Therefore, I was quite ready to go someplace where, according to what I had heard from everyone, these sorts of things were not to be found. However, you, my refuge and portion in the land of the living, goaded me to wrest myself from Carthage, so that I might change my earthly dwelling for the sake of my soul's salvation. And in Rome you extended allurements to draw me there, presented by men who are in love with their dying life, the one by senseless deeds and the other through empty promises. Thus, to set my feet straight, you secretly used both their perversity and mine as well. For they who disturbed my quiet were blinded by their disgraceful frenzy, and they who invited me elsewhere savored of the earth. And I, who here in Carthage detested true misery, was seeking there in Rome false happiness. But when I left to go there, you, O God, knew why, but you did not reveal it to me, nor to my mother, who wept profusely about my journey, following me as far as the sea. However, I deceived her, even though she held on to me by force, hoping either to prevent me from going or to enable herself to come with me. I claimed that I had a friend whom I would not leave until the winds were good for him to sail abroad. Thus, I lied to my mother, to such a mother, and escaped from her. And for this too have you mercifully forgiven me, preserving me, so full of appalling defilements, from the waters of the sea, so that I might be bathed in the waters of your grace. And when I was at last cleansed by them, the streams daily flowing from my mother's eyes, watering the ground beneath her face in prayer, should at last be dried. Nonetheless, she refused to return without me, and I barely managed to convince her to stay that night somewhere near to where our ship was docked, at an oratory established in memory of blessed Cyprian of Carthage. That night I departed secretly, while she remained behind, weeping and praying. And what, O Lord, was she asking of you through so many tears, if not that you would not allow me to sail? But you, in the depths of your own counsels, though hearing the main intention of her desires, did not heed what she asked for right then, so that you might fashion me in accord with what she has been continually praying for. The wind blew and filled our sails, and the shore drew back from our sight. Then the next morning she stood there frantic with sorrow, filling your ears with her lamentations and groans, while you then disregarded them. But at the same time, through my desires, you pressed me onward to end all such desire, and whatever was earthbound in her affection for me was thus chastened by an allotted scourge of sorrows. For she loved my physical presence at her side, as mothers do, though much more than many, and she did not know how great a joy you were soon to work on her behalf through my absence from her. No, she did not know this, and thus she did weep and wail. And through this agony she bore witness to the inheritance of Eve, seeking in sorrow what she had brought to birth in sorrow. And yet, after decrying my treachery and hard-heartedness, she once again resumed her prayer to you on my behalf, returning to her home while I went to Rome. Chapter 9. Behold, however, there I was welcomed by a scourge of bodily illness, and down was I going toward hell, carrying with myself all the sins that I had committed against you, myself, and others, many and grievous sins, over and above that original sin by which we all die in Adam. For you had not forgiven me of any of these in Christ, nor had he abolished by his cross the enmity with you that I had incurred through my sin. For how could he do so by the crucifixion of a mere phantom, such as I believed him to be at the time? So truly dead was I then in soul, and I thought that his flesh seemed false to me. And as true as was his bodily death, so false was my own unbelieving soul's life. And now, as the fever increased, I was departing forever. For had I then departed, where would I have gone but into fire and torment, such as my sins deserved in accord with your true judgment? But although she did not know this, she nonetheless prayed for me in my absence, and you everywhere present heard her where she was, and where I was you had compassion upon me, so that I recovered my bodily health, even though I remained sick in my sacrilegious heart. For throughout all that danger I did not desire your baptism. How better was I as a boy begging for it from my mother's piety, as I recounted and confessed earlier. But I had grown up in my own shame, and madly did I scoff at the true medicine offered by you, who would not allow me to die a double death in such a state of soul. My mother's soul would never have healed had it been pierced by such a wound, for I cannot put into words the affection that she felt for me, and how greater now was her anguish as she was in labor with me in spirit, than was her anguish in my birth in the flesh. Thus, I cannot see how she would have been healed if my own death had then stricken the depths of the bowels of her love. And where would have been her powerful and ceaseless prayers to you alone? But could you, God of mercies, despise the contrite and humble heart of that chaste and sober widow who so frequently gave alms, so dutiful in her service to your saints, never letting a day pass without setting an offering at your altar, twice a day, morning and evening, coming to your church without fail, not for idle chatter and old wives' tales, but rather so that she might hear you in your words and you hear her in her prayers? Could you, by whose gifts she did all this, despise and refuse to aid such a woman's tears with which she begged you not for gold or silver, nor for any mutable and passing good, but for the salvation of her son's soul? Never, Lord. Indeed, there you were at hand, hearing and doing all this, in the order that you had foreordained. Far be it from you to deceive her in your visions and answers, some of which I have mentioned, though not all of them, which she kept in her faithful heart, all the while praying and beseeching you about them, as though they were promises written in your own hand. For through your own promises you, in your great mercy, which endures forever, deign to become a debtor to those whose debts you yourself forgive. Chapter 10. Therefore you led me to recovery from that illness, and thus for the time healed in body the son of your handmaid, so that he might live and allow you to bestow upon him a better and more abiding health. And even then in Rome I joined with those deceiving and deceived saints, not only their disciples, among whom was numbered the man in whose house I had fallen sick and recovered, but also those whom they call the elect. For I still thought that it was not we who sinned, but rather some other nature, I know not what, that sinned in us. It delighted my pride to be free from blame, and when I had done any evil, not to confess that I had done any, so that you might heal my soul, for it had sinned against you. Rather, I loved to excuse it and to accuse who knows what else that was supposedly within me, though it was not I. But in truth it was wholly I, and my impiety had divided me against myself. And how much more incurable was such sin, for I did not judge myself to be a sinner. How much more appalling the iniquity, that I would rather have had you, O God Almighty, be vanquished within me to my destruction, rather than for me to be vanquished by you to my salvation. You had not yet set a guard over my mouth and a door of safekeeping around my lips, so that my heart might not turn aside to wicked speech and make excuses for sin with men who work iniquity. Thus I still numbered myself among their elect. However, no longer looking to advance in learning that false doctrine, I now held such teachings more laxly and carelessly, having resolved to remain content with them so long as I did not find anything better. Now, the thought came to me that the wisest philosophers were those who are called the academics, for they held that men should doubt everything, declaring that no truth can be grasped by man. Not yet understanding even what they meant, I was fully convinced that they thought what was commonly attributed to them. However, I freely and openly discouraged my host's excessive confidence in the fables that fill the book of the Manichaeans. Still, though, I lived in closer friendship with them than others who did not hold to this heresy. I did not maintain it with my former eagerness, but nonetheless my intimacy with that sect, which had many secret adherents in Rome, slowed me from looking elsewhere, especially since I thought I could not attain the truth, from which they had turned me aside in your church, O Lord of heaven and earth, creator of all things visible and invisible. And I thought it unbecoming to think that you would have the shape of human flesh, bounded by the limits of our various body parts. Rather, when I wished to reflect on my God, I did not know what to bring to mind other than a kind of shapeless, bodily mass, for anything incorporeal seemed to me to be in fact nothing at all. And this was the greatest and perhaps unique cause of my inevitable error. Thus, I likewise believed that evil was some kind of bodily substance, having its own kind of foul and hideous bulk, whether it be thick and dense, which they called earth, or thin and delicate, like air, which they imagined to be a kind of malignant mind creeping throughout the earth. And since a kind of piety, such as it was, made me believe that the good God never created any evil nature, I conceived that there were two such masses, mutually opposed to each other, both without boundaries, though the evil was narrower than the most expansive mass of the good. And from this pestilent starting point flowed all my other sacrilegious conceits. For when my mind turned to the Catholic faith, it was driven back, for that faith was not what I thought it to be. And I thought that I was more reverent if I believed in you, my God, to whom your mercies make confession out of my mouth, were an unbounded mass, at least on all sides that were not opposed to evil, where I was forced to say that you were bounded. Yes, more reverent than if I were to believe that you were bounded upon all sides by a human body. And it seemed better to me to believe that you created no evil, which I ignorantly thought was not merely some kind of substance, indeed a bodily reality. For if I could not conceive of what mind would be, unless it were a kind of very small body, diffused throughout various spaces, yes, better to believe that the nature of evil, such as I conceived of it then, had come from you. Indeed, I believe that our Savior himself, your only begotten, had for our salvation stretched forth, as it were, from the mass of your light-filled substance, so that I could believe nothing about him except what I could imagine in my vanity. Thus, thinking that his nature was like this, I could not imagine it being born of the Virgin Mary without mingling with flesh, and I could not see that which I thus imagined could be thus mingled and not defiled. Therefore, I feared to believe that he was born in the flesh, lest I be forced to believe he was defiled by the flesh. Now your spiritual ones will gently and lovingly smile upon me if they read these words, but this is what I thought at the time. Chapter 11. Moreover, I did not think there was a defense for what the Manichaeans critiqued in your scriptures. However, at times I did truly wish to discuss these points with someone who knew those books well, so that I could test what he thought about them. For the words of a man named Helpidius had begun to stir me even in Carthage, as I heard him speak and dispute face to face with the Manichaeans there, drawing from the scriptures that were not readily refuted. Indeed, the Manichaeans' own answers seemed weak to me, and they preferred to give this answer privately, not in public. They held that the scriptures of the New Testament had been corrupted by some unknown person or persons who wished to graft the law of the Jews upon the Christian faith. But they never themselves produced any uncorrupted copies of the text. Nonetheless, still thinking that all things were bodily, I remained on the whole weighed down by the two masses, which suffocated me, so to speak. And there underneath them, grasping for the air that is your truth, I could not breathe it pure and untainted. Chapter 12. In the meanwhile, I began diligently to take up my very reason for coming to Rome, namely to teach rhetoric. I began by gathering some pupils to whom and through whom I started to become known in Rome. But behold, here in this city I experienced new offenses that were not heard of in Africa. True, the subvertings committed by profligate young men were not to be found here, as I had been told. However, I was suddenly told about how a number of youths would plot together so as to change from one master to another in order to avoid paying wages to the first. Untrustworthy men, they loved money and scorned justice. My heart hated them, though not with a perfect hatred, for perhaps I hated them more because I suffered at their hands rather than for their completely lawless deeds. In truth, such men are base, prostituting themselves out against you, loving fleeting and silly things and shameful ways of making money, which soils the hand that grasps it. They clasped the fleeting world and despised you who abide steadfastly, recalling and forgiving the adulterous soul of man when it returns to you. And now I hate such depraved and crooked people, though I love them if they straighten their ways, and prefer instead of money the learning that they acquire by it, and in preference to such learning, you, O God, the truth and fullness of assured good and purest peace. But at that time I wished not to suffer at the hands of evil men, rather than wishing that they be good for your sake. Chapter 13. Therefore, when word came from Milan to Rome to the prefect of the city asking for a rhetoric teacher in their city to be sent at the public expense, I applied for this position, proposing that Symmachus, who was the prefect of the city at the time, would set before me some subject for discussion. Indeed, I did so through those very persons who were intoxicated by Manichaean vanities, from which I would be freed precisely by going to Milan, though neither of us knew this at the time. I succeeded and went to Milan, to Ambrose the bishop, your devout servant, known throughout the world as being numbered among the best of men. His eloquent speaking plentifully dispensed to your people the flour of your wheat, the gladness of your oil, and the sober intoxication of your wine. Unbeknownst to me, you were leading me to him. The man of God received me like a father and showed me episcopal kindness upon my arrival. From that moment I began to love him, at first not as a teacher of the truth, which I had absolutely no hope of finding in your church, but rather as a person who showed kindness to me. And I diligently listened to him preaching to the people, not with the right intention, but instead, as it were, testing his eloquence to see if it really deserved the fame that it had received, or rather was greater or lesser than was said. Thus I hung on to the words attentively, but remained a kind of careless and scornful onlooker regarding the meaning of his words. I was delighted with the sweetness of his discourse, which was more sophisticated, though less cheerful and soothing than Faustus's words. But there could be no comparison between the matters spoken of by the two men, for Faustus wandered about amid Manichaean delusions, while Ambrose taught the most wholesome message of salvation. But salvation is far from the wicked, among whom I was numbered at that time. Standing before him, I was little by little, though unconsciously, drawing closer to it. Chapter 14. Although I did not bother to learn the subject matter he spoke of, paying attention instead only to how he said it, for that empty care was all that was left for me, for I saw no way open for man to come to you. Nonetheless, along with the words which I loved, there also came the realities that I neglected, for I could not separate them from one another. And while I opened my heart to admit how eloquently he spoke, there also entered therein the truths that he spoke, though only gradually. For first of all, these matters now seemed to be defensible, and the Catholic faith, which I thought could not be defended against the Manichaeans' objections, now seemed able to be maintained without feelings of shame. This was especially true after I heard this or that Old Testament passage resolved, often by noting how it was a type or figure for things in the New Testament, passages that had spiritually slain me when I understood them literally. After hearing a number of such spiritual explanations of these books, I now saw that my inability to believe lay in the fact that no answer could be given to those who hated and scorned the law and the prophets. But I still did not see that the Catholic way must be followed, because it numbered among its adherents learned men, people who could at length present a defense that was not absurd. Nor did what I then hold seem worthy of condemnation, for both sides seemed able to offer equally good defenses. For the Catholic cause did not seem vanquished to me, though it was still not victorious either. Thus, I earnestly turned my mind to see if I could discover some way to prove the falsehood of the Manichaeans. If only I could conceive of a spiritual substance, all of their strongholds would be laid waste and wholly cast out of my mind, but I could not do so. Nonetheless, as regards this world and its makeup, along with the whole of nature reached by our bodily senses, I still judged that the tenets of the philosophers were much more probably true. So then, like the academics, as they were said to be, doubting all things and wavering between all opinions, I did at least settle on the decision that I had to abandon the Manichaeans. For I judged that even while in such doubt, I could not continue in that sect, seeing how I preferred to its teachings those of the philosophers. However, since they lack the saving name of Christ, I utterly refused to commit the cure of my sick soul to them. Therefore, I determined for the time being to be a catechumen in the Catholic Church, to which I had been commended by my parents, until something certain should draw upon me, by which I might know where I should steer my course.
1. O my hope from my youth, see Psalm 71:5. Where were you for me, and where did you go? Had you not created me and separated me from the beasts of the field and the birds of the air? You made me wiser, yet I still walked in darkness and upon slick paths, wandering abroad outside of myself in search of you, not finding the God of my heart. And thus I found myself in the depths of the sea, filled with distrust and despairing of ever discovering the truth. My mother had now come to me, resolute in her piety, and following me by sea and land, trusting you through all dangers. For amid dangers upon the sea, she comforted the sailors themselves, men who usually comfort troubled passengers who are unacquainted with the sea, assuring them of a safe arrival, because you had given her a vision that persuaded her of this. She found me amid grievous peril through despair at the very possibility of discovering the truth. But when I told her that I no longer was a Manichaean, though not yet a Catholic Christian, she was not overjoyed as though this were unexpected, But she was now assured about that portion of my misery about which she had lamented, as though I were dead, though to be reawakened by you, carrying me forth upon the bier of her thoughts, so that you may say to the widow's son, Young man, I say to you, arise. And the dead man should stand up and begin to speak, and you would give him to his mother. See Luke 7:14-15. Therefore, her heart did not quiver with tumultuous exultation when she heard that what she, with tear-filled eyes, had beseeched from you was already in so great a part realized. For even though I had not yet reached the truth, I had been rescued from falsehood. And assured that you who promised the whole work would one day give what remained to be done, she calmly replied to me, her heart full of confidence, that she who believed in Christ would see me a Catholic believer before she departed from this life. This was what she said to me. But to you, fountain of mercies, she poured forth more abundant prayers and tears, in the hope that you would hasten to my aid and enlighten my darkness. And she hastened all the more eagerly to the church, there hanging on to all the words of Ambrose, praying for the fountain of that water that wells up to eternal life. See John 4:14. And she loved that man as though he were an angel of God. See Galatians 4:14. Because she knew his preaching had led me, for the time being, to my present doubting state of faith, through which she anticipated with great confidence that I would pass from sickness to health after I experienced, as it were, the final fit of illness which doctors call the crisis. 2. When my mother took some cakes, bread, and wine to the churches built in the memory of the saints, as she used to do in Africa, she was forbidden to do so by the doorkeeper. As soon as she knew that the bishop had forbidden this, she so piously and obediently embraced his wishes that I myself marveled at how readily she condemned her own practice rather than debate his prohibition. For her spirit was not overcome by love of wine, nor did such love provoke her to hate the truth as happens for all too many, both men and women, who rebel at the song of sobriety, as drunk men do at watered-down drink. However, when she had brought her basket along with the customary festival food to be tasted by herself and then distributed, she never drank along with it more than a small cup of wine, diluted in accord with her own abstemious habits, tasting the wine for the sake of courtesy. And, if there were many churches of the departed saints to be honored in like manner, she still carried about that one cup to be used everywhere, distributing small sips from it to those around her, even though it was quite watered down and warmed by the sun. In so doing, she sought devotion, not pleasure. But as soon as she heard that this custom was forbidden by that famous preacher and devoted bishop, even to those who would soberly celebrate it, lest an occasion for excess might be presented to the drunken, for whom the annual funeral solemnities looked quite akin to the superstitious practices of pagans, she readily set it aside. And in place of a basket filled with the fruits of the earth, she learned to bring to the churches of the martyrs a breast filled with more purified petitions, and to give what she could to the poor, so that communion in the Lord's body might be rightly celebrated there, where, following the example of the Lord's passion, the martyrs had been offered in sacrifice and received their crown. However, O Lord my God, it seems to me, and such is what my heart thinks about this in your sight, that perhaps she would not have so readily stopped celebrating this custom if it had been forbidden by another man whom she loved less than Ambrose, whom she loved most fully for the sake of my salvation. And he loved her too for her devoted religious observance, by which she was constantly at church, fervent in spirit with good works. Thus, when he saw me, he often sang her praises, congratulating me for having such a mother, not knowing what kind of son she had in me, who doubted all these things and thought that the way to life could not be discovered. 3. Nor did I groan in my prayers, seeking your help. Rather, my spirit remained wholly devoted to learning and restless to dispute with others. And even as regards Ambrose himself, I judged him happy according to worldly standards, as a man whom many held in great esteem. The only thing that seemed painful about his life was his celibacy. However, I could not suspect either what hope he bore within his breast, what struggles he experienced against the temptations that beset his very excellence, or what comfort he had in adversities, and what sweet joy he tasted with the hidden mouth of his spirit when receiving your bread, chewing upon it like a nourishing cud. All this lay outside of my experience. Nor did he know the surging flow of my passions, nor the abyss of my danger, for I could not ask him what I wanted to ask, given how his ear and tongue were forever devoted to the hosts of busy people whose weaknesses he served. And, when he was not busy seeing to these affairs, and this was only a little time, He either would spend his time restoring his body with food, though only as much as was absolutely necessary, or for his mind through reading. However, when he read, his eye passed over the pages while his heart sought out the meaning of the words, with his voice and tongue all the while remaining at rest. Often, when we came into his presence, for no man was forbidden to enter, nor did he normally require visitors to be announced formally to him, we always saw him thus reading to himself. And, after sitting for long in silence like this, for who would dare to intrude upon someone who was so intent upon the task before him, we felt we should depart, judging that he did not wish to be distracted during these few moments of time that he had free from the commotion of others' business, so that he could gather his mind. Indeed, perhaps he feared that if the author he was reading should make some obscure remark about a given topic, some attentive or perplexed hearer would then ask him to explain what was said, or to discuss some more difficult questions. And if he were to spend his time doing this, he would not be able to read as much as he desired. Though perhaps the truer reason for his silent reading was that he wished to preserve his voice, for even a small amount of speaking can weaken it. But whatever his intentions, they were certainly good in such a man. However, I certainly had no opportunity to ask him the questions I had, inquiring of him as if his heart were your holy oracle, unless my question might be answered briefly. His full leisure would have been necessary if those tides surging within me were to pour forth into him, but there never was such an opportunity. Indeed, every Lord's Day I heard him rightly expounding the word of truth, see 2 Timothy 2:15, among the people, and I was more and more convinced that all the crafty lies knit together by our deceivers against the divine books could be untied. Thus, when I came to realize that your spiritual sons, reborn by you through their Catholic mother by the gift of grace, did not interpret the words, quote, man who was created by you after your own image, end quote, see Genesis 1:26, as though they meant that you were a physical being with a human shape, with joy I blushed at having barked at mere fictions of carnal fantasy, not the Catholic faith, though I did not yet have even a faint or shadowy notion of what a spiritual substance would be. Indeed, so rash and impious had I been that what I should have learned through inquiry I condemned without knowing it. For you, most high and most near, most secret and most present, who do not have limbs of various sizes, but rather are wholly everywhere and nowhere in space, you do not have such a bodily shape, yet you have made man after your own image, and behold, from head to toe he is contained in space. 4. Thus, in my ignorance concerning how this your image should subsist, I ought to have knocked and asked how this is to be believed, and should not have insultingly imposed the false idea I had formed concerning it. Therefore, all the more harshly was my heart gnawed by doubt about what I should hold for certain, and to the same degree I was filled with shame that, deluded and deceived so long by the promise of certainties, I had foolishly babbled about so many uncertainties, with a spirit filled with childish error and vehemence. Their falsity became clear to me later, but for now I was certain that they were uncertain, and that I had formerly judged them to be certain, when, out of blind contentiousness, I denounced your Catholic Church. But now, though I still did not see that she teaches the truth, none the less I had indeed discovered that she does not teach what I had so severely censured her for supposedly teaching. Thus I was confounded and was converting from my former ways. And I rejoiced, O my God, that the one Church, the body of your only Son, wherein Christ's name has first been placed upon me as an infant, herself had no taste for childish nonsense, nor in her sound doctrine maintained any belief that should confine you, the Creator of all things, in space, however great and large it might be, yet nonetheless bounded on all sides by the limitations of a human form. Likewise, I rejoiced that the old scriptures of the law and the prophets were now laid open before me, not to be perused with an eye that judged them to be absurd, as I did when I reviled your holy ones for holding such an idea about God, when in fact they thought no such thing. And with joy I heard Ambrose in his sermons to the people often and diligently remind them as a certain rule, quote, for the letter kills, but the Spirit gives life, end quote, see 2 Corinthians 3:6. And he would then draw aside the mystical veil, laying open spiritually what merely read in its literal terms seemed to teach something unsound. In this way he taught nothing that offended me, though I still did not know whether or not it was true. For I kept my heart from assenting to anything, fearing that I would rush headlong into something. However, by hanging in suspense I was killed all the worse. For I wished to be as sure about things that I did not see as I was that 7 and 3 equal 10. Indeed, though I was skeptical, I was not so crazy as to think that even the latter could not be grasped. However, I wanted other things to be equally as clear, whether bodily things that were not present to my senses, or spiritual things that I did not know how to conceive, except in a kind of bodily manner. And I could have been cured by believing, so that my soul's eyesight might thereby be cleared and in some way directed to your ever-abiding and unfailing truth. But I was like someone who had had the experience of a bad physician, and therefore fears to trust himself to a good one. Thus my soul's own health, which could only be cured by believing and thus protected against the possibility of believing falsehoods, refused to be cured, resisting your hands, O you who have prepared the medicine of faith and have applied it to the diseases of the whole world, having given this remedy such great and authoritative strength. 5. As I was led, however, from this state to prefer Catholic doctrine, I felt the Church was unassuming and honest in requiring that what was believed was not something to be demonstrated, whether it was something that could be demonstrated only to some or could not at all be demonstrated, whereas the Manichaeans made a mockery of our credulity by promising us certain knowledge, then imposing on us so many fanciful and absurd things to be believed, because they could not be demonstrated. Then you, O Lord, with your most tender and merciful hand, gradually touched and gathered together my heart, convincing me of the fact that I believed in countless things that I had not seen, nor was I present when they took place. So many things in world history, so many accounts concerning places and cities that I had not seen, and so many tales concerning friends and physicians and countless stories about other men. If we did not believe all these sorts of things, we could do nothing at all in this life. And lastly, how sure and unshaken was my belief in the identity of my parents, which I could only know by hearsay. You persuaded me of all this, and I saw that those who believed in your scriptures, which you established with such great authority among the nations, were not the ones who should be censured, but rather those who did not believe them. And so too did I see that I should not give ear at all to those who asked me, how do you know that those scriptures were imparted to mankind by the Spirit of the one true and most true God? For above all others was this to be believed, since no contentious word of blasphemous questioning from all the hosts of the self-contradictory writings of the philosophers could wrest from me my belief that you are whatsoever you are, something which I did not know yet, and that the government of human things belongs to you. This I believed sometimes more strongly, sometimes less so. Yet I always believed that you exist and care for us. However, I remained ignorant concerning both what I was to think about your substance and what way led back to you. Since then, we were too weak to discover the truth by mere reason alone, thus standing in need of the authority of sacred Scripture. I now had begun to believe that you would never have given such great authority to those writings in all lands if you had not willed that they be means for believing in you and seeking you. Now that I had heard satisfactory explanations for various scriptural passages that had seemed strange and offensive to my ears, I turned now to consider the depths of the mysteries contained therein. And Scripture's authority appeared all the more venerable and deserving of religious belief. For although its words lay open for all to read, it reserved the majesty of its mysteries within its deeper meaning, stooping down to the level of all with its plain words and humble style, yet calling for intense reflection by those who are not light of heart. Thus, it receives all into its open bosom while leading some few toward you along narrow passages, though many more than it would have if it did not stand upon such lofty heights of authority, nor drew multitudes into its bosom by its holy lowliness. I thought of these things, and you were with me. I sighed, and you heard me. I wavered, and you guided me. I wandered upon the world's broad paths, and you did not forsake me. 6. I coveted honors, wealth, and marriage, and you laughed at me. Through such desires, I experienced most bitter crosses, while you were all the more gracious by preventing anything that was not you to grow sweet with me. Behold my heart, O Lord, who willed that I should recall all this and confess unto you. Let my soul cling to you now that you have freed it from all these snares of death. How wretched it was, and you inflamed the pain of the wound so that by forsaking all other things, it might turn back to you who are above all and the only source of all things, which would be nothing without you. Thus would it be converted and healed. How miserable was I at that time, and how did you deal with me so as to make me feel my misery on that day when I was preparing to recite a speech praising the emperor, a speech that was to be filled with many lies, which would be applauded by those who knew that I lied. There I was, with a heart that was panting with these anxieties and boiling with feverishness at these consuming thoughts. Then, passing through one of the streets of Milan, I observed a poor beggar who, I suppose, had a full belly and was merrily joking. Sighing, I spoke to my friends about the many sorrows caused by our deranged follies, for we exerted such efforts, like those in which I then was toiling, dragging along the burden of my own wretchedness at the goading of desire, all the while increasing it by thus dragging it along, yet also hoping to achieve a state of joy like that which this beggar already achieved, while we may perhaps never manage to do so. Indeed, what he had obtained by begging for a few pennies, I myself was plodding along to find by many toilsome and winding paths. And it was nothing more than the joy of transitory happiness, for he clearly did not have true joy, but as I exerted myself in all my ambition, I was seeking a happiness that was even much less true. And he was surely joyful, whereas I was anxious. He had not a care in the world, whereas I was filled with fear. Yet if anyone were to ask me if I would prefer to be cheerful or fearful, I would have told him cheerful. And again, if he asked whether I would be like that man or like myself, I would have chosen myself, though I was worn down with cares and fears. But how wrong would my judgment have been, for it was indeed true. For I should not prefer myself to him because I was more learned than he, given that I felt no joy in that, seeking only to please men by means of it, not to instruct them, but merely to please. Thus you broke my bones under the rod of your discipline. Depart from my soul, you who say to her, "It makes a difference where a man finds his joy. That beggar found it in drunkenness, but you in glory." But what glory, Lord? That which is not found in you. For even as his joy was not true, so too that glory, and it overthrew my soul all the more. With the passing of the night, his drunkenness would pass, but I slept and rose anew with mine. And night and day, for as many days as you know, O Lord, I would lie down and rise with it. But it does make a difference where a man finds his joy. Yes, I know this, and the joy of a faithful hope lies incomparably far beyond such vanity. Yes, and so was he beyond me, for he was truly happier, not only because he was dripping with mirth while I stood there with gut-wrenching cares, but moreover, by wishing men well he got his wine, whereas I sought after empty and swelling praise by means of lies. I spoke of these things to my friends, and often noted to them how things fared with me, and I found that it went ill with me, and I grieved and doubled that very ill. But if any prosperity smiled upon me, I was loath to grasp at it, for it would slip away between my fingers before I could grasp it. 7. Thus, as we friends lived together, we bemoaned these things. However, I primarily and most intimately spoke about it with Alypius and Nebridius. Alypius was born in the same town as I, of parents who were important figures, though he was younger than I. He had studied under me both when I first lectured in Tagaste and then at Carthage, and he loved me much because I seemed kind and learned to him. And I loved him as well for his great innate virtue, which was quite significant for someone his age. However, the whirlpool of habits inculcated by life in Carthage, where idle spectacles are closely followed, had drawn him into the madness of the circus. But while he was miserably tossed about in it and I was teaching rhetoric there in my public school, he did not come to me for teaching on account of some enmity that had risen between his father and me. I had then discovered how much he devotedly attended the circus, and was deeply grieved that he seemed likely, nay, indeed had, thrown away so great and promising a character. But I had no means of advising or somehow constraining him, whether by the kindness of a friend or the authority of a teacher, for I judged that he held me in the same esteem as did his father. Yet this was not so, and not heeding what his father thought of me, he began to greet me and at times come to my lecture room to hear a bit and then head on his way. However, I had forgotten that I should do something to prevent him from ruining such a good endowment through blind and headlong desire for such worthless entertainments. But you, O Lord, who guide the course of all that you have created, had not forgotten him who was to be numbered among your children as a priest and dispenser of your sacrament. And in order that his amendment might be clearly attributed to you, you brought it about through me without my being aware of it. For one day, while I was sitting in my regular place with my students in front of me, he entered, greeted me, sat down, and applied his mind to the topic I was then teaching. By chance, as I was explaining the passage I had in hand, an example from the circus races came to mind as a way to explain my point more pleasantly and plainly, seasoned with biting mockery of those who found themselves enthralled with such madness. God, you know that I then had no thought of curing Alypius of that infection. But he, for his own part, took it wholly to himself, and thought I said it merely for his sake. And while another man would have used this as an occasion to take offense at my words, that sound-minded youth took it as a ground for being offended with himself and for loving me more fervently. For as you said long ago and put into your scripture, quote, "Reprove a wise man, and he will love you," end quote. See Proverbs 9:8. Yet it was not I who rebuked him, but rather you, who make use of all things, whether knowing or not, in accord with the order that you know, a just order. On that day made my heart and tongue into burning coals to inflame and thereby cure his promising but languishing mind. Let him who does not consider your mercies, which I confess to you from the depths of my soul, be silent and not speak in praise of you. Indeed, after he heard those words, he burst forth from that profound pit into which he had so willingly cast himself, there to be blinded by its wretched pastimes. And he shook his mind with strong self-command, so that all the filth from his days at the circus flew off him, and never again did he go there. Thereupon he hounded his unwilling father, asking to be my student, and his father gave way and consented. Thus, now coming to hear me once again, Alypius got tied up in the same superstition as I, and loved the Manichaean show of continence, which he believed was true and sincere. But it was a senseless and seductive continence, ensnaring precious souls who could not yet reach the depths of virtue, but were readily deceived by the mere surface-level reflections of a shadowy and counterfeit virtue. 8. Choosing not to forsake the secular course which his parents had convinced him to pursue, he went before me to Rome to study law, and there he was unbelievably carried away with extraordinary eagerness to watch gladiatorial shows. For while he was totally averse to such spectacles and held them in disdain, one day he ran into a number of acquaintances and fellow students who were coming from dinner. Amid his own strong refusals and resistance, they dragged him along with friendly force into the amphitheater when these cruel and deadly shows were under way. He protested, "Though you might drag my body there and prop me up, can you also force my mind and eyes to look upon these shows? Thus, while present, I will be absent, thereby overcoming both you and them." Despite this, they urged him onward, desiring to see if he could actually do what he had said he would. When they arrived and had taken their places as best they could, the whole place was ablaze with that savage pastime. But he, closing his eyes, forbade his mind to range abroad after such evils. Oh, if only he also had stopped his ears! For during the fight, when one of the men fell, a mighty cry arose up from all the people, striking him strongly, so that, overcome by curiosity, convincing himself that he could despise all this and feel superior to it even upon seeing it, he opened his eyes and was stricken with an even deeper wound in his soul than the bodily wound suffered by the man he had wished to see. And how much more miserable was his own fall than that of the man whose fall had raised the mighty noise of the crowd, entering Alypius's ears, unlocking his eyes, and thus paving the way to strike down and beat a soul that was more bold than resolute, and all the weaker in that it had presumed to do by its own power something for which it should have relied upon you. For as soon as he saw that blood, he immediately drank in the savagery, and not turning away his gaze, he fixed his eyes on it, gulping in the madness, unaware, taking delight in that guilty fight and becoming intoxicated by such blood-soaked pleasures. No longer was he the man he was when he had come, but now he was one of the throng to which he had come, a true associate of those who brought him there. Why say more? He beheld, shouted, kindled, and carried forth from there a madness that would goad him to return not only with those who first brought him, but also before them, indeed, dragging along others too. Yet, with your omnipotent and all-merciful hand, you plucked him from there and taught him to have confidence in you and not in himself. But this would take place later on. 9. But this was already being stored in his memory, so as to be a medicine later. The same is true, too, when, while he was still studying under me in Carthage, he was in the marketplace thinking over the passage that he was to repeat from memory, as students often practice, and you allowed him to be apprehended by marketplace officers who thought he was a thief. Now, you allowed this, O our God, for no other reason than, even then, to teach this man, who thereafter would prove to be so great, the lesson that no man should readily condemn another out of rash credulity when a case is to be judged. For as he was walking back and forth by himself before the judgment seat with his notebook and pen, behold, a young student, the real thief, who secretly brought a hatchet, got as far as the leaden gratings that fence in the silversmith's shop, and began to cut the lead. However, when the noise of the hatchet was heard, the silversmiths below began to stir, and sent someone up to apprehend whomever they might find there. Hearing their voices, the young man ran away, leaving behind his hatchet for fear that he might be found with it. Now Alypius, who had not seen the man enter, did, however, see him running out with haste. Desiring to know what had happened, he entered the area. There he saw the hatchet and stood wondering at the meaning of it, when behold, the men who had been sent there found him standing alone, holding in his hand the hatchet that had led them to come forth. They grasped him, dragged him away, and gathered together those who were in the marketplace, boasting to them that they had captured a notorious thief whom they were now leading away to stand before the judge. But Alypius was to be instructed only this far, for immediately, O Lord, you brought aid to his innocence, which you alone witnessed. For as he was being led either to prison or to punishment, a certain architect who was in charge of the public buildings met them. They were glad to meet him, for he often suspected them of stealing goods that were lost in the marketplace. They were ready to show him someone who really committed thefts there. However, he had seen Alypius a number of times at the house of a senator to whom he often went to pay his respects. Immediately recognizing him, he took him aside by the hand and asked how this great calamity took place. Hearing the whole matter, he ordered all those present, amid much uproar and threats, to come with him. So they went to the house of the young man who had done the deed. There, standing before the doorway, was a boy who was so young that he looked likely to disclose the entire affair without grasping that he was doing any harm to his master. Indeed, he had traveled with his master to the marketplace, and as soon as Alypius remembered this, he told the architect. Then, showing the hatchet to the boy, he asked him, "Whose hatchet is this?" He immediately answered, "Ours," and upon further questioning told them everything. The crime being thus transferred to that house, the gathered crowd, which was beginning to shout in triumph over Alypius, now was ashamed. Thus, he who was to dispense your word and examine many cases in your church went away with fuller experience and instruction. 10. I then met him in Rome, and he clung closely to me, traveling with me to Milan, both so that he might not be separated from my side, and also so that he might practice some part of the law that he had studied, more to please his parents than himself. In Rome he had functioned as an assessor without succumbing to corruption, something that surprised many, while he himself was surprised that others could prefer gold to honesty. Moreover, his character was tried not only by the lure of greed, but also by the goad of fear. At Rome, he was the assessor to the official of the Italian treasury. Now, at that time, there was a very powerful senator to whom many were indebted for favors and whom many feared greatly. As one sees in men with power such as this, he asked for something to be permitted for him despite the fact that the law forbade it. Alypius resisted the request, and although a bribe was promised, he scorned it with all his heart, and when threats followed, he trampled them underfoot. Thus all wondered at his unusual spirit, neither desiring the friendship nor fearing the enmity of such a man who was renowned for his immense ability to do good or evil to others. And when the judge whom Alypius counseled, though unwilling to fulfill the request, none the less also did not openly refuse it, placing the whole matter squarely on Alypius's shoulders, claiming that the latter would not allow him to do it, and in truth, had the judge done so, Alypius would have left his service. He was, however, almost seduced in one matter because of his love of learning, wishing to have books copied for him at praetorian prices. However, reflecting on the justice of the matter, he changed his course for the better, judging that the equity that hindered him was in fact a greater gain than the power that would have allowed him to do so. These are minor affairs, but he who is faithful in little is faithful also in much. See Luke 16:10. Nor can we render void the words spoken by the mouth of your truth. Quote, "If then you have not been faithful in the unrighteous mammon, who will entrust to you the true riches? And if you have not been faithful in that which is another's, who will give you that which is your own?" Luke 16:11-12. Thus, with such a character, he clung to me, and both of us wavered in our direction as we sought what course of life should be followed. Nebridius left his native country near Carthage, and indeed Carthage itself, where he had lived for a long while, leaving behind his excellent family estate and house, as well as his mother, who would not follow him. He went from there to Milan for no other reason than to live with me in a most ardent search for truth and wisdom. Like I, he sighed. Like I, he wavered, this ardent seeker for true life and most acute examiner of the most difficult questions. Thus gathered together were these three mouths of such destitute men, sighing their wants to one another and waiting upon you so that you might give them their food in due season. See Psalm 145:15. And in all the bitterness that, by your mercy, followed upon our worldly affairs, we asked why we should suffer all this, receiving an answer, only darkness. Groaning, we turned away and asked, how long shall all this last? This too we often said, all the while not forsaking our worldly ways, for as yet nothing certain had dawned upon us for us to embrace instead of these things. 11. Thinking about all this, I felt the greatest wonder for how long the time had been from when I was 19 years old, when I was first kindled with desire for wisdom, deciding even then that when I found her, I would abandon all the empty hopes and deceptive madness of vain desires. But behold, I was now 30 years old, stuck in the same mire, greedily desiring present things that passed away and dissipated me. All the while, however, I told myself, tomorrow I will find it. It will be fully clear, and I shall then grasp it. Behold, Faustus the Manichaean will come and make everything clear. O you great men, you academicians, is it true then that no certainty can be attained for the ordering of our lives? No. Let us search more diligently for it and not fall into despair. Behold, what we find in the Church's books is not absurd to us now, though it once seemed absurd. Now we see the sound sense in which they must be understood. I will take my stand where, as a child, my parents placed me until I discover the clear truth. But where shall I seek it, and when? Ambrose has no leisure, nor have we any leisure to read. Where shall we find even the very books that contain this truth? Where and when shall we procure them? From whom could we borrow them? Appoint the times and order the hours for our soul to find its health. Has great hope dawned? The Catholic faith does not teach what we thought it did, what we vainly accused her of holding. Her instructed members believe that it is profane to believe that God would exist within spatial limits like a human body. In our doubt, we fail to knock so that the rest might be opened. Our students fill our morning hours, but what do we do during the rest of the day? Why not this? But when would we have time to visit our powerful friends whose favors we must ask? When would we compose texts to sell to our students? When would we refresh ourselves, resting our minds from the endless strain of our cares? Quote, may all things perish, and be gone empty vanities, so that we might devote ourselves solely to the pursuit of truth. Life is wretched and death uncertain. If it suddenly were to spring upon us, in what state shall we depart from this world? And where shall we learn what we have neglected? And will we not rather suffer punishment for this negligence? Or what if death itself closes the curtain on all care and feeling? Then this must be ascertained. But God forbid that to be the case. It is no vain and empty thing that the excellent dignity of the authority of the Christian faith has spread over the whole of the world. Never would God have done such great things for us if bodily death also spelled the death of the soul. Why then do we delay to abandon worldly hopes and thus give ourselves completely over to seeking God and the blessed life? But wait, even those things are pleasant. They have a sweetness which is not paltry. We must not flippantly abandon them, for we would return to them in shame. And consider now how we no longer need to strive after some station in life. And what more could we wish to have? We have a number of powerful friends. If nothing else offers itself to us, but we feel much haste, then we might be a procurator with a wife of some means so that we will feel no financial burden. And this shall set the bounds of our desires. Many great men who are most deserving of imitation have given themselves to the study of wisdom in the state of marriage. End quote. While I spoke this way and wavered back and forth about these things, and such winds shifted and drove my heart this way and that, time passed on while I delayed to turn to the Lord. From day to day I put off living in you, though I did not put off dying in myself daily. Loving a happy life, I feared it in its own abode and sought it by fleeing from it. I thought I would be filled with misery unless I were embraced in female arms. And since I had not tried the medicine of your mercy, I did not think of curing that infirmity by such means. As for sexual continence, I supposed that it was in our own strength, though in myself I did not find such power, being so foolish as not to know that it is written, quote, none can be continent unless you grant it. See 1 Corinthians 7:7. And you would give it if, with inward groanings, I knocked at the door of your ears, and with a settled faith cast my cares upon you. 12. Indeed, Alypius kept me from marrying, claiming that if I did, we could by no means live together single-mindedly in the love of wisdom, as we long desired to do. For he himself was even then most pure on this point, in a way that aroused marvel. Indeed, this was all the more wonderful given that in his youth he had sexual experiences, but did not remain stuck in that way of life, feeling instead remorse and disgust at it, thereafter living without sex up to our present day. But I opposed him with examples of married men who cherished wisdom and served God acceptably, retaining their friends with a faithful love. I greatly lacked, though, their grandeur of spirit, and, bound with the disease of the flesh and its deadly sweetness, I dragged my chains along with me, dreading for them to be loosed. And, as if he had agitated my wound, I pushed back his good words of persuasion as though they were a hand reaching out to unchain me. Moreover, through my words the serpent spoke to Alypius, and my tongue wove upon his path pleasing snares that might entangle his virtuous and free feet. For he wondered at the fact that I, for whom he felt no small esteem, would remain so fully snared by that pleasure so as to protest, as often as we discussed the matter, that I could never lead a single life. And in response to his surprise, I insisted that there was a great difference between his momentary and barely remembered knowledge of that sort of life, which he might so easily despise, and my continued acquaintance with it. I assured him that if I just joined to it the honorable name of marriage, he would then understand why I did not condemn that course of action. Thus, he desired to be married, not as one overcome with desire for such pleasure, but out of curiosity. For as he told me, he wanted to understand how it was that I thought marriage would change my life, a life which seemed so pleasing to him, though I took it to be a kind of punishment. Indeed, his mind, which was free from that chain, was amazed at my own servitude, and through such amazement began to feel a desire to try it. And from desire he might actually pass on to the deed itself, and thence sink into the bondage that had filled him with such surprise, because he was willing to make a covenant with death. See Isaiah 28:15. And he who loves danger shall fall into it. See Sirach 3:26. For we were only slightly moved by whatever honor there might be in the office of living a well-ordered married life with a family. For me, it was mostly about the habit of satisfying the insatiable appetite that tormented me while it held me captive, whereas he was being led into captivity by his admiring wonder. Such was our state of soul until you, O Most High, not forsaking the clay of humanity, in your great mercy for us in our misery, came to our aid by your wondrous and secret ways. 13. Continual efforts were made to have me be married. I sought a wife, and soon she was promised to me, primarily through the labors of my mother, who thought that once I were so married, the life-giving waters of baptism might clean me. She rejoiced to see an increasing possibility of this each day, observing that her prayers and your promises were being fulfilled in my faith. And indeed, both at my request and her own longing, with strong cries from her heart, she beseeched you to send her some vision concerning my future marriage, but you never would. She saw empty and fanciful things, such as the human spirit's activity brings together when it bustles about regarding things like this. And she told me about this, not with the normal confidence she would show when you showed her anything, but rather with a kind of disdain. For she said that by way of a kind of inexpressible sentiment, she could distinguish between your revelations and the reveries fabricated by her own soul. Nonetheless, the matter was pursued, and a maiden was asked in marriage, though she was 2 years under a fitting age. Because she was appealing to me, I would wait. 14. A number of us who were friends discussed our detestation for the turbulent turmoil of human life, and after some debate, we nearly resolved to live apart from the business and bustle of men. We would do this by bringing together what we each might procure, combining our means into a single household, so that through the truth of our friendship, nothing would be owned by anybody in particular, but rather would belong wholly to each of us, and all of it to all of us, just as it had come from all of us. We thought that this small society should be composed of 10 people, some of whom were very rich, such as Romanianus, who was from the same city and a very familiar friend of mine from childhood. He had come to court because of the great agitations that his affairs had involved, and was very interested in this undertaking. And his voice held great sway in it, for his great wealth far exceeded what anyone else had. We also had settled that 2 annual officers, as it were, should provide everything that was necessary, with the others remaining undisturbed. However, when we began to consider whether our wives, whether future wives or ones to whom the prospective members were already married, would allow this, the entire plan, which was in the midst of being so well constructed, fell to pieces in our hands, was utterly dashed, and was cast aside. Thus, we sighed and groaned, and our steps trod upon the broad and beaten ways of the world. See Matthew 7:13. For our thoughts were many, but your counsel stands for eternity. See Psalm 33:11. And in this counsel you scoffed at ours, preparing your own ways, intending to give us food in due season, and to open your hand and fill our souls with blessing. See Psalm 145, verses 15 and 16. 15. Meanwhile, my sins multiplied, and my concubine was torn from my side as a hindrance to my marriage. But my heart, which clung to her, was torn, wounded, and bleeding. She returned to Africa, vowing to you that she would never know another man, leaving with me the son that I had by her. But how unhappy was I, who could not imitate the deeds of a woman, but was impatient about the 2-year delay during which I had to wait for the woman I sought in marriage, though not as though I was a lover of marriage, but rather was a slave to lust. Thus I procured another woman, though no wife, so that by remaining enslaved to my enduring custom, the disease of my soul might be maintained and carried on in its vigor, or even in a worse state, into the domain of marriage. Nor was the wound caused by the removal of the former thus cured. However, after inflammation and sharp pain, it decayed, and my pains became less keen, though more desperate. 16. Praise and glory be to you, fountain of mercies. My misery was increasing, and you were drawing near. Your right hand was continually ready to pluck me from the mire and to wash me thoroughly, though I did not know it. Nor did anything call me back from an even deeper gulf of carnal pleasures, except for the fear of death and of your judgment to come, which even amid all my vacillations never departed from my heart. And in my debates with Alypius and Nebridius on the nature of good and evil, I held that the philosopher Epicurus would have won the palm, in my opinion, if I not believed that after death the soul still remained alive, with places of reward and punishment, according to what man deserved, something that Epicurus would not believe. And I asked, if we were immortal and were to live in perpetual bodily pleasure without fear of losing it, why would we not be happy, or what else would we seek? But I did not know that great misery was involved in the very fact that I was so submerged and blinded that I could not discern the light of excellence and beauty that must be embraced for its own sake, a light that the eye of flesh cannot see, though it is seen by the inner man. Nor did I, wretched that I was, consider the ultimate source of my ability to discuss such matters, foul though they were, with such pleasure with my friends. And even according to the notions of happiness I then held, I could not be happy without friends, even if I had endless bodily pleasures. And yet I loved these friends for their own sakes, and felt that I was loved by them for my own. O crooked paths! Woe to my reckless soul that hoped, by forsaking you, Lord, to gain something better. Round and round did it turn, from front to back to both sides, yet on all sides it found only hard ground. But you alone are at rest. Behold, you are at hand, and deliver us from our wretched wanderings, placing us upon your path, and giving us comfort, saying, Run, I will carry you, yes, to the end, and there too I will carry you.
Chapter 1. My evil and abominable youth now lay dead, and I was passing on to early manhood. With the passing of years, I grew more defiled by vain things, all the while only imagining that reality was bounded by the limits of my physical sight. I did not think of you, O God, as though you had a bodily human figure. From the time I heard even the mere beginnings of wisdom, I avoided this, rejoicing, however, to have found that the same was held by the faith of our spiritual mother, your Catholic Church. However, I had no idea what else to think about you, and I, a man, indeed such a man, sought to conceive of you as the sovereign, only true God. And in my inmost soul I believed that you were incorruptible, free from all injury, and not subject to any change. For although I did not know where or how I got such knowledge, I plainly and surely saw that corruptible realities must be inferior to that which is not subject to corruption, that what is unable to be injured must be unhesitatingly preferred to what can be injured, and that the unchangeable preferred to changing things. My heart passionately cried out against all the phantoms of my imagination, and with one blow I sought to clear my mind, driving from it the unclean swarm buzzing about it. However, only a moment after being driven away, they were back in the blink of an eye, thickly gathered about my face, clouding its vision. Thus, although I did not conceive of you as though you had a human body, nonetheless I was forced to conceive of you, the incorruptible, uninjurable, unchangeable one whom I prefer to corruptible, injurable, and changing realities, as though you were in space, either spread throughout the world or diffused infinitely outside of it. For whatever I might have conceived as being deprived of such spatial dimensions seemed to be nothing, indeed altogether nothing, not even an empty void remaining after a body had been removed from it, leaving neither earth, water, air, or the heavens therein, but at least leaving a kind of spacious nothingness. With this weighed-down heart, and not even clear about what I myself was, I thought that whatever lacked spatial extension, diffusion, density, or fullness, or could not at least be received into such dimension, was in fact altogether nothing. For my heart ranged over the kinds of forms that my eyes saw, and I did not yet see that the mind itself, by which I fashioned these very images, was not something bodily like this. Nonetheless, it could not have formed them if it were not itself something truly great. Therefore, too, I strove to conceive of you, O life of my life, as though you were vast, spread out through infinite spaces, penetrating the whole mass of the universe on every side and going beyond it in every direction, through measured extents of boundless space. Thus the earth would have you, and heaven and all things, and yet they would be bounded by you, and you bounded nowhere. For just as bodily air does not hinder the sunlight from passing through it and penetrating it, not by bursting or cutting, but by wholly filling it, so too I thought that all bodies, not only of heaven, air, and sea, but also of the earth too, were permeable to your presence, so that in all its parts, both the greatest and the smallest, it should admit your presence by a secret inspiration within it, but also outside it, directing all things that you created. Such is what I thought, just as I did about the rest of reality, though it was false. Were it true, a larger portion of earth would contain a larger portion of you, while smaller spaces would contain less. And all things of each sort would be full of you, so that the body of an elephant would contain more of you than would that of a sparrow, all depending on the size of the reality in question. Thus, you would make various parts of yourself present to various parts of the world, doing so in fragments, giving large ones to large beings and small fragments to small beings. But this is not how you are. However, as yet, you had not enlightened my darkness. Chapter 2. This was enough for me, Lord, to oppose those deceived deceivers, those prattling fools, for your word did not sound from their lips. In fact, even while in Carthage, it was enough to hear the words of Nebridius, who astounded us when he asked, what could that supposed nation of darkness, spoken of by the Manichaeans as though it were a mass set in opposition to you, actually do to you if you refused to fight it? For if one were to answer that it would have done injury to you, then you would have been subject to injury and corruption. But if it were said that it could do no harm to you, then there was no reason for you to fight against it. In fact, such fighting would have involved some part of you, or some offspring of your very substance, becoming intermingled with those opposed powers and natures that were not created by you, leading you to be corrupted and changed for the worse, so that your happiness would have been turned to misery, and leading you to need assistance, so that you might be extricated and purified of this evil. This offspring of your substance would be the soul, enslaved, defiled, and corrupted, to be relieved by your word, which is free, pure, and whole. But that would have been corruptible too, for it was of one and the same substance. Thus, if they were to tell you that whatever you are, that is your substance by which you are, is incorruptible, then all these sayings would be false and deplorable. However, if they said you were corruptible, the very statement itself would be false and revolting. Nebridius' argument already sufficed against those who wholly deserved to be vomited out of the nauseous stomach, for they had no means of escaping horrible blasphemy in their hearts and words, so long as this is what they thought about you. Chapter 3. But I too, as yet, though firmly persuaded that you are the Lord and true God, undefilable, inalterable, and in no way subject to change, you who made not only our souls, but also our bodies, and not only our souls and bodies, but indeed all beings and things, I did not understand clearly and without difficulty the cause of evil. Nonetheless, whatever it was, I did perceive that it should not be conceived of in any way that would lead me to believe that the unchangeable God is changeable, lest I should become that very evil that I was seeking to understand. Thus, without anxiety, I sought it out, sure of the untruth of the positions held by those from whom I shrank away with my whole heart, since I saw that when they inquired into the origin of evil, they themselves became filled with evil, for they prefer to think that your substance suffered evil rather than to think that their own committed it. I strove to perceive what I now heard, namely that free will was the cause of our own evil-doing, and that your just judgment was the cause of our suffering evil. However, I was not able to discern the matter clearly. Thus, striving to draw my soul's vision out of that deep pit, I was plunged back into it, and with all my strivings, I was continually plunged back in. Yet this raised me slightly into your light. I was as well aware of the fact that I have a will as I was that I lived. When I willed or did not will to do anything, I was quite sure that nobody other than I did or did not do it. Indeed, I nearly became aware that this is the cause of my sin, but I saw that what I did against my will was something that I suffered, not did. And I judged this to be my punishment, not my fault. However, holding that you are just, I quickly confessed that I was not thereby unjustly punished. But again I said, who made me? Was it not my God, who is not only good, but goodness itself? Was it the source of my ability to will evil and not will the good, so that I am justly punished? Who placed this in me and grafted onto me this bitter stem? For I was fashioned by my most sweet God. If the devil were its author, where does he come from? And if he too, by his perverse will, became a devil after having been an angel, what was the source of his evil will by which he became a devil? For the whole nature of the angels was made by the most good Creator. Filled with such thoughts, I sank down again and was choked, though I was not brought down to that hell of error where no man confesses to you, so as to think instead that you suffer evil and that man does not do it. Chapter 4. In this way, I was like someone trying to find the full implications of my belief that the incorruptible must be better than the corruptible, which already had led me to confess that you must be incorruptible. For there never has been nor will be a soul that will be able to conceive anything that would be better than you, who are the sovereign and best good. However, since most truly and certainly the incorruptible is preferable to the corruptible, as I did now prefer it, then if you were not incorruptible, I would have thought up something better than my God. Thus, by seeing that the incorruptible is preferable to the corruptible, I thereby grasped that I ought there to seek for you and there observe where evil itself was, that is, to find the source of corruption which can in no way harm your substance. For corruption in no way harms our God, by no will, by no necessity, by no surprising chance. For he is God, and what he wills is good, and he himself is that good, and to be corrupted is not good. Nor are you constrained against your will to do anything, since your will is not greater than your power. But it would need to be greater were you greater than yourself, for the will and power of God is God himself. And what could be surprising for you who knows all things? Nor is there anything in the nature of things that you do not know. And why should we keep asking, could that substance that is God perhaps be corruptible? If it were, it would not be God. Chapter 5. Thus I sought an answer to my question, what is the source of evil? But I sought it in an evil way, blind to the evil involved in my searching. Before my mind's eye I set the whole of creation, all things that can be seen therein, the sea, the earth, air, stars, trees, and mortal creatures, and indeed included whatever we do not see, such as the firmament of heaven, all angels too, and all the spiritual inhabitants to be found there. However, I continue to think of all these beings as though they were bodies in space, making your creation into one great mass, made up of distinct kinds of bodies, some real and some phantoms of my imagination, which I thought to be spiritual realities. I thought this mass was huge, though not as it really is, which I could not know, but as was convenient for my thought, though finite in every way. However, I imagine that you, O Lord, embraced and penetrated it all throughout, though infinite in every way, as though there were a sea that were everywhere, on all sides, through measureless space, a huge and boundless sea, containing within itself a sponge which itself was huge, though bounded. Such a sponge would obviously have been filled by that boundless sea. This is how I conceived of your creation, itself finite, but full of you who are the infinite one. And I said, behold, God, and behold what God has created. See how he embraces and overflows them. Where then is evil? And where does it come from? And how did it creep into this? What is its root and its seed? Or does it have no being? Why, however, if it is nothing, do we fear and avoid it? Or if we fear it uselessly, then that fear is evil, goading and tormenting the soul uselessly. Indeed, in so much greater an evil to the degree that we have nothing to fear, but nonetheless continue in our fear. Thus either there is evil that we fear, or else the fact that we fear is evil. Where does it come from, given that God, the good one, has created all these good things? Yes, he, the creator and chief good, created these lesser goods, and both the creator and creatures are good. What is the source of evil? Or was there some evil matter from which he made, formed, and ordered it, with something being left in it unconverted to the good? But why would he do that? Was he not strong enough, he who is almighty, to turn it about and change the whole so that no evil might remain in it? Finally, why would he make anything at all out of it rather than, by the same omnipotence, cause it not to come into existence at all? Or could it then exist against his will? Or if it existed from all eternity, why did he allow it to be this way for infinite ages of time in the past, being pleased to make something with it only after they passed? Or if he were suddenly pleased at last to do something with it, would not the Almighty have rather willed that this evil matter should not exist, and that he alone should exist, the whole true, sovereign, and infinite good? Or if it was not good that he who was good should not also fashion and create something that was good, then having done away with and destroyed that evil matter, could he not form good matter, from which he would then create all things? For he would not be almighty if he could not create something good without the assistance of some kind of matter that he had not himself created. I mulled over all these sorts of thoughts in my miserable heart, weighed down with gnawing cares lest I should die prior to discovering the truth. Nonetheless, the faith of your Christ our Lord and Savior, professed in the Catholic Church, was filled in my heart, though still unformed on many points and unsteady concerning the rule of doctrine. However, my mind did not entirely depart from it, but rather daily took it in more and more. Chapter 6. By this time I had also rejected the lying divinations and impious insanity of the astrologers. Let your own mercies out of the depths of my soul confess unto you for this too, O my God. For you altogether, yes, for who else calls us back from the death of all errors, except for the life that cannot perish, and the wisdom that itself needs no light, but that which enlightens those minds that need it, by which the whole universe is directed, down to the rustling of the leaves of the trees. You made provisions for the obstinacy with which I struggled against Venetianus, a perceptive old man, and Nebridius, a young man with admirable talents. The former vehemently asserted, and the latter often said, though expressing some doubt himself, that there was no such art that could enable one to see things in the future. Rather, they said, men's conjectures were like a lottery, and out of the many things that they said would come to pass, some in fact did, though they who spoke such things did not actually have some kind of knowledge, but rather stumbled upon it merely because they spoke so often. At that time you provided me with a friend who was not careless in listening to the astrologers, though he had not developed skills in those arts, but, as I said, was a curious listener to their words. At the same time, he knew something himself which he had heard from his father, though he was not certain how much it should overthrow his estimation of that art. This man, named Firminus, had received a liberal education and was well taught in rhetoric. He consulted me as someone very dear to him, asking me what, based on his so-called constellations, I thought about some of his affairs in which his worldly hopes had risen. But I, having now begun to incline toward Nebridius's opinion, did not altogether refuse to conjecture on the matter, and thus I told him what came into my unresolved mind. However, I added that I was now almost persuaded that these were merely empty and ridiculous follies. He told me that his father had been very curious about the books teaching this art and had a friend who just as earnestly was interested in them. Together they would study and confer concerning these matters, fanning the flames of their affections in these toys, so that they would observe the times when the brute animals breeding about their house gave birth, looking then to the relative position of the stars, so that they might thereby undertake new experimentation in this so-called art. He then said that his father told him that when his mother was about to give birth to him, Firminus, a maidservant of that friend of his father's, was also pregnant, a fact that could not evade her master, who exercised great care and the utmost diligence in marking the births even of the puppies born in his household. It happened that both children, the one for his wife and the other for the servant woman, were both delivered at the same moment, as the men most carefully observed the days, hours, and indeed the minutes themselves. Thus they were both born under exactly the same constellations, even to the minutest detail, one for his son and the other for the newborn slave. For as soon as the women went into labor, they each gave notice to each other what was going on in their houses, and had messengers ready to send word to each other as soon as the birth had taken place, something both men easily were able to do. Thus the messengers of the respective parties met, he surmised, at such an equal distance from either house that neither of them could make out any difference in the position of the stars, nor on any other tiny point. Yet Firminus, born as the child of wealth in his parents' house, ran his course through the gilded paths of his life, increased in riches, and was raised to honors. By contrast, the slave continued to serve his masters without any relaxation of the yoke, as Firminus, who knew him, told me. Upon hearing these things, I believed them coming from the lips of someone who had such credibility. Thus all my resistance gave way, and first I strove to convince Firminus that he himself should give up that curiosity, telling him that if I were to make true predictions based on the constellation under which he were born, I would need to tell him about parents who were elevated among their neighbors, a noble family in its own city, high birth, good education, and liberal learning. But if that servant had come to me with the same star chart to have me say something about him, I would need to tell him, if I were to be truthful, that I saw the most abject of family family lineages, slavish conditions, and everything else that was entirely opposed to what I would have said about Firminus. Thus, if I spoke the truth, I should speak differently to different men based on the same constellations. Or if I spoke the same to them, then I would speak falsely. Therefore, it was most certain that whatever was spoken truly after considering someone's constellations was not wrought by some art, rather by chance. And whatever was spoken falsely was not due to ignorance of that art, but rather by the deceptions of chance. Thus, ruminating by myself on these things, an opening was formed so that none of those fools who lived by such a trade, men whom I longed to attack and disdainfully refute, might try to convince me that Firminus had informed me falsely, or that his father had done so to him. I turn my thought to such cases of twins, who for the most part come out of the womb so closely to each other that the tiny interval of time, no matter how intensely nature would supposedly exercise its power during that span, cannot be noted by human observation or in any way expressed in the figures that the astrologers must inspect in order to make his true proclamations. But they cannot be true. For looking at the same figures, he would have been forced to make the same prediction concerning Esau and Jacob, two men who had lives that were quite different. Therefore, the astrologer would be forced to speak falsely, or if he wished to speak truly, then looking at the same figures, he must not give the same answer. Thus, he would speak the truth only by chance, not art. For while the astrologers and those who consult remain unaware of it, you, O Lord, most righteous ruler of the universe, by your hidden inspiration, make the listener hear what he should hear, according to the merits of men's souls, speaking out of the unsearchable depths of your just judgment. And let no man ask, what is this, or why that? Let him stay silent, for he is but a man. Chapter 7. Now then, O my helper, you had loosed these fetters, and I sought to know where evil came from, but I found no way forward in this search. However, you did not allow wavering thoughts to carry me away from the faith. I believed that you exist, that your substance is unchanging, that you take care of men and judge them, and that in Christ your Son, our Lord, and the Holy Scriptures, which the authority of your Catholic Church pressed upon me, you had placed the path of man's salvation to that life which is to be after this death. With all this safe and fixed in my mind, I anxiously sought to know where evil comes from. Oh, how great were the birth pangs tormenting my breast, and how I groaned, O my God! Yet even there your ears were open, and I did not know it. And when in silence I vehemently sought an answer, that silent grief in my soul was a powerful cry unto your mercy. You knew what I had suffered, while no man could be aware of this, for what passed onto my tongue from those depths and into the ears of my closest friends. Did the whole tumult of my soul pass thereby? But neither time nor words could suffice. But all of it went up to your hearing, all that roared from the groanings of my heart. And my desire was before you, though the light of my eyes was not with me. For that was within, whereas I was outside. Nor was that confined to some place, but I was intent upon things that are contained in space. Yet there I found no resting place, nor did they receive me so that I could say, it is enough, it is well. But neither did they allow me to turn about so that I might find the place where it might indeed be truly well with me. For I was superior to these things, but inferior to you, and you are my true joy when I am subject to you, and you had subjected to me the things that are below me. And this was the right proportion and middle way of my safety, to remain in your image, and by serving you to rule the body. But when I rose up proudly against you, running stubbornly against him with a thick bossed shield, even these inferior things were set above me and pressed down upon me. And nowhere could I find respite or some place to catch my breath. I saw them all around me, on all sides, in heaps and throngs, and in my thought, images of them came to my mind, unsought as I would turn away from them to you, as though they were saying to me, where are you going, O you who are unworthy and defiled? And all this had grown out of my wound, for you humble the proud like one who is wounded, and through my own inflammation was I separated from you. Yes, pride had even swollen my eyes shut. Chapter 8. Yet you, O Lord, abide forever, but you are not angry with us forever. For you take pity upon the dust and ashes from which we are made, and it was pleasing in your sight to reform my deformities. Inwardly prodding me, you roused me, so that I should be ill at ease until you at last would be manifested to my inward sight. Thus by your secret medicine my swelling abated, and the troubled and dimmed eyesight of my mind was healed day by the bitter salve of healing sorrows. Chapter 9. wishing first to show me how you resist the proud but give grace to the humble, and how great was your mercy in tracing out for men the way of humility in the incarnation of your word, who dwelt among men. You obtained for me, by means of someone puffed up with most unnatural pride, certain books by Platonist philosophers translated from Greek into Latin. In them I read, not in the very words, but to the very same end, supported by many and various reasons, that in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. He was in the beginning with God. All things were made through him, and without him was not anything made that was made. In him was life, and the life was the light of men. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. And that the soul of man, though it bears witness to the light, none the less is not that light. But the Word of God, himself being God, was the true light that enlightens every man, and was coming into the world. And he was in the world, and the world was made through him, yet the world knew him not. However, I did not read there that he came to his own home, and his own people received him not. But to all who received him, who believed in his name, he gave power to become children of God. And again there I read that God the Word was born not of blood, nor of the will of the flesh, nor of the will of man, but of God. But that the Word became flesh and dwelt among us, I did not read there either, for I traced out in those books that it was variously said that the Son was in the form of the Father, and thought it not robbery to be equal with God, for he was of the same substance as the Father. But those books did not tell me that he emptied himself, taking the form of a servant, being born in the likeness of men, and being found in human form, he humbled himself, and became obedient unto death, even death on a cross. Therefore God has highly exalted him, and bestowed on him the name which is above every name, that at the name of Jesus every knee should bow, in heaven and on earth and under the earth, and every tongue confess that Jesus Christ is Lord, to the glory of God the Father. In them I saw that before and above all time your only begotten Son abides unchanging, co-eternal with you, and that from his fullness all souls have received, so that they might thereby be blessed, being renewed by the participation of wisdom that abides in them. But I did not there read, at the appointed time he died for the ungodly, nor that he did not spare his own Son, but gave him up for us all. For you have hidden these things from the wise and understanding, and revealed them to babes, so that they who labor and are heavy laden might come to him and receive rest, for he is meek and lowly in heart. Nor he leads the humble in what is right, and teaches the humble his ways. Beholding our lowliness and trouble, he forgives all our sins. But those who sit in the elevated heights of a supposedly lofty teaching do not hear the voice of him who says, "Learn from me, for I am gentle and lowly in heart, and you will find rest for your souls." For although they knew God, they did not honor him as God or give thanks to him. But they became futile in their thinking, and their senseless minds were darkened. Claiming to be wise, they became fools. Therefore, I also read there that they had exchanged the glory of the immortal God for images resembling mortal man, or birds, or animals, or reptiles, namely, for that Egyptian food by which Esau lost his birthright. And likewise, your firstborn people worship the head of a four-footed beast instead of you, turning their hearts back toward Egypt, bowing your image, that is, their souls, before the image of a calf that eats hay. I found all these things there, yet did not feed upon them. For it pleased you, O Lord, to take away from Jacob the reproach of being born later, so that the elder should serve the younger, and you called the Gentiles into your inheritance. Indeed, I came to you from among the Gentiles, and set my mind on the gold that you wish for your people to take from Egypt, for wherever it was found, it was yours. And to the Athenians you said through your apostle, that in you we live and move and have our being, as one of their own poets had said. And indeed, these books were from among the Gentiles, but I set not my mind on the idols of Egypt, whom they served with your gold, men who exchanged the truth about God for a lie, and worshipped and served the creature rather than the Creator. Chapter 10. And thus being admonished by them to return to myself, I entered even into my inward self, with you as my guide, and I was able to do so, for you had become my helper. And I entered, and with the eye of my soul, such as it was, I beheld the unchanging light above the very eye of my soul, above my mind. It was not that ordinary light that all flesh might see, nor a kind of brighter physical light, even if this should be brighter by many magnitudes, and take up all of space with its luminosity. No, that is not what this light was like. It was different, far different from all these. Nor was it above my soul as oil floats upon water, nor even as heaven is above earth. Rather, it was above my soul because it made me, and I was below it because I was made by it. He that knows the truth knows what the light is, and he that knows it knows eternity. Love knows it, O truth, who are eternity, and love, who are truth, and eternity, who are love. You are my God. To you do I sigh night and day. When I first knew you, you lifted me up so that I might there see what I could see, but also might see that I was not yet able to see. You beat back the frailty of my sight, bathing me in the radiance of the beams of your light, and I trembled with love and awe. And I perceived how far I was from you, in the region of dissimilitude, as though I heard your voice from on high. I am the food of grown men. Grow, and you shall feed upon me. But you will not change me like bodily food into you, but rather you shall be converted into me. And I learned that you chastened man for his iniquity, and made my soul to waste away like a spider. And I said, Is truth therefore nothing, because it is not spread out through space, whether it be finite or infinite? And you cried to me from afar, Yes, indeed, I am who I am. This I heard with the ear of my heart, and I have no room to doubt, for I would sooner be able to doubt than I live, than to think that I must deny the existence of that truth, clearly perceived in the things that have been made. Chapter 11. And I beheld the other things below you, and perceived that they neither altogether have being, nor altogether lack it. For they have being because they are from you, but they lack being because they are not what you are. Therefore it is good for me to hold fast to God, for if I do not stand fast in him, I cannot do so in myself. However, he, remaining in himself, renews all things. And you are the Lord my God, since you do not stand in need of my goodness. Chapter 12. And it was then clear to me that even those things that are subject to change and corruption are good, even though they are not the sovereign good. And indeed, if they were not good, they could not undergo corruption. If they were sovereignly good, they would be incorruptible. But if they were not at all good, there would be nothing in them that would be corrupted. For corruption injures, and for this to take place, there must be some good to be diminished. Therefore, either corruption does not injure something, which cannot be the case, or everything that is corrupted is deprived of goodness, which is most certain. However, if they were deprived of all good, they would cease to be. But if they were to exist, only no longer subject to corruption, they would be better than before, for they would abide incorruptibly. And what more monstrous thing could there be than to affirm that things become better by losing all their good? Therefore, if they were deprived of all good, they should no longer be. Thus, for as long as they exist, they are good, and therefore whatsoever is good. Therefore, the evil that I was seeking to explain was not any kind of substance, for if it were, it would be good. For it would either be an incorruptible substance, and thus a good of the first rank, or it would be a corruptible substance, which could not suffer corruption if it were not itself good. Therefore, I perceived, and it was manifested to me, that you made all things good, and that there was no substance that you had not made. And likewise, I saw that you did not make all things equal, but they all have being, for each of them is good, and all of them taken together are very good, for our God made all things very good. Chapter 13. And to you nothing whatsoever is evil, indeed not only to you, but also to your creation as a whole, for there is nothing outside it that might break in and corrupt the order that you have appointed. However, in this or that part of it evil can be found, for that part is not in harmony with others. But those very things are in harmony with others, and in that way are good, and they are good in themselves. Yet all these parts that are out of harmony with each other are still in harmony with that lower part of your creation that we call earth, which is made up of its own windswept cloudy sky, which has its own harmony. Therefore, far be it from me to say these things should not be, for even if I only experience these realities and thus would rightly long for better things, nonetheless I must praise you for these by themselves. They all proclaim that you are to be praised, sea monsters in all deeps, fire and hail, snow and mist, stormy wind fulfilling his command, mountains and all hills, fruit trees and all cedars, beasts and all cattle, creeping things and flying birds, kings of the earth and all peoples, princes and all rulers of the earth, young men and maidens together, old men and children. But when these praise you, O our God, from the heavens and in the heights, all your angels, all your hosts, sun and moon, all the stars and light, the highest heavens and the waters above the heavens, in praise of your name, I did not now long for things better, for then I conceived of all things. And with a sounder judgment, I understood that things above are better than things below, though all of them together are better than those higher things by themselves. Chapter 14. How unhealthy are they who are displeased by any part of your creation, and so too was I when I was displeased by much that you have made. And since my soul would not dare to be displeased with my God, I refused to admit that anything that was displeasing, for it should be said to come from you. Hence it fell into the opinion that there are two substances, thereby finding no rest and contenting itself with idle chatter. Then turning back from that belief, it fashioned for itself a god, though one that was infinitely stretched out in space. Thinking that this was what you were like, it placed its heart in this fabrication. Thus again it became the temple of its own idol, something abominable to you. But after you soothed my head without my knowing it, and turned my eyes from looking upon vanities, I somewhat ceased being my former self, and my madness was lulled to sleep. And I awoke in you and saw that you are infinite, though in a different way from what I had imagined, illuminated as I was by a vision that was not bodily in nature. Chapter 15. And I looked back on other things, seeing that they owed their being to you and are bounded by you. But I realized that I was wrong to think that this was a kind of spatial enclosing. Rather, all things are bounded by you because you hold all things in the hand of your truth. And all things are true insofar as they have being. Nor is there any falsehood, except when we say that something is, when it, in fact, it is not. And I saw that all things harmonized, not only with their particular places, but also with their seasons. So too I saw that you, who alone are eternal, did not begin your work after the passing of countless ages of time, for all spans of time, both those that have passed and those that will come to pass, neither pass away nor come without you being abidingly at work. Chapter 16. And I perceived, finding the fact in no way strange, that bread that tastes pleasant to a healthy palate tastes wretched to someone who is ill. Similarly, sore eyes find the light offensive, though it is delightful to him whose eyes are well. So too your righteousness is displeasing for the wicked, not to mention the viper and the worm, which you created good, suited to the lower parts of your creation, with which the wicked themselves are also in harmony, indeed all the more to the degree that they are unlike you, though they are suited to superior realities, to the degree that they become more like unto you. I sought to understand what iniquity is, and I discovered that it was not any kind of substance, but rather a perversion of the will turned away from you, O God, the Supreme One, toward these lower things, casting away its own bowels and becoming swollen. Chapter 17. I was amazed that I now no longer loved a mere phantom of you, but rather you indeed. But I did not press onward to true enjoyment of you. Instead, I was lifted up to you by your beauty, all of a sudden being brought back down from you by my own weight, sinking with sorrow into these inferior things. Such was the weight of my carnal habits. Nonetheless, some memory of you dwelt within me, and I did not in any way doubt that there was one to whom I might cling, but that I was not yet in such a state as to cling to you. For the body that is corrupted presses down upon the soul, and the earthly dwelling weighs down the mind that muses upon many things. And I was most certain that, from the creation of the world, your invisible works are clearly seen, being understood through the things that are made, even to the point of knowing your eternal power and Godhead. For I examined the source of my admiration for the beauty of heavenly and earthly bodies, and I considered what helped me to judge correctly about mutable realities, so that I could state, this ought to be this way, but that should not. In other words, while so examining how it was that I judged things like this, for I did do this, I discovered the unchangeable and true eternity of truth above my own mutable mind. Thus gradually I passed from bodies to the soul, which perceives through bodily senses. Then I passed onward to its inward power for representing external things presented by the bodily senses, a kind of knowledge that even the beasts can fashion. And further still I passed onward to the power of reasoning, which renders judgments concerning what is received through the senses. And when this power within me discovered that it was itself something changing and variable, it raised itself up to its own understanding and drew back my thoughts from the powers of habit, drawing back from the hosts of contradictory imaginations that I had formed, so that it might in this way discover the nature of that light which bespeckled it. Thus, without any doubt, it cried out, the immutable must be preferred to the mutable. And so, too, it knew the immutable one. For without such knowledge, it would have no sure ground for preferring it to what is mutable. Thus, in a single and trembling flash of its glance, it arrived at that which is. Then I caught sight of your invisible things, which are understood through created realities, but I could not fix my gaze on it. In my infirmity, I was thrust back and cast down once more into my normal habits. I only carried with me a loving memory of what I had experienced, as well as a longing for what I had, as it were, caught a whiff of, though I could not yet feed upon it. Chapter 18. Then I sought a way to obtain enough strength to enjoy you, but it would not be found until I embraced the one mediator between God and man, the man Christ Jesus, who is God over all, blessed forever. He was calling unto me, saying, I am the way, and the truth, and the life. And the very food that I was unable to receive, he mingled with our flesh, for the Word became flesh, so that your wisdom, by which you created all things, might provide milk for us in our infant state. For I did not hold to my Lord Jesus Christ as a humble man clinging to the humble one, nor did I yet know where his infirmity would guide us. For your word, the eternal truth, he who is far above all the higher parts of your creation, raises up the humble to himself. But in this world here below, he built for himself a lowly dwelling place from the dust from which we were made, so that he might humble those who would be humbled, and so brought to himself. Thus he heals their swollen condition and nourishes their love, so that they might turn away from self-confidence and consent to become weak, seeing before their very feet the Godhead, now made weak by taking on our garments of skin. Thus, in their weariness, they might cast themselves upon him who will lift them when he rises. Chapter 19. But I myself thought otherwise at the time, believing that my Lord Christ was merely a man of exceptional and unequaled wisdom. In particular, because he was wondrously born of a virgin, he seemed to have attained, through the divine care for us, the highest authority as an example of despising temporal things for the sake of obtaining immortality. But I could not in any way imagine the mystery that was concealed in the words, the Word was made flesh. Based on what was written about him eating, drinking, sleeping, walking, rejoicing in spirit, sorrowing, and conversing with others, I understood only that the flesh did not cleave to your word without a human soul and mind. This was known by everyone who knew that your word is immutable, something I now knew as far as I could, having no doubt about it. For the soul and mind, subject to variation, perform all these actions: to move or not move one's limbs, to be affected by some feeling now or not, to speak words of wisdom through human signs now, while at other times remaining silent. And if any of these things said about him were false, then all the rest would also risk being so, and nothing would remain in those books for bringing mankind saving faith. Therefore, since they were truly written, I held that Christ was a perfect man, not merely the body of a man, nor merely along with that the kind of soul that brute animals have, but rather a man with a rational soul. And I judge that he should be preferred to all others, not merely as a form of truth, but indeed as someone having a particularly great excellence in human nature, and a more perfect participation in wisdom. Alypius, however, imagined that Catholics believe that God is so clothed with flesh that Christ would only be God in flesh without any human soul or mind. And because he was strongly persuaded that the actions recorded about him could only have been performed by a living and rational creature, he moved more slowly toward the Christian faith. However, when he later understood that this was the error held by the Apollinarian heretics, he rejoiced at what the Catholic faith taught and was better disposed to it. But I confess that it was only somewhat later that I learned how the true Catholic understanding of the saying, the Word was made flesh, was to be distinguished from the falsehood of Photinus. The rejections voiced by heretics make your church's beliefs and sound doctrine stand out more clearly, for there must be heresies so that what is genuine might be made manifest to the weak. Chapter 20. Now that I had read those books of the Platonists, from whom I had been taught to search for your incorporeal truth, I saw your invisible things which are understood through created realities. And though I was cast back, I did catch a glimpse at what I was prevented from contemplating on account of the darkness of my mind. Yes, now I was sure. You exist and are infinite, though not diffused in space, whether finite or infinite in extent. You truly are the same forever, suffering no change in some part of you or in some motion. And all other things came from you, a truth that had its sure foundation even solely on the grounds of the very fact of their existence. I was sure of all of these things, but my certitude was not enough for me to enjoy you. I babbled on like someone who knew a great deal, but until I sought out your way in Christ our Savior, I would not be filled with wisdom, but emptied out in death. For now I had a desire to seem wise, filled with the punishment that was justly mine. And yet I did not mourn, but rather was puffed up with knowledge. Indeed, where was that charity that builds upon the foundation of humility that is Christ Jesus? Or when should these books teach it to me? Therefore I believe that you had willed that I would stumble on to these books before I studied your scriptures, so that my memory might have a clear recollection of how they affected me, and so that afterwards, when my spirits were tamed by your books and my wounds touched by your healing fingers, I might discern and distinguish between presumption and confession, between those who saw the direction they were to go without however seeing the way, indeed the way that leads one not merely to see our blessed homeland, but to dwell there. For if I had first been formed in your sacred scripture, tasting your sweetness through regular reading of it, and then found those other volumes, they may perhaps have lured me away from the solid ground of piety. Or even if I did remain in a healthy state of soul, I may have thought that that health might have been obtained by the study of those books alone. Chapter 21. Thus, with great eagerness, I took hold of your Spirit's venerable words, above all those written by the pen of Paul the Apostle. Then all those difficulties that I used to feel vanished before my eyes. No longer did I think he fell into self-contradiction, nor that his words were out of harmony with the testimonies found in the law and the prophets. And I looked upon those pure words as though they had only one face, and I learned to rejoice with trembling. In this way I began, and whatever truth I had read in those other books, I found it here amid the praise of your grace. I saw that he who sees may not glory as though he had not received not only what he sees, but also the very fact that he sees. For what does he have that he has not received? And also he may not only be admonished to behold you, who are forever the same, but also he may be healed, so that he may embrace you. And he who cannot see from afar off might yet walk upon the way that leads to you, and come to see and embrace you. For though a man might delight in the law of God in his innermost self, what shall he do with the other law that is in his members? At war with the law of his mind, holding him captive to the law of sin that dwells in his members. For you are just, O Lord, but we have sinned, having committed iniquity and acted wickedly. Your hand lies heavy upon us, and we have been justly delivered to that ancient sinner, the king of death. For he persuaded our will to be like his, by which he failed to abide in your truth. What shall wretched man do? Who shall deliver him from this body of death, if not your grace through Jesus Christ our Lord, who was begotten of you co-eternally and fashioned at the beginning of your ways, in whom the prince of this world found nothing, deserving of death, though he none the less killed him. And thus the bond that stood against us was blotted out. All of this was not contained in the writing of the Platonists. Those pages did not present the image of such piety, the tears of confession, your sacrifice, which is a broken spirit, a broken and contrite heart, the salvation of the people, the bridal city, the pledge of the Spirit, and the cup of our redemption. In their pages no man sings, "For God alone my soul waits in silence. From him comes my salvation. He only is my rock and my salvation, my fortress. I shall not be greatly moved." No one there hears him call, "Come to me, all who labor," for they scornfully refuse to learn from him because he is meek and lowly of heart. For you have hidden these things from the wise and understanding and revealed them to infants. For it is one thing to stand upon a forest-covered mountaintop and look upon the land of peace, without seeing the way there, striving in vain, upon impassable roads, assailed by fugitive deserters lying in wait, with their captains, the lion and the dragon. But it is another matter to keep your feet upon the way that leads there, guarded by the hosts of the heavenly commander, where no one is attacked by those who deserted the heavenly army, for they avoid this path as though it were torture itself. All this sank marvelously into my depths when I read the words of the least of your apostles, meditated on your works, and was filled with fearful trembling.
1. O my God, in a spirit of thanksgiving, let me recall and confess to you the mercies that you showed me. Let my bones be filled with your love, and let them say, "Who is like unto you, O Lord?" See Psalm 35:10. You have loosed my bonds. I will offer to you the sacrifice of thanksgiving. Psalm 116, 16-17. And I will now declare how you broke them, and all who worship you will say, upon hearing this, "Blessed be the Lord in heaven and upon earth. Great and wonderful is his name." See Psalm 101:3 and 111:9. Your words held fast within my heart, and I was hedged in upon all sides by you. See Job 1:10. I was now certain of your eternal life, though I saw it in a mirror dimly. See 1 Corinthians 13:12. Nonetheless, I no longer doubted that there was an incorruptible substance, the source of every other substance, nor did I any longer desire to be more certain of you, but rather to be steadfast in you. But everything was wavering in my temporal life, and my heart had to be cleansed of the old leaven. See 1 Corinthians 5:7. The way, the Savior himself, was quite pleasing to me, but to this point I drew back from traveling upon his straight path. And you put into my mind an idea that seemed good to me, namely, to go to Simplician, who seemed to be one of your good servants, and your grace shone forth in him. I also heard that from his very youth he had lived a life most devoted to you. He had now grown in years, and having spent such a long time traveling upon your ways with great zeal, he seemed to have learned much through his experiences. And indeed he had. I wished to set before him all my anxieties and ask him to draw from the storehouse of his wisdom so that he might tell me the best way for someone like me to walk in your paths. For I saw that the church is full of men who went this way or that in their walks of life. However, I was displeased that I led a life in the world. Indeed, now that my desires no longer inflamed within me hopes for honor and wealth as they once had, this onerous bondage was a great burden. For those things no longer delighted me in comparison with your sweetness and the beauty of your house. See Psalm 26:8. However, I was still enthralled by love of women, nor did the apostle forbid me to marry, though he advised me that there is something better, especially wishing that all men would be as he was. See 1 Corinthians 7:8. However, in my weakness I chose the more indulgent path. Therefore, for the sake of this alone, I was tossed up and down in everything else, faint and wasted away with exhausting cares. For in other matters, I was forced against my will to conform myself to the married life, to which I gave myself over as a slave. I had heard from the mouth of the truth that there are eunuchs who have made themselves eunuchs for the sake of the kingdom of heaven. See Matthew 19:12. But, he continued, quote, he who is able to receive this, let him receive it. End quote. For surely all men who are ignorant of God are vain and are not able to find out him who is good by considering the good things which are seen. See Wisdom 13:1. But I no longer lived in such vanity. I had surmounted it, and by the common witness of your creatures I had discovered you, our Creator, and your Word, God with you, and together with you the one God, through whom you had created all things. But there is yet another kind of ungodly men, who although they knew God did not glorify him as God or give him thanks. See Romans 1:21. Into this too had I fallen, but your right hand upheld me. See Psalm 18:38, drawing me from there and placing me somewhere that I might recover. For you have said to man, quote, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, end quote, Proverbs 9:10, and, quote, be not wise in your own eyes, end quote, Proverbs 3:7. For they who claimed to be wise became fools, see Romans 1:22. But I had now found the pearl of great price, for which I should have sold everything that I had, see Matthew 13:46. Yet I hesitated. 2. Thus I went to Simplician, the father in grace of Bishop Ambrose, a man whom Ambrose truly loved as a father. I spoke to him about all the mazes through which I had wandered. However, when I mentioned to him that I had read certain books by the Platonists, translated into Latin by Maurius Victorinus, a former professor of rhetoric in Rome who had died as a Christian, he was overjoyed that I had not fallen upon the writings of other philosophers which are filled with fallacies and deceits, according to the human traditions. See Colossians 2:8. Whereas the Platonists in many ways led to belief in God and his word. Then, as an exhortation to the humility of Christ, which is hidden from the wise and revealed to little ones, see Matthew 11:25, he spoke of Victorinus himself, whom he had most intimately known while in Rome. I will not conceal what he said concerning him, for it contains great praise of your grace, to confess to you the conversion of a man of so many years. How learned and skilled in the liberal arts was he, so well read and discriminating concerning so many works of the philosophers. And he was the instructor of a great host of noble senators, obtaining a statute in the Roman Forum as a monument to his excellent work, something deemed a great honor by worldly men. So too he was a worshipper of idols and a participant in the sacrilegious rites that were practiced by nearly all of the Roman nobility, rites that had inspired the people with the love of monster gods, barking Anubis and his mongrel crew, who on Neptune, Venus, and Minerva fling their impious arms. Rome, who had once upon a time conquered these gods, now adored them, all of whom Victorinus had defended for so many years with his thundering eloquence. But now he did not blush at being the child of your Christ and an infant newborn from your fountain, nor at submitting his neck to the yoke of humility and bowing his head before the reproach of the cross. O Lord, Lord, who has bowed the heavens and come down, touching the mountains and making them send forth smoke. See Psalm 144:5. By what means did you find your way into his breast? As Simplician said, he used to read the Holy Scriptures, seeking and searching very studiously into all the various Christian writings, so that he said to Simplician, not openly but privately as a friend, "Understand that I am already a Christian." In response, Simplician answered, "I will not believe it, nor will I number you among the Christians until I see you in the Church of Christ." Then Victorinus lightheartedly replied, "Do walls thus make one to be a Christian?" Often he repeated this claim that he already was a Christian, and Simplician just as often responded with the same words, being met anew with the flippant remark about not needing walls to establish his Christianity. Victorinus did this because he feared to offend his friends, those proud demon worshippers, supposing that the weight of their hatred would fall down upon him from the height of their Babylonian dignity, like the cedars of Lebanon that had not yet been felled by the Lord. See Psalm 29:5. However, after continued reading and earnest reflection, he gathered a firm intention and feared being denied by Christ before the holy angels, if he himself now feared to confess Christ before men. See Luke 9:26. Thus he judged that he was guilty of a grave sin by being ashamed of the sacraments of your word's humility, while not being ashamed of the sacrilegious rites of those proud demons, whose pride he imitated and whose rites he adopted. Therefore he put off the shame of vanity and felt shame before the truth, suddenly and unexpectedly saying to Simplician, who told me about this himself, "Let us go to the church, for I wish to become a Christian." And, unable to contain his joy, he went with Victorinus. Thus, having received initial sacramental initiation as a catechumen, not long after he submitted his name so that he might be reborn through baptism. At this, Rome was filled with wonder and the church with joy. The proud saw and were filled with anger. They gnashed their teeth and faded away. See Psalm 112:10. However, the Lord was the hope of your servant, who paid no attention to vanities and deceptive madness. See Psalm 40:5. To conclude the story, in Rome, those who are about to approach your grace declare their faith while upon an elevated platform in the sight of all the faithful in a memorized form. When the hour had come for Victorinus to do so, the presbyters, Simplician said, offered to him that he could make his profession more privately, as was customary for those who seemed to be unnerved and shy. But he chose instead to profess his salvation there in the presence of the holy multitude. For as he said, it was not salvation that he taught in his rhetoric classes, though he publicly professed that. How much less then should he, in pronouncing your word, dread to stand before your flock, he who did not fear the mad multitude of people when he pronounced his own words. Thus, when he went up to make his profession of faith, all who knew him whispered to each other his name in words of congratulation, and who gathered there did not know him. Thus, on all the lips of the rejoicing listeners there was heard a low murmur, "Victorinus, Victorinus." As quickly as they burst forth in rapturous joy upon seeing him, so too did they quickly hush so that they might hear him. And he pronounced the true faith with great boldness, and all wished to draw him into their very hearts. Yes, through their love they drew him there, clasping him with the hands of their affection. 3. O our good God, why do we rejoice more at the salvation of a soul who seemed hopeless and immersed in great dangers than we do at the conversion of those whose situation was more hopeful or less filled with danger? For you too, O merciful Father, rejoice more over one who repents than over 99 righteous men who have no need of repentance. See Luke 15:7. And how great is our delight when we joyfully hear that the sheep that had strayed has been brought back upon the shepherd's shoulders. See Luke 15:5. And that the coin has been restored to your treasury, while the woman's neighbors rejoice with her at the news. See Luke 15:8. And think of how the joy of the solemn service of your house draws forth tears when we hear the words read telling us that your younger son was dead and is alive again, that he who was lost has been found. See Luke 15:24. For you rejoice in us and in your holy angels, holy through holy charity. For you are ever the same, knowing all things the same way, though they neither abide unchanged or forever. What then takes place in the soul when it is more delighted at finding or recovering the things that it loves than if it had always had them? Indeed, other things bear witness to this as well, for all things are filled with witness that cry out, "So it is." When a commander succeeds in his conquest, he shouts in triumph, but he would not have conquered without fighting. And the greater the peril he faced, the greater the joy in his triumph. The storm tosses sailors, threatening with shipwreck, while they all go pale with fear of death. Then the sky and sea calm, and they are filled with great joy, corresponding to the great fear that they had felt. A friend is sick, with a pulse that warns that his condition is serious. All who long for his recovery are sick in mind, as he is sick in body. Then he is restored, though he does not yet walk around with his former strength. Nonetheless, how great is the joy, even more than when he could walk around hale and hearty. Yes, men acquire the very pleasures of human life through difficulties, not only those that fall upon us unexpectedly and against our wills, but also ones that we ourselves choose, sometimes even in a spirit of pleasure-seeking. Eating and drinking have no pleasure unless hunger and thirst precede them. Drunkards eat salted meats that cause an unpleasant irritation, which brings pleasure when it is allayed by drinking. And it is also the case that the betrothed bride should not be given to her future husband at once, lest, having not sighed for her during a period of betrothal, he might not hold her in high esteem. This law holds in foul and accursed joy, and it is found in permitted and lawful joy. So too it is found in the purest perfection of friendship, and so too in him who was dead but now is alive, him who was lost but now is found. Everywhere greater joy is ushered in by greater pain. What does this mean, O Lord my God, whereas you are a joy to yourself everlastingly, also endlessly rejoiced in by those beings who now surround you? What is the meaning of this ebbing and flowing of displeasure and reconciliation in this part of things? Is this their allotted measure? Is this all that you have assigned to them? Whereas from the highest heavens to the lowest bounds of the earth, from the beginning of the world to the end of the ages, from the angel to the lowly worm, from the first motion to the last, you set each in its place and bring each into being in due season. Every good thing according to its particular kind. Woe is me! How high are you in the loftiest heights, and how deep are you in the greatest depths? You never depart, yet we with difficulty return to you. 4. Come, O Lord, and act. Stir us up and call us back. Kindle our hearts and draw us to you. Inflame our affection, and may our spirit be filled more and more with your sweetness. Let us now love. Let us make haste. See Song of Songs 1:4. Do not many return to you from a deeper hell of blindness than Victorinus did? Yes, and they come to you and are enlightened by you, receiving the light that gives those who receive it the power to become children of God. John 1:12. But if they are less well known, even those who know them feel less joy at this. For when a host of people rejoice together, each individual feels more exuberant joy because they kindle and inflame one another. Likewise, those who are well known influence more men to embrace your salvation and lead the way with many following them. Therefore, those who precede them rejoice greatly in them, because they do not rejoice solely in them. Let it never be the case that in your house the rich should be accepted before the poor, or the noble before those of humble birth. For you have, by contrast, chosen those who are weak in the world, so as to shame the strong, choosing what is lowly and those who are despised in the world, indeed those things that are not, so that you might bring to nothing those that are. See 1 Corinthians 1:27 and 28. And yet even that least of your apostles, see 1 Corinthians 15:9, upon whose lips you pronounce these words, Paulus the proconsul, see Acts 13, after his pride was conquered through his warlike struggle, then placed himself under the easy yoke, see Matthew 11:29, of your Christ, thus becoming a humble subject of the great King, being pleased to change his name from Saul to Paul, in witness to such a great victory. For the enemy is more overcome in someone over whom he has a greater hold and by whom he holds on to a greater number of other people. But he has a greater hold upon the proud through their nobility, and through their authority they also exercise a greater hold upon others. So then, to the degree that men had felt esteem for Victorinus' heart, which was held by the devil as a kind of unassailable possession, and for his tongue, which had slain so many like a mighty and sharp weapon, so too, to an equal degree and in great abundance, should your sons rejoice upon seeing that the king has bound the strong man. See Matthew 12:29, taking his vessels from him to be cleansed and suited to your honor. See Luke 11:22, thus becoming serviceable for the Lord, ready for any good work. See 2 Timothy 2:21. 5. But when this man of yours, Simplician, told me the story about Victorinus, I was on fire to imitate him. And he had told the story precisely for this reason. And he likewise added how in the days of Emperor Julian, a law was promulgated forbidding Christians to teach the liberal arts and rhetoric. In obedience to this law, he preferred to forsake the verbose discourse of the schools rather than your word, by which you give eloquence to mute tongues. See Wisdom 10:21. Hearing this, I judge that even more than resolute in character, he was blessed, for he thus found an opportunity to serve only you. And this is what I was pining for, bound not by iron shackles placed on me by someone else, but rather by the iron of my own will. It was held by the enemy, thus chaining and binding me. My perverse will gave rise to my lust, and, serving this lust, I established a habit. And since I did not resist this habit, a kind of necessity was born. Thus, link joined to link in what I have called a chain, enslaving me in harsh bondage. However, a new will began to exist in me, desiring to freely serve you and wishing to take joy in you, O God, in whom alone is found certain delight. But it could not yet overcome my former willfulness, which had only strengthened with age. Thus, two wills struggled within me, one new and spiritual and the other old and carnal, and through their discord my soul was ravaged. Thus, through my own experience, I understood the words I had read, quote, "The desires of the flesh are against the spirit, and the desires of the spirit are against the flesh." Galatians 5:17. I myself was on both sides of this divide, though more so in what I approved in myself than in what I disapproved. However, now the latter was less myself, for I did not willingly embrace it, but rather endured it. And yet, it was through me that habit had obtained this power of warring against me, for I had willingly come to this state where now I willed not be. And who has any right to speak out against the just punishment that follows a sinner? Nor could I plead as I once did, saying that I still hesitated to scorn the world and serve you, because I was not yet fully sure of that truth. For now it was sure for me. But still enslaved to the earth, I refused to fight under your banner, fearing to be freed from all encumbrances as much as I should have feared being weighed down by them. Thus, like a man who was asleep, I was pleasantly weighed down with the baggage of this present world, and when I would meditate upon you, my thoughts were like the struggle of a man who would like to awake, but, overcome by heavy drowsiness, falls back asleep. No men wish to sleep forever, for in all men's sober judgment it is far better to be awake than asleep. Yet, sluggish and weighed down in all his limbs, a man will most often wait to shake off his sleep, half displeased, yet yielding to it with pleasure, even after it is time to rise. So too I was sure that it was much better for me to hand myself over to your charity than to my own disordered desire. However, although the first course of action seemed pleasant and was gaining mastery over me, the other still gave me pleasure and remained my master. Nor did I have any answer for you when you called out to me, saying, quote, "Awake, O sleeper, and arise from the dead, and Christ shall give you light." Ephesians 5:14. And when you showed me on all sides how your words were true, I was convinced by that truth, and had nothing left to say but only, "Soon, yes, very soon, just give me a little while longer." But very soon was still far away, and this little while longer stretched on for a long while. In vain I delighted in your law in my inmost self, but I saw in my members another law at war with the law of my mind, leading me captive to the law of sin that was in my members. See Romans 7:22-23. For the law of sin is the force of habit, by which the mind is dragged and held even against its will. However, it deserves this, for it fell into this state willingly. Who, then, will deliver me, O wretch that I am, from this body of death, if not your grace, through Jesus Christ our Lord? See Romans 7:24-25. 6. I will now declare and confess unto your name, O Lord, my helper and redeemer. See Psalm 19:14, how you delivered me from the bonds of desire that bound me so tightly to carnal concupiscence and from slavery to worldly affairs. Filled with increasing anxiety, I continued along at my normal business, daily sighing to you. I was present in your church whenever I was free for this business, whose burdens were the source of my groans. Alypius was with me, now free from his third term in his affairs of law, now waiting to find someone to whom he might sell his counsel, as I sold rhetorical skill, if teaching can indeed impart it. And on account of our friendship, Nebridius had now agreed to teach under Verecundus, a grammarian who was a citizen in Milan, and a very intimate friend to us all. This man urgently desired and beseeched us to provide, on the basis of our friendship, the faithful assistance that he so greatly needed. Thus, Nebridius did not come to this labor looking for some advantage for himself, for he might have made much more of his learning if he had so willed, but rather as a most kind and gentle friend. He did not wish to fail to fulfill a just request raised by our friendship, but he did this very discreetly, avoiding recognition by men esteemed highly by the world. Thus did he avoid the distraction of mind that comes from such affairs, for he desired to have freedom and leisure, for as many hours as would be possible, to seek, read, or hear something concerning wisdom. Behold, then, one day, when Nebridius was absent, for some reason I cannot recall now, a man named Ponticianus came to see me and Alypius. He was a fellow African, now occupying a high office in the emperor's court. I do not know what he wanted from us, but we sat down to converse. It happened that upon a table set up for a game, he saw there before us a book which he took and opened. He was surprised to find there the writings of the Apostle Paul, for he had thought it was going to be one of the books with which I was wearying myself in my teaching work. He smiled at this and looked at me, expressing his joy and wonder that he unexpectedly found only this book here before my eyes. For he was a baptized Christian, a man who often in church bowed in frequent and prolonged prayers before you, our God. When I then told him that I spent much energy reading those scriptures, our conversation turned to Anthony, the Egyptian monk, whose name was held in high esteem among your servants, though we did not know anything about him. When Pontitianus discovered this fact, he expanded on the subject, telling us more, and he was amazed that we were unaware of such an eminent man. But we stood there amazed, hearing of your wonderful works which were attested to so fully in such recent times, indeed, nearly in our own days, wrought in the true faith and the Catholic Church. We all marveled, our group, at the greatness of Anthony's deeds, and Pontitianus at the fact that we had previously heard nothing about them. He then discussed the great hosts of men in the monasteries and their holy ways, which were a sweet-smelling offering to you, as well as the fruitful deserts in the wilderness, about which we knew nothing. And there was a monastery outside the city walls of Milan, cared for by Ambrose, and we did not know it. He continued speaking to us while we listened with bated breath. Thus he told us how one afternoon in Trier, when the emperor was attending the games in the circus, he, Pontitianus, and 3 other men who were his companions, went out to talk in the gardens near the city walls. There, walking in pairs, one man went with him, while the other 2 wandered off by themselves. Those men happened to find a small house where a group of your servants lived, who were poor in spirit, to whom the kingdom of heaven belongs. See Matthew 5:3. And there they discovered a little book containing the life of Anthony. One of them began to read, admire, and feel his heart enkindled. And, as he read, he meditated upon the idea of taking up such a life, abandoning his worldly position so that he might serve you. Now, these 2 men were what were referred to as agents in public affairs. Then, suddenly, filled with holy love and sober shame, angry with himself, he looked at his friend and said, "Tell me, I ask, what do we intend to attain by all of our labors? What are we aiming at? What is the purpose of our service? Can our hopes in court rise any higher than to become the emperor's favorites? And is not even this attainment brittle and perilous in so many ways? Yet think of how many perils we must pass through in order to reach something even more perilous. And when would we attain this standing? But if we wish to be a friend of God, we can become that at once." These were his words, and filled with the birth pangs of this new life, he again turned his eyes toward the book, continued reading, and was inwardly transformed in that secret place where you see all things, and his mind was stripped of the world, as was soon clear. For as he read, with his heart rising and falling like the waves of the sea, he stormed at himself for a time, and then discerned and determined that he would set out on a better course. Now that he was yours, he said to his friend, "I've now broken loose from the hopes that we shared, and am resolved to serve God. From this hour, here in this very place, I will begin to do this." The other man answered that he would cling to him in order to partake in so great a reward and service. Now they were yours, and they were building the tower with its necessary cost, forsaking all they had and following you. See Luke 14:26-35. Then Pontitianus and the other man who was walking with him elsewhere in the garden came in search of the other 2 men, and, finding them in the same place, they then advised them to return, seeing that the day was nearly over. But they responded by telling them about their resolution and purpose, and explained how they came to this settled decision, and they begged them at least not to bother them if they did not wish to join them. But although Pontitianus and his companion did not turn from their way, nonetheless they did lament, and, as he affirmed, piously congratulated them, asking for their prayers. Thus, with hearts still lingering upon worldly things, they went off to the palace. However, the 2 men remained in the small house, their hearts fixed upon heaven, and both of the women whom they were to marry also, upon hearing of this, dedicated their virginity to you, O God. 7. This was the story of Pontitianus. But you, O Lord, while he was speaking, turned me back toward myself, taking me from behind my own back where I had placed myself, unwilling to look upon myself. Now facing myself head-on, I was able to see how foul I was, how crooked and defiled, how blemished and ulcerous. As I beheld myself, I stood aghast with nowhere to flee. And if I sought to avert my eyes from myself, he would continue with a story, and you would again set myself before my gaze, thrusting me before my eyes, so that I might discover my iniquity and hate it. See Psalm 36:2. I knew it, but had acted as though I did not see it, winking at it and then forgetting it. But now, the more ardently I loved those whose wholesome affections I heard of, men who handed themselves completely over to you to be cured, all the more detestable did I seem in comparison with them. Because many years, some 12 in total, had now gone by for me since my 19th birthday, when having read Cicero's Hortensius, I was stirred to an earnest love of wisdom. And here I was, still dragging my feet, refusing to reject mere earthly happiness, so that I might give myself over to searching for that very thing that ought to be put first. Not only the discovery of it, but in fact the very search for it, before the possession of this world's treasures and kingdoms and the pleasures of the body all about me and ready at hand. But I, wretched, most wretched, from the first days of my youth, had begged you for chastity, and said, Give me chastity and self-restraint, though not yet. For I feared that you might heed my request too soon, and quickly cure me of the disease of concupiscence, which I wished to have satisfied rather than extinguished. And I wandered along crooked ways in a sacrilegious superstition, indeed not sure that it was true, but rather preferring it to the others that I did not seek religiously, but opposed maliciously. And I had thought that the reason why I kept putting off the rejection of this world's hopes day after day in order to follow only you was because there was nothing certain to direct my steps. And now the day had come when I was to be laid bare before myself, and my conscience was to reproach me. Where are you now, my tongue? You said that you did not like the idea of casting off the baggage of vanity for the sake of an uncertain truth. Now, though, it is certain. And yet, that burden still oppresses you, while those who have not so worn themselves out seeking it, nor thinking upon it for over 10 years, have had the load lifted from their shoulders and have received wings so as to fly away. Thus, as Ponticianus spoke to me, I was gnawed within and greatly confounded by horrible shame. And once he finished his tale and saw to the business that had brought him, he went on his way, and I turned inwardly to myself. What did I not say against myself? In what way did I fail to lash my soul, that it might follow me and strive to push on to you? Yet it drew back. It refused, but it did not excuse itself. All arguments were spent and refuted. All that remained was a mute shrinking back, and my soul feared, like death itself, to be restrained from the course of habit by which it was wasting away to death. 8. Then, here in my inward dwelling place, amid this violent quarrel that I had raised so strenuously against my soul, here in the inner chamber of my heart, see Isaiah 26:20 and Matthew 6:6, troubled in mind and countenance, I turned to Alypius and exclaimed, What is wrong with us? What is it? What did you hear? The unlearned rise up and take heaven by force. See Matthew 11:12. And we, full of learning yet empty in heart, behold, where do we wallow in flesh and blood? Are we ashamed to follow because others have gone before us? Do we feel no shame at the fact that we do not even follow? I said something like this, and the turmoil of my mind tore me away from him while he stood there gazing at me in silent astonishment. For this was not my normal tone, and my forehead, cheeks, eyes, complexion, and tone of voice spoke my mind more than the words I uttered. Our dwelling had a small garden we could use just as we used the whole house, for our host, the master of the house, was not living there. The great tumult in my breast had driven me there, where no man might restrain the hot contention that had broken out between me and myself, until it should at last end as you knew it would, though I did not. But such disturbance was healthy, and such dying was the source of life. Yet I only knew that I was evil, and I did not know the good that would soon be mine. Thus I went into the garden, and Alypius was close behind, for his presence did not lessen my privacy, and how could he forsake me in such a disturbed state? We sat down as far as possible from the house. I was troubled in spirit, filled with the greatest of indignation that I was not subject to your will and covenant, O my God, which all my bones cried out to enter, praising it to the heavens. But we make such an entry neither by ships, nor chariots, nor on foot. No, we need not move even as far as I had come from the house to the place where we were then sitting. For not only to go, but to enter therein was nothing other than to will to go there, though to will it wholly and resolutely, not turning and tossing this way and that with a maimed and half-divided will, struggling with one part sinking while another rose upward. At last, in the midst of the very agitation of my irresolution, I strained like a man who wishes to move but cannot, either because he does not have the limbs to do so, or, if he does, is bound by chains, weakened by infirmity, or hindered in any other way. Thus, if I tore at my hair and beat my forehead, or locked my fingers together and clasped my knee, I did it because I willed it, but I might have willed it yet not have done it, if the power of motion in my limbs had not obeyed. So many things I then did when to will was in itself not enough to be able to do, And I did not do what I then longed incomparably more to do, and what soon thereafter I should be able to do when I so willed it. For soon, when I would will, I would do so. For in these matters, ability was one with the will, and to will was to do, and yet it was not done. Indeed, my body obeyed more readily the weakest willing of my soul, moving my bodily limbs at the soul's mere nod. Then did my soul obey itself in order to execute this, its momentous willing, in the will itself alone. 9. What is the source of this unnatural and monstrous situation, and to what end? Let your mercy fully shine forth, so that I may ask if the secret penalties of men and those darkest pangs of the sons of Adam may perhaps give me an answer. What is the source of such an unnatural and monstrous situation, and to what end? The mind commands the body, and it obeys instantly, but the mind commands itself and is resisted. The mind commands the hand to be moved, and the hand is so ready that the command is barely distinct from the obedience. However, the mind is mind, and the hand is body. The mind commands the mind, its own self, and yet it does not do what it commands. What is the source of this unnatural and monstrous situation, and to what end? It commands itself, I say, to will, and it would not command unless it willed, and yet what it commands is not done. But it does not will entirely, therefore it does not command entirely. For as far as it commands, it wills, and as far as something that is commanded is not done, it is not willed. For the will commands that there be a will, not another, but itself. But it does not fully command, and therefore what it commands does not come into being. For if the will were to exercise itself fully, it would not even command it to be, for it would already be. Thus, there is nothing unnatural and monstrous when one partly wills and partly does not will. Rather, the mind is diseased when it does not wholly rise, borne aloft by the truth but weighted down by habit. Therefore there are two wills, because one of them is not full and entire, and what one lacks the other has. 10. Let them perish from your presence, O God, as do vain talkers and those who seduce the soul. See Psalm 68:2. Those who consider these two wills in our deliberation and say that we have two different kinds of minds in us, one good and the other evil. They themselves are truly evil when they hold these evil things, and they themselves shall become good when they hold to the truth and assent to it, so that your apostle may say to them, quote, "For once you were darkness, but now you are light in the Lord." End quote. Ephesians 5:8. But they, wishing to be light, though not in the Lord but in themselves, imagine that the soul's nature is the same as God's, and become a fouler darkness through their dreadful arrogance. Thus they departed farther from you, who are the true light that enlighten every man that comes into the world. See John 1:9. Take heed what you say and blush for shame. Quote, look to him and be radiant, so your faces shall never be ashamed. End quote. Psalm 34:5. When I was deliberating upon serving the Lord my God now, as I had long intended to do, it was I who willed, and it was I who did not will. I myself. I neither wholly willed, nor did not will. Therefore I was in conflict with myself, broken apart and scattered by myself. And this dispersion befell me against my will. However, it did not indicate the presence of another mind, but rather the punishment of my own. Quote, so then it is no longer I that do it, but sin which dwells within me. End quote. Romans 7:17. The punishment of a sin more freely committed insofar as I was a son of Adam. For if there were as many conflicting natures as there were conflicting wills in us, there would be not only two, but indeed many. If a man were to deliberate about whether he should go to the Manichaean assembly place or to the theater, the Manichaeans would cry out, behold, there are two natures here. A good one draws him this way, and another, the evil one, draws him back that way. For what else could be the source of this hesitation between two conflicting wills? But I say that both are evil, that which draws one to them and that which draws one back to go to the theater. But they believe that the will that draws someone to them can only be good. What then, if one of us were to deliberate, and, amid such difficult strife between two wills, not know whether he should go to the theater or to our church? Would not these Manichaeans also be in difficult straits as well, not knowing what to answer? For either they will need to confess the very thing that they do not want to admit, that the will is good when it leads to our church, as are the wills of those who have received the sacramental mysteries and are bound by them, or else they must suppose that there are two evil natures and two evil souls in conflict within one man, meaning that what they say about the existence of one good nature and one that is evil must be false. Or, otherwise, they must be converted to the truth and no longer deny that when someone deliberates, one soul fluctuates between contrary wills. Thus, let them no longer say that when two conflicting wills are perceived in one man, that the conflict is between contrary souls, between two contrary substances, from two contrary principles, the one good and the other evil. For you, O true God, disprove, refute, and conquer them when one considers the case of a man having two evil wills, asking himself whether he should kill a man by poison or by the sword, whether he should seize this or that estate of another person when he cannot take them both, whether he should purchase pleasure through luxury or keep his money out of a spirit of greed, whether he should go to the circus or to the theater if both of them are open on one and the same day, or, if we keep expanding his choices, if he might rob someone else's house if he has a chance, or commit adultery if he at that time has the means to do that too. Yes, all these wills might come together at the same time, and all of them may be equally desired, though they cannot be acted upon all at one time. Thus, they rend the mind into four conflicting wills, or even amid the vast variety of things that one may desire, into more than that. However, the Manichaeans do not yet allege that there are so many various substances. The same is true for good wills. For I ask them, is it good to take pleasure in reading the Apostle? Or what about to take pleasure in a sober psalm? Or to discuss the gospel? And they will answer to each, it is good. But what then if all of them give equal pleasure, indeed all at once? Do not various wills distract the mind, while a man deliberates which one he should choose? And yet they are all good and at variance until one is chosen, to which his then multiform will might now be born whole and entire. So too, when eternity delights us in things above us, while the pleasure of temporal goods holds us down below, one and the same soul does not will this or that with a complete will. Thus, it is torn apart by painful troubles, setting eternity first because of the truth, while it also, out of habit, does not set the temporal aside. 11. Thus, I was sick in soul, tormented, accusing myself much more severely than usual, twisting and turning myself in my chains until it might be broken, this chain which now barely, though truly, was still holding me bound. And you, O Lord, pressed upon me in my depths with your severe mercy, redoubling the lashes of fear and shame, lest I should give way yet again, failing to break that slight bond that remained, thereby allowing it to recover its strength and hold me fast in tighter bondage. For I said within myself, behold, let it be done now, let it be done now. And as I spoke, I all but did it. I all but did it, yet I did not do it. Yet I did not sink back down into my former state, but instead held fast and drew my breath. And I strove again, coming up somewhat less short, somewhat less, all but touching my goal and laying hold of it, and yet I did not reach it, nor did I touch it, nor did I lay hold of it. I hesitated to die to death and to live for life, for my customary evil had a stronger hold on me than this unknown good that should become my new custom. And the very moment when I was to become something different from what I was, it struck me with greater horror, though it did not strike me back, nor turn me away. But there I stood, held in suspense. Utter frivolities, utter vanities, my ancient mistresses still held me back. They grabbed at my fleshly garment and whispered softly, "Do you cast us off? And from that moment shall we never again be with you? And from that moment will this or that no longer ever again be lawful for you?" And what were they suggesting when they said this or that? What was it that they suggested, O my God? Let your mercy turn it away from the soul of your servant. What defilements did they then suggest? What shame? And now I much less than half heard them. They did not openly reveal themselves or speak out against me. Rather, they muttered, as it were, from behind my back, secretly plucking at me as I was departing, so that I might look back at them. Yet they slowed me so that I hesitated to burst these chains and shake myself free of them so that I might spring over to where I was called. For with impetuous and violent force, my habits kept saying to me, "Do you think that you can live without them?" But now it spoke only faintly, for on the side toward which my face was now turned, though I trembled to step forward toward it, there appeared before me the chaste dignity of countenance, serene, without dissolute frivolity, though uprightly alluring me to come and no longer doubt. Stretching forth to receive and embrace me, her holy hands were filled with a multitude of good examples, so many young men and maidens, a multitude of youths and men of every age, serious widows and aged virgins, and Continence herself in all these was not barren, but was a fruitful mother of children of joys, through you her husband, O Lord. And she laughed at me as though to persuade me through a kind of mockery, as though she were saying, "Can you not do what these youths and maidens have done? Can they do it by standing upon their own strength, or do they do it in the Lord their God? The Lord their God gave me to them. Why do you stand upon yourself and thus not stand at all? Cast yourself upon him, and do not fear that he might withdraw himself and make you fall. Fearlessly cast yourself upon him, for he will receive and heal you." And I blushed in great embarrassment, for I still heard the muttering of those corrupt and worthless things behind me, and hung in suspense. And she again seemed to say, "Plug your ears against the words of your unclean earthly members, so that they might be mortified. They tell you of delights, but not as the law of the Lord your God does. See Psalm 119:85. This controversy in my heart was nothing other than myself struggling against myself. But Alypius, sitting close at my side, waited in silence to see what would be the ultimate outcome of my surprising emotional state. 12. But when, from the hidden depths of my soul, profound examination gathered together and heaped up all my misery before the eyes of my heart, a mighty storm brewed, bringing with it a mighty shower of tears. And so that I might pour them forth unrestrained, I rose from Alypius, for solitude seemed more fitting for such weeping. Thus I drew away far enough that his presence could not be a burden to me. Such was my state of soul. He perceived it somewhat, for the tone of my voice speaking some word seemed choked with weeping. So I rose, while he remained sitting there, filled with great astonishment. I threw myself down, I know not how, under a fig tree, letting my tears flow freely. And the floods from my eyes gushed forth as an acceptable sacrifice to you. See Psalm 51:17-19, Romans 12:1. And I spoke to you, not in these words, but much to the same end. Quote, But you, O Lord, how long, O Lord, will you be angry forever? Do not remember our former iniquities. See Psalm 6:3, Psalm 79, verses 5 and 8. For I could feel that I was being held back by them. In my wretchedness, I sent up these words, How long, tomorrow and tomorrow, why not now? Why should my uncleanness not come to its end at this very hour? Thus I was speaking and weeping with utterly bitter contrition of heart, when behold, I heard from a neighboring house a voice that sounded like a boy or a girl, I do not know which, singing and repeating over and over, Take and read, take and read. Instantly, with a changed countenance, I began to wonder very intently whether children would normally sing a song like this in any kind of game, nor could I remember if I ever had heard anything like it. Therefore, stopping the tears streaming from my eyes, I arose, interpreting the song to be nothing other than a command from God telling me to take a book and read the first chapter that my eyes should behold. For I had heard how St. Anthony had heard the words of the gospel being read aloud and received Christ's admonition as though it were being addressed directly to him. Quote, If you would be perfect, go, sell what you possess and give to the poor, and you will have treasure in heaven, and come, follow me. Matthew 19:21. And immediately he was converted to you by hearing these words. Thus I eagerly returned to the place where Alypius was sitting, for there I had laid the letters of St. Paul when I had gotten up to leave that place. I grasped the text, opened it, and silently read the first text that caught my glance. Quote, Not in reveling and drunkenness, not in debauchery and licentiousness, not in quarreling and jealousy, but put on the Lord Jesus Christ and make no provision for the flesh to gratify its desires. End quote. Romans 13, verses 13-14. No further would I read, nor did I need to do so, for instantly upon reaching the end of this sentence, I was illuminated, as it were, by a light that was serenely infused into my heart, and all the darkness of doubt vanished away. Then, putting my finger between the pages, or by some other mark, I shut the book and with a calm countenance told Alypius. And he too told me about what had taken place within him without my knowing it. He asked to see what I had read. I showed him, and he looked even further along than I had, so I did not know what followed. Quote, As for the man who is weak in faith, welcome him. Romans 14:1. He applied the words to himself and told me about it. By this admonition he was strengthened, and with a good resolution and purpose, most fitting to his character, in which he was very different from me, all for the better, he joined me without any turbulent delay. We went in to tell my mother, and she rejoiced. We told her step by step how it took place, and she leapt for joy, exulted, and blessed you, who are, quote, able to do far more abundantly than all that we ask or think, end quote, Ephesians 3:20. For she perceived that you had given to her for me more than she had begged of you through her pitiful and most sorrowful groans. Indeed, you turned me back to you so that I sought neither a wife nor any hope in this world, standing upon that rule of faith as you had shown her in a vision so many years before. And you turned her mourning into a joy, see Psalm 30:11, that was much more abundant than what she had desired, in a way that was far more precious and pure than what she had hoped for in grandchildren conceived by my flesh.
Chapter 1. O Lord, I am your servant, the son of your handmaid. You have loosed my bonds. I will offer to you the sacrifice of thanksgiving. Let my heart and tongue praise you. Yes, let all my bones say to the Lord, O Lord, who is like unto you? Let them speak, and may you answer me, saying unto my soul, I am your salvation. Who am I, and what am I? What evil have I not had within me, either by my deeds, or if not by them, then by my words, or if not them, then in my will? But you, O Lord, are good and merciful, and your right hand considered the depths of my death, and from the bottom of my heart you have emptied out that abyss of corruption. All of this was your gift, to turn my will away from what it had willed, and now to will what you willed. But through all those years, where and from what deep and low recesses was my free will called forth in but a moment, able now to submit my neck to your easy yoke, and my shoulders to your light burden, O Jesus Christ, my helper and my redeemer. All at once, how sweet did it become to me to desire no longer the sweetness offered by those trifles. And although I had feared to part with those things, I now took joy in not holding on to them. For you cast them away from me, O you who are the true and loftiest sweetness. You cast them away from me and took their place, you who are sweeter than all pleasure, though not to flesh and blood, you who are brighter than all light, though more hidden than all depths, you who are higher than all honor, though not to those who set themselves on high in their own conceits. Now my soul was free from biting concern with seeking all about me and acquiring, no longer wallowing in my filth and scratching the itch of my lusts. And now with words like a child I spoke to you, my brightness, my riches, my health, my Lord and God. Chapter 2. And I resolved in your sight not to turbulently withdraw my tongue's labors from the sale of rhetorical skill, but rather to do so carefully and gently. For I no longer wish to use my mouth to sell weapons to be used madly by young men who are students neither in your law nor in your peace, but rather in deceptive folly and legal skirmishing. Fortunately, this would require very little time, for the vintage vacation was only days away. Therefore, I decided that I would let them take their leave from me as they normally would. Then, since I had been purchased for you, I would no longer put myself up for sale thereafter. Thus, you knew our intentions, but nobody else was aware of any of this other than our friends. For we had agreed not to let word of this be spoken publicly. Nonetheless, as we now ascended from the valley of tears, singing the song of ascent, you had given us sharp arrows and destructive coals to be used against the treacherous tongue, which acts as though it is giving counsel when in fact it sets itself in contradiction to us, and which, acting on its love, devours us like food. You pierced our hearts with your charity, and your words were within us as though they had penetrated into our depths. And the examples of your servants, whom you changed from darkness to brightness and from death to life, piled up within our thoughts, and they were kindled and burned up our heavy sluggishness, so that we should not sink down into the abyss. So too they set us so fiercely ablaze that all the blasts of wind from the subtle tongues of those who disputed our choice failed to extinguish this flame, but rather served only to make it flare up more fiercely. Nonetheless, for the sake of your name, which you have hallowed through all the earth, our vow and intention might be commended by some. Therefore it seemed that it would be showy for us not to wait for the vacation, which was now so near, and to abandon early this public profession that all knew about. If we were to do so, all who saw this act and noted how close the vintage time was would talk much about me for anticipating in this way, as though I had desired to seem like some kind of great man. And how would this have been for use for me to have people consider and debate why I did this, allowing evil words to be spoken about what was good for us? Moreover, that very summer, amid my overburdened literary labors, my lungs had given me trouble, forcing me to breathe deeply with difficulty, and the pain I felt in my chest indicated that they were injured, making even full and extensive speech difficult. This had troubled me, for it almost forced me to lay down the burden of teaching, or if I could be cured and recover, at least to break up my workload. But when I began to feel fully, indeed with a steadfast heart, the desire for leisure, so that I might see how it is that you are the Lord, you know, O my God, that I began to rejoice at having the secondary, though real excuse that would perhaps somewhat lessen the offense felt by those who, for the sake of their own free sons, never wish me to have the freedom of those who are your children. Full of such joy, I waited until the day would come, perhaps 20 days hence. It took a great deal of strength to endure this, for I no longer felt the greed that once upon a time had helped me bear this load. Thus I remained alone with the burden, and it would have been much for me to bear had it not been for newfound patience. Perhaps some of your servants, my brethren, might say that I sinned by doing this, allowing myself to remain even 1 hour in the chair of lies, even though my heart was now fully set to serve you. Nor would I argue with them. But have you not, O merciful Lord, pardoned and remitted through your holy waters this sin as well, along with all my other most horrible and deadly sins? Chapter 3. Verecundus was exhausted with concern because of our new blessedness, for he was well aware that he would be separated from us because he remained so tightly bound. He was not yet a Christian, although his wife was a believer, but this was more rigid than any other chain shackling him, so that he could not take the journey that we were now beginning. For he said that the only condition on which he could be a Christian were impossible for him. Still, he kindly allowed us to remain at his country house for as long as we wished to stay there. You, O Lord, shall reward him at the resurrection of the just, for you have already given him the lot of the righteous. For while we were away in Rome, he was seized by bodily illness and became a Christian during this sickness, thus being numbered among the faithful. And then he departed from this life. But your mercy was not merely upon him, but also upon us, for you saved us from agonizing in intolerable sorrow at the thought that he was not numbered among your flock, despite the memories we had of his exceeding kindness toward us. Thanks be to you, our God, that we are yours. Your suggestions and consolations tell us, O you who are faithful in your promises, that you now repay Verecundus for his country house in Cassiascum, where we rested in you from the fever of the world, with the eternal freshness of your paradise. For you had forgiven him his sins on earth upon that mountain which is flowing with milk, your mountain, that abundant mountain. But while he felt sorrow at that time, Nebridius felt joy, for although he too was not yet a Christian and had fallen into the pit of that most pernicious error that led him to believe that your son's flesh was only imaginary, nonetheless he emerged from this and believed as we did. He had not yet received any of the sacraments of your church, though he was a most ardent seeker of the truth. However, he became a faithful member of the Catholic Church and served you in perfect chastity and continence among his people in Africa, with his whole household becoming Christian because of him. And not long after our conversion and regeneration through your baptism, you released him from the flesh, so that he now lives in the bosom of Abraham. Whatever the meaning of that bosom is, that is where Nebridius now lives, O Lord, my sweet friend and your child, who went from being a freeman to being your child. For what other place is there for such a soul? There he lives in the place that he often questioned me about, though I was only a poor, inexperienced man. Now his ear listens not to the words from my mouth, but his own spiritual mouth is at your fountain, where he drinks as much as he can receive, wisdom in proportion to his thirst, endlessly happy. Nor do I think that he is so inebriated with those waters that he would forget me, for you, O Lord, whom he drinks in, are mindful of us. Such was our condition at that time. We comforted Verecundus in his sorrow at our conversion, as far as friendship permitted, and we exhorted him to become faithful, as would be fitting to his own life as a married man. And we awaited Nebridius to follow us, which he was all but doing, for he was so close. And thus, behold, the days rolled by at length. Long did they seem to me, and many in number, given the love I had for such freedom, to be able to sing to you from the deepest marrow of my bones. You have said, seek my face. My heart says to you, your face, Lord, do I seek. Chapter 4. But at last the day came when I was truly to be freed from teaching rhetoric, from which I was already free in my mind. At last it was done. You rescued my tongue just as you had rescued my heart, and I blessed you in joy, and along with my friends and mother I retired to the country house. There I wrote in your service, though still breathing the airs of the prideful school, as my books witness, both coming from debate with others and from my own debating with myself before you. And what I debated with Nebridius during his absence can be found in my letters to him. But when will I have time to recall all the ways you blessed us at that time, especially as you hastened on to even greater mercies? For my memory recalls, and it pleases me to confess to you, O Lord, how you inwardly prodded and tamed me, and how you evened me out, lowering the mountains and hills of my imaginations, straightening my crooked ways, and smoothing out my rough paths. So too I remember how you also subdued my dearest brother Alypius to the name of your only begotten Son, our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, which he did not allow to be spoken of in our writings. For he preferred that they retain the odor of the lofty cedars of the schools, which the Lord has now brought low, rather than that they savor of the wholesome herbs of the church, the antidote to serpents. Oh, how did my voice speak to you, my God, when I read David's psalms, those faithful songs and sounds of devotion that allow no spirit to sell, all the while being only a catechumen, a novice in your real love, resting in that country house, with Alypius, a catechumen, my mother cleaving to us in female garb, but with manly faith, the tranquility of age, motherly love, and Christian piety. Oh, how did my voice utter words to you in those psalms, and how did they kindle my heart for you on fire to declare them, if possible, through the whole world against the pride of mankind. And yet they are sung through the whole world, and nobody can hide himself from your burning heat. And with what ardent and bitter sorrow was I resentful toward the Manichaeans, but I also pitied them, for they did not know the medicine of the sacraments, and in their madness they scorned the very antidote against their madness. How I wish that they had been in my presence to behold my countenance and hear my words, when I read the 4th Psalm during that time of my rest, and that they would have seen how the psalm worked upon me. When I called, the God of my righteousness heard me. In tribulation he enlarged me. Have mercy upon me, O Lord, and hear my prayer. Oh, if only they could hear what I utter in these words, without my knowing whether they heard, lest they should think I spoke it for their sakes. For in truth I should not speak the same things, nor speak in the same way, if I perceived that they heard and saw me. Nor if I did speak them, would they receive them in the same ways I meant them when I spoke them by and for myself before you, out of the natural feelings of my soul. I trembled with fear and again kindled in hope and with joy in your mercy, O Father. And all this came forth from both my eyes and my voice when your good Spirit, turning to us, said, O men, how long shall my honor suffer shame? How long will you love vain words and seek after lies? For I had loved vanity and sought lies, and you, O Lord, had already magnified your Holy One, raising him from the dead, and set him at your right hand, from where on high he should send his promise, the Comforter, the Spirit of truth. And he had already sent him, though I was unaware of it. He had sent him because he was now magnified, having risen from the dead and ascended to heaven. For before that the Spirit had not yet been given, for Jesus had not yet been glorified. And the prophet cries out, How long, O slow of heart? Why do you love vain words and seek after lies? Know this, the Lord has magnified his Holy One. He cries out, How long? He cries out, Know this. And I, not knowing for a long time, loved vanity and sought out lies. Therefore I heard and trembled, for the words were spoken to men who were like what I remembered myself to have been. I had thought such phantoms were truths, but there was nothing but vanity and lies in them. Thus, with a loud voice, I vigorously and forcefully said many things as I bitterly recalled all this. Oh, that they would hear such things, those who still love vain things and seek after lies. They would perhaps have been troubled and have vomited it up. And you would hear them when they cried out to you. For by a true death in the flesh did he die for us, he who now intercedes unto you for us. Further on I read, Be angry, but do not sin. And how was I moved, O my God, I who had now learned to be angry at myself for past things, so that I might not sin in days to come. Yes, to be justly angry, for it was not some other nature of a people of darkness that sinned for me, as is said by those who are not angry at themselves and store up wrath against the day of wrath, the day of the revelation of your just judgment. And my good things were not to be found outside of me, nor were they to be sought with my bodily eyes in the earthly sun. For they who wish to have joy in such outward things soon fade and waste away on things that are visible and temporal, licking the mere images of these things in their famished thoughts. Oh, that they would be wearied by their famine, and would ask, Who will show us good things? And we would say, and they would hear, The light of your countenance is sealed upon us. For we are not that light that enlightens every man, but we are enlightened by you, so that having once been darkness, we may be light in you. Oh, that they could see the eternal one within us, which I had tasted and was thus grieved that I could not show them this light. For as long as they came to me with hearts guided by eyes that searched all around, though gazing far from you, all the while asking, Who will show us good things? For there, where I was angry with myself in my chamber, where I was inwardly aroused with compunction, where I offered sacrifice, slaying my old man and beginning to pursue my intention to take up a new life, putting my trust in you, there you had begun to grow sweet to me and had filled my heart with gladness. And I cried out as I read this outwardly, recognizing it inwardly. Nor did I wish to be multiplied with worldly goods, wasting time and wasted by it, for in your eternal, simple essence I had other corn, wine, and oil. With loud cries from my heart I called out in the next verse, Oh, in peace, oh, for the selfsame, oh, what did he say? I will lie down and sleep, for who shall hinder us when those words come to pass? Death is swallowed up in victory. And you are incomparably the selfsame who does not change, and in you is found rest that forgets all toil. For there is none other with you, nor are we to seek all those many other things that are not what you are. But you alone, Lord, make us dwell in hope. I read and was enkindled, nor did I discover what I was to do for those deaf and dead among whom I had been numbered, a pestilent person, a bitter and blind adversary of those writings which are honeyed with the honey of heaven and beaming with your own light. And I was consumed with zeal against the enemies of these words of Scripture. When shall I recall all that took place during these holy days? Yet neither have I forgotten the severity of your scourging and the wonderful swiftness of your mercy, nor will I pass over it. You tormented me with pain in my teeth. When it became so bad that I could not speak, the desire entered my heart to have all my friends present there to pray for me to you, the God of all health. I wrote this request on a wax tablet and gave it to them to read. As soon as we bowed down to our knees in humble devotion, the pain went away. But what pain, or how did it go away? I was frightened, O my Lord and God, for never in all my days had I ever experienced something like this. The power of your mere nod went deep within me, and rejoicing in faith I praised your name. And that faith did not allow me to be at ease over my past sins, which had not yet been forgiven for me by your baptism. Chapter 5. When the vintage vacation had come to an end, I gave notice to the people of Milan that they would need to find another master to sell words to their students, because I had both chosen to serve you and did not have enough strength to teach because of my breathing difficulties and chest pain. And I informed your prelate, the holy Ambrose, in writing concerning my former errors and present desires, begging his advice concerning which of your scriptures it would be best for me to read, so that I might be more prepared and ready for receiving so great a grace. He recommended the prophet Isaiah, I believe, because he, above all others, more clearly foretells the gospel and the calling of the Gentiles. However, I did not understand the first passage I read in him and imagined that the whole would be like that. Therefore I set it aside to be taken up later when I was better skilled in understanding how the Lord speaks. Chapter 6. Then, when the time came for me to present my name for baptism, we left the countryside and returned to Milan. It likewise pleased Alypius to be born again in you alongside me, Alypius, who had already been clothed with humility befitting your sacraments, and who most valiantly tamed the body, so much so that he showed exceptional daring by walking with bare feet upon the frozen ground of Italy. We were joined by the boy Adeodatus, my son in the flesh, born of my sin. How excellently did you fashion him! He was not quite 15 years old, but in his natural abilities he surpassed many grave and learned men. I confess unto you your own gifts, O Lord my God, creator of all who are abundantly able to reform our deformities. For the only part I had in that boy was the sin from which he was born. But you and you alone had inspired us to bring him up in your discipline. I confess unto you your own gifts. There is a book of ours entitled The Teacher, which is a dialogue between him and me. You know that all the ideas ascribed there to the person conversing with me were his own ideas, expressed when he was 16 years old. I found much else in him, even more admirable still. Such talent struck me with awe, and who but you could be the maker of such wonders? Soon you took his life from earth, and now I remember him without dread, fearing nothing for his childhood or youth or his whole self. Thus we had him join us, he who was our own contemporary in grace, to be brought up in your discipline. We were baptized, and concern regarding our former life vanished from us. Nor during those days was I satisfied with the wondrous sweetness of considering the depths of your counsels concerning the salvation of mankind. How did I weep in your hymns and canticles, so intensely moved by the sweet voices of your church. The voices flowed into my ears, and the truth filtered down into my heart, from whence the affections of my devotion overflowed, giving rise to flowing tears, and I was thus filled with joy. Chapter 7. The Church of Milan had only recently begun to use this sort of consolation and exhortation, having the brethren joined together with harmony of voice and heart. For it had only been a year or not much more since Justina, the mother of Emperor Valentinian, himself a child, persecuted your servant Ambrose in favor of her heresy, to which she was seduced by the Arians. The devout people kept watch in the church, ready to die alongside their bishop, your servant. There my mother, your handmaid, lived upon prayer, bearing the chief part of those anxieties and vigils. We who had not yet been warmed by the heat of your spirit, nonetheless were moved by the sight of the amazed and agitated city. It was at that time that the Eastern practice of singing hymns and psalms was instituted in order to prevent the people from falling faint through sorrowful weariness. And from that day onward, this custom spread throughout other parts of the world and has been retained by a number, indeed most, of your congregations. Then, in a vision, you led your bishop to discover discover the resting place of the bodies of the martyrs Gervasius and Protasius, whom you had stored up in your secret treasury uncorrupted for so many years, so that you might in due time draw them forth in order to repress the fury of a woman who also was an empress. For when they were discovered and exhumed and then transferred with due honor to the Ambrosian Basilica, not only were people who were troubled by unclean spirits cured, but also a man who had been blind for many years, a citizen who was well known throughout the city, sprang up and asked his guide to take him to the event, which had intrigued him when he heard the reason for the people's tumultuous joy. When they arrived, he begged to be allowed to touch his handkerchief to the bier of your saints, whose death is precious in your sight. After this, he pressed it to his eyes, which were immediately healed. Thus word spread abroad about this, and your praises glowed and shone forth. And so too was the mind of that enemy turned back from her furious persecution, though she was not converted to sound belief. Back and forth you are leading my memory, but where, so that I should confess these things also to you? Yes, they are great, but they had passed back into forgetful oblivion for me. And yet at that time, when the odor of your ointments was so fragrant, we did not run after you. Therefore I wept all the more as I heard your hymns being sung, I who had previously sighed for you, and now at last was breathing you in, as far as breath might enter into this house of straw. Chapter 8. You who make men dwell with one mind in one house also joined to our company Eodius, a young man from our own city, a military officer who had preceded us in conversion to you and baptism. Having set aside secular warfare, he now girded himself in service to yours. We were together preparing to live as a group in devotion. We sought where we might best serve you and together decided to return to Africa. On our way, having gone as far as Ostia, my mother departed from this life. There are many details that I omit here, for I am hastening on. Receive my confessions and thanksgivings, O my God, for the countless things that I am now passing over in silence. But I will not exclude anything that my soul might bring forth about your handmaid, who brought me forth both in the flesh, that I might be born into this world's temporal light, and in the heart, that I might be born into light eternal. It is not her gifts that I wish to speak of, but rather yours in her, for she neither fashioned nor educated herself. You created her, and neither her father nor her mother knew what a woman would come from them. And she was educated in fear of you by the rod of your Christ, the discipline of your only Son in a Christian house, by a good member of your church. However, when she would speak of this good discipline, she would usually praise a very old maidservant who had carried her own father when he was a child, as small children were once upon a time carried about on the backs of older girls. Because of this, as well as her great age and excellent character, she was held in esteem by the heads of that Christian family. Therefore, her master's daughters were entrusted to her care, which she exercised diligently, vigorously restraining them when necessary, with a holy severity, and teaching them with sober discretion. For even if they were parched with thirst, she would only allow them to drink water during the time when they were most temperately fed at their parents' table, thus preventing an evil habit, and adding this wholesome advice: you now drink water because you do not have wine within your grasp. However, some day when you are married and are the mistress of cellars and cupboards, water will not seem good enough, though the habit of drinking will abide. Through this way of instructing them, and on the basis of her authority, she put a break on the greediness of childhood and shaped their very thirst in such excellent moderation that they did not wish to have the very things that they should not have. And yet, as your handmaid told me, her son, the love of wine crept up on her. For when her parents told her, a sober maiden, to draw wine from the barrels as was customary, she held the vessel under the opening, and before she poured the wine into the flagon, she took a sip with the tip of her lips. But her instinctive habits let her refuse to drink more. For she did not do this out of any kind of desire for drink, but only out of youthful exuberance, which bubbles over into little playful actions that the gravity of elders usually hold back. Thus each day adding a little more to that small beginning, for he who despises small things will fail little by little, she had fallen into a habit of greedily drinking cups of wine nearly filled to the brim. Where, then, was that discreet old woman with her vigorous prohibitions? Could anything else help against a secret disease if your healing hand, O Lord, did not watch over us? Though her father, mother, and nursemaid were absent, you were present, you who created and call us, you who work through those whom you have set over us, by whom you work out some part of the salvation of our souls. What then did you do, O my God? How did you cure her? By what means did you heal her? Did you not bring forth from another soul a stern and sharp scolding, like a lance hurled from your hidden storehouse of provisions, and thus remove all this foulness at once? For a maidservant who used to accompany her to the cellar began to argue with her young mistress, as would happen. Thus, when they were alone, she mocked her about this fault, insulting her sharply by calling her a wine-bibber. She was immediately stung by this insult and saw the foulness of what she was doing, and instantly condemned and forsook it. Just as flattering friends pervert us, so too do reproachful enemies correct us. However, you repay them according to what they intended in so doing, not according to what you did through them. For that maidservant in her anger sought to trouble her mistress, not to amend her, and did so in private, either because the time and place happened to thus strike her, or lest she should be rebuked for not reporting this earlier. But you, Lord, who guide all things in heaven and on earth, who turn the deep torrents to your purposes and rule the turbulent tide of the ages, healed one soul by the very lack of health in another. So let not anyone, when he observes this, ascribe it to his own power, if someone else whom he wished to be reformed is indeed reformed through his own words. Chapter 9. Thus she was brought up modestly and soberly, subject to her parents by you rather than to you by them. As soon as she was old enough to be married, she was given to a husband. She served him as her Lord, and she diligently sought to win him for you, preaching to him through her actions by which you ornamented her, making her so reverently lovable and admirable to her husband. And she endured infidelities against their marriage bed, never quarreling with her husband about this, for she desired that your mercy would come upon him, so that believing in you he might be made chaste. But just as he could be great in affection, so too did he have a fiery temper. However, she learned not to resist an angry husband, whether in deed or even in word. Only when he was even and tranquil, in a good mood to receive it, would she then give an account of her actions if he had happened to take offense too quickly. In short, while many women who had milder husbands would cast blame on their husbands' lives, with their faces witnessing to the shameful marks of beatings, she would blame their tongues, giving them earnest advice in a light-hearted tone, telling them that from the moment they heard the words of marriage read to them, that they should hold them to be contracts that made them handmaidens. Thus, remembering their state, they should not set themselves in opposition to their lords. And knowing that she had endured so fierce a husband, they marveled at the fact that nobody had ever heard or seen evidence of her being beaten by Patricius, or even that there had been any domestic disagreement between them, not even for a day. Thus, as friends, they asked her how this was so, and she taught them the practice mentioned above. Those wives who observed it expressed gratitude for her good advice, whereas those who did not found no relief and suffered. Her mother-in-law had at first been provoked against her by the whispers of evil servants, but she likewise overcame this by deference and persevering endurance and meekness, with such great success that her mother-in-law told her son about the meddling tongues that had disturbed the domestic peace between her and her daughter-in-law, asking him to correct them. Then afterwards, in compliance with his mother's wishes and for the good order of the family and harmony among its members, when he had those servants corrected by the lash, she promised a similar punishment to anyone who would try to curry favor with her by speaking ill of her daughter-in-law to her. Thus none dared to do so, and a remarkably sweet mutual kindness marked their lives together. And, O my God and my mercy, you bestowed another great gift upon this good handmaiden of yours, in whose womb you created me. Whenever she could, she would act as a peacemaker between any disagreeing and discordant parties, listening so ably to both sides speak their bitter words, such as swollen and rough discourse noisily spits out, when an enemy's coarseness is breathed out in sour words to a friend who is present against an enemy who is absent. Yes, so ably did she listen that she would never disclose anything that was said about one party to the other, unless it would possibly help bring about reconciliation. This would perhaps seem like something trifling to me if I did not know, to my grief, countless people who, through some horrid and widespread contagion of sin, not only disclose to people who are arguing with each other the angry words spoken by the opposed party, but also add things that were never spoken. But for a humane person, it should be quite a minor affair merely to avoid stirring up or increasing ill will through evil words, unless one were to strive, moreover, to use good words to quench it. Such was her character, she who was taught in the school of her heart by you, her innermost teacher. Finally, near the end of her own husband's earthly life, she won him for you. And once he was a believer, she no longer had to complain of him being what he was when he did not believe. She was also the servant of your servants, and whoever among them knew her found much in her that made them praise, honor, and love you, because through the witness of her holy life they perceived your presence in her heart. For she had been the wife of a man, had rightly repaid her parents, had governed her house piously, was spoken well of because of her good works, and had reared children, so often in travail, giving birth to them, as she saw them swerving from you. Finally, before she fell asleep in you, when we had received the grace of your baptism and lived together, we whom you allowed to speak on the occasion of your own gift, she so took care of us that it was as though she had been the mother of us all, and she so served us as though she had been the offspring of us all. Chapter 10. As the day of her departure from life was approaching, a day that you knew well, though we did not, it came to pass, so ordered, I do believe it, by your secret ways, that she and I stood alone, leaning upon a window and looking out into the garden of the house where we were then living in Ostia, away from the commotion of men and recovering from the fatigue of a long journey and preparing for our voyage. She and I were then speaking sweetly and forgetting those things that lay behind and stretching out to those that lay ahead. We together, in the present, the truth that you are, asked each other what kind of eternal life the saints would have, a life which no eye has seen, no ear heard, nor has it entered into the heart of man. But we gasped with the mouth of our hearts for the heavenly streams of your fountain, the fountain of life, which is with you, so that we might, thus sprinkled with these waters according to our capacity, in some way meditate on so lofty a mystery. And our discourse reached such heights that the greatest delights that the earthly senses could experience, even in the purest physical light, was not only not worthy of being compared to the sweetness of that life, but even did not merit mentioning. Thus we raised ourselves with more burning affection toward the self-same, and by degrees passed through all bodily things, even the very heavens, where the sun and moon and stars shine upon the earth. And we soared higher through interior reflection, discourse, and admiration for your works. Then we came to our own minds and went beyond them, that we might arrive at that place of never-failing plenty, where you forever feed Israel with the truth, where life is the wisdom by whom all things are made, as well as all that have been and will be. She is not made, but rather is as she has been, and shall ever be so. In fact, to have been and to hereafter be are not to be found in her. Only to be is found in her, for she is eternal, whereas to have been and to hereafter be are not eternal. And while we conversed and sighed for her, we lightly touched her with the whole effort of our heart. We sighed, and having gathered the first fruits of the spirits, returned to the noisy racket of verbal speech, where the spoken word has a beginning and an end. But what is like your word, our Lord, who endures in himself without becoming old and makes all things new? We then said, if someone could experience the silencing of this flesh's tumult, if the images of earth, water, and air could fall silent, and silent too the poles of heaven, and indeed, even if the soul could be silent to herself, and by not thinking of the self would surmount the self, silencing all dreams and imaginable revelation, as well as every tongue and every sign and everything at all that exists only in the midst of transient change. For if one has ears to hear it, all these say, we did not make ourselves, he who abides forever made us. If, after uttering their declaration, these things too should fall silent, after having only roused our ears to him who made them, and he alone would speak, not through them, but through himself, so that we might hear his words, not by words spoken by any tongue of flesh, nor an angel's voice, nor the sound of thunder, nor in the dark riddle of some likeness, but might hear the one whom we love in these things, might hear his very self without these, as she and I now strained ourselves and in swift thought touched that eternal wisdom which abides over all. If this could be pushed onward, and all other visions far distant from such an experience might be withdrawn, and this one ravish, absorb, and hide its beholder within these inward joys, so that life might forever be like that one moment of understanding which we sighed over, would not this be to enter into the joy of our Lord? And when shall that be? When shall we rise again, though we shall not all be changed? While I was speaking of such things, even if not in this very way and in these very words, Lord, you know that on that day when we were speaking of these things, and when this world with all its delights became, as we spoke, contemptible to us, my mother said, Son, for my part, I have no further delight in anything in this life. What I am still doing here and to what end I still am here, I know not, now that my hopes in this world have been fulfilled. There was one thing for which I desired to linger on for a while in this life, namely to see you as a Catholic Christian before I died. My God has done this for me even more abundantly, so that I now see you moreover despising earthly happiness, now that you are his servant. What else remains for me here?" Chapter 11. I do not remember how I answered her. For barely 5 days later, or not much more, she fell ill with a fever, and one day while ill she became unconscious, and for a time was withdrawn from visible realities. We hastened to her side, and she woke again. Looking at me and my brother standing by her, she asked us, "Where was I?" Then looking intently at us, who were dazed with grief, she said, "You shall bury your mother here." I remained silent and refrained from weeping, but my brother said something, expressing his thought that she would find it better to die in her own land rather than in a foreign location. But then, with an anxious stare, she pushed back against him for still having a taste for such things, and then looked at me, saying, "Behold what he says." Soon thereafter, saying to both of us, "Lay this body anywhere. Do not let care for it disturb you in any way. The only thing I request is that you remember me at the Lord's altar, wherever you might be." And having expressed this sentiment in what words she could, she fell silent, exhausted as she was by her growing illness. But considering your gifts, O you, the unseen God, which you pour into the hearts of your faithful, from which wondrous fruits spring, I rejoiced and gave thanks to you, for I recalled how careful and anxious she had always been regarding her burial place, which she had provided and prepared for herself to be next to her husband's body. Because of the great harmony of life that they shared, she also wished, so little can the human mind embrace divine things, to have this additional happiness as well, and to have men remember that, after her pilgrimage beyond the seas, what was earthly between this united pair had been permitted to remain until beneath the same plot of earth. I do not know when, through the full measure of your goodness, this empty wish began to fade from her heart, but I rejoiced in wonder when she disclosed this to me. However, even when we spoke at the window and she said, "What do I have here any longer?" there was no appearance of a desire to die in her own land. Moreover, I later heard that when we were at Ostia, when I was not present, she spoke with a mother's confidence to some of my friends, discussing contempt for this life and the blessing of death. They were amazed that you had given a woman such courage and asked her whether she was afraid to leave behind her body so far from her own city. She replied, "Nothing is far for God, nor should we fear that he would not know where to raise me up when the world came to its end." Thus, on the 9th day of her illness, when she was 56 years old, and I was 33, that holy and righteous soul was loosed from the body. Chapter 12. I closed her eyes, and a mighty sorrow flowed into my heart, which itself overflowed into tears. At the same time, armed by my mind's powerful command, my eyes swallowed these flowing waters down to the last drop and dried this tide. And how great was my woe in the midst of such strife! And when she breathed her last breath, the boy, Adeodatus, burst forth in loud lamentation, quieting when we restrained him. Similarly, a childish feeling within me, which through my heart's youthful voice found vent in weeping, was restrained and silenced. For we did not think it fitting to solemnize that funeral with tearful lamentation and groans, as though we shared in the kind of grief felt by those who hold that the departed are either unhappy or altogether dead, whereas she was neither unhappy in her death nor altogether dead. We were on solid ground in this estimation, based on the testimony of her good life and her unfeigned faith. What then was the source of this grievous pain within me, if not the fresh wound that I felt by the fact that the most sweet and dear custom of living together was so suddenly wrenched from me? I did indeed rejoice when during her last days of illness, while expressing words of endearment as I fulfilled my duties, she called me a faithful son and mentioned with great loving affection that she never had heard me utter any harsh or insulting word against her. Nonetheless, O my God, who made us, what comparison can there be between the honor I paid her and her servitude on my behalf? Thus, no longer having the great comfort that I found in her, my soul was wounded, and the united life that brought us together was now torn apart. Once the boy's tears were stilled, Aeodius picked up the psalter and began to sing, with our whole house responding to him, the psalm, "I will sing of mercy in judgment to you, O Lord." Upon hearing us, many brethren and religious women came together, and while the funeral was prepared, as expected, by those whose duty it was to do this, I gave an address that was fitting to the situation. By this balm I relieved a torment that you alone saw, while they sat unaware and listening, thinking that I felt no sorrow at all. But in your ears, where none of them could hear, I rebuked the frailness of my feelings and held back the sorrowful flood in my heart, which ebbed only to flow back again, like the tide, though not going so far as to burst forth into tears or to mark my countenance. Nonetheless, I knew what I was hiding within my heart. Quite displeased with myself that I was so affected by such human things which come to pass in accord with the right order and arrangement of our natural condition, I then was overcome with a new sorrow, now grieving over my grief, and thus worn down by a double sorrow. And behold, the corpse was carried to its burial. We went and returned without tears, and I did not weep as we poured forth prayers to you when the sacrifice of our ransom was offered for her, with her corpse by the graveside, as it is the custom there, before being laid to rest there. But that whole day I was weighed down by secret sorrow, and with a troubled mind I prayed to you the best I could, asking you to heal my melancholy. But you did not grant it, for I believed you meant to impress on my memory in one stroke just how strong the bond of habit is, even for a soul that now feeds upon no deceptive word. I thought it a good idea to take a bath, having once heard that the Latin word for bath, balneum, came from the Greek word balaneon, indicating that it drives cares from one's mind. And this too, O Father of the fearless, do I confess to your mercy, that I bathed and yet was the same afterwards as I was before, for I could not sweat forth the bitterness of sorrow from my heart. Then after sleeping and waking, I found my sorrow had lessened no small amount. And as I lay there, alone in bed, I recalled those true verses written by your Bishop Ambrose. For you are God, creator of all that is, and ruler of the heights, who robing day in light has poured graced slumbers o'er the night. So limbs that have been worn by toil may strength find for work anew, and hearts exhausted be now raised, and sorrows be subdued. Then gradually I recalled my former thoughts concerning your handmaid, thinking of the holy life she lived for you and her tender and devoted service to us, of which I was suddenly deprived. And I was of a mind to weep in your sight, both for her and for myself, on her behalf and my own. Thus I let flow the tears that I had held back, allowing them to pour forth as much as they wished, resting my heart upon them and there finding rest, for they were let loose before your ears and not those of men, who would have had scornful thoughts about such weeping. Now, O Lord, here in writing I confess it to you. Let whoever wishes to read it and interpret it how he will. And if he judges that I sinned by weeping for a brief part of an hour for my mother, the mother for who the time was dead to my eyes, the mother who had for so many years wept over me so that I might live in your eyes, let him not deride me. Rather, if he be full of charity, let him weep for my sins before you, the Father of all those who are brothers in your Christ. Chapter 13. But now, with a heart that had been cured of that wound which might seem worthy of reproach for its earthly sentiment, I pour out to you, O God, far different tears on behalf of your handmaiden, now flowing from a spirit that is shaken by thoughts concerning the dangers faced by every soul that dies in Adam. And although she had been enlivened in Christ and prior to her release from the flesh had lived in praise of your name through her faith and life, nonetheless I dare not say that from the time that you regenerated her through baptism, no word came forth from her mouth against your commandment. Your Son, the truth, has said, whoever says to his brother, you fool, shall be liable to the hell of fire. And woe even unto the lives of men who deserve praise, if you were to lay aside your mercy and examine them. But because you do not vigorously search into our sins, we confidently hope to find some place with you. Nonetheless, whoever reckons his real merits before you will find that what he counts are nothing other than your own gifts. Oh, that men would know that they are men, and that he who boasts would boast in the Lord. Therefore, O praise and my life, God of my heart, laying aside for a moment her good deeds, for which I joyfully give thanks to you, I now beseech you on behalf of my mother's sins. Hear me, I entreat you, through the medicine of our wounds, he who hung upon the wood of the cross and now sits at your right hand, making intercession on our behalf. I know that she was merciful, and from her heart forgave her debtors their debts. May you also now forgive her debts, whatever she might have contracted through all her long years after being bathed in the waters of salvation. Forgive her, Lord, forgive her, I beseech you, and do not enter into judgment against her. Let your mercy be exalted above your justice, for your words are true, and you have promised mercy to the merciful, to whom you gave the mercy they show. O you who will have mercy upon whom you will have mercy, and compassion upon whom you will have compassion. And I believe that you have already done what I ask. Nonetheless, accept, O Lord, this freewill offering from my lips. For so close to the day of her last breath, she took no thought to have her body wrapped in the sumptuous clothes or embalmed with spices, nor did she desire to have a special monument, nor to be buried in her own land. She expressed no such demands to us, but rather only desired to have her name remembered at your altar, which she had served without missing a day, knowing that from there was dispensed the holy victim by whose sacrifice the bond that was written against us had been blotted out, and the enemy conquered, who had summed up our offenses and sought to charge them against us, finding, however, nothing in him in whom we conquer. Who will repay him with innocent blood? Who will repay him the price at which he bought us and thus take us from him? Your handmaid bound herself through the bond of faith unto the sacrament of our ransom. Let no one cut her off from your protection. Let neither the lion nor the dragon intervene either by force or fraud. For she will not respond that she owes nothing, lest she be convicted and seized by the crafty accuser. Rather, she will answer that her sins are forgiven by him to whom none can repay the price that he who owed nothing paid for us. Thus may she rest in peace with her husband, before and after whom she had no other, he whom she obeyed with a patience that brings forth fruit unto you, so that she might win him also for you. And pour forth your Spirit, O Lord my God, upon your servants, my brethren, your sons, my masters, whom with voice and heart and pen I serve, so that all who read these confessions may remember at your altar Monica, your handmaiden, with Patricius, who for a time was her husband, by whose bodies you brought me into this life, by ways that I know not. May they all, with devout affection, remember my parents here in the passing light of this world, all of them, my brethren under you, our father and our Catholic mother, my fellow citizens in that heavenly Jerusalem, for which your pilgrim people sigh during their exodus, until the day when they return there. Thus may my mother's last request to me through these my confessions be more abundantly fulfilled for her through the prayers of many than it would be through mine alone.
Chapter 1. Let me know you, O Lord, the one who knows me. Let me know you as I am known. Strength of my soul, enter into it and make it fit for you, that you may have and hold it without spot or wrinkle. This is my hope, and therefore do I speak. And in this hope I rejoice, when my rejoicing is truly sound and healthy. Other things in this life should be grieved over less, all the more that they are grieved over. And the more that things should cause sorrow, the less do men feel such sorrow. For behold, you love the truth, and he who does the truth comes to the light. This is what I wish to do in my heart, in confession now before you, and in my writing before many witnesses. Chapter 2. What could be hidden within me from you, if I were not to confess it, O Lord, before whose gaze the abyss of man's conscience stands naked? If I were to do that, I would hide you from me, not me from you. But now, because my groans bear witness to the fact that I am displeasing to myself, you shine forth and are pleasing, loved, and longed for, so that I may be ashamed of myself and be led to renounce myself and choose you, pleasing neither you nor myself except in you. Therefore, to you, O Lord, I am open, whatever I am, and I have already spoken of whatever fruit might be found in confessing to you. Nor do I make this confession with bodily words and sounds, but with the words of my soul and the cry of thought that your ear hears. For when I am evil, then confession to you is nothing other than the expression of displeasure with myself. But when confession is piously made, it is nothing other than an admission that all this comes not from me. For you, O Lord, bless the godly, but you first justify him when he is ungodly. Therefore, O my God, my confession is made in silence in your sight, and yet not silently. In sound it is silent, but in affection it cries aloud. For neither do I utter to men anything right that you have not already heard from me, nor do you hear from me anything that you did not first say to me. Chapter 3. What then is the purpose of speaking such confessions to men, as though they could heal all of my infirmities? They are a race that is curious to know about the lives of others, while slothful to amend their own. Why do they seek to hear from me about what I am, these men who will not hear from you concerning what they themselves are? And when they hear what I say about myself, how do they know whether my words are true? For no man knows what is in man except the spirit of man that is in him. But if they hear from you about themselves, they cannot say, "The Lord is a liar." For what does it mean for them to hear from you about themselves, if not to know themselves? And who knows and says, "It is false," unless he himself lies? However, because charity believes all things, that is, among those whom it makes one by binding them to itself, I too, O Lord, will thus confess to you so that men may hear, though I cannot demonstrate to them whether my confessions are true. Yet those whose ears are open to me by charity will believe what I have to say. Yet you, O physician of my innermost depths, make plain to me what fruit I might reap from doing so. For when one reads and hears the confession of my past sins, which you have forgiven and covered over, so that you might bless me in you, changing my soul through faith in your sacrament, the heart is stirred up, so that it may not sleep in despair and say, I cannot. Rather, it may be awake in the love of your mercy and the sweetness of your grace, by which whoever is weak is strong when your grace makes him conscious of his own weakness. And good men take delight in hearing about the past evils committed by those who are now freed from them, not because they are evils, but because they once existed, but now no longer do. With what fruit then, O Lord my God, to whom my conscience daily confesses, trusting more in the hope of your mercy than in its own innocence, with what fruit, I pray, do I confess in this book to men who are also in your presence, telling them what I now am and not what I once was? For I have seen and spoken about that other fruit, but various people who have heard from me or about me wish to know what I am now, at the very time of making these confessions, though their ear is not close by to my heart now, where I am, whatever I am. They wish, therefore, to hear me confess what I am within, where neither their eye, nor ear, nor understanding can reach. They wish to hear of this as men ready to understand, but will they know it? For the charity that makes them to be good men tells them that I do not lie in my confessions, and it is that very charity in them that believes me. Chapter 4. But what fruit would they like to draw from hearing this? Did they desire to rejoice with me upon hearing how near, by your gift, I draw close to you? And do they desire to pray for me when they hear how much I am held back by my own weight? To such men I will reveal myself, for it is no small fruit, O Lord my God, that many thanks should be given to you on our behalf, and that many might beseech you on our behalf. Let the brotherly mind love in me what you teach us to be loved, and let him lament in me what you teach us to be lamented. Let this be the response of a brotherly mind, not that of a stranger, not that of the strange children whose mouth speaks of vanity, and whose right hand is the right hand of iniquity. A brotherly mind that rejoices for me when it approves of what it reads, and feels sorrow for me when it disapproves of me. For whether it approves or disapproves, it loves me. To such minds will I reveal myself. They will breathe freely at my good deeds and sigh at my evil ones. My good deeds are gifts appointed by you. My evil deeds are my offenses from my hand and judgments from yours. Let them breathe freely at the first and sigh at the other. And let hymns and weeping ascend in your sight from the hearts of my brethren, who are your censors. And Lord, be pleased with the incense of your holy temple, and have mercy upon me according to your great mercy, for your own name's sake. And in no way, forsaking the work you have begun, make perfect my imperfections. This is the fruit of my confessions concerning what I am, not what I have been, confessing these words not only before you in secret exultation with trembling, and secret sorrow with hope, but also in the ears of believing sons of men who are sharers in my joy, partners in my mortality, my fellow citizens and my fellow pilgrims who have gone before or will follow after as companions on my way. These are your servants, my brethren, whom you have willed to be your sons. These are my masters, whom you have commanded me to serve if I should live with you and upon you. But this your word would have done little if it were to command only by speaking and not by actively doing. So this too will I do in deed and word, doing so under your wings, though how great would be my peril if my soul were not submissive to you under your wings, and my infirmity made known to you. I am a little one, but my Father lives forever, and my guardian is sufficient for me. For he who begot me also defends me, and you are yourself all my good, yes, you, Almighty One, who are with me, indeed before I am with you. Therefore, to those whom you have commanded me to serve, I will now reveal not what I have been, but rather what I now am, and what I yet am. But still I do not judge myself, and let me be heard in a similar spirit. Chapter 5. For you, O Lord, judge me, because although no man knows the things that are in a man except for the spirit that is in him, nonetheless there is something in man that also is not known by his own spirit within him. But you, O Lord, know the whole of man, for you have fashioned him. Yet, though in your sight I despise myself and account myself to be but dust and ashes, nonetheless I know something about you that I do not know about myself. Truly, we now see through a glass darkly, not yet seeing face to face. Therefore, for as long as I am absent from you, I am more present with myself than I am with you. And yet, I know that you suffer from no change. But as for me, I know not what temptations I may or may not be able to resist. But there is hope, for you are faithful, you who will not allow us to be tested beyond our strength, but ordained that along with the temptation there be a way of escape, so that we might be able to bear it. Therefore I will confess what I know about myself, and will also confess what I do not know. For what I know about myself I know in your light, and what I do not know about myself I will not know until my darkness is made like the noonday in the light of your countenance. Chapter 6. Thus, not with doubt, but with sure awareness do I love you, Lord. You have stricken my heart with your word, and I have loved you. Yes, also, behold, heaven, earth, and all therein on every side bid me to love you. Nor do they cease to say this to all, so that they might be without excuse. But more profoundly will you have mercy on those on whom you will have mercy, and compassion on those for whom you have compassion, lest heaven and earth were to speak your praises to deaf ears. But what do I love when I love you? Not the beauty of bodies, nor the fair harmony of time, nor the brightness of the light which is so dear to our eyes, nor the sweet melodies of various songs, nor the fragrant smell of flowers, oils, and spices, nor manna and honey, nor limbs ready to embrace us. None of these are what I love when I love my God. And yet I love a kind of light, melody, fragrance, sustenance, and embracing of my inner man, where there shines upon my soul something that space cannot contain, and where there resounds a tone that time does not carry away, where a fragrance remains without being dispersed by any breath, and where an embrace is found that is never cut short by satiety. This is what I love when I love my God. And what is this? I asked the earth, and it answered me, I am not he. And all that was upon it answered me the same way. I asked the sea and the depths and all creeping living things, and they answered, We are not your God. Seek above us. I asked the stirring air, and all of it, with all its inhabitants, answered, Anaximenes was deceived. I am not God. I turned to the heavens, sun, moon, and stars, and they too responded, Nor are we the God whom you seek. And I replied to all the things that encompass the door of my flesh, You have told me that you are not God. Tell me something about him. And they cried out with a loud voice, He made us. I questioned them, thinking about them, and their splendor gave the answer. And I turned to myself and asked, Who are you? I answered, A man. And behold, within me there was present to me my soul and my body, one internal and the other outside. By which of these should I seek my God? I had sought him in the body from earth to heaven, as far as I could send messengers, the very light of my eyes. But it is better to seek by the inner means, for it was like a presiding judge before the bodily messengers that reported to it the answers received from heaven, earth, and all therein, all who said, We are not God, but he made us. All these things did my inner man know by the ministry of the outer. I, the inner, knew them, I, the mind, through my bodily senses. I asked this immense world about my God, and it answered me, I am not he, but he made me. Is not this bodily splendor apparent to all who have intact senses? Why then does it not say the same thing to all? Animals, both small and great, see it, but cannot ask it this, for they have no reasoning set over their senses to judge the reports that they bring forth. But men can ask it, so that the invisible things of God are clearly seen, being understood through the things that have been made. However, when men love them, they become subject to them, and subjects cannot judge. And creatures only speak this answer to those who can judge. They do not change their voice, that is the appearance of their splendor, if one man only sees, and another seeing also asks, thus appearing one way to the first and differently to the second. Rather, appearing the same to both, their voice is silent to the first and speaks to the second. In fact, it speaks to all, but the only ones who understand are those who compare its voice received from outside with the truth that is within. For truth says unto me, Neither heaven, nor earth, nor any other body is your God. Their very nature says this. Do you not see? They are a bodily mass which is less in its parts than in its whole. Now I speak to you, O my soul, to you who are my better part, for you enliven the mass of my body, giving it life, which no body can give to a body, but your God is even the very life of your life. Chapter 7. What then do I love when I love my God? Who is he who is above the head of my soul? By my very soul I will ascend to him. I will pass beyond that power of mine by which I am united to my body, and I fill its whole frame with life. Nor can I, by means of that power, find my God, for if I could, then horse and mule, which have no understanding, might find him, for their bodies live by that same power. But there is another power, not only that by which I animate my body, but that by which I fill my flesh, which the Lord has framed for me, with the power to sense, directing the eye so it does not hear, and the ear so it does not see, but rather commanding the eye that I should see through it, and the ear that I should hear through it, and the other senses too, that they should have their own particular organs and offices to fill. All of which, in all of their diversity, I, the unified mind, bring about through my activity. I will pass beyond this power of mine as well, for horse and mule also have these senses, for they too perceive through the body. Chapter 8. Therefore I will pass beyond this power of my nature as well, rising up step by step to him who made me. And I come now to the spacious fields and palaces of my memory, where the treasures of countless images are stored, brought into it by all kinds of things that are perceived by the senses. They too are stored whatever we happen to think about, whether by making things larger or smaller, or altering in any other way the things that have come to us through our senses. So too, whatever else has been committed to memory and laid up is stored there, so long as forgetfulness has not swallowed it up and buried it. When I enter there, I request what I choose to be brought forth. Some come instantly, whereas others must be sought after for a long time, being brought, as it were, out of some inner place. Others rush out in hosts, and although one thing is desired and requested, they all come forth as though to say, "Perhaps I am what you are looking for." With the hand of my heart I drive these away from before the gaze of my remembrance, until what I am looking for is unveiled and appears in sight, coming forth from its secret place. Other things come readily in uninterrupted order, just as they are called for, those in the front making way for those that come after them, and as they make their way, they pass back away out of sight, ready to come forth again at will, all of which takes place when I repeat something by heart. Everything there is preserved separately and under general headings, each having entered by its own particular avenue. Through the eyes comes light, all colors and bodily forms. Through the ears, all sorts of sounds. By way of the nostrils, all smells. By the mouth, all tastes. And by the physical sensation of the whole body, whatever is hard or soft, hot or cold, smooth or rugged, heavy or light, whether inside or outside the body. All of these are received within the immense recesses of memory, in her countless secret and inexpressible windings, to be reflected on and brought forth as needed, each entering by its own gate and finding there a place to be stored. Yet it is not the things themselves that enter therein, but only the images of the things that are perceived, now ready there for thought to recall them. Who can tell how these images are formed, even though it is quite clear what sense they each come from for storage therein? For even while I dwell in darkness and silence, I can produce colors in my memory whenever I choose, distinguishing there between black and white and whatever others that I might will. Nor do sounds break in and disturb the image sketched before my eyes, which I am now reviewing, though they too are there, lying dormant and laid up, as it were, in their own place apart. For these too can be called forth, and they will immediately appear. For though my tongue is still and my throat is silent, none the less I can sing as much as I wish. Nor do those images of colors, which none the less are there, intrude and interrupt when another store, which had flowed in by the ears, is called forth. So too I can recall at my pleasure all the other things, piled in and piled high by the other senses. Yes, I distinguish the smell of lilies from violets without smelling a thing, and I can prefer honey to sweet wine, smooth feelings over rugged ones, all the while neither tasting nor handling a thing, but only holding all this in memory. All this I perform within myself in the vast halls of my memory. For within me, heaven, earth, sea, and whatever I might think about there are all present within me, in addition to what I have forgotten. And there too I also meet myself, in memory recalling myself, as well as when, where, and what I have done, along with how I felt at the time. There is found all that I remember, either through my own experience or on the word of others. From the same storehouse, I myself continuously combine with the past various likenesses of things that I have experienced or have believed from my experience, and from this I infer future actions, events, and hopes, reflecting again on all this in the present. I will do this or that, I say to myself, in that great storehouse of my mind, filled with the images of so many and such great things, telling myself, and this or that will follow. Oh, may this or that come to pass. May God prevent this or that from happening. And when I speak such things to myself, the images of all that I am speaking about are present to me, coming forth from that same treasure of memory, and I would not speak of any of them if there were no images of them. Great is this power of memory, all too great, O my God. How large and boundless a chamber it is. Who has ever sounded it down to its depths? Yet this is a power of mine and belongs to my nature, nor do I myself comprehend all that I am. Therefore is the soul too narrow to contain itself? And where would be that part of itself that it cannot contain? Is it outside of it, not within? But how then does it not comprehend itself? A wonderful admiration surprises me, and amazement grasps me. Men go abroad to admire the heights of the mountains, the mighty billowing waves of the sea, the broad tides of the rivers, the great expanses of the oceans, and the revolution of the stars. Yet all the while they pass right by themselves. Nor do they marvel that when I spoke about all these things, I did not see them with my eyes, though I could not have spoken about them unless I at the same time saw the mountains, billowing seas, rivers, and stars that I had once seen, as well as that ocean that I believe exists, all inwardly in my memory, all with the same sort of vast dimensions as though I saw them abroad outside myself. However, by seeing them, did I not draw them into myself when my eyes beheld them? However, they are not themselves with me, but only their images. And I know the bodily senses by which each of them was impressed upon me. Chapter 9. But this is not all that is retained within the immeasurable capacity of my memory. Here, too, is all that I have learned concerning the liberal arts, and have not yet forgotten, back in some inner place which, however, is no place, nor are they images of them, but are the very things themselves. For what literature is, as well as the art of disputing, and the lists of the types of questions that can be asked, along with any of these sorts of things that I know, all exist in my memory in a way different from what I hold in my memory from the senses, not like the image that remains while the thing passes away, nor like a voice that sounds forth and then passes away only to be recalled by the impression it leaves behind, heard as though it were sounding, when no sound exists any longer, nor like a smell which passes by in the air, affecting the sense of smell, from which it then conveys an image of itself into the memory, enabling us to recall this smell when we remember it, nor like food, which indeed even now in the stomach has no taste, though it still in a way has a taste in the memory, nor as anything that the body perceives by way of touch, which upon removal is still conceived by memory. For those things are not conveyed into memory, only their images, with an admirable swiftness, are caught up and stored there, as it were, in wondrous storehouses, and marvelously brought forth from there by the act of remembering. Chapter 10. But now when I hear that there are three kinds of questions, does the thing exist? What is it? And what kind of thing is it? I do indeed hold images of the sounds from which these words are composed, and I also know that those sounds pass noisily through the air, but no longer exist. However, the very things that are signified by these sounds are not something I have ever reached with any bodily sense, nor have I ever discerned them in any other way but through my mind. Yet I have laid up in my memory not their images, but those questions themselves. If anyone can tell me how they entered me, tell me, for I have passed through all the sensory canals of my flesh, and cannot find one through which they entered. The eyes say, if those images are colored, we reported on them. The ears tell me, if they make sound, we have given knowledge of them. The nostrils say, if they smell, then they have passed through us. And taste says, do not ask me unless they have some sort of flavor. And touch, if it has no dimensions, then I did not handle it. And if I did not handle it, then I have given no notice of it. From where and how did these things enter into my memory? I do not know how. For when I learned them, I did not give credit to another man's mind, but rather recognized them in mine, and seeing that they were true, I commended them to it, laying them up, as it were, so that I might bring them forth whenever I so willed. Thus, they were there even before I learned them, but they were not in my memory. Where then were they? Or why, when they were spoken, did I accept them and say, so it is true, unless they were already in memory, though so distant and so buried, as it were, in deeper recesses, that if another person's suggestion had not drawn them forth, I perhaps may never have been able to conceive of them. Chapter 11. Thus we find that to learn these things that we do not imbibe in the form of images from the senses, but rather perceive within ourselves as they are by themselves without images, is nothing other than to gather together, as it were, by reflection, and to arrange by taking heed of those things that memory had contained before at random and unarranged, now taking them up in hand within that same memory where they had previously laid unknown, scattered, and neglected, so that now they will readily spring to the mind of him who is familiar with them. And how many things of this sort are now in my memory, having thus been discovered and, as I said, placed, as it were, ready at hand, all of which we are said to have learned or to have come to know. If I were to cease for even a moment to call them to mind, they would again be so buried and slip back into the deeper recesses of memory that they must again be brought out of there as though they were new, for they have no other abode. Rather, they must be drawn together again so that they might be known. That is, they must be, as it were, gathered together from their state of dispersion. Such is the source of the term cogitation. For the word cogere, to collect, and cogitare, to recollect, have the same relation as agere, to do, and agitare, to pursue, and facere, to make, and factitare, to practice or do frequently. However, the mind has made this word cogitation its own, so that we properly say that something is cogitated or thought upon when it is collected, precisely by being recollected, that is, by being brought together in the mind. Chapter 12. Memory also contains the reasons and countless laws of numbers and dimensions, none of which have been impressed upon it by any bodily sense, because they have no color, nor sound, nor taste, nor smell, nor tactile feeling. I have heard the sound of the words that enable us to discuss such things, but such sounds are different from the realities thereby signified. For such sounds differ in Greek and in Latin, but the realities in question are neither Greek nor Latin nor any other language. I have looked upon the lines drawn by architects, some sketched very finely like a spider's thin thread, but the mathematical lines themselves are not the same as these drawings, for the lines themselves are not images of those lines that I can see with my bodily eyes. Whoever conceives such things without using any kind of bodily perception recognizes them within himself. So too have I perceived the numbers that we use in numbering all that we experience with our bodily senses. But those numbers we use for numbering are different from the things we number, and such numbers are not images of the things, though they do indeed have being. Let not the man who does not perceive them laugh at me for saying these things, and when he laughs, I will pity him. Chapter 13. I remember all these things as well as how I learned them, and I have heard and likewise remember many things that were raised as objections very falsely against them, and, although they are false, I do not falsely remember them. I also remember that I have discerned between those truths and the falsehoods that have been raised as objections against them, and I perceive that it is different to discern in this way today, and to remember that I have frequently discerned in this way when I often thought about such matters. Therefore, I both remember that I have often understood these things, and what I now discern and understand I lay up in my memory, so that I may later remember that I now understand it. Thus, I remember that I have remembered. For if I hereafter call into remembrance the fact that I now am able to remember these things, I shall then call it into remembrance by the force of memory. Chapter 14. The same memory also contains affections of the mind, not in the same way that my mind itself contains them when it feels them, but in a much different manner, according to a power of its own. For without rejoicing I remember that I have felt joy, and without sorrow do I recollect my past sorrow. And I now review past feelings of fear without today experiencing them, and I call to mind some past desire without feeling desire now. Sometimes, by contrast, with joy I remember some past sorrow, and with sorrow look back on a past joy. This is not surprising as regards the body, for the mind is one thing and the body another. If, therefore, I joyfully remember some past bodily pain, this is not so surprising. Now, this memory itself is mind, for when we say that something must be kept in memory, we remark, "See that you keep it in mind," and when we forget it, we say, "I cannot call it to mind," and "It slipped from my mind," calling the memory itself mind. Thus, how is it that when I joyfully remember past sorrow, the mind feels joy, while the memory contains sorrow? How is it that the mind is filled with joy through the joyfulness that is in it, whereas memory does not feel sad when it contains a sad recollection? Who will say so? The memory is then, as it were, the mind's stomach, and joy and sadness are like sweet and bitter food. When they are committed to memory, they, so to speak, pass into the stomach where they are stored, though not tasted. It would be ridiculous to imagine that these are alike, though they are not completely dissimilar. But behold, I can draw from my memory the fact that there are 4 ways the mind is troubled: by desire, joy, fear, and sorrow. Then I can turn to discuss them, dividing each into its subordinate species, and by defining it, I can draw from my memory what I need to say. And yet, I am not disturbed by any of these disturbances when I call them to mind by remembering them. Indeed, even before I recall them and bring them back, they were there, able to be brought forward by recollection. Perhaps then, just as grass is brought up out of the stomach when the cud is chewed, so too by recollection these things are brought out of memory. But why, in the midst of such disputation, do we not taste in the mouth of our musing the sweetness of joy or the bitterness of sorrow? Is this where the metaphor shows its dissimilarity, because the 2 cases are not alike in all respects? For who would willingly speak of it if every time we happened to speak about grief or fear, we would be forced to feel sad or fearful? And yet, we could not speak of them if we did not find in our memory not only the sounds of the names through the images that have been impressed on our bodily senses, but also the notions of the very things themselves, which we never received by any bodily avenue, but which, instead, the mind, perceiving the experience of its own passions, committed to memory, or memory by itself retained, although they had not been committed to it. Chapter 15. But who can readily say whether or not this is by means of images? Thus, I speak about a stone or the sun, and although the things themselves are not present to my senses, their images are present to my memory. I speak about a bodily pain, yet it is not present to me when I have no aches. However, unless its image were present in my memory, I would not know what to say about it, nor how to discuss the distinction between pain and pleasure. I can speak about bodily health while I am also of sound body, thus having the very thing under discussion present to me. And yet, if its image were not also present in my memory, I could by no means recall what the sound of these words should signify. And the sick man would not recognize what is being spoken of when talking about health, unless the same image were retained in memory, though the thing itself were absent from the body. I name the numbers by which we count, and it is not their image, but they themselves that are present in my memory. I name the image of the sun, and that image is present in my memory, for I recall not the image of its image, but the image itself. The latter is what is readily called to mind. I name memory, and I recognize what I name. And where do I recognize it, if not in memory itself? Is memory also present to itself by its image, and not by itself? Chapter 16. Now, when I name forgetfulness, and moreover recognize what I thus name, how could I recognize it if I did not remember it? I am not speaking of the sound of the name, but rather of the thing that it signifies. If I had forgotten it, I could not recognize what the sound signifies. Therefore, when I remember memory, memory itself, through itself, is present with itself. However, when I remember forgetfulness, both memory and forgetfulness are present. Memory by which I remember, and the forgetfulness that I remember. But what is forgetfulness if not a privation of memory? How then is it present in memory, given that when such forgetfulness is present, I cannot remember? Now, if what we remember is held in memory, and if we did not remember forgetfulness, we could never recognize the reality signified by that very name when it is used. Then we must say that forgetfulness is retained by memory. Thus it is present so that we do not forget it, though, when it is present, we are forgetful. We must understand this to mean that when we remember forgetfulness, it is not present to the memory by itself, but instead by its image. For, if it were present by itself, it would not cause us to remember but to forget. Who will search this out? Who will comprehend how it can be? Lord, what toil this is for me, and it is indeed toil within my very self. I have become heavy soil to be tilled with much sweat upon my brow. For we are not now investigating the expanses of the heavens, nor measuring the distance of the stars, nor looking into how the earth is balanced. It is I myself who remember, I the mind. It is not surprising if something that is not myself is far from me. But what is nearer to me than myself? And yet, behold, I do not understand the very power of my own memory, though I cannot so much as name myself without it. For what shall I say when it is clear to me that I remember forgetfulness? Shall I say that something that I thus remember is not, however, in my memory? Or shall I say that forgetfulness is in my memory so that I might not forget? Both are absurd. What third way is there? How can I say that the image of forgetfulness is retained by my memory, but not forgetfulness itself, when I remember it? But how could I say this, given that when the image of anything is impressed upon the memory, the thing itself must first be present, so that the image might be impressed by it? For in this way do I remember Carthage, and all the places I have been, and the faces of all the men I have seen, as well as the things that are reported by the other senses. Thus do I know of bodily health and sickness. For when these things were present, my memory received images from them, and now that they are present within me, I can look upon them and bring them back to mind when I recall them in their absence. Thus, if this forgetfulness is retained in the memory through its image, though not through itself, then clearly it was itself present once upon a time, so that its image might be taken hold of. But when it was present, how did it write its image in the memory, given that when forgetfulness is present, it erases even things that were already known? Nonetheless, however this is so, though it is inconceivable and inexplicable, I am certain that I remember forgetfulness itself, that by which our memory is erased. Chapter 17. How great is memory's power, how fearful a thing, O my God, how deep and boundless in its infinite and manifold nature. And this thing is the mind, and I am this. What then am I, O my God? What is my nature? I am a life that is various and manifold and exceedingly immense. Behold, in the countless fields, caves, and caverns of my memory, all countlessly full of countless kinds of things, either through images for all bodies, or by actual presence for the arts, or by certain notions or impressions for the affections of the mind, which, even when they are not felt by the mind, are retained by the memory, while whatever is in the memory is also in the mind. Over all these do I run and fly. I dive deep here or there as far as I can, and there is no end. So great is the force of memory, and so great the force of life, even in man's mortal life. What then shall I do, O you who are my true life, my God? I will pass even beyond this power of mine that is called memory. Yes, I will pass beyond it so that I might draw closer to you, O sweet light. What do you say to me? See, I am mounting upward through my mind toward you who abide above me. Yes, I now will pass beyond this power of mine, memory, for I desire to come to you when you may be reached, and there cling to you where one may cling unto you. Yes, even beasts and birds have memory, for otherwise they could not return to their dens and nests, nor the many other places they are accustomed to going, nor indeed could they be accustomed to anything if they did not have memory. Therefore I will pass beyond memory as well, so that I might come to him who has set me apart from the four-footed beasts, and has made me wiser than the birds of the air. Yes, I will pass beyond memory too. And where shall I find you, O truly good and certain sweetness? Where shall I find you? If I find you without my memory, then I do not retain you in my memory. And how shall I find you if I do not remember you? Chapter 18. If the woman who had lost her coin and sought it with a lamp had not remembered it, she would have never found it. For if she did not remember it, how could she have known whether the coin she discovered was the same coin? I remember seeking and finding many lost things. For when I was seeking any of them, I kept searching for what I was seeking for as long as I continued to answer, no, when I was asked, is this it, is that it, until at last it was brought to me. If I had not remembered, whatever it might be, I would not be able to find it, even when it was brought to me, for I would not recognize it. And this is always the case when we seek and find any lost thing. Nonetheless, when anything happens to be lost from sight, like any visible body, though not from memory, its image is still retained within us, and it is sought until it is restored to sight. And when it is found, it is recognized by the image that is within. Nor do we say that we have found what we have lost unless we recognize it, nor can we recognize it unless we remember it. But this was indeed lost to the eyes, but retained in memory. Chapter 19. But what about when the memory itself loses anything, as happens when we forget something and strive to recall it? In the end, where do we search but in memory itself? And if perhaps one thing is offered instead of another, it is there in memory itself that we reject it until we find what we are seeking. And when it comes to us, we say, this is it, which we could not say unless we recognized it, and this itself depends on our remembering it. Certainly then, we had forgotten it. Or, if the whole had not escaped us, do we not seek after the lost part by means of the part we still had, so that memory, aware that something was missing and maimed, as it were, by not having its former ability, now demands the restoration of what was missing? For example, if we see or think about someone whom we know, though we forget his name, we can try to recover it. Other things are not connected with him because they were not normally thought about along with him. Thus, they are rejected until an object presents itself to memory, which then rests upon it, having found the name it was looking for. And where does it come from if not from memory itself? Indeed, even when we recognize it after being reminded of it by another person, it comes from there too. For we do not believe that it is something new, but rather upon recollection, we accept that this was the correct name. However, if it had been completely blotted from our mind, we would not be able to remember it, even when reminded of what it is. For we have not yet completely forgotten whatever it is that we still remember that we have forgotten. Therefore, the only thing we cannot seek out in memory is what we have utterly forgotten and lost. Chapter 20. How then do I seek you, O Lord? For when I seek you, my God, I seek a truly happy life. I will seek you so that my soul might live. For my body lives by my soul, and my soul lives by you. How then do I seek the happy life? Indeed, I do not have it until I can say, when I ought, this is it, enough. How do I seek it? Do I do so by remembrance as though I had forgotten it, remembering that I had forgotten it? Or do I do so by desiring to discover it like some unknown thing which I either have never known or have so forgotten that I do not even remember that I have forgotten it? Do not all men wish to have a happy life? Is it not true that nobody does not altogether fail to will it? How did they who will it know it? Where did they see it, they who so love it? Truly we have it, though I do not know how. Yes, there are those who are happy because they have a happy life, and those who are blessedly happy in hope. Those who hope have it in a lower way than those who truly have it, Yet they are better off than those who lack happiness both in deed and in hope. Yet even these people, if they did not have happiness in some way, would not choose to be happy, which they most certainly do. Therefore, they have known it, though I know not how, and thus they have it by some sort of knowledge, though I know not what. And I am perplexed as to whether it is in memory, for if it is there, then we were happy once upon a time. I am not asking, though, whether this would be individually or in that man who first sinned, in whom we also all have died, and from whom we are all born in misery. Rather, I am only asking whether the happy life is to be found in memory. For we would not love it if we did not know it. We hear the name, and we all confess that we desire the thing, for we are not delighted by a mere sound. Indeed, when a Greek hears it in Latin, he feels no delight, for he does not know what is said. But we Latin speakers are delighted, just as the other man would be if he heard it in Greek. This is because the very thing itself that Greeks, Latins, and all men who speak whatsoever tongue long for so earnestly is neither Greek nor Latin. Therefore all know it, for if they could all with one voice answer the question, "Do you wish to be happy?" they would respond yes. And the only way that this could be is if the very thing so named is retained in their memory. Chapter 21. But is this akin to how the person who has seen Carthage remembers it? No, for a happy life is not seen with the eye, for it is not a body. Therefore, is it like how we remember numbers? No, for we do not seek out the numbers that we already have in our knowledge, but when we have a happy life in our knowledge, we love it and even more desire to attain it, so that we might indeed be happy. Thus, is it like how we remember eloquence? No, for although when we hear this name too, some can call the thing to mind, even though they are not eloquent, but only desire to be so, thus showing that it is in their knowledge, nonetheless these men have by their bodily senses observed others to be eloquent, have taken delight in this, and desire to be like them, though, indeed, they would not feel delight without having some inward knowledge of it, nor would they wish to be like them without feeling such delight. However, no bodily sense enables us to experience the happy life in others. Therefore, is it like when we remember joy? Perhaps, for I remember my joy even when I am sad, as I remember the happiness of a happy life even when I am unhappy. Nor did I ever see, hear, smell, taste, or touch my joy with any bodily sense. Rather, I experienced it in my mind when I rejoiced, and the knowledge of it clung to my memory so that I can recall it with disgust sometimes, with longing at other times, depending on the nature of the things that I remember that I enjoyed. For I have even been immersed in a kind of joy from foul things, though I now detest and curse it. But at other times I have experienced joy in good and honest things, which I recall with longing, though they are perhaps no longer present, thus recalling my former joy with sorrow. Therefore, where and when did I experience my happy life so that I now remember, love, and long for it? Nor is it I alone or a few other people who wish to be happy. It is all men who do this. But if we did not know this by some certain knowledge, we would not desire it with so certain a will. But how is it that if you ask two men if they would go to war, one would perhaps say that he would, yet the other would not? Whereas if they were asked if they would like to be happy, both would instantly without any doubt say that they would, and indeed, the one would go to war and the other not go to war for no other reason than to be happy. Is it perhaps that one seeks joy in this thing, and another seeks it in another, while all agree in their desire to be happy, just as they would agree in saying, if they were asked, that they wish to have joy, which they call the happy life? Therefore, although one man obtains this joy by one means, and another man by another means, all have one end which they strive to attain, namely joy. And since all must say they have experienced this thing, it is found in memory and recognized whenever one speaks the word, a happy life. Chapter 22. Far be it, Lord, far be it from the heart of your servant who here confesses unto you, far be it that whatever that joy might be, I should therefore think myself to be happy. For there is a joy which is not given to the ungodly, but to those who love you for your own sake, you yourself being their very joy. And this is the happy life, to rejoice toward you, in you, and because of you. This is it, and there is no other. For those who think that there is another happy life, pursue some other joy and not a true one. Nonetheless, their will is not turned away from some semblance of joy. Chapter 23. Therefore, it is not certain that all wish to be happy insofar as those who do not wish to rejoice in you, which is the only happy life, do not truly desire the happy life. Or do all men desire this but because, quote, the desires of the flesh are against the spirit, and the desires of the spirit are against the flesh, end quote, they cannot do what they wish, and therefore fall upon what they can and content themselves with that? For if they cannot accomplish something, they do not exercise their will with enough strength for them to be able to do it. For I ask anyone whether he would rather rejoice in truth or in falsehood. He will just as readily say, in the truth, as he says, I desire to be happy. For a happy life is joy in the truth, for this is joy taken in you, who are the truth, O God, my light, health of my countenance, and my God. This is the happy life that all desire. This life which alone is happy, all desire. Yes, all desire to rejoice in the truth. I have met many who would deceive, but nobody who wishes to be deceived. Where then did they know this happy life, if not where they also knew the truth? For they love it too, since they wish not to be deceived. And when they love a happy life, which is none other than rejoicing in the truth, then also they love the truth, which they would not love if there were not some notice of it in their memory. Why then do they not rejoice in it? Why are they not happy? Because they are more powerfully occupied with other things which have more power to make them miserable than with that which they so faintly remember to make them happy. For there is still a little light in men. Let them walk so that the darkness may not overtake them. But why does the truth beget hatred, and why does the man coming from you, preaching the truth, become an enemy to them? Yet the happy life is loved, and it is found in nothing other than rejoicing in the truth. It would seem that such men love this truth by loving something else, and gladly wishing that what they thus love would be the truth. And since they do not wish to be deceived, they do not want to be convinced that they are in fact deceived. Therefore, they hate the truth, for the sake of that very thing that they love instead of the truth. They love truth when it enlightens, but they hate it when it proves them wrong. For since they do not wish to be deceived, but they choose to deceive, they love truth when it reveals itself to them, and hate it when it reveals them. Thus, it shall repay those men who will not to be made known by it, doing so by making them known against their will, and by itself becoming hidden from them. Yes, indeed, in this way does the mind of man, thus blind and sick, foul and unsightly, wish to be hidden, though it does not wish for anything to be hidden from it. But it is repaid by the opposite. It is not hidden from the truth, but the truth is hidden from it. Yet, even in this miserable state, it would rather take joy in truths than in falsehoods. How happy, therefore, will it be when, no longer obstructed, it shall take joy in that sole truth by whom all things are true. Chapter 24. See how great a space I have traveled through in my memory while seeking you, Lord. And yet I have not found you beyond it, nor have I discovered anything concerning you except what I have kept in my memory since I first learned of you. For since I learned of you, I have not forgotten you. And where I found the truth, there I found my God, the truth itself, which I have not forgotten after I learned it. Therefore, since I learned of you, you reside in my memory, and there, when I call you to remembrance, I find you and take delight in you. These are my holy delights, which you, looking upon my poverty, have given me in your mercy. Chapter 25. But where do you reside in my memory, O Lord? Where do you reside there? What sort of dwelling have you fashioned for yourself there? What kind of sanctuary have you built for yourself? You have honored my memory by residing in it. But in what part of it do you reside? This is what I now find myself considering. For while thinking upon you, I passed beyond all those parts of my memory that I share with animals, who also have memory. For I did not find you there among images of bodily things. Then I came to those parts where I store my mind's affections, and there too I did not find you. Next, I entered the very seat of my mind, which it has in memory, insofar as the mind also remembers itself. And there too you were not to be found. For just as you are not a bodily image, nor some affection felt by a living being, as when we rejoice, feel sorrow, desire, fear, remember, forget, or the like, so too neither are you the mind itself. For you are the Lord God of the mind. And indeed all these things change, but you yourself remain unchangeable over all things. Yet you have thought it fitting to dwell in my memory since I learned of you. And why do I now seek the place therein where you dwell, as though it were made up of places? I am sure that you dwell there, for I have remembered you from the time I learned of you, and there I find you when I call you to remembrance. Chapter 26. Where then did I find you so that I might learn of you? For you were not in my memory before I learned of you. Where then did I find you that I might learn of you, if not in you above me? There is no place. We go back and forth, and there is no place. Everywhere, O truth, you hear all who beseech you for counsel, and at once you answer all, even though they seek your counsel on many matters. You answer with clarity, though all do not hear these pure words. All seek counsel from you concerning what they wish, though they do not always hear what they wish. Your best servant is he who looks not so much to hear from you what he wills, but rather to will what he hears from you. Chapter 27. Late have I loved you, O beauty so ancient yet ever new. Late have I loved you. Behold, you were within, and I was out abroad, searching there for you. Deformed, I plunged into the fair forms that you had made. You were with me, but I was not with you. I was held back far from you by things which would not themselves be if they were not in you. You called, you shouted, and you burst open my deafness. You flashed, you shone in radiance, and you drove away my blindness. You breathed forth your fragrance, and I drew my breath and sighed for you. I tasted, and now I hunger and thirst. You touched me, and I burned for your peace. Chapter 28. When I come to cling to you with my whole self, I shall feel no sorrow or labor, and I shall then be fully alive, wholly filled with you. But now, since you lift up him whom you fill, I am a burden to myself because I am not filled with you. Weeping joys strive with joyous sorrows, and I know not which side is the victor. Woe is me! Lord, have pity on me! Woe is me! Behold, I do not hide my wounds. You are the physician, and I am the sick man. You are merciful, and I am miserable. Is not man's life on earth nothing but a trial? Who wishes for troubles and difficulties? You command that they be endured, not loved. No man loves but he endures, even if he loves to endure. For although he rejoices at the fact that he endures, he would prefer that there be nothing for him to endure. In adversity I long for prosperity, and in prosperity I fear adversity. What middle place exists between these two where the life of man is not wholly a trial? Woe to prosperities experienced in this world once and again through the fear of adversity and the corruption of joy. Woe to the adversities experienced in this world once and again and a third time over through the longing for prosperity, and because adversity itself is a hard thing to endure, and because it might shatter one's endurance. Is not the life of man upon earth nothing but an unremitting trial? Chapter 29. All my hope is nowhere other than your exceedingly great mercy. Give what you command and command what you will. You command us to take up continence, and when I knew, as had been said, that no man can be continent unless God gives it, this also was accounted wisdom, namely, to know whose gift it is. Truly, by continence we are bound up and brought back to the one from whom we were spread out into many things. For too little does someone love you if he loves anything along with you and does not love it for your very sake. O ever-burning and never-consuming love, O charity, my God, kindle me. You command continence. Give me what you command, and command what you will. Chapter 30. Truly, you command of me continence from the lust of the flesh, the lust of the eyes, and the ambition of the world. You command continence from concubinage, and even for wedlock you have counseled something better than what you have permitted. And since you gave it, it was done, even before I became one who dispenses your sacrament. But in my memory, about which I have spoken at length, there live the images of all those things that my evil habits fixed upon, all haunting me. They are strengthless when I am awake, but in sleep they come not only in order to give pleasure, but also to attain assent, and even something that is very close to reality. Yes, the illusion of the image prevails so far in my soul and flesh that while I am asleep, false visions persuade me to do that which true experience cannot convince me to do. Am I not myself when this happens, O Lord my God? And yet there is so much difference between myself and myself from that moment when I pass from waking to sleep or from sleep to waking. Where is reason, then, which resists such suggestions when it is awake? And should the things themselves press upon it, it remains unshaken. Does it close when the eyes close? Is it lulled to sleep along with our bodily senses? And how is it that even in sleep we often resist, mindful of our intentions, and abiding most chastely in them, yield no assent to such enticements? Yet there is so much difference between them that when the opposite takes place, when we awake, we return to peace of conscience. And this very difference reveals that we did not do this deed for which we feel sorrow as though it had been done within us in some way. Are you not mighty, God Almighty, able to heal all of my soul's diseases, and by your more abundant grace to extinguish even my soul's impure movements in sleep? You will increase your gifts, Lord, more and more within me, so that my soul may follow me to you, disentangled from the underbrush of concupiscence, so that it may no longer rebel against itself, and even in dreams not only resist committing, at the suggestion of those sense images, those debasing corruptions, even to the point of emitting fleshly pollution, but even refuse to consent to them at all. It is not difficult for you, Almighty One, who are able to do things beyond what we can ask or think, to make it be that none of this should have even the least influence over our pure affections, even while sleeping, not only during this life, but even at my present age. But what I am yet as regards this kind of evil, I have confessed to my good Lord, rejoicing with trembling in what you have given me, and mourning over my remaining imperfection, hoping that you will perfect your mercies in me even to the point of perfect peace, which my outward and inward man shall have with you when death is swallowed up in victory. Chapter 31. The day has another evil, and how I wish it would suffice for that day. By eating and drinking, we repair the daily destruction that our body undergoes, until that day when you will destroy both stomach and food, when you will slay my emptiness by bestowing a wondrous fullness, clothing that which is corruptible with what is incorruptible. But for now, this need is sweet for me, and how must I fight against it so that I not be taken captive by it, waging war daily through fasting, often bringing my body into subjection, removing my pains by pleasure. For hunger and thirst are kinds of pains. They burn and kill like a fever unless the medicine of nourishment comes to our aid. Since this is at hand, through the consolation of your gifts, by which land, water, and air serve our weakness, our calamity is called gratification. You have taught me this so that I should learn to take food for my physical needs. However, I am beset by concupiscence while I pass from the discomfort of emptiness to the contentment of feeling replenished. For that very passage is pleasant, and there is no other path to this necessary destination. Although health is the cause of eating and drinking, it is joined by an attendant and dangerous pleasure that strives to make me do for its own sake what I say I do or I wish to do for health's sake. Nor do they have the same measure, for what is enough for health falls short of what pleasure desires. And often it is uncertain whether bodily needs are still asking for sustenance, or whether deceptive and greedy pleasures is offering its services. The unhappy soul rejoices in this uncertainty, which it uses as an excuse for shielding itself, glad that it is not clear what is needed for healthy moderation, so that the matter of gratification might be disguised for it under the appearance of pursuing health. Daily do I strive to resist these temptations, calling upon your right hand and bringing to you my soul's agitations. For I have no settled counsel regarding this problem. I hear the voice of my God commanding, quote, "But take heed to yourselves, lest your hearts be weighed down with dissipation and drunkenness." End quote. Drunkenness is far from me, and have mercy upon me that it never comes near me. But eating to fullness sometimes does creep up on your servant. Have mercy that it may be far from me. For no one can be continent unless you give it to him to be so. You give many things to us when we pray for them, and whatever good we have received before praying, this too we received from you, so that we might afterwards know that we also received this from you. I was never a drunkard, but I have known those who have been made sober by you. Thus, it was equally from you that some never were such, as well as some were drunkards but no longer are. Yet in both cases, it was also from you that they knew that you were the one who gave this to them. And I also heard you say, quote, "Do not follow your base desires, but restrain your appetites." Yes, by your favor I have heard words that I greatly love. Quote, "We are no worse off if we do not eat, and no better off if we do." End quote. In other words, neither shall the first make me miserable, nor the second fill me with abundance. And I heard also, quote, "I have learned in whatever state I am to be content. I know how to be abased, and I know how to abound. And any and all circumstances, I have learned the secret of facing plenty and hunger, abundance and want. I can do all things in him who strengthens me." End quote. Behold, a soldier of the heavenly host, not the dust that we are. But remember, Lord, that we are dust, and that out of dust you have fashioned man, he who once was lost but now has been found. Nor could he do this himself, for he whom I love, saying this through the same inbreathing of your inspiration, was from the same dust. The same Paul says, quote, "I can do all things through him who strengthens me." End quote. Strengthen me so that I too might be capable. Give what you command and command what you will. He confesses that he received what he had, and when he gloried, he did so in the Lord. And another too, I heard begging you that you might take from him the desires for food. All this shows, my holy God, that you give what is done in accord with your commandment. You have taught me, good Father, that all things are pure for the pure, but that it is evil for a man to cause offense through his eating. Likewise, you have said that, quote, "Everything created by God is good, and nothing is to be rejected if it is received with thanksgiving." End quote. So too, quote, "Food will not commend us to God." End quote. And, quote, "Let no one pass judgment on us in questions of food and drink." End quote. And, quote, "Let not him who eats despise him who abstains, and not let him who abstains pass judgment on him who eats." End quote. All these things have I learned. Thanks and praise be to you, my God, my Master, who knocks at my ears and enlightens my heart. Deliver me from all temptation. I fear not uncleanness through food, but rather through lustful desire. I know that Noah was permitted to eat all kinds of flesh that were good for food, that Elijah fed upon flesh, and that John the Baptist, who had received remarkable abstinence, himself was not impure because he ate locusts, which are living creatures. Likewise, I know that Esau was deceived through his desire for lentils, and that David rebuked himself for desiring a drink of water, and that our king was tempted with bread, not flesh. So too, your people in the desert also deserved rebuke, not for desiring flesh, but because they murmured against God out of the desire for food. Thus, placed amid such temptations, I daily strive against concupiscence in eating and drinking. For this is not the sort of thing that I can completely cut off, never touching it again, as was the case for concubinage. Thus, the bridle upon our throat must be temperately held between a grip that would be slack or stiff. And who is not, O Lord, somewhat carried beyond the limits of necessity? Such a man is quite great, and let him magnify your name. But I am not so great, for I am a sinful man. Nonetheless, I also magnify your name, and he who has overcome the world makes intercession to you for my sins, numbering me among the weak members of his body. For your eyes have seen all those in him who are imperfect, and all of them shall be written in your book. Chapter 32. I am not much concerned about charming smells. When they are not present, I do not miss them, and when they are, I do not refuse them, though always ready not to have them. So do I seem to myself, though perhaps I am deceived. For within me is a mournful darkness, hiding my own abilities from me, so that my mind does not readily venture to believe what it thinks about itself and its own powers. For even what is in it is mostly hidden, unless it is revealed by experience. And nobody should judge himself secure in this life, the whole of which is a trial. For he who was able to be improved from worse to better might also from better become worse. Our only hope, our only confidence, our only assured promise is your mercy. Chapter 33. Pleasures of the ear had me more firmly entangled and overcome, but you loosened these bonds and freed me. Now I do take some small repose in those melodies that are animated by the inspiration of your word when they are sung with a sweet and harmonious voice. However, I am not held captive by them and can disengage when I will. But with the words that enliven them, and by which the melodies find entry into me, they try to receive some esteem in my affections, though I can scarcely give them an esteem that is suitable. For sometimes I judge that I give them more honor than is suitable, feeling that our minds are more religiously and fervently enkindled with devotion by the holy words when they are thus sung than when they are not, and that our spirit's various affections, through this sweet variation, find their own proper measures in the voice and singing, stirred up as they are through some kind of hidden correspondence. However, this contentment of the flesh, which must not be allowed to sap the soul's strength, often enchants me, leading my senses no longer to wait upon reason and patiently follow her, but instead, after being admitted for the sake of reason, sense then strives to run ahead of it and lead it. Thus I unknowingly sin in these matters, though afterwards I am aware of it. At other times, however, I am too anxious to prevent this deception. Therefore I err by being too strict, sometimes to such a degree that I wish to banish from my ears and from the entire church the whole melody of sweet music to which David's psalter is set. And thus I will think it better to follow the example of Athanasius, the bishop of Alexandria, who would make the reader of the psalm utter it with so slight a vocal inflection that it was closer to speaking than to singing. But then again, when I remember the tears that I shed upon hearing the psalmody of your church when I was first recovering my faith, and how even now I am moved not by the singing but by what is sung, with a clear voice and most suitable modulation, I acknowledge how useful this practice is. Thus I fluctuate between the peril of sensual pleasure and wholesome experience, though I am inclined to approve the use of singing in church, though I do not proclaim this an irrevocable opinion, so that through the delight of the ears weaker minds might rise to the feeling of devotion. However, when I happen to be more moved by the voice that is singing rather than by the words that are sung, I confess that I am guilty of sin and should not listen to such music. Behold now my state. Weep with me and weep for me, you who so control your feelings that your deeds are good. For those of you who do not experience this, these matters do not matter to you. But you, O Lord my God, hearken, behold and see. Have mercy upon me and heal me, O you in whose sight I have become a riddle unto myself, and that is my infirmity. Chapter 34. Now the pleasure of my bodily eyes remains for me to confess, in the hearing of the ears of your temple, those brotherly and devout ears. Thus will I conclude my confessions concerning the temptations of the lust of the flesh, that still assail me, as I earnestly groan, longing to be clothed with my heavenly dwelling. The eyes love fair and varied forms, along with bright and soft colors. May these not occupy my soul. Let it be occupied with God, who made these things, making them very good indeed, though he is my good, not they. And these affect me while awake all day, nor do I have any rest from them, as I do have from music and even from voices when there is silence. But this queen of colors, the light, which bathes all that we behold, enchants me when I am engaged with other things and not heeding it directly, as it glides by me in various forms wherever I happen to be throughout the day. And so firmly does it entwine itself that if it suddenly goes away, it is sought after longingly, and if it is absent for long, it saddens the mind. O you who are the light that Tobias saw when with closed eyes he taught his son the way of life, going before him with the feet of charity, never swerving. Yes, you who are the light that Isaac saw when his bodily eyes were heavy and closed by old age, enabling him to bless his sons unknowingly, thereby coming to know them through his blessing. O light that Jacob saw when he too, blind in his old age, with his heart illuminated, through his sons, shed some light upon the various tribes of your people who were foreshadowed in them, and mystically crossed his hands as he laid them upon his grandsons through Joseph, not as their father corrected him in view of his bodily sight, but rather as he, Jacob, inwardly discerned. This is the light. It is the one, and all who see and love it are one. But that bodily light that I spoke of earlier seasons the life of this world with an enticing and dangerous sweetness for her blind lovers. But they who know how to praise you for it, O all-creating Lord, take it up in your hymns and are not taken up by it then as they sleep. This is how I wish it would be. I resist these seductions of the eye, lest the feet with which I walk upon your ways might become ensnared. And I lift up my invisible eyes to you so that you might pluck my feet from the snare. Over and again you pluck them out, for they are ensnared. I tangle myself in the snares that lie around me on all sides. But you do not cease to pluck my feet from them, for you who keep Israel will neither slumber nor sleep. How many countless trifles, made by so many arts and artisans, are there in our apparel, shoes, utensils, and so many other works, in pictures too and various images, all of these far exceeding all necessary and moderate use and all our pious intentions. How many are the temptations that men have made for their eyes? Outwardly they chase after what they themselves have made, while inwardly they forsake him who made them and destroy what they themselves have been made to be. But my God and my glory, I hereafter also sing a hymn to you and offer a sacrifice of praise to him who offers sacrifice for me, for those beautiful patterns that are conveyed through men's souls into their skillful hands come from that beauty that is above our souls, that beauty for which my soul sighs both night and day. But those who fashion and pursue outward beauties derive from there only the rule for judging such art, not the rule for using them aright. And although they do not perceive him, he is there, so that they might not wander, but rather should retain their strength for you and not scatter it abroad upon such pleasurable weariness. And although I speak and see this, I entangle my steps with these outward beauties. Yet you pluck me out of these snares, O Lord, you pluck me out, for your loving kindness is before my eyes. For I am miserably held captive, and you pluck me free mercifully, sometimes without my even knowing it, when I am only lightly held bound, though at other times painfully so, when I am deeply ensnared by them. Chapter 35. However, there is a much more dangerous form of temptation to be added to this. For besides the concupiscence of the flesh, consisting in the delight of all the senses and pleasures, where those enslaved to them go far from you, waste away, and perish, the soul also has, through the same bodily senses, a kind of vain and curious desire, veiled under the names of knowledge and learning, taking delight not in the flesh, but rather in having experiences through the flesh. This is found in the desire for knowledge. And since sight is the chief sense used for attaining knowledge, in the divine language it is called, quote, the lust of the eyes. For sight belongs properly to the eyes. However, we use this word for other senses too, when we employ them in seeking knowledge. For we do not say, hear how it flashes, smell how it glows, or taste how it shines, or feel how it gleams. For all these sorts of things are said to be seen. Yet we not only say, see how it shines, which only the eyes can perceive, but we also say, see how it sounds, see how it smells, see how it tastes, see how hard it is. Thus, as we said, the general experience of the senses is called, quote, the lust of the eyes, because the other senses take to themselves, by way of likeness, the office of seeing whenever they seek any sort of knowledge. But this helps us to discern more clearly how it is that pleasure and curiosity are the object of our senses. For pleasure seeks beautiful, melodious, fragrant, tasty, and soft objects, whereas curiosity seeks even the opposite sorts of sensations, merely from a desire to try them out, not out of a desire to suffer annoyance, but rather out of a lust for trying things out and having such experiences. For what pleasure is there in shuddering upon seeing a mangled carcass? And yet, if it is lying nearby, the curious will flock to it so that they might be saddened and become pale with horror. Even in sleep they are afraid to see it. But is it as though, when they were awake, anyone forced them to see it, or some tale concerning its beauty drew them to it? Examples could be drawn from all the other senses, though it would take a long time to go through them all. This curiosity is the source of all those strange sights that we find in the theater. Hence, men push onward in order to seek out the hidden powers of nature, which is outside of what we are here going to talk about, knowledge of which is of no profit to anyone, and which men solely wish to know out of a desire to know. This is also what motivates inquiry into perverted knowledge concerning the magical arts. And likewise, in religion itself, man puts God to the test when he demands that he perform signs and wonders, solely in order to subject him to such a trial. In this vast wilderness, full of snares and dangers, behold that I have cut off and thrust from my heart as many such things as you have enabled me to do, O God of my salvation. And yet, so many of these things buzz about us on all sides each day of our lives. Thus, when do I dare to say that nothing of this sort draws my attention or draws my idle interest? Yes, the theaters no longer carry me away, nor do I know the courses of the stars, nor did my soul ever consult the ghosts of the departed. I detest all sacrilegious mysteries. But by what artifices and suggestions does the enemy try to lead me to desire that you give some sign, O Lord my God, to whom I owe humble and single-hearted service? But I beseech you, by our King and by our pure and holy homeland Jerusalem, that even as consent to such temptations is far from me, may it even be further driven away from me. But when I pray to you for the salvation of anyone, my end and intention is far different. You enable me, and will continue to enable me, to follow you willingly, doing what you will. Nonetheless, who can count how many trifling and contemptible things tempt our curiosity, or how often we give in to them? How often do we begin as though we were tolerating people who are telling empty tales, lest we offend the weak, only thereafter to find ourselves gradually taking interest in them? I no longer go to the circus to see a hound chasing a rabbit. However, while passing by a field, if I happen to see the same kind of thing happening there, I will allow it to distract me in the midst of some weighty thought, drawing me toward that chase, not so as to physically turn my horse aside, but still inclining my mind toward it. And unless you enable me to see my weakness, and thus quickly admonish me either to rise in contemplation from this sight to you, or to spurn it altogether and pass it by, I will stand there and stare dully at the sight. Or what about when I often sit watching a lizard catching flies, or a spider rush toward them when they are captured in her nets? Is this different merely because they are small creatures? I go on from them in order to praise you, the wonderful Creator and orderer of all things. However, this does not at first draw my attention. It is one thing to rise quickly and another not to fall. My life is full of such things, and my only hope is in your great and wonderful mercy. For when our heart becomes the receptacle of such things and is weighed down with hosts of such abundant vanities, then our prayers also are often interrupted and distracted by them. And while in your presence we direct the voice of our heart to your ears, this great concern of ours is cut short by the rushing in of who knows what sort of idle thoughts. Chapter 36. Shall we then judge this to be only a minor concern, or should anything other than your complete mercy bring us back to hope, since you have begun to change us? And you know how far you have already changed me, you who first healed me of the lust to acquit myself, that in this way you might forgive all the rest of my iniquities, heal all my infirmities, and redeem my life from corruption, crowning me with mercy and pity, and satisfying my desire with good things. Yes, O you who did curb my pride with your fear, and who tamed my neck so that it might take up your yoke. And now I bear it, and it is light to me, for such have you promised, and thus have you made it. How true all this was, even when I did not know it, and feared to take it on. But, O Lord, you alone who are Lord without pride, for you are the only true Lord, who has no Lord, has this third kind of temptation ceased from me, or can it ever cease our whole life long? That is, to wish to be feared and loved by men for no other reason than to have joy in this, which in fact is no joy. What a miserable life this is, and what a foul boastfulness! Thus, especially it happens that men neither love nor fear you purely. Therefore, you resist the proud and give grace to the humble. Yes, you thunder upon the ambitions of the world and make the foundations of the mountains tremble. Because now certain offices in human society make it necessary that we be loved and feared by men, the adversary of our true blessedness presses down upon us, everywhere laying his snares in the word, "Well done, well done." And we, greedily taking in these words, find ourselves ensnared without even knowing it, severing our joy from your truth and setting it in the deceptions of men. Thus we come to be pleased at being loved and feared, not for your sake, but instead of you. Thus our enemy makes them like himself and takes them for his own, not by the bonds of charity, but in the chains of punishment, he who set his throne in the north, so that in dark and cold they might serve him, perversely and crookedly imitating you. But behold, O Lord, we are your little flock, possess us as your own. Stretch forth your wings over us, and let us fly in their shadow. Be our glory, and let us be loved for your sake, and your word be feared in us. Whoever wishes to be praised by men when he is blameworthy in your sight, will not be defended by men when you come to judge him, nor delivered when you condemn. But when the sinner is not praised in the desires of his soul, nor the ungodly man blessed, but rather a man is praised for some gift that you have given him, and he rejoices more at the praise for himself than at the fact that he has the gift for which he is praised, he also receives praise while you reproach him. And thus, better is he who praises than he who is praised. For the first took pleasure in God's gift in man, whereas the second was better pleased by man's gift rather than God's. Chapter 37. Daily, O Lord, we are assailed by these temptations. Unceasingly we are assailed. Our daily furnace is the tongue of men. And in this way too you command continence of us. Give what you command, and command what you will. You know how my heart groans concerning these matters, and how my eyes stream at the thought of them. For I cannot discern how far I have been cleansed from this plague, and how greatly do I fear my secret sins, which stand before your eyes, though my eyes do not see them. For in other kinds of temptation I have some ability to examine myself, but in this matter scarcely any. When I hold back my mind from the pleasures of the flesh and idle curiosity, I can at least see what I have managed to do when I do without them, whether I actively give them up or do not have them present to me. For then I can ask myself how much more or less annoying it is for me not to have them. And as for the riches that are desired in the service of one, two, or all three of the forms of concupiscence, if the soul cannot discern whether or not it scorns them when it has them, it can at least cast them aside so as to avoid the temptation. But in order to exist without praise and thereby try our powers, must we not live a terrible life, indeed utterly abandoned and atrociously, so that all would detest us? What greater madness can be spoken or thought of? But if praise normally accompanies the good life and good works, and indeed it should, we should no less forego its company than we should forego the good life itself. Yet I do not know whether I can do without anything for good or ill unless it is absent. What then do I confess to you in the sort of temptation, O Lord? What, except that I am delighted with praise, though with truth itself more than praise? For if someone were to ask if I would like to be praised by all men, even though I was raving in error about all things, or rather, to be scorned by all though most rooted in the truth, I see which I should choose. But I should not wish that another man's approval would increase my joy for myself in any way. Yet I acknowledge the fact that it does increase it, and not only that, but disapproval diminishes it. And when I am troubled at this, my wretchedness, an excuse comes to mind, though you know what it is worth, O Lord, for it leaves me uncertain. Indeed, since you have commanded of us not only continence, telling us what we must refrain from loving, but also righteousness, telling us what we should bestow our love upon, and since you have willed that we are not to love only you, but our neighbor as well, often when I am pleased with intelligent praise, I seem to myself to be pleased with what my neighbor has done or seems able to do, or to be grieved at the evil that is in him when he critiques either what he does not understand or what is good. Sometimes I am grieved at my own praise, either when I am praised for things I dislike in myself, or even when lesser and minor goods are esteemed more than they should be. But how do I know whether or not I feel like this because I do not want the person who praises me to have a different opinion about me than my own, thus not being influenced by concern for him, but rather because I am more pleased when the good things that please me about myself are also pleasing for someone else? For somehow I am not praised when my judgment concerning myself is not praised, either because things that displease me are praised, or because those which are less pleasing to me are praised more greatly than I esteem them. Therefore, I am doubtful concerning myself in this matter. Behold, in you, O truth, I see that I should not be moved for my own sake when I am praised, but rather for the good of my neighbor. But whether this is true of me, I do not know. For here I know less about myself than you do. I beseech you now, O my God, reveal to me myself as well, so that I might confess to my brethren those places where I discover that I am wounded. Let me examine myself again more diligently. If, in my praise, I am moved by the good of my neighbor, why am I less affected when someone else is unjustly disparaged than if this is said of me? Why am I more stung by reproaches when they are hurled at me than when, with equal injustice, they are spoken about someone else standing before me? Am I also ignorant about this too? Or, in the end, do I not deceive myself and fail to act in the truth, in my heart and tongue, before your sight? Put this madness far away from me, O Lord, lest my own mouth anoint my head with the oil of sinners. Chapter 38. I am poor and needy, though I am better while I secretly groan against myself in displeasure and seek your mercy, until my defects might be repaired and my state of soul brought to perfection, all the way up to that peace which the eye of the proud does not know. Yet the word which comes forth from the mouth, and deeds which are known to men, bring with them a most dangerous temptation through the love of praise, which solicits and collects applause from men in order to establish a kind of personal superiority. Even when it is reproached by myself and in myself, it tempts precisely because it had been reproached, and it often takes even vainer glory in its very scorn for vainglory. And thus, it no longer is a kind of scorn for the very vainglory in which it glories, for it does not truly express scorn when it takes such glory. Chapter 39. Within us, yes, also within us, there is another evil arising from a similar temptation by which men become vain, remaining pleased with themselves because of what they themselves are, though they neither please others nor bring displeasure to them, nor really even care to bring pleasure to them. But being pleased with themselves, such people bring much displeasure to you, not only by taking pleasure in things that are not good as though they were good, but also by taking pleasure in your good things as though they were their own. Or even if they take pleasure in them as though they were yours, they judge that they have them based upon their own merits. Or even if they take pleasure in them as coming from your grace, nonetheless they do not do so with fraternal rejoicing, but instead jealously guard it from others. In all these and similar perils and travails you see the trembling of my heart, and I feel that my wounds are cured by you rather than inflicted by me. Chapter 40. Where have you not walked with me, O truth, teaching me what to beware of, and what to desire when I referred to you the things I have seen here below and consulted with you about them? With my external senses I have surveyed the world to the degree that I can, and have observed the life that my body has for me, as well as my very senses themselves. From there I entered into the recesses of my memory, those manifold and spacious chambers that are furnished with countless plenty. There I considered this and became frightened, for I could discern none of these things without you, and found none of them to be you. Nor was I myself you, I who discovered all these things, who went over them all and labored to distinguish and value all of them in accord with their dignity, taking in some of them on the reporting of my senses, questioning others that I felt to be mingled with myself, counting and distinguishing the very reporters themselves, and within the spacious treasury of my memory, turning over some things, storing others, and drawing out yet others. No, when I did this, I was not you either. That is, the power by which I did it was not you either, for you are the abiding light that I consulted regarding all these things, asking whether they existed, or what they are, or how they are to be valued. I heard you directing and commanding me. Indeed, often do I hear you doing this, and I delight in it. Yes, to the degree that I might be free from necessary duties, I turn to this pleasure. Nor in all these things that I reflect on while consulting you can I find any safe harbor for my soul except in you, where my scattered self might be gathered together with no part of me departing from you. And sometimes you admit into the depths of my soul an unexpected affection, rising to an inexpressible sweetness, and if it were brought to perfection in me, I do not know what of it would not belong to the world to come. But miserably weighed down, I sink back into these lower things, and am swept away by former habits, and am held bound. How profusely do I weep over this, yet how tightly bound do I remain. So greatly does the burden of bad habit weigh us down. Here I can stay, but do not wish to, and there I wish to be, but cannot, and in both ways am I miserable. Chapter 41. Thus I have considered the sickness of my sins in that threefold concupiscence, and have called upon your right hand for help. For with a wounded heart I have beheld your splendor, and stricken back I said, who can reach that place? I am cast away from the sight of your eyes. You are the truth who presides over all things, but I, in my greed, did not indeed wish to depart from you, though I wished to possess you alongside a lie, just as no man wishes to speak so falsely that he himself would be ignorant of the truth. So then I lost you because you do not deign to be possessed alongside a lie. Chapter 42. Whom could I find to reconcile myself to you? Was I to have recourse to angels? By means of what prayers? By means of what sacraments? Many who strive to return to you and are unable to do so by themselves have, as I heard, tried this and have fallen into desire for curious visions and are judged worthy to be deluded. For exalted minds sought you through prideful learning, puffing out their breasts rather than beating them, and so with their very heart's agreement they drew unto themselves the princes of the air, those fellow conspirators in their pride, by whom, through magical influences, they were themselves deceived, seeking a mediator by which to be purged, though there was none to be found there. For it was the devil transforming himself into an angel of light, and proud flesh was itself greatly enticed by the fact that he had no fleshly body. For they were mortal and sinners, but you, Lord, to whom they sought to be reconciled, are immortal and sinless. But a mediator between God and man must have something like unto God and something like unto men, lest, being only like unto man, he would be far from God, or being only like unto God, he would be too unlike man, thus not being a mediator. Therefore, that deceitful mediator in whom, through your secret judgments, pride deserved to be mocked, had one thing in common with man, namely sin, whereas he would seem to have something in common with God, for he declared himself to be immortal since he was not clothed with fleshly mortality. But since the wages of sin is death, he also has in common with men the same thing that makes him deserving of condemnation to death. Chapter 43. However, the true mediator, whom in your secret mercy you have shown to be humble, sending him so that by his example they might also learn the same humility, he who is the mediator between God and men, the man Christ Jesus, appeared between mortal sinners and the immortal just one, mortal with men just before God. Since the wages of righteousness is life and peace, he, by a righteousness that is joined to God, makes void the death of sinners through the death that he willed to share with them. Hence he was revealed to the saints of old, so that they might be saved through faith in his passion to come, as we are saved through faith in it now that it has been accomplished. For as man he was mediator, but as word he was not in the middle between God and man, for he was thus equal to God, indeed God with God, together one God. How greatly have you loved us, O good Father, who did not spare your only Son, but rather delivered him up for us who are ungodly. O how you have loved us, for whom he that thought it no robbery to be counted equal to you was made subject even to the death of the cross, he alone free among the dead, having the power to lay down his life and the power to take it up again. For us he is both victor and victim before you, and therefore he is the victor because he is the victim. For us he is priest and sacrifice to you, and therefore he is the priest because he is the sacrifice. He takes us as servants to you and makes us your sons, he who was born of you and served us. Rightly then is my hope firm in him that you will heal all my infirmities, by him who sits at your right hand and makes intercession for us. Otherwise I would despair, for many and great are my infirmities, many, yes, and great. But your medicine is mightier than they are. If your word had not been made flesh and dwelt among us, we might imagine that he was far from any union with man and thus would despair of ourselves. Filled with terror at my sins and the burden of my misery, my heart was disturbed, and I considered fleeing into the wilderness. However, you forbade me to do so and strengthened me, saying, quote, "And Christ died for all, that those who might live no longer for themselves, but for him who for their sake died and was raised. Behold, Lord, I cast my cares upon you, that I may live and consider the wonders of your law. You know my ignorance and infirmity. Teach me and heal me. He who is your only Son, in whom are hidden all the treasures of wisdom and knowledge, he has redeemed me with his blood. Let not the proud speak evil of me, for I meditate upon my redemption, eating, drinking, and communicating it. And poor man that I am, I desire to be filled with him among those who eat and are full, and those who seek the Lord shall praise him."
Chapter 1. Lord, since eternity is yours, are you ignorant of what I say to you? Or do you see in time the things that themselves pass in time? Why then do I lay all these things before you? In truth, I do not do it so that you might learn about them from me, but rather in order to stir up devotion toward you, both in myself as well as in my readers, so that we all might say, "Great is the Lord and greatly to be praised." I have already said and again will say, I do this out of love for your love. For we also pray, though your truth said, your Father knows what you need before you ask him. Thus our affections are what we lay open to you, confessing our own miseries, along with your own mercies toward us, that you may completely free us, for you have begun your work, so that we might cease to be wretched in ourselves and be blessed in you. Indeed, you have called us to become poor in spirit, meek mourners, hungry and thirsty for righteousness, merciful, pure of heart, and peacemakers. See, I have told you many things, as I was able and wished to speak of them, because you first willed that I should confess unto you, my Lord God. For you are good, and your mercy endures forever. Chapter 2. But how with the tongue of my pen shall I sufficiently utter all your exhortations, all your dire warnings, all your comforts, and all your guidance, by which you brought me to preach your word and dispense your sacrament to your people? And if I am equal to the task of uttering them, the drops of time are precious to me, and long have I burned to meditate upon your law, and there confess to you my skill and lack of skill, the daybreak of your illumination and the remnants of my darkness, until then infirmity might be swallowed up with strength. And I do not want anything else to steal those hours that I find free from the need to refresh my body and powers of mind, as well as from the service that we owe to other men, or we render to them even if we do not owe it. O Lord my God, give ear to my prayer, and let your mercy hearken to my desire, for it not only burns for myself, but also desires to serve fraternal charity. And you see that this is indeed what is in my heart, a desire to sacrifice to you the service of my thought and tongue. Give me what I might offer to you, for I am poor and needy, but you are rich to all that call upon you. O you who are free from care, care for us. Circumcise all rashness and lies from both my inward and outward lips. Let your scriptures be my pure delight, and do not allow me to be deceived about them, nor to deceive others through them. Lord, hearken and have pity, O Lord my God, light of the blind and strength of the weak. Yes, you who are also the light of those who see the strength of the strong. Hearken to my soul and hear it crying from the depths. For if your ears are not with us in the depths too, where shall we go? Where shall we cry? The day is yours, and so is the night. At your command the moments fly by. Grant from them some space of time for our meditation upon the hidden things of your law, and do not close your law to those who knock. It was not in vain that you have willed that we write about such shadowed and hidden secrets upon so many pages, nor will the forests lack deer who will recover their strength therein, range about, feed, lie down, and ruminate. Perfect me, O Lord, and reveal their meaning unto me. Behold, your voice is my joy. Your voice exceeds an abundance of pleasures. Give what I love, for I do love, and this you have given me. Forsake not your own gifts, nor despise your green grass in its thirst. Allow me to confess to you whatever I may find in your books, and hear the voice of your praise. Drink deeply upon you, and meditate on the wonders of your law. From the beginning when you made the heavens and the earth, all the way up to the everlasting kingdom with you in your holy city. Lord, have mercy on me and hear my desire, for I do not deem that it is of the earth, nor of gold and silver and precious stones, nor splendid apparel, nor honors and offices, nor pleasures of the flesh, nor bodily necessities in what is needed for this life, our pilgrimage, all of which shall be added to those who seek your kingdom and your righteousness. Behold, O Lord my God, where my desire is to be found. The wicked have told me of delights, but not in your law, O Lord. Behold where my desire is to be found. Behold, Father, behold, see and approve. And let it be pleasing in the sight of your mercy, that I may find grace before you, and the inner meaning of your words might be opened unto me as I knock. I beseech you by our Lord Jesus Christ, your Son, who stands at your right hand, the Son of Man, whom you have established for yourself, as your mediator and ours, through whom you sought us. Yes, while we were not seeking you, you sought us, so that we might seek you, your word, through whom you made all things, among which I too am numbered, yes, your only begotten, through whom you called to adoption those who believe, among whom I am numbered. I beseech you through him who sits at your right hand and intercedes with you for us, he in whom are hidden all the treasures of wisdom and knowledge. These are what I seek in your book. Moses wrote of him, as he himself said, he who is the truth. Chapter 3. I wish to hear and understand how in the beginning you made heaven and earth, as Moses wrote. But he wrote it and then departed, thus passing from here below, coming from you and returning to you, so that he does not stand here before me. If he did, I would ask him and beseech him by you to explain these things to me, and would turn my body's ears to the words that would come forth from his lips. But if he were to speak in Hebrew, in vain would his words strike my ears, and none of it would touch my mind. However, if he spoke in Latin, then I would know what he said. Yet how would I know whether he spoke the truth? And indeed, if I did know this too, would I also know that fact from him? Truly within me, within, in the chambers of my thought, truth would say, not in Hebrew, nor in Greek, nor Latin, nor in barbarian tongue, using no organs of voice or tongue, no sound of syllables, this is true. And I would confidently and immediately say to that man of yours, yes, you speak the truth. But since I cannot ask this of him, I beseech you, O truth, you who filled him when he spoke the truth, you my God, I beseech you to forgive my sins. And you who enabled him, your servant, to speak these things, enable me also to understand them. Chapter 4. Behold, the heavens and the earth exist. They proclaim that they are created, for they change and vary. By contrast, whatever has not been made, but nonetheless exists, has nothing in it that it did not have before, which would be to change and vary. So too they proclaim that they did not make themselves. Thus we exist because we were made. Therefore we did not exist before we existed, as though we would have made ourselves. Now the voice of these speakers is itself self-evidently true. Therefore you, O Lord, made them, you who are beautiful, for they are beautiful. You who are good, for they are good. You who exist, for they exist. Yet they are neither beautiful nor good, nor do they exist in the same way that you, their Creator, are. In comparison with you, they are neither beautiful nor good, nor do they exist. This we know, thanks be to you, and in comparison with your knowledge, our knowledge is ignorance. Chapter 5. But how did you make the heavens and the earth? And what was your mechanism for fashioning its mighty fabric? For you did not work like a human craftsman who forms one body from another in accord with the discretion of his mind, which can in some way look within itself so as to find a new form to place upon a body. Indeed, how could he do this unless you yourself had made that mind of his? And he places a form upon that which already exists, and has being in the form of clay, stone, wood, gold, or some other such thing. And where would they come from if you had not appointed what they are? You made the craftsman's body. You made the mind that commands his limbs. You made the matter from which he fashions anything. You made his power to take in his art and see within himself the form he will place in that matter outside of himself. You made his bodily senses, through which, as though through an interpreter, he may convey his action from mind to matter and report to his mind what he does, so that it may consult the truth that presides over it, asking whether what he has made has been fashioned well or not. All these praise you, creator of all, but how did you make them? How, O God, did you make heaven and earth? Truly neither in heaven nor on earth did you make heaven and earth, nor did you do so in the air nor in the waters, for these belong to heaven and earth. Nor did you make the whole world from anywhere within that whole world, for no such place existed before it was made so that it might thus exist. Nor did you hold anything in your hand as a tool for making heaven and earth, for where would such a thing which you had not made have come from for use in making anything? Indeed, what exists but for the fact that you are? Therefore you spoke, and they were made, and by your word you made them. Chapter 6. But how did you speak? Was it like when the voice came from that cloud saying, "This is my beloved Son"? For that voice passed by and then passed away, beginning and ending. The syllables made their sound, then passed away, the second coming after the first, the third after the second, and so on in order, until the final one came after all the others, followed then by silence. Thus it is clear that a creaturely movement expressed it, temporal, and at the service of your eternal will. And these words of yours, created for a time, struck the outward ear, which then reported them to the intelligent soul, whose inner ear lay listening to your eternal word. But it compared these words, sounding in time, with your eternal word in silence, and said they are different, very different indeed. These words are far beneath me, nor do they have existence, for they are fleeting and pass away. But the word of the Lord abides above me forever. Then if by audible and passing words you declared that the heavens and the earth should be made, and thus made heaven and earth, there would have been a bodily creature before heaven and earth were fashioned, and through that creature's motions in time that voice would have hastened through time. But nothing bodily existed before heaven and earth existed. Or if there was, surely you created that without speaking, in a voice that passes away, the passing words, "Let the heaven and earth be made." For whatever it was would make such a sound, it could not be made at all unless you yourself had made it. By that word, therefore, did you speak, so that a body might be made, so that these words then might be spoken. Chapter 7. Thus you call us to understand the word, he who is God with you, O God, spoken eternally, and through it all things are spoken eternally. For what was spoken was not spoken successfully, one word after another, so that each might be spoken in order. No, what was thus spoken was spoken eternally. Otherwise there would have been time and change, not true eternity, nor true immortality. This I know, O my God, and give thanks to you. I know, I confess to you, O Lord, and with me all who are not ungrateful to certain truth know and bless you. We know, Lord, we know, for insofar as anything passes from existence into non-existence, or comes into existence from non-existence, it dies and rises. But your word neither follows after something nor gives way to something, for it is truly immortal and eternal. Therefore at once and eternally you say all that you say to the Word who is co-eternal with you, and whatever you say shall be made is made, nor do you make it any other way than by speaking it into existence, and yet not all things that you make by speaking are made simultaneously or everlasting. Chapter 8. Why, I beseech you, O Lord my God, I somewhat see it, but I do not know how to express it, unless to say that whatever begins to exist and then ceases to be begins and ceases when it is known in your eternal reason that it should begin or cease, though in this reason nothing begins or ceases. This is your word, which is also the beginning, because it also speaks unto us. Thus, in the gospel he speaks through the flesh, and this produced external sounds in the ears of his hearers, so that he might be believed and sought inwardly and be found in eternal truth, where the good and only Master teaches all his disciples. Therefore, Lord, I hear your voice speaking to me, for he who teaches us speaks unto us. But he who does not teach us, even though he speaks, does not speak to us. Who now teaches us but the unchanging truth? For even when we are admonished through the changing creature, we are only led to the unchanging truth, where we truly learn, while we stand and hear him, rejoicing because of the bridegroom's voice, restoring us to him from whom we receive our existence. Therefore he is the beginning, for unless he abided, he would not be there for us to return to him after we went astray. But when we return from error, we do so by knowing that we return, and in order for us to know this, he teaches us, for he is the beginning and speaks to us. Chapter 9. In this beginning, O God, you made heaven and earth in your word, in your Son, in your power, in your truth. Wondrously did you speak, and wondrously did you make. Who shall comprehend this? Who shall declare it? What is it that flashes through me and strikes my heart without wounding it, causing me to shudder and to be enkindled? I shudder inasmuch as I am unlike it. I am enkindled inasmuch as I am like it. It is wisdom, wisdom's own self, that flashes through me, dividing the clouds that still hang over me, as I falter amid the darkness that weighs upon me through the weight of my punishment. For my strength is brought down in need, so that I cannot bear my blessings, until you, Lord, who have been so gracious with all my iniquities, will heal me from all my infirmities. For you shall also redeem my life from corruption, and crown me with loving kindness and tender mercies, and shall satisfy my desire with good things. For my youth shall be renewed like an eagle's. For in hope we are saved, and therefore patiently await your promises. Let him who is able to do so inwardly hear you as you speak the words of your oracle, which I will boldly cry aloud. How wonderful are your works, O Lord! In wisdom you have made them all. This wisdom is the beginning, and in that beginning you have made heaven and earth. Chapter 10. Behold, though, words that come from the old leaven spoken now to us, what was God doing before he made heaven and earth? For if he was not doing anything, why did he not continue in this same state? For if any new motion arose in God, or some new act of will to make a creature which he had not yet made, how then could we say that there was a true eternity in him, if a new act of willing arises from non-being? For the will of God is not a creature, but instead exists before all creatures. For nothing could be created unless the will of God had come before that. Therefore, God's will belongs to his very substance. And if within God's substance something that had not existed were to arise, that substance could not be truly said to be eternal. But if God has willed from all eternity that creation should exist, why is not creation itself from eternity? Chapter 11. All those who raise such a question do not yet understand you, O wisdom of God, light of souls, nor do they yet understand how it is that you have made all the things that have been made by you and in you. They strive to understand eternal realities, but their hearts flutter between things past and future, remaining unstable. Who shall hold and fix his heart so that it might be settled for a time and catch the glory of that ever-fixed eternity, and compare it with times that are never fixed, thus seeing that it cannot be compared to them? So too would they see that a lengthy time can only become long through the passage of many motions which are not all prolonged together simultaneously. So too would they see that in the eternal nothing passes, and the whole is present, whereas no time is present all at once, and all past time is driven on by future time, with all future time following upon the past. Yes, all past and future time is created and flows from that which is ever present. Who shall hold the heart of man so that it may stand still and see how eternity, ever standing still, neither past nor to come, utters the times that are past and those that are to come? Can my hand do this, or can the hand of my mouth through speech bring about something so great? Chapter 12. Behold, I will answer him who asks, what did God do before he made heaven and earth? I do not respond like the man who is said to have responded in jest, eluding the pressure of the question. He was preparing hell for people who pry into the mysteries. It is one thing to answer inquiries, but another to tease those who raise such questions. I will not answer like this, for I would rather answer I do not know when I do not know than to laugh at someone who asks such profound questions, while the person who answers falsely is praised. But I say that you, our God, are the creator of every creature, and if heaven and earth is understood to refer to all creatures, I boldly say that before God made heaven and earth, he did not make anything. For if he made something, what else could he make but a creature? And how I wish I knew anything beneficial that I desire to know, as surely as I know that no creature was made before any creature was made. Chapter 13. But if any mind were to flit about, considering all the image of times past, and marvel at the fact that you, God Almighty, all creating and all supporting, maker of heaven and earth, for countless ages refrained from undertaking so great a work before you would make it, let him awake and consider the fact that he is marveling at false conceits. From where could countless ages pass if you had not made them, you, the author and creator of all ages? Or what times could exist if they were not made by you? Or how could they pass by if they never existed? Seeing then that you are the creator of all times, if any time existed before you made heaven and earth, why do they say that you refrained from working? For you would have made that very time, nor could times pass by before you made those very times. But if there were no time before heaven and earth, why do they ask what you then did? For when there was no time, there was no then. Nor do you proceed time by time, otherwise you would not proceed all times. But you proceed all things past through the sublimity of an ever-present eternity. And you are superior to all future things because they are future. And when they come, they too shall be past. But you are the same, and your years have no end. Your years neither come nor go, whereas ours both come and go, so that they all might come. Your years stand altogether, because they do indeed stand, and coming years shall not thrust them out, for they do not pass away. But all these days of ours will one day no longer be. Your years are one day, and this day does not pass like others, for it is today. For your today does not give way to tomorrow, nor does it follow upon yesterday. Your today is eternity. Therefore, you begot him who is co-eternal with you, to whom you said, Today I have begotten you. You have made all things, and before all times you are, and it was not in time that time was not. Chapter 14. Therefore, it was not during some period of time that you had not made anything, because time itself was something that you made. And no times are co-eternal with you, for you yourself abide. But if they were to abide, they would not be time. For what is time? Who can readily and briefly explain this? Who can even comprehend it in thought so as to utter a word about it? But what do we talk about more regularly and knowingly than time? We understand what we mean when we speak about it, and we understand others when they talk about it. What, therefore, is time? If nobody asks me, I know. But if I wish to explain it to someone who asks me about it, I find that I do not know what it is. Yet I boldly say that I know that if nothing passed away, past time would not exist, and if nothing were going to come into being, future time would not exist either. And if nothing existed, neither would present time. But how do these two times, past and future, exist, seeing how the past does not now exist, and the time to come has not yet come into being? But if the present were always to be present and never pass into time past, it would in fact not be time, but eternity. If present time, if it is indeed to be time, only comes into existence because it passes into time past, how can we say that this present exists, this present whose cause of being is the very fact that it shall no longer exist? Thus we find that we cannot truly say that time exists, except insofar as it is tending toward non-being. Chapter 15. And yet we say a long time and a short time, though only about times past or to come. For example, we say that something is a long time in the past when it took place 100 years ago, and we say that something is a long time to come when it is 100 years in the future. But we call a short time past, for example, 10 days back, and a short time to come, 10 days from now. But in what sense is that which does not exist short or long? For the past does not now exist, and the future does not yet exist. Therefore, let us not say it is long, but rather let us say concerning the past, it was long, and concerning the future, it will be long. O my Lord and my light, here too shall not your truth laugh at man? For was that past long time lengthy when it was past, or when it was still present? For it could have been long when that which could be long existed, but when it was past it no longer existed. Thus we could not say that which does not exist at all could be long. Therefore let us not say a past time was long, for we shall not find what was long, given that once it is past it no longer exists. Rather let us say that present time was long, for when it was present it was long, for it had not yet passed away so as to thus no longer be. Therefore that which could be long existed, but after it was past, that which ceased to be also ceased to be long. Let us see then, O soul of man, whether present times can be long, for you are the one who feels and measures the length of time. What will you answer me? When they are present, are 100 years a long time? Let us first see whether 100 years can be present. For if the first of these years is current, then it is present. However, the other 99 are still to come, and therefore do not yet exist. But if the second year is current, one is now past, another present, and the rest to come. And so, if we assume any middle year amid these 100 is present, all that are before it are past, and all that come after it are to come. Therefore, 100 years cannot be present. But let us see at least whether the one that is now current is itself present. For if the current month is its first, the rest are yet to come. And if the second now is current, the first already lies in the past, and the rest are yet to come. Thus this current year is not wholly present either, for if it is not present as a whole, then the current year is not present. For 12 months make up a year, and whatever one of these months is current is present, with the rest past or to come. But neither is that current month present, for only one day is present, with the rest to come, if it is the first, or in the past, if it is the last, or amid the past and the future, if it's in the middle. Behold how the present time which we discovered was the only one that could be called long, is shortened to the length of scarcely one day. But let us examine this too, for neither is one day present as a whole. It is made up of 24 hours of night and day. The first hour has all the rest to come after it, and the last has all those before it in the past. And any of the hours in between has come before it in the past, and others lying in the future. Indeed, that 1 hour passes away in fleeting particles. Whatever has flown by lies in the past, and whatever remains is to come. The only thing that we can call the present is an instant of time, which we might conceive as an indivisible particle made up of no subdivided moments. And yet this present particle flies with such great speed from the future to the past that it has no length at all. For if it did, it would be divided into past and future, but the present takes up no space. Where then are we to find that time that we desire to call long? Is it in the future? We do not say that it is long, for it does not yet exist so as to be long. Rather, we say that it will be long. When, therefore, will it be? For while it lies in the future, it shall not be long, for nothing can be long if it does not yet exist. And so it would seem that it would be long when it passes from the future and now comes into being in the present. But then the present will cry out, as it did above, it cannot here be long. Chapter 16. And yet, Lord, we perceive intervals of time that compare them to each other, saying that some are shorter and others longer. Likewise, we measure how much longer or shorter this time is than that one, declaring this is double or triple the length of that one, and that one is the same length as the other one, or just as much as it is. But we measure times that are passing by perceiving them. And yet who can measure past times which do not now exist, or future times which do not yet exist? Unless one presumes to say that something that does not exist can be measured. Then when time is passing, it may be perceived and measured. But when it is past, it cannot, for it does not exist. Chapter 17. I ask all this, Father. I do not claim to settle the matter. O my God, rule and guide me. Who will tell me that there are not 3 times, as we learned when boys and taught boys, past, present, and future, but only the present, since the other 2 do not exist? Or do they also exist? And when time arrives from the future and becomes present, does it come forth from some secret place? And so too does it go back into some secret place when the present becomes past? For where did those who foretold future events see these events if they do not exist now? For that which does not exist cannot be seen, and they who speak about things past could not so speak if they did not perceive them in their mind, and if they did not exist, they could not in no way be perceived. Therefore things past and to come somehow must be. Chapter 18. Allow me, Lord, to seek further. O my hope, do not let my purpose be confounded, for if past and future times exist, I wish to know where they are. But if I cannot yet know this, nonetheless I know that wherever they may be, they are not there as future or past, but they are there as present. For if wherever they are, they also would be future, they would not yet in fact be there. And also if they are there as past, they no longer are there. Wherever anything whatsoever is, it is only there as present. However, when past facts are spoken about, it is not the things themselves in the past that are drawn out of memory, but rather words conceived by the images of the things, which themselves in their passing left through the senses images as traces in the mind. Thus my childhood, which does not now have being, is in time past, which does not exist. However, when I now recall its image and speak about it, I behold it in the present, for it is still in my memory. But I confess, O my God, that I do not know if something similar takes place when things to come are also foretold, so that the images of things that as yet do not exist may be perceived beforehand as already existing. But this I do know. We generally think beforehand about our future actions, and this foresight is present, though the action that we have in mind ahead of time does not yet exist, for it is still to come. But when we set out upon the action and begin to do what we were thinking beforehand, then that action shall have being, for then it will no longer be future, but present. In whatever way such secret foresight of future things take place, nonetheless we can say that only that which exists can be seen. But it is not the future that now has being, but rather the present. Therefore, when things come are said to be seen, it is not those things themselves that are seen, which as yet do not exist, for they still are to be, but rather it is their causes, perhaps, or signs which already do have being, that are seen. Therefore, they are not future, but present to those who now see the means for foretelling the future, which thus is foreseen in the mind. And these foresights now exist, and those who foretell things behold their conceptions present before them. Allow the countless variety of things to furnish me with an example of this. I behold the daybreak, and thus predict that the sun is about to rise. What I behold is present, but what I foretell is still to come. Not the sun, which already is, but the sunrise, which has not yet taken place. And yet if I did not imagine in my mind the sunrise itself, as I do even now while speaking of it, I could not foretell it. However, that daybreak that I perceive in the sky is not the sunrise, even though it precedes the sunrise. The imagination in my mind is not that sunrise either, but both now are seen as present, so that the other, which still is to be, might be foretold. Therefore future things do not yet have being, and therefore do not now have it. And if they do not now have being, they cannot be seen. However, they may be foretold from things present, which already have being and are seen. Chapter 19. Thus, O ruler of your creation, how is it that you teach souls about things to come? For you did teach your prophets. How do you, for whom nothing lies in the future, teach future things? Or rather, you teach present things concerning the future. For whatever does not have being cannot be taught. All this is far beyond my insight. It is too mighty for me. I cannot grasp it. But you can enable me to do so when you so deign, O sweet light of my hidden eyes. Chapter 20. What is now clear and plain is that neither things to come nor things past exist. Nor do we speak properly when we say that there are 3 times, past, present, and future. Yet perhaps we might properly say that there are 3 times, a present of things past, a present of things present, and a present of things to come. For these 3 do exist in some way in the soul, and I do not see them elsewhere. Thus, the present of things past is memory. The present of things present is before my gaze, and the present of things to come is in expectation. If we might be permitted to speak this way, I see 3 times and confess that there are 3. Let it also be said that there are 3 times, past, present, and future, as we incorrectly say. Behold, I will neither object, nor resist, nor register a critique, if when this is said, one understands that neither future nor past now exists. For we speak improperly about most things, and only for very few have the proper words, though the things intended are understood. Chapter 21. I just said that we measure times as they pass so that we might be able to say this time is twice as much as that one, or this one is equal to that other one, and so on for any other parts of time that are measurable. Thus, as I said, we measure times as they pass. And if anyone should ask me, how do you know this? I might answer, I know that we do measure like this, nor can we measure things that do not have being, and things past and future do not have being. But given that present time takes up no space, how do we measure it? It is measured while passing. But when it comes to pass, it is not measured, for there will be nothing to be measured. But where does it come from? Where does it pass through, and where does it go while it is measured? From where but the future? Through where else but the present, and to where else but into the past? Therefore, from that which does not yet have being, through that which has no space, into that which now no longer is. Yet what do we measure if not time in some space? For it is only by speaking of spaces of time that we speak of single, double, and triple equal measures of time. In what space then do we measure time passing? In the future from which it passes on through to the present? But we do not measure that which does not yet have being, or in the present through which it passes. But we do not measure that which takes up no space, or in the past into which it passes. But neither do we measure that which now has no being. Chapter 22. My heart and mind are on fire to understand this most intricate enigma. Do not close it off, O Lord my God, good Father. Through Christ I beseech you. Do not close up these things which at once are so familiar, yet also so hidden. Do not close them off from my desires so that it would be hindered from piercing them. But let them dawn in the light of your mercy, O Lord. Whom shall I ask about these things? And to whom shall I more fruitfully confess my ignorance than to you, who find nothing troublesome in these my inquiries, which are so ardently kindled with desire to understand your scriptures? Give what I love, for I do love, and this you have given me. Give, Father, who truly knows how to give good gifts to your children. Give, for I have taken upon myself to know, and I remain troubled until you open this for me. By Christ I beseech you, in his name, Holy of Holies, let no man disturb me. For I believed, and therefore do I speak. This is my hope, and for this do I live, that I may contemplate the delights of the Lord. Behold, you have made my days old, and they pass away, yet I know not how. We speak about time, and time about times and times. How long a time has it been since he said this? How long a time has it been since he did this? How long a time has it been since I saw that? And this syllable takes up twice the time of that single short syllable. We speak and hear such words, and they are understood by others, and we ourselves understand them. They are so clear and ordinary. And yet these very same things are at the same time all too deeply hidden, and the work of discovering this meaning is something quite extraordinary. Chapter 23. I once heard from a learned man that the movements of the sun, moon, and stars constituted time, but I did not agree to his assertion. For if that were the case, why then should not the movements of all bodies be times? Or if the lights of heaven should cease, while a potter's wheel still turned round and round, would there be no time by which we might measure those turnings, and say either that it moved at an unchanging speed, or if it sometimes turned slower, and at other times quicker, that some rotations took longer times and others shorter times? And while we were saying this, would we not also be speaking in time? And if our words had some syllables that were short and others that were long, would this not be because the first sounded for a shorter time and the latter for a longer time? God grant that men might see in small things notice of things that are found both in things that are great and those that are small. The stars and lights of heaven are also for signs, seasons, years, and days. And yes, so they are. But neither should I say that the rotation of that wooden wheel is a day, nor, however, should that learned man say that this would mean that there is therefore no time in such conditions. I desire to know the power and nature of time by which we measure bodily movements, and say, for example, that one motion is twice as long as another. And I ask, given that a day denotes not only the time when the sun remains shining over the earth, so that day and night are contrasted to each other, but also refers to the whole circuit of the sun from east to east again, so that when we say that a given number of days has passed, we include the nights in a given number of days, and do not count the nights separately. Yes, given that a day is completed by the motion of the sun and by its circuit from east to east again, I ask, does the motion alone make the day, or the interval in which that motion is completed, or both? For if motion makes the day, then we should have a day even if the sun were to happen to run its course in the small space of 1 hour of time. But if the interval is what makes time, then only if 1 hour separated two sunrises there would not be a day, but instead the sun would need to run its course 24 times in order to complete one day. And if both are needed, then we could not say that a day has passed if the sun were to run its whole course in the space of an hour, nor if the sun stood still, while as much time should pass as the sun usually makes its whole course from one morning to the next. Thus, I will not now ask what that which we call a day is. Rather, my question is, what is time, by which we, measuring the circuit of the sun, say that it finishes in half of its usual time if it completes its round in merely 12 hours, and also declare, upon comparing both times, that 12 hours is a single period of time in 24 double, even if we were to suppose that the sun might sometimes take 12 hours to run its course from east to east, and at other times double that. Let no man then tell me that the movements of the heavenly bodies constitute time, for when the sun stood still at the prayers of one man until he could achieve his victory in battle, yes, the sun stood still, but time went on. For that battle was waged, and came to its end in its own allotted space of time. Thus, I perceive time to be a kind of extension, but do I perceive it, or only seem to perceive it? You, light and truth, will show me. Chapter 24. Do you bid me to agree when someone defines time to be bodily motion? No, you do not bid me to do so, for no body is moved except in time. This I hear, and you are the one who says it. But that the motion of a body would be time, this I do not hear. You do not say it. For when a body is moved, I measure by time how long it moves, and from the time it began to move until it stopped. Indeed, if I did not see it begins its motions, and if it continues to move such that I will not see when it ends, I cannot measure it, except perhaps from the time I began to see it up to that time when I no longer do. And if I look at it for long, I can only pronounce it to be a long time, though not how long. For when we say how long, we do so by comparison, as when we say this is as long as that, or twice as long as that, or the like. But when we can mark the distances of the places from which and to which the moved body goes, or its parts if it moves circularly as though upon a lathe, then we can say precisely how much time it took to finish the motion of that body or its part from this place to that. Therefore, since bodily motion is one thing, and that by which we measure how long it is another, who does not see which of these two should be called time? For if a body sometimes is moved and sometimes stands still, then we measure by time not only its motion, but also its standing still. And we say, it stood still as long as it moved, or it stood still 2 or 3 times as long as it moved, or any other space that our measuring has either ascertained or guessed, more or less, as one says. Thus time is not the motion of a body. Chapter 25. And I confess to you, O Lord, that I still do not know what time is. And again I confess unto you, O Lord, that I know that I say this in time, and that having spoken at length about time, that this length is long only because it is a period of time. How then do I know this, given that I do not know what time is? Or perhaps it is the case that I do not know how to express what I know. Woe is me who do not even know what I do not know. Behold, O my God, I do not lie in your sight. As I speak, so is my heart. You shall light my candle. Yes, you, O Lord my God, shall illumine my darkness. Chapter 26. Does not my soul most truly confess unto you that I do measure times? Do I then measure, O my God, and not know what I measure? I measure the motion of a body in time, and I do not measure the time itself. Or could I indeed measure the motion of a body, however long it might be, and in however long a space it might go from this place to that, without measuring the time in which it is moved? Therefore, how is it that I measure this time? Do we measure a longer time by means of a shorter, as we measure a rod's length by using cubits? For indeed we seem to measure the length of a long syllable by the length of a short one, and to say that one thing is double the other. Thus we measure the length of a poem by the length of its verse, and the length of the verses by the length of the rhythmic feet that make it up, and these rhythmic feet by the length of the syllables, and the length of long syllables by the length of short ones. Thus we do not measure in its pages, for if we did, we would measure space, not time. But when we utter the words and they pass by, and we say a poem is long because it is composed of so many verses, verses that are long because they consist of so many feet, and feet that are long because they have so many syllables, a syllable that is long because it is twice the length of a short one. But neither do we obtain any certain measure of time in this way, for it could happen that a shorter verse pronounced more slowly may take up more time than a longer one pronounced hurriedly. This is true for a poem, a foot, and a syllable. Thus it seemed to me that time is nothing other than distension. But a distension of what? I do not know. And I wonder if it be not of the mind itself. For what, I beseech you, O my God, do I measure when I say either indefinitely, this is a longer time than that, or definitely, this is double that? Yes, I know that I measure time, and yet I do not measure time to come, for it has not yet come. Nor do I measure time present, for it is not protracted by any space. Nor do I measure time past, for it now has no being. What then do I measure? Times that pass by, but have not passed? Such have I said. Chapter 27. Take courage, my mind, and strenuously push onward. God is our help. He made us, and not we ourselves. Press onward where truth begins to dawn. Suppose now that a bodily voice begins to make a sound, and does make a sound, and continues to make a sound, and then behold, it ceases. There is silence now, and that voice is past, and no longer is a voice. Before it made a sound, it was in the future, and could not be measured, because as yet had no being, and now it cannot be measured, for it no longer is. Therefore, while it made sound, it might be, for at that time there was something that could be measured, and yet even then it was not fixed, for it was passing on and passing away. Could it, for that reason, be measured? For while passing, it was being extended over some space of time so that it might be measured, since the present has no space. If in that case it might be measured, then let us suppose another voice that begins to sound one tone continuously without any interruption. Let us measure it while it makes sound. Now, when it has stopped making sound, it will then be past, nothing will be left to be measured. Let us measure it indeed and say how much it is, but it continues to make sound, nor can it be measured except from the instant when it began up to when it stops. For the very space between is the thing we measure, namely, from some beginning unto some end. Therefore, a voice that is not yet ended cannot be measured so that it may be said how long or short it is, nor can it be called equal to another or double to a single or the like. But when it comes to an end, it no longer is. How then might it be measured? And yet we measure times, though neither those that are not yet, nor those that no longer are, nor those that are not lengthened by some pause, nor those that have no bounds. We measure neither times to come, nor past, nor present, nor passing, and yet we measure times. Deus creator omnium. This verse of 8 syllables alternates between short and long syllables. Thus, the 4 short syllables, the first, third, fifth, and seventh, are but single in relation to the 4 long ones, the second, fourth, sixth, and eighth. Each of the long ones has twice the time as the short ones. I pronounce them, report on them, and find it so, as one's plain sense perceives. By plain sense, then, I measure a long syllable by a short, and by my senses I find it to have twice as much. But when one sounds after the other, if the former is short and the latter long, how shall I grasp hold of the short one, and how measuring shall I apply it to the long, so that I may find the latter to be twice as long, given how the long does not begin to sound unless the short stops its sound? And how do I measure that long one itself as present, given that I do not measure it until it has ended? Now its ending is its passing away. What then is it that I measure? Where is the short syllable by which I measure? Where is the long one that I measure? Both have sounded, have flown forth, have passed away, and no longer are. And yet I measure and confidently answer, at least as far as is presumed on the regular testimony of our senses, that this syllable is but single as regards their time, and that one is double. And yet I could not do this unless they were already past and had come to an end. Therefore, it is not the syllables, which now do not exist, that I measure, but instead something that remains fixed in my memory. It is in you, my mind, that I measure times. Do not interrupt me, that is, do not interrupt yourself with the tumult of your impressions. In you I measure times. The impression caused within you as things pass by remains even when they are gone. This is what, still present, I measure, not the things that pass by and leave these impressions. This I measure when I measure times. Therefore, either this is time or I do not measure times. What about when we measure silence and say that this period of silence was as long a time as that voice? Do we not stretch out our thought to the measure of a voice which we imagine to have sounded so that we might thereby report the intervals of silence in a given space of time? For although both voice and tongue remain silent, nonetheless, in thought we go over poems, verses, and any other discourse, or some length of motion, and report on the space of time, saying how long one is in relation to another, no differently than if we pronounced them out loud. If a man were to utter a long sound and had settled in thought how long it should be, he already in silence passed through a space of time and committing it to memory begins to utter that speech, which continues to make sound until it reaches the end he proposed for it. Yes, it has made sound and will make sound, for as much of it as is finished has already made sound, and the rest will make sound. And thus it passes onward until the present intent conveys the future into the past, with the past increasing through the diminution of the future until the future has been fully consumed and all is now past. Chapter 28. But how is that future diminished or consumed if it does not exist yet? Or how is the past increased if it now no longer is, except in the mind that does the 3 things needed for this to be? For it expects, considers, and remembers, so that what it expects through what it considers passes into what it remembers. Who therefore denies that things to come do not as yet exist? And yet there is in the mind an expectation of things to come. And who denies that past things now no longer have being? And yet there still remains in the mind a memory of things past. And who denies that the present time takes up no space, for it passes away in just a moment? And yet our consideration continues on, and through that which shall be present proceeds onward to become absent. Therefore it is not future time that is long, for as yet it has no being. Rather, a long future is a long expectation of the future. Nor is it past time, which now has no existence, that is long. Rather, a long past is a long memory of the past. I am about to recite a psalm that I know. Before I begin, my expectation extends over the whole, but when I have begun, however much of it I have separated off into the past is extended along my memory. Thus, the life of this action of mine is divided between my memory as to what I have repeated and my expectation as to what I am about to recite. However, consideration is present with me, so that through it what was future may be conveyed over, so as to become past. And the more this is repeated, shortening the expectation all the more, so too my memory is enlarged, until the whole expectation is at length exhausted, when that whole action has come to an end and has passed into memory. And this same process, which takes place in the whole psalm, also can be found for each particular part of it, and for each particular syllable. And the same holds true for whatever longer action this psalm may be part of, and it also holds true for the whole life of man, of which all the actions of man are parts, and so too through all the ages of the sons of men, of which all the lives of men are parts. Chapter 29. But because your loving kindness is better than all lives, behold, my life is but a distended distraction. And your right hand has upheld me, in my Lord, the Son of Man, the mediator between you, the one, and us, the many. Many also through our manifold distractions amid many things, that by him I may grasp in whom I have been grasped, and may be recollected from my old habits, so as to follow the one, forgetting what is behind, not distended but extended, not to things that shall be and shall pass away, but to those things that are before. Indeed, not distractedly, but intently do I push onward to the prize of my heavenly calling, where I may hear the voice of your praise and contemplate your delights, which are neither to come nor will pass away. But now my years are spent in mourning, and you, O Lord, are my comfort, my Father everlasting. But I have been broken apart amid times, whose order I know not. And my thoughts, even the inmost depths of my soul, are torn into a tumultuous mass of various pieces, until I wholly flow into you, purified and made molten by the fire of your love. Chapter 30. And now I will stand and become firm in you, in my mold, your truth. Nor will I endure the questions of men who, by the disease that they suffer as a punishment, now thirst for more than they can hold and ask, what was God doing before he made heaven and earth? Or how did it come into his mind to make anything before he ever had made anything? O Lord, lead them to consider aright what they ask, and to discover that never cannot be said where there is no time. Therefore, when he is said never to have made, what else does this mean than he made it no time? Therefore, let them see that time cannot exist without created beings, and let them cease speaking their empty words. May they also stretch out toward those things that lie before, and understand that you exist before all times, you who are the eternal creator of all times, and that no times are co-eternal with you, nor any creature, even if there were any creature that is above time. Chapter 31. O Lord my God, how deep are the recesses of your mysteries, and how far from them have I been cast by the consequences of my transgressions. Heal my eyes so that I may share the joy of your light. Surely, if there is a mind that is gifted with such vast knowledge and foreknowledge as to know all things past and to come, as I myself know one well-known psalm, truly that mind is surpassingly wonderful and fearfully amazing. For nothing past and nothing to come in ages hereafter is hidden from him, just as, when I sang that psalm, what and how much of it had passed away from the beginning, as well as what and how much of it remained unto the end, was not hidden from me. But far be it that you, the creator of the universe, the creator of souls and bodies, far be it that you should know all things past and future in this way. No, far, far more wondrously and far more mysteriously do you know them. For you are not like the man whose feelings are moved as he sings some tune that he knows or hears some well-known song, expecting the words to come and remembering those that are past, thereby leading him to be varied and to have his senses divided. Nothing like this befalls you, who are unchangeably eternal, the eternal creator of minds. Therefore, just as you knew the heavens and the earth in the beginning without any variation in your knowledge, so too you have made heaven and earth in the beginning without any distension in your action. Whoever understands this, let him confess unto you, and whoever does not, let him confess unto you. Oh, how high you are, and yet those who are humble in heart are your dwelling place. For you raise up those who are bowed down, and they whose heights are found in you do not fall.
Chapter 1. My heart, O Lord, touched by the words of your sacred scripture, is beset with concern amid this poverty of my life. And thus, most of the time does the poverty of human understanding overflow in words. For inquiry has more to say than discovery, demanding is longer than obtaining, and our hand that knocks has more work to do than our hand that receives. We hold the promise, who shall make it void? If God be for us, who can be against us? Ask, and you shall receive. Seek, and you shall find. Knock, and the door shall be opened unto you. For everyone that asks receives, and he that seeks finds, and to him that knocks shall the door be opened. These are your own promises. Who need fear being deceived when the truth promises? Chapter 2. The lowliness of my tongue confesses unto your loftiness that you made heaven and earth. This heaven that I see and this earth that I tread upon, from which comes this earthen body that I bear about me, you made it. But where, O Lord, is that heaven of heavens spoken of in the words of the psalm? The heaven of heavens are the Lord's, but the earth he has given to the children of men. Where is that heaven that we do not see, that heaven whose earth is all this that we do see? For this bodily whole is not present as a whole in each and every one of its places, and it has thus received its portion of beauty in these lower parts, the lowest of which is this our earth. But in relation to that heaven of heavens, even the heavens of our own earth are but earth. Yes, both these great bodies may without absurdity be called earth in comparison to that unknown heaven, which is for the Lord, not the sons of men. Chapter 3. Now this earth was invisible and without form, and there were unknown depths in the abyss upon which no light shone, because it had no shape. Therefore you commanded it to be written that darkness was on the face of the depths. But what was this darkness other than the absence of light? For had there been light, where would it have been except above everything, aloft and illuminating? Thus, where there was no light, what was the presence of darkness if not the absence of light? Darkness, therefore, was upon it because light was not upon it, as there is silence when there is no sound. And what is it to have silence there, if not to have no sound there? O Lord, have you not taught the soul of him who confesses unto you? Have you not taught me, Lord, that before you formed and diversified this formless matter, there was nothing, neither color, nor figure, nor body, nor spirit? And yet it was not altogether nothing, for there was a kind of formlessness, lacking in all beauty and specific form. Chapter 4. What then should it be called by some ordinary word, so that it might be to some degree conveyed to those of slower mind? And among all the parts of the world, what can be found that is nearer to absolute formlessness than our earth and the depths? For since they occupy the lowest level of all things, they are less beautiful than the other higher parts, which are all transparent and luminous. Why, therefore, may I not think that the formlessness of matter that you created without beauty, from which to make this beautiful world, is suitably expressed to men by means of the expression, earth invisible and without form? Chapter 5. Thus, when our thought asks what this means, it says to itself, it is no intellectual form like life or justice, for it is the matter of bodies. Nor is it an object of sense, for since it was invisible and formless, it contained no object of sight or sense. And when man's thought speaks to itself in this way, does it not strive to know it by being ignorant of it, or to be ignorant by knowing it? Chapter 6. But Lord, if I would confess unto you by my tongue and my pen the whole of whatever you yourself have taught me about that matter, I did not understand its very name when I heard of it from those who spoke to me about it without understanding it themselves. Thus, I conceived of it as though it had countless various forms in it, thus failing to conceive it at all. My mind tossed up and down foul and horrible forms, all of which were lacking order, but forms nonetheless. And so I called it formless not insofar as it lacked all form, but because it had such forms that, if it presented itself for consideration, my mind would turn away from it as something unexpected and jarring, and human frailness would be troubled at it. Still, what I conceived was formless, not as being deprived of all form, but in comparison to more beautiful forms. But true reason did persuade me that I must completely strip it of all remnants of form whatsoever, if I wished to conceive of matter absolutely without form. And I could not, for I could sooner imagine that something deprived of all form would not be than conceive of something between form and nothing, neither formed nor nothing, a formless thing that was almost nothing. So my mind ceased questioning my spirit about this, for it was filled with the images of formed bodies, changing and varying them as it willed. And I turned my attention to the bodies themselves and looked more deeply into their changeability, by which they cease to be what they have been and begin to be what they were not. And this same shifting from one form to another I suspected to take place through some sort of formless state, not through mere nothingness. Yet this I longed to know and not only to suspect. If then my voice and pen were to confess to you all of the knots that you have untied for me concerning this question, what reader would remain to take in the whole narrative? Nor, for all that, shall my heart cease to give you honor and chant a song of praise for those things that it cannot put into words. For the changeableness of changeable things is itself capable of receiving all those forms into which these mutable things are changed. And this mutability, what is it? Is it soul? Is it body? Is it that which constitutes soul or body? Might one say a nothing something, or an is that is not? And I would say this if I could. And yet in some way such changeableness was capable even then of receiving these visible and compound appearances. Chapter 7. But where did it get this degree of being if not from you, from whom all things come insofar as they are? Though it is all the further from you to the degree it is also all the more unlike you. For the distance in question is not a distance of place. Therefore you, O Lord, who are not one way in one place and another way in another place, but are the selfsame and the selfsame and the selfsame, holy, 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 Lord God Almighty, in the beginning which is of you, in your wisdom which was begotten of your own substance, you did create something, and indeed out of nothing. For you created heaven and earth, but not out of yourself, for if so, they would have been equal to your only begotten Son, and thereby equal to you as well. Whereas it is in no way right that anything should be equal to you if it is not of you. And there was nothing else besides you from which you might create them, O God, one Trinity and threefold unity. Therefore, out of nothing you created heaven and earth, the one great, the other small. For you are almighty and good, to make all things good, even heaven in its greatness and earth in its smallness. You existed, and nothing else was there besides you, from which you would have created heaven and earth, two different sorts of things, the one near you and the other next to nothing, one to which you alone would be superior, and the other to which nothing would be inferior. Chapter 8. But that heaven of heavens was for yourself, O Lord, and the earth which you gave to the sons of men to be seen and felt was not like the earth we now see and feel, for it was invisible and formless, and there was a deep abyss upon which no light shone, or perhaps darkness was above the depths, meaning that there was more of it than was in them. For the watery deep that we now can see has a light proper to its nature in its depths, perceivable in some degree by the fish and creeping things in the bottom of it. But that entire depth was almost nothing, because up to that point it was altogether formless. And yet there was already that which could be formed. For you, Lord, made the world from a formless matter, which was made from nothing into next to nothing, from which would be made those great things that we sons of men wonder at. How utterly marvelous is this bodily heaven, a firmament between water and water. Upon the second day after the creation of light you said, "Let it be," and it was made. And you called the firmament heaven, that is, heaven to this earth and sea, which you made on the third day by giving a visible figure to formless matter, which you made before all days. Already before all days you had made a heaven, but it was the heaven of this heaven. For in the beginning you made heaven and earth, but the same earth that you made was formless matter, because it was invisible and without form. And darkness was above the depths, and from this earth, invisible and without form, from this formlessness that is almost nothing, you made all those things that at once make up this changeable world, and yet pass away within it, whose very changeability appears in the world, so that times can be observed and numbered in it. For time is fashioned from the alterations of things amid the varied alteration of their forms, whose matter is the invisible earth, which we have already discussed. Chapter 9. Therefore, when the Spirit, the teacher of your servant, recounts that you created heaven and earth in the beginning, he says nothing about times, nothing about days. For truly that heaven of heavens that you created in the beginning is some kind of intellectual creation, which is in no way co-eternal with you, the Trinity, but nonetheless partakes in your eternity, and through the sweetness of that most happy contemplation of you, firmly restrains its own mutability. And without any fall, since its first creation, it clings closely to you and is placed beyond all the rolling vicissitudes of time. Truly, the very formlessness of the earth, invisible and without form, is not numbered among the days of time. For wherever there is no figure nor order, nothing comes or goes, and where this does not happen, there clearly are no days nor any change of time. Chapter 10. O let the light, the truth, the light of my heart, not my own darkness, speak unto me. I fell off into that and was darkened, but even from there, yes, even from there, I loved you. I went astray, yet I recalled you. I heard your voice behind me calling out to me to return, and I barely heard it through all the tumult of the enemies of peace. And now, behold, I return, burning with thirst and filled with desire to the waters of your fountain. Let no man forbid me to draw from them. Of these waters I will drink, and so I will live. Let me not be my own life, for my life was evil when it was from me, and I was death unto myself. But I live anew in you. Speak unto me, converse with me. I have believed your books, yet their words are utterly full of mystery. Chapter 11. Already you have told me with a strong voice, O Lord, in my inner ear, that you are eternal, you who alone have immortality. For you can change neither in appearance nor by motion, nor does your will alter through the passage of time, since no will that varies is immortal. In your sight this is clear to me, and let it be ever clearer to me, I beseech you, and in the manifestation of it let me soberly abide under your wings. You have also told me with a strong voice, O Lord, in my inner ear, that you have made all natures and substances, which are not what you yourself are, yet they indeed still are. And likewise, you have said that the only thing that is not from you is that which has no being, as well as the motion of the will that turns away from you. the one who is toward that which has being to a lesser degree, for such motion is transgression and sin. But no man's sin either hurts you or disturbs the order of your government from start to finish. In your sight this is clear to me. And may it be ever clearer to me, I beseech you, and in the manifestation of it let me soberly abide under your wings. You have also told me with a strong voice in my inner ear that a creature whose happiness is in you alone, and who draws its nourishment from you with the most persevering purity, in no place and at no time asserting its natural mutability, nonetheless is not coeternal with you. And with you yourself ever present to it, you for whom it holds itself with all its affection, having neither future to expect, nor conveying into the past what it remembers, it is neither altered by any change, nor distended into any time. O blessed creature, if such a creature exists, cleaving to your blessedness. Blessed is it in you who eternally dwell with it and are its enlightener. I can think of nothing else that I would more readily call the heaven of heavens that is the Lord's than your dwelling place, contemplating your delights without experiencing any failure by going forth to another, a pure mind, most harmoniously one in that stable peace of holy spirits, citizens of your city in heavenly places that are far above those heavens that we see. By this may the soul whose pilgrimage has become long and distant understand that if she now thirsts for you, if her tears are now her bread, while she is daily asked, "Where is your God?" if she now seeks only one thing from you and desires it, namely that she may dwell in your house all the days of her life, and what is her life if not you, and what are your days if not your eternity, like your years which do not fail because you are ever the same? By this, therefore, may the soul that is able to do so understand how far you are above all times and are eternal. For your dwelling, which at no time departed to a distant land, even though it is not coeternal with you, nonetheless, by continually and unfailingly clinging to you, suffers no change in time. This is clear to me in your sight, and may it be ever clearer to me, I beseech you, and in the manifestation of it let me soberly abide under your wings. And behold, there is untold formlessness in those changes in these last and lowest creatures. Who shall tell me, unless it be the man who, through the emptiness of his own heart, marvels and allows himself to be tossed back and forth amid his own fancies? Who but such a man would tell me that if all figures were so shrunken and eliminated, that such formlessness alone would remain, through which a thing was changed and altered from one figure to another, that it could exhibit temporal change? For plainly it could not, for without variety of motions there are no times, and there is no variety where there is no figure. Chapter 12. I have considered these things as far as you, O my God, have given me to do so, as far as you have stirred me up to knock, and as far as you have opened in response to this knocking. Thus I find that you have made two things that are not within the compass of time, neither of which is coeternal with you. One is so formed that, although it is changeable, it is not changed, ceaselessly taken up in contemplation, and not undergoing any interval of change, thus thoroughly enjoying your eternity and changelessness. The other was so formless that it had nothing that could be changed from one form to another, whether from motion or rest, so as to become subject to time. But you did not leave the latter formless, for before all days, you in the beginning did create heaven and earth, the two things that I have spoken of. But the earth was invisible and formless, and darkness was above the depths. In these words, we hear of such formlessness, so that men's capacities may be thus led step by step, unable to conceive of an utter privation of all form that would not ultimately be nothing at all. Out of this, another heaven was then created, together with a visible and well-formed earth, and the beautiful waters, and whatever else in the formation of the world has been recorded to have been created, not without days, because they are of such a nature that the successive changes of times may take place in them, since they are subject to the appointed alterations of motion and form. Chapter 13. Thus, O my God, this is what I conceive when I hear your scripture saying, "In the beginning God created the heavens and the earth. The earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep," without mentioning the day upon which you created them. And this is what I conceive, the heaven of heavens, that intellectual heaven, whose intelligences know all at once, not in part, not in a glass darkly, but as a whole, in manifestation face to face, not one thing now and another later, but, as I said, know all at once, without any succession of times, and the invisible and formless earth, without any temporal succession, which presents one thing now, another later, for where there is no form, there is no distinction of things. And it is, therefore, because of these two, one from the start wholly formed and the other utterly formless, the one heaven, yes, but heaven of the heavens, and the other earth, though earth invisible and without form. Because of these two, I conceive that your scripture said, without mention of days, "In the beginning God created heaven and earth." For it immediately then says what earth it speaks of, and also, because it is said that the firmament was created on the second day and called heaven, it tells us which heaven he spoke of before, without any mention of days. Chapter 14. How wondrous is the depth of your words! Behold, their surface stands before our gaze, inviting little ones to look upon them, and yet their depth is wondrous. Oh my God, how wondrous this depth! It is awesome to look upon it, with an awe that gives you honor and the trembling of love. With great vigor do I hate its enemies. Oh, that you would slay them with your two-edged sword, so that they might no longer be its enemies. For so do I love them, that I would have them slain from themselves, so that they might live for you. But behold, there are others, not seeking to find fault with the book of Genesis, but to praise it, who say, the Spirit of God who wrote these things by the hand of his servant Moses would not have wished for all of this to be drawn from these words. He would not have it understood as you propose, but in a different manner as we interpret the words. I will answer them with you, O God of all, as the judge. Chapter 15. Will you affirm it to be false, that which the truth tells me with a strong voice in my inner ear concerning the eternity of the Creator, that his substance is in no way changed by time, nor his will separate from his substance? Thus, he does not will one thing now and something else later on. No, he wills once and at once and always everything that he wills, not again and again, nor now this, now that. Nor does he will later on something he had not willed before, nor does he now not will what before he had willed. For such a will would be changeable, but no changeable thing is eternal as is our God. Again, he tells me in my inner ear that the expectation of future things stands before our gaze when they come to pass, and this sight before our gaze becomes memory when they are past. Now, all thought that thus varies is changeable, and no changeable thing is eternal, yet our God is eternal. These things I infer and put together. Thus, I find that my God, the eternal God, did not make any creature following upon any new act of willing, nor can anything transitory be attributed to his knowledge. What will you say then, O you who speak against my interpretation? Have I here said something false? No, they will say. But what then? Is it false that every nature already formed and matter capable of form can only be from him who is supremely good, because he supremely is? Neither do we deny this, they will say. What then? Do you deny that there is a certain sublime creature clinging with so chaste a love unto the true and truly eternal God, that although it is not co-eternal with him, it nonetheless is not separated from him, nor dissolved into the variety and vicissitude of time, but instead rests in the truest contemplation of him alone? For you, O God, show yourself unto him who loves you as much as you command, and you suffice for him. Thus he does not turn away from you, nor toward himself. This is the house of God, not of earthly form, nor of celestial yet bodily bulk, but instead spiritual, and a partaker in your eternity, because it forever will not turn from you. For you have established it forever and ever, and you have given it a law that shall not pass. Yet it is not co-eternal with you, O God, because it is not without a beginning, for it was made. For although we find no time before it, for wisdom was created before all things, it is not that wisdom that is altogether equal and co-eternal to you, our God, his Father, him by whom all things were created, and in whom, as the beginning, you created heaven and earth. Rather, it is created wisdom, that is, an intellectual nature, which by contemplating the light is itself light. For this, although created, is also called wisdom. But just as great is the differences between the light that enlightens and the light that is received by that which is enlightened, so much is the difference between the wisdom that creates and that which was created in wisdom, and so too between the righteousness that justifies and the righteousness that is brought about through justification. For we also are called your righteousness. For so has your servant said, quote, so that in him we might become the righteousness of God, end quote. Therefore, since a kind of created wisdom was created before all things, the rational and intellectual mind of that chaste city of yours, our mother that is above, is free and eternal in the heavens. In what heavens, if not in those that praise you, the heaven of heavens? For this is also the heaven of heavens for the Lord. But although we find no time before it, because that which was created before all things also precedes the creation of time, nonetheless, the eternity of the Creator himself is before it, him by whom it was created and from whom it took its beginning, not indeed in time, for time itself did not yet exist, but in its creation. Hence, it is so much from you, our God, as to be altogether other than you, and not the self-same. For although we do not find time before it or even in it, for it is suited to behold your face always, and is never drawn away from it, thereby never experiencing any variation through change, nonetheless, it does possess the potential for change, which would lead it to become dark and chill were it not for the fact that by its strong affection it clings unto you like perpetual noon, thereby radiating and glowing from you. O house most bright and beautiful, I have loved your beauty and the place where the glory of my Lord, your builder and possessor, dwells. Let my wayfaring soul sigh for you, and beseech him that made you to take possession of me also in you, seeing that he likewise has made me. I have gone astray like a lost sheep, but upon the shoulders of my shepherd, he who is your builder, I am filled with hope that I will be brought back to you. What therefore do you say to me, O you who speak in opposition to my interpretation, you who do believe that Moses was the holy servant of God, and that his books are the oracles of the Holy Ghost? Is not this the house of God, not indeed co-eternal with God, yet according to its own measure eternal in the heavens? And do you not look for temporal change in vain there, for you will not find it? For this house, where it is forever good to cling to God, surpasses all temporal distension and all the turning revolutions of time. And they will respond to me, yes, it is true. But then what about everything my heart shouted unto my God when it inwardly heard the voice of his praise? What part of that do you hold as false? Is it that matter was formless, lacking all order because it had no form? But where there was no order, there could be no temporal alteration. And yet, this almost nothing, inasmuch as it was not altogether nothing, was certainly from him, from whom whatsoever has being is, in whatsoever degree it has being. This too, they will say, we do not deny. Chapter 16. Allow me to speak a bit in your presence, O my God, with these men who grant that all these things are true, which your truth whispers into my soul. Let those who deny them yap and deafen themselves as much as they please. I will try to persuade them to be quiet, and will strive to open in them a way for your word to reach them. But if they refuse and push me away, then I beseech you, O my God, do not be silent to me. Speak truly in my heart, for only you speak thus. And I will leave them to themselves, blowing up dust into their own eyes. And I will enter my chamber, and there sing a song of love unto you, groaning with unutterable words, here in the midst of my wayfaring, remembering Jerusalem, with my heart lifted up toward it, Jerusalem, my homeland, Jerusalem, my mother, over which you yourself are the illuminator, father, guardian, and husband, you who are our pure and powerful delight and solid joy, indeed, you who are ineffably all good things, yes, all at once, for you are the one sovereign and true good. Nor will I be turned away until you gather all that I am, taking it from this dispersed and disordered state into the peace of our most dear mother, where the first fruits of my spirit already are, so that these things are indeed certain to me, and where I beseech you to conform and confirm them there for eternity, O my God, my mercy. But I will answer those who do not hold that all these truths are false, men who honor your holy scriptures set forth by holy Moses, men who place it as we do upon the summit of authority to be followed, while, however, themselves still opposing me on some point. Judge by yourself, O our God, between my confessions and these men's words of contradiction. Chapter 17. For they say, though these things are true, nonetheless Moses did not intend those two when, by the Spirit's revelation, he said, in the beginning God created heaven and earth. By the word heaven, he did not mean that spiritual or intellectual creature that always beholds the face of God, nor by the word earth did he mean to indicate that formless matter. But what then did he mean? And they respond, that man of God meant what we say, that is, what he declared by those words. What is that then? They say, by the words heaven and earth, he would first mean this entire visible world, universally and all in one, so that he might thereafter, through the enumeration of the days of creation, arrange in detail and, as it were, piece by piece, all those things that it pleased the Holy Spirit thus to speak of. For those to whom he spoke were such simple and sense-bound people that he thought them fit to be entrusted with the knowledge only of God's visible works. But they do agree that the words concerning the invisible and formless earth and the dark deep might not unsuitably be understood as referring to this first matter, out of which it is then subsequently revealed that all the visible things that we know were made and arranged during those days that follow thereafter. What if someone else should now say that this same formless and confused matter was, for this reason, first expressed by the words heaven and earth, because this visible world, with all those natures that very clearly appear in it, which is often called heaven and earth, was created and perfected from it? And again, what if someone else says that invisible and visible nature is not, indeed, inappropriately called heaven and earth, and so that the whole of creation, which God made in his wisdom, that is, in the beginning, was embraced under those two words? Nevertheless, all things are not made out of God's substance, but rather out of nothing, because they are not the same as God is, for they all have a mutable nature, whether they abide, as does the eternal house of God, or undergo change, as does man's soul and body. Therefore, the common matter of all things visible and invisible, as yet unformed, though capable of receiving form, from which both heaven and earth were to be created, that is, the invisible and visible creature when formed was designated, so such a questioner would say, by the same names that were ascribed to formless and invisible earth and the darkness upon the depths, though with this distinction, that formless and invisible earth refers to bodily matter before it was characterized by any form, and darkness upon the depths refers to spiritual matter before it was restrained from its unlimited fluidity or received any light from wisdom. Perhaps someone may also say, if he so wills, that the already perfected and formed natures, both visible and invisible, are not referred to by the words heaven and earth when we read, in the beginning God made heaven and earth. Rather, they might say that these words referred to the yet unformed beginning of things, material that is apt to receive form and be fashioned. It would have contained within itself, as it were, mixed together and not yet distinguished by quality or form, all those things that now have been put into order and are called heaven and earth, that is, spiritual and bodily creation. Chapter 18. Having heard and fully considered all this, I will not argue about words, for that is profitable only to the destruction of those who hear it. But the law is good for edification, if a man lawfully makes use of it. For the ultimate end of the law is charity, from a pure heart, a good conscience, and sincere faith. And our Master knew well the 2 commandments upon which hang all the law and the prophets. And how does it harm me, O my God, you who are the light of my eyes in secret, where I zealously confess these things, since various things might be understood to be found under these words, all of which would be true? How, I say, does it harm me if I have a different opinion on this than what some other person thinks this writer thought? All of us who read truly strive to trace out and understand the meaning of the person we are reading. And given that we believe that he speaks the truth, we dare not imagine that he would have said anything that we ourselves either know or think is false. Therefore, while every man strives to understand the Holy Scriptures in accord with what the sacred writer himself thought, what harm comes from a man understanding what you, the light of all true-speaking minds, shows him to be true, although he whom he reads did not have this in mind, seeing that he too understood a truth, though not this one. Chapter 19. For it is true, O Lord, that you made heaven and earth, and it also is true that the beginning is your wisdom, in which you create all things. And likewise, it is true that this visible world has as its greater parts heaven and earth, which, in short, embrace all fashioned and created natures. And it is also true that whatever is changeable indicates to us that there is a kind of lack of form, by which it receives a form, is changed or turned about. And it is true that the being that clings to the unchangeable form is not subject to time, for though it itself is subject to change by its nature, it never undergoes change. It is true, too, that formlessness that is almost nothing cannot be subject to the alteration of time. And likewise, it is true that that from which a thing is made might, after a particular manner of speaking, be referred to using the name of the thing made from it. Thus, that formlessness, from which heaven and earth were made, might itself be called heaven and earth. And so, too, it is true that among things having form there are none that are any nearer to being formless than are the earth and the depths. Yes, it is true that not only every created and formed thing, but indeed everything that is capable of being created and formed was made by you, from whom all things are. And it is true that whatsoever is formed out of that which had no form was itself unformed before it was formed. Chapter 20. All those whose inward eye you have enabled to see such things, and who immovably believe that your servant Moses spoke in the spirit of truth, take some particular truth from among these truths. Thus, one is taken by him who says, in the beginning God made heaven and earth, that is, in his word co-eternal with himself, God made intelligible and sensible or spiritual and bodily creation. And another truth is taken by him who says, in the beginning God made heaven and earth, that is, in his word co-eternal with himself, God made the whole bulk of this bodily world, together with all those conspicuous and known creatures that it contains. And yet another truth is taken by him who says, in the beginning God made heaven and earth, that is, in his word co-eternal with himself, God made the formless matter of creatures, both spiritual and bodily. Another truth is taken by him who says, in the beginning God created heaven and earth, that is, in his word co-eternal with himself, God created the formless matter of bodily creation, in which heaven and earth remained in as yet confused state, which we today see, distinct and formed, in the bulk of the world before our eyes. And yet another truth is appealed to by him who says, in the beginning God made heaven and earth, that is, in the very beginning of his creative work, God made that formless matter that contained in itself both heaven and earth in a state of confusion, from which, after receiving its form, everything has emerged that we now can see. Chapter 21. And the same thing holds true for the words that follow. From all those truths, one man chooses one truth when he says, "But the earth was invisible and formless, and darkness was over the depths." That is, the bodily thing that God made was as yet a formless matter of bodily things, without order and without light. And another he who says, "The earth was invisible and formless, and darkness was over the depths." That is, all of this, which is called heaven and earth, was still a formless and dark matter, from which the bodily heaven and earth were to be fashioned, with all they contain, which we know through our bodily senses. And another truth is taken by him who says, "The earth was invisible and formless, and darkness was over the depths." That is, all that is called heaven and earth was still a formless and dark matter from which God would fashion both that intelligible heaven, elsewhere called the heaven of heavens, and the earth. That is, the whole of bodily nature, which also includes what we call the bodily heavens. In short, that from which every visible and invisible creature was to be created. And still, another truth is taken by him who says, "The earth was invisible and formless, and darkness was over the depths." Scripture did not refer to that formlessness by the name heaven and earth. Rather, that formlessness already was there, which Moses called the invisible and formless earth, and darkness over the depths, out of which, as he had said before, God made heaven and earth, namely spiritual and bodily creation. And another says, "The earth was invisible and formless, and darkness was over the depths." That is, there already was a kind of formless matter from which, as the Scripture said earlier, God made heaven and earth, namely, the whole bodily mass of the world divided into two great parts, upper and lower, with all the common and well-known creatures in them. 22. Someone might attempt to dispute against the last two opinions as follows. If you will not allow that this formless matter seems to be referred to as heaven and earth, then there was something that God had not made, from which he would then fashion heaven and earth. For Scripture has not told us that God made this matter, unless we understand it to be referred to by the words heaven and earth, or earth alone, when it is said that in the beginning God made heaven and earth. Thus, when it is then said, "And the earth was invisible and without form," although it pleased him to speak of formless matter this way, we are to understand that this refers solely to the matter that was made by God, which was written about above, where it was said that God made heaven and earth. Those who maintain either of the last two opinions discussed above will, upon hearing this, respond, "We do not deny that this formless matter was indeed created by God, the God from whom all things are made very good. For just as we affirm that whatever is created and formed is a great good, so too we confess that whatever is made capable of creation and form is a lesser good, though still good. We say, however, that Scripture did not say that God made this formlessness, as it also has not said about many others, such as the cherubim and seraphim, and those which the apostle distinctly speaks of as thrones, dominions, principalities, and powers. Most certainly God made them all. Or, if all things are to be embraced by the words, "He made heaven and earth," what shall we say about the waters upon which the Spirit of God moved? For if they are included within the word earth, how then can formless matter be signified by the word earth when we see the waters so beautiful? Or, if it is understood in this way, why then is it written that the firmament was fashioned out of the same formlessness and was called heaven, whereas it is not written that the waters were fashioned from it? For the waters do not remain formless and invisible, for we behold them flowing so beautifully. But if they then received that beauty when God said, "Let the waters under the firmament be gathered together," so that this gathering action would itself be the forming of them, what then will be said regarding those waters above the firmament? For if they were formless, they would not have deserved so honorable a seat, nor is it written by what word they were formed. Thus, even if Genesis remains silent regarding God's fashioning of anything, and neither sound faith nor well-grounded understanding doubts that God fashioned it all, no sober teaching will dare to affirm that these waters were co-eternal with God, merely on the grounds that we find them mentioned in the book of Genesis, without being told when they were created. Why, with the truth teaching us, should we not understand that this formless matter, which this Scripture calls the invisible and formless earth and dark deep, was created by God out of nothing, and therefore was not co-eternal with him, even if this history does not state when it was created? 23. Thus, having heard and examined these matters to the degree that I could with my weak powers, which I confess unto you, O Lord, that you know, I perceive that two kinds of disagreements may arise when something is reported by men who speak the truth. One concerns the truth of the very things that are reported, the other concerns what the person who reported them meant. For we ask one sort of question regarding what is true concerning the making of creation, and another concerning what Moses, that excellent minister of your faith, would have his reader and hearer understand by those words. For the first sort, begone all you who imagine you know the truth when your thoughts are false. And for the other, begone all you too who imagine Moses wrote things that were false. But in you, O Lord, let me take delight, and let me there be united with those who feed upon your truth in the great breadth of charity, and let us together draw close to the words of your book, and seek therein your meaning, through the meaning expressed by your servant, by whose pen you have spread your words. 24. But among all those many truths that come to the mind of inquirers when they read those words and understand them differently, which of us will manage to find the one meaning that will enable us to affirm, this is what Moses thought, and this is what he would have us understand in that narrative, with the same confidence as he would have to say, this is true, whether Moses thought this or something else? For behold, O my God, can I, your servant, who have in this book vowed a sacrifice of confession unto you, and pray that through your mercy I may repay my vows unto you, can I, with confidence equal to that with which I affirm that in your immutable word you created all things visible and invisible, also affirm that Moses meant nothing other than this when he wrote, in the beginning God made heaven and earth? No, for I do not see in his mind that he thought of this when he wrote these things, as I do see it in your truth to be certain. For he might have been thinking about God's beginning work of creation when he wrote in the beginning, and by the words heaven and earth he might intend here no formed and perfected nature, whether spiritual or bodily, but both of them having no order and as yet formless. For I perceive that whichever of these two had been said, it might have been true. But I do not perceive which of the two he thought of in these words. However, whether it was either one of these that this great man saw in his mind when he uttered these words, or any other meaning that I have not here mentioned, I have no doubt that he saw truly what he saw and expressed it aptly. 25. Let no man now trouble me by saying, Moses did not think what you say, but rather what we say. For if he should ask me, how do you know that Moses thought what you infer from his words? I ought to listen to him with an even temper and perhaps answer as I did above or at greater length if my questioner were unyielding. But when he says, Moses did not mean what you say, but rather what I say, yet does not deny that what we both say might be true, O my God, life of the poor, in whose bosom no contradiction is to be found, pour your soothing dew into my heart so that I may patiently bear with men who would say something like this to me. For they do not speak in this way because they have a divine spirit that would have revealed to them that Moses had in his heart the very thing they say, but rather they do so because they are proud, not knowing Moses' opinion, but loving their own, not because it is the truth, but because it is theirs. Otherwise, they would equally love another true opinion, as I love what they say when they speak the truth, loving it not because it is theirs, but because it is true, and on that very ground not theirs because it is true. But if they do indeed love it because it is true, then it is both theirs and mine, as something held in common by all lovers of the truth. However, I do not like, no, indeed, I do not love, that they contend that Moses did not mean what I say, but what they say. For even if it were so, nonetheless their rashness belongs not to knowledge, but to recklessness. It was begotten not of insight, but of vanity. Therefore, O Lord, your judgments are terrible, for your truth is neither mine, nor his, nor any other man's, but belongs to us all, whom you publicly call to partake in it, frightfully warning us not to treat it as our private possession, lest we be deprived of it. For whoever claims that something belongs solely to himself when you intend for it to be enjoyed by all, and wishes to have as his own that which belongs to all, he is himself driven from what is in common to what is his own, that is, from truth to falsehood. For he who speaks a lie speaks it from what is his own. Hearken, O God, you who are the best judge. Truth itself, hearken to what I shall say to this man who speaks in opposition. Hearken, for I speak before you and before my brethren, who lawfully make use of the law for the sake of charity. Hearken and behold, if what I shall say to him pleases you. For I respond with this fraternal peaceful word. If we both see that what you say is true, and both see that what I say is true, where, I ask, do we see it? I do not see it in you, nor do you see it in me. Rather, we both see it in the immutable truth itself, which is above our souls. Therefore, given that we do not dispute concerning the very light of the Lord our God, why do we dispute about our neighbor's thoughts, which we cannot see in the same way that we see the immutable truth? For if Moses himself had appeared to us and said, I meant this, we would not then see it either, but rather would believe it. Therefore, let us not be puffed up in favor of one against another, going beyond that which is written. Let us love the Lord our God with all our heart, with all our soul, and with all our mind, and our neighbor as ourself. On account of these two precepts of charity, unless we believe that Moses meant whatever he meant to say in those books, we shall make God a liar, imagining our fellow servant's mind was different from what he taught us. Behold now how foolish it is, in the midst of such an abundance of most true meanings as might be drawn out of those words, How foolish indeed it is to assert rashly which of them Moses principally meant, and thus, with pernicious contentions, to offend charity itself. For the sake of charity, the very man whose words we are seeking to expound spoke all that he did. 26. And yet, O my God, who are the lofty heights of my lowly humility and the respite of my labor, you who hear my confessions and forgive my sins, I see that you command me to love my neighbor as myself. And so I cannot believe that you would have given your faithful servant Moses less of a gift than I would have wished or desired you to have given me if I had been born when he was, and was set by you in that office, so that by the service of my heart and tongue those books might be spread, books that for so long thereafter were to profit all nations, and throughout the whole world with such eminent authority were to overcome all sayings of false and proud teachings. I truly would have desired, had I then been Moses, for we are all made from the same clay, and what is man unless you are mindful of him? Indeed, had I at that time been what he was and was enjoined by you to write the book of Genesis, I would have desired to receive such a power for expression and a style that they who cannot yet understand how God created would not reject the sayings as being something beyond their capacity. And I would have desired that they who could understand it might find that whatever true opinion they had arrived at by thought was not passed over in those few words written by your servant. And if another man by the light of truth discovered another true opinion, neither should that fail to be discovered in those same words. 27. A spring of water in its small beginnings is more plentiful and supplies water for more streams that cover wider areas than does any one of those streams that flows afar from this same fountain. So too, the narrative written by him who spreads your words, which were to benefit many who would come to discuss them, overflows from his simple language into streams of clearest truth. From this truth every man may draw for himself whatever truth that he can concerning these subjects, one man drawing one truth and another man drawing another through lengthier and fuller discourse. For some men, when they read or hear these words, conceive that God was like a man or some sort of mass endowed with boundless power, and then, by some new and sudden resolution, created heaven and earth outside of himself, and, as it were, at some distance from him, like two great bodies, one above and the other below, in which all things were to be contained. And when they hear the words, God said, let it be made, and it was made, they conceive of words that have a beginning and an end, sounding forth in time and then passing away. And after the departure, that which he commanded to come into being sprang into existence. Thus, too, such men would conceive of whatever else might be suggested by their acquaintance with the material world. They are still little ones who have carnal imaginations, and, while their weakness carries on in this humble kind of speech, faith is there, as though in a mother's bosom, wholesomely built up, so that they hold with certainty that God made all natures, which their eyes behold all around them with their wondrous variety. If anyone despises such words as being far too simple, he, with such proud frailty, shall find himself pushing out beyond the nest in which he is nourished, and he will alas fall miserably. Have pity, O Lord God, lest they who tread along the way trample on this young bird, and send your angel to place it back into its nest, so that it may live until it can fly. 28. But others who find in these words no longer merely a nest, but deep and shady arbors, see that they are laden with concealed fruit and fly joyously about, cheerfully singing as they seek after them and pluck them free. For upon reading or hearing these words, they see that all times past and future are surpassed by your eternal and stable permanence, and yet that no creature formed in time can fail to be fashioned by you. And they see that because your will is the same as you yourself, therefore you fashioned all things without any change in will and without any sort of new act of willing. And also, they see that these things were not fashioned out of yourself in your own likeness, which is the form of all things, but rather were fashioned out of nothing, a formless unlikeness, which must be formed to your likeness, returning to your unity, each according to its appointed capacity, so far as each thing in its particular kind is given to do. And they see that thus all may be made very good, whether they abide around you or are by degrees removed from you in time and place, themselves producing or undergoing the beautiful variations of the universe. They see all these things and rejoice, to the small degree it is possible here below, in the light of your truth. Another man reflects on what is said in those words, in the beginning, God made heaven and earth, and beholds therein wisdom, the beginning, because it also speaks to us. Another man similarly reflects upon the same words and understands beginning to mean the commencement of created things. In the beginning he made, as if one said, he at first made. And those who understand in the beginning to mean, in your wisdom you created heaven and earth, understand even this in various ways. One such man believes that the matter out of which heaven and earth were to be created is there called heaven and earth. Another believes that heaven and earth are natures already formed and distinguished. Another holds that one is a formed nature that is spiritual, referred to by the name heaven, and the other is a formless bodily matter, referred to as earth. And those who understand heaven and earth to refer to matter that is as yet formless, from which heaven and earth were to be formed, also understand even this in various ways. One holds that it is that from which both intelligible and sensible creatures were to be perfected. Another holds that it is only that from which this sensible bodily mass was to be made, containing in its vast bosom all these natures that we see now before our eyes. And even they who believe that the creatures already ordered and arranged are in this place called heaven and earth do not understand the words the same way. Rather, one holds that both the invisible and the visible are referred to, and another holds that it is only the visible creation, in which we behold the light-filled heavens and the dark earth, with all the things that they contain. 29. But he who only understands "in the beginning he made" to mean "at first he made" has no true understanding of heaven and earth, unless he understands them to refer to the matter of heaven and earth, that is, the whole of creation, both intelligible and bodily. For if he understood it to refer to the universe as something already formed, he might rightly be asked, if God made this first, what did he make thereafter? And after the universe, he will find nothing. Thus, against his will, he will hear another question. How did God make this first if there was nothing thereafter? But when he says God made matter first formless, then formed, there is no absurdity involved in this claim, so long as he can discern what comes first by eternity, what by time, what by choice, and what by origin. By eternity, as God is before all things; by time, as the flower is before the fruit; by choice, as the fruit is before the flower; by origin, as the sound is before the tune. Of these four, the first and last are extremely difficult to understand, though the middle two are easy to grasp. For it is a rare and all too lofty vision to behold your eternity, O Lord, unchangeably making changeable things, and in that way before them. And who, again, has so sharp-sighted an understanding as to be able to discern without great difficulty how it is that the sound is thus before the tune? For a tune is a formed sound, and although an unformed thing may exist, that which does not exist cannot be formed. Thus is matter before the thing made, not because it makes it, for it is itself something made, nor by an interval of time, for we do not first in time utter formless sounds without singing, and then subsequently adapt or fashion them into the form of a chant, as we do with the wood or silver from which a chest or vessel is fashioned. For those materials do also come first in time before the forms of the things made from them, but this is not so in singing. For when the song is sung, its sound is heard, for there is not first a formless sound that is thereafter formed into a chant. For each sound, as soon as it is made, passes away, and there is nothing you can find of it to recall and to compose by art. Therefore, the chant is concentrated in its sound, and this sound is its matter. And this indeed is formed so that it may be a tune, and thus, as I said, the matter of the sound is before the form of the tune, not before through any power it has for making a tune, for a sound is in no way this fashioner of the tune, but rather is something bodily that is subject to the soul that sings, and from that sound a tune is made. Nor is it first in time, for it goes forth together with a tune, nor is it first in choice, because a sound is not better than a tune, for a tune is not only a sound, but moreover a beautiful sound. But it is first in origin, because a tune does not receive a form in order to become a sound, but a sound receives a form so as to become a tune. By means of this example, let him that is able to understand how the matter of things was first made and was called heaven and earth, because heaven and earth were made out of it. However, it was not made first in time, for the forms of things give rise to time. It was without form, but now it is, in time, an object of sense together with its form. And yet nothing can be said about that matter except by speaking as though it were prior in time. But in value it is last, because things formed are superior to things without form, and is preceded by the eternity of the Creator, so that anything that was made would be made from nothing. 30. Let truth himself produce harmony among such a diversity of true opinions, and may our God have mercy on us, that we may use the law lawfully for the end of the commandment, pure charity. By this, if a man insistently asks me which of these was what your servant Moses meant, these words would not be my confessions if I did not confess unto you, I do not know. And yet I do know that these various senses are true, except for those carnal ones, concerning which I have passed the judgment that seemed necessary. And even those hopeful little ones who think along those lines have this benefit, that the words of your book do not frighten them away, delivering to them lofty realities in a lowly manner, and presenting abundant meaning in few words. And all of us who, I confess, see and express the truth delivered in those words, let us love one another, and together love you our God, the fountain of truth, if we are thirsty for it and not for vanities. Yes, let us so honor him, your servant, who has spread this scripture full of your Spirit, as to believe that, when through your revelation he wrote these things, he intended that meaning which among them chiefly excels both in luminous truth and fruitful profit. 31. And so, when one says Moses meant what I say, and another says no, he means what I say, I suppose that I speak more reverently. Why not rather both, if both be true? And if there is a third or a fourth, indeed, if any other man sees any other truth in those words, why may we not believe that Moses saw all these, he through whom the one God has adapted the Holy Scriptures to the senses of many, who should see in them things at once true but various? For certainly, as I say it fearlessly from my heart, if I were to write anything that was going to have supreme authority, I would prefer to write in such a way that whatever truth any man could grasp concerning those matters might be conveyed in my words, rather than to set down my own meaning so clearly that all the others would be excluded, though they could not offend me since they are not false. Therefore, O my God, I will not be so rash as not to believe that you granted as much to that great man. Without doubt, when he wrote those words, he sensed and conceived whatever truth we have been able to find in them, and indeed also whatever truth we have not been able to find, or have not yet been able to find, but which nonetheless can be found in them. 32. And finally, O Lord, who are God and not flesh and blood, even if man did see less, could anything be concealed from your good Spirit, who shall lead me into the land of uprightness? Anything that you yourself by those words were going to reveal to readers in times to come, though he through whom they were spoken perhaps only thought of one among the many true meanings thereof? If this be so, let him have thought upon the loftiest of such meanings. But to us, O Lord, reveal either that same meaning or any other true one that pleases you, so that whether you reveal to us the same meaning as what you did to your servant, or some other meaning on the occasion of hearing those words, you nonetheless will feed us and not deceive us by error. Behold, O Lord my God, how much we have written concerning a few words. How much, I beseech you, what strength of ours, indeed, what ages would be enough for all your books to be considered in this way. Permit me then in these words more briefly to confess unto you, and to choose some one true, certain, and good meaning that you shall inspire me to choose, though many might occur where many can occur. And in this faith of my confession, if I should say that which your minister intended, that will be right and best. I should always strive for this, and if I do not attain it, nonetheless I would say that which your truth willed to tell me through his words, which also said unto him what it willed.
Chapter 1. I call upon you, O my God, my mercy, who created me and does not forget me, though I forget you. I call you into my soul, which you prepare for yourself by the longing that you yourself inspire in it. Forsake me not now that I call upon you, who aided me before I even called and urged me onward with so great a variety of repeated callings, that I might hear you from afar, be converted, and call upon you who called out for me. For you, O Lord, blot out all that my evil has deserved, lest you repay into my hands with which I fell from you the recompense that would be justly owed to me. And you have been the source of all the goods that I deserve, so that you repay the work of your own hands with which you made me. For before I was, you were, nor was I anything to which you might grant being. And yet, behold, I am, because of your goodness, which is the source that precedes all that you have made me to be, yes, because of that goodness from which you made me. For neither do you have any need of me, nor am I any sort of good that would be helpful for you, my Lord and God. I do not serve you as though you would tire out in your work without me, or as though your power might be less if it lacked my service. Nor is it a question of cultivating your service like a land that would remain uncultivated without my labors cultivating you. Rather, I serve and worship you so that I might receive well-being from you, the very source of the fact that I have a being capable of well-being. Chapter 2. For from your utterly full goodness your creation subsists, so that a good that could neither be of use to you, nor was of your very substance, lest it be equal to you, might nonetheless have being, since it could be made by you. For what did heaven and earth, which you made in the beginning, deserve from you? Let those spiritual and bodily natures that you made in your wisdom declare how they would have deserved from you their very dependence upon you. Yes, they depended on you even in their initial and formless state, whether spiritual or bodily, ready to fall away into immoderate liberty and far distant dissimilarity from you, the spiritual, though without form, being superior to the bodily, even if the bodily had been formed, and the bodily without form being better than utter nothingness. Let them say how, formless as they were, they depended upon your word, unless by the same word they were brought back to your unity, imbued with form, and from you, the one sovereign good, were all made very good. How did they deserve to have from you even the fact that they were without form, since they would not even be this except that you give it to them? How did bodily matter deserve from you even to be invisible and formless? Indeed, it would not even be this if you had not made it. And therefore, because it did not exist, it could not demand that you give it existence. Or how could the unformed spiritual creature deserve to receive from you even to ebb and flow darkly, like the depths, but unlike you, unless it had been turned by your word toward the same word by which it was created, and so illuminated by him as to itself become light, not equally, yet in conformity to that form that is equal unto you? For just as being and being beautiful are not the same in a bodily being, for otherwise it could not be deformed, so too for a created spirit, living is not the same as living wisely, for otherwise it would be unchangeably wise. But it is good for it always to hold fast to you, lest by turning away from you it might lose whatever light it has obtained by turning toward you, and might relapse into a life resembling the dark depths. For we ourselves too, who are spiritual creatures through our soul, turned away from you, are light, and for a time in this life were darkness. And we still labor amid the relics of our former darkness, until in your only begotten one we become your righteousness, like the mountains of God. For we have been your judgments, which are like the great depths. Chapter 3. What you said at the beginning of all things, let there be light, and there was light, I do not inappropriately understand to refer to spiritual creation, for there was already a kind of life for you to illuminate. But just as it had no claim on you for a life that could be illuminated, so too now that it had being, it had no claim to be illuminated. Nor could its formless state be pleasing to you unless it became light, not merely by existing, but by beholding the illuminating light and clinging to it. Thus, both the fact that it lives and lives happily are owed to nothing but your grace, for by a better change it has been turned toward that which cannot change into better or worse, and this is you alone, because you alone simply are. Yes, for you it is not one thing to live and another to live blessedly, for you yourself are your own beatitude. Chapter 4. What then could be lacking to your good, which you yourself are, if these things either had never been, or had remained without form, all these things that you made, not out of any want you felt, but rather out of your great plenitude of goodness, restraining them, and converting them to form, not as though your joy were fulfilled by them? For to you who are perfect, their imperfection is displeasing. Hence they were perfected by you and please you, not as though you were imperfect and were perfected by their being perfected. For your good spirit indeed moved over the waters, but was not moved by them, as though he rested upon them. For when your good spirit is said to rest upon someone, he causes that person to rest in himself. But your incorruptible and immutable will, which is all sufficient in itself for itself, moved over that life which you had created, a life for which living is not the same as happy living, a life that still lives even when it ebbs and flows into its own darkness. And thus this life still must be turned back unto him by whom it was made, thereby living more and more upon the fountain of life, and in his light seeing light, there perfected, enlightened, and made blessed. Chapter 5. Behold, now it is in a glass darkly that I see the Trinity, that is you, my God, because you, O Father, created heaven and earth in him, and your Son, who is the beginning of our wisdom, for he is your wisdom, begotten of you, equal and co-eternal with you. We have said much about the heaven of heavens and about the invisible and formless earth, and so too about the dark depths, dark through the wandering instability of its lack of spiritual form, unless it were turned toward him, from whom it had its given degree of life, and by his illumination had its beautiful life, in the heaven of that bodily heaven which thereafter sat between the two waters. And now I understood God to refer to the Father who made these things, and beginning to refer to the Son in whom he made these things. And believing as I did that my God is the Trinity, I continued to search in his holy words, and I saw that your Spirit moved upon the waters. Behold the Trinity, my God, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, creator of all creation. Chapter 6. But why, O true-speaking light? To you I lift up my heart. Let it not teach me vanities. Dispel its darkness, and tell me, I beseech you, by our mother, Charity, tell me why, I beseech you, why, after mentioning heaven and the invisible and formless earth, as well as the darkness upon the depths, why does your scripture then at length mention your Spirit? Was it because it was fitting that we should come to know of him as moving about above the waters? And this could only be communicated after we were told about what your Spirit moved over. For he did not move about over the Father, nor over the Son, nor could one say that he moved above something if there was nothing over which he might move. Therefore, it was first necessary that you speak of what he moved over, and only then to speak about him who could fittingly only be spoken of as moving about above. Chapter 7. Hence, let him who can turn his understanding to the words of your apostle, because God's love has been poured into our hearts through the Holy Spirit who has been given to us. And let him also consider where, containing spiritual gifts, he teaches and shows us a more excellent way, the way of charity, and also where he bows his knee to you for our sake, so we might know the supereminent knowledge of the love of Christ. And therefore, from the beginning, he, your Spirit, moved supereminently above the waters. To whom shall I say this? How shall I speak about the weight of evil desires, pulling us downward into the steep abyss? And how shall I speak of charity, which raises up again by your Spirit, who moved about above the waters? To whom shall I tell these things, and how shall I express them? For it is not into physical places that we plunge downward and then emerge. What can be more like them, and what less like them? They are affections, they are loves. The foulness of our spirit flows downward with the love that is filled with trouble, and the holiness of your elevating love gives us untroubled repose. And thus we might lift our hearts to you, where your Spirit moves about over the waters. And thus, when our soul has passed through the waters that give us no support, arrive at last at the supereminent repose. Chapter 8. Angels fell away. Man's soul fell away. And thus they bore witness to the abyss of the whole of spiritual creation, which would have fallen into the dark depths, had you not said from the beginning, "Let there be light." And there was light, with every obedient intelligence of your heavenly city clinging to you and resting in your spirit, which moves about, without any change, over all changeable things. Otherwise, even the heaven of heavens would have been in itself a dark depth. But now it is light in the Lord. For even in that miserable restlessness of those spirits who fell away and revealed their own darkness when stripped of the garments of your light, you reveal well enough how noble you made all of rational creation, which will find no truly blessed rest in anything less than yourself, and thus not even in itself. For you, O our God, shall illumine our darkness. Our garment of light rises from you, and in its light our darkness shall be as the noonday sun. Give yourself to me, O my God. Restore yourself unto me. Behold, I love, and if my love is too little, then I desire to love more strongly. I cannot measure myself in order to know how much my love still falls short of what is needed for it to rush into your embrace and not turn away, until it be hidden in the hidden place of your presence. All that I know is that without you, all that is left is evil for me, not only outside myself, but within me as well. And all abundance that is not my God is but emptiness to me. Chapter 9. But did neither the Father nor the Son move about above the waters? If this were to mean in space like a body, then neither did the Holy Spirit. But if it means the unchangeable supereminence of the Godhead, which is above all changeable things, then the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit all moved about above the waters. Why then is it said that only your Spirit so moved? Why only him? Why is this said as though he had been in some place, he who is in no place, he who alone is said to be your gift? In your gift we rest. There we rejoice in you. Our rest is our place. Love lifts us up there, and your good Spirit lifts up our lowliness from the gates of death. Our peace is found in a good will. By its own weight, the body strives to find its natural place. Weight does not solely draw it downward, but toward its own natural place. Fire tends upward, and a stone downward. They are urged onward by their own particular weight. They seek their natural places. Oil poured below the surface of water rises to the surface above the water. Water poured upon oil sinks below the oil. They are urged onward by their own weight to seek their natural places. When out of their order, they are restless, and when they are restored to order, they are at rest. My weight is my love, and by it I am borne wherever I am carried by its weight. By your gift we are set aflame and are borne upwards. Inwardly we glow and mount higher. We ascend upon your paths within our heart and sing a psalm of ascent. With the flame of your fire, with your good fire, we glow inwardly and we mount upward. For we ascend to the peace of Jerusalem. For I was glad when they said to me, "Let us go to the house of the Lord." and there you in your good pleasure have placed us, that we might desire nothing other than to abide there forever. Chapter 10. O blessed creature, which could have been different from what it now is, but has in fact known no other condition than that as soon as it was created, it was, without any interval and by your gift, which moves about over all changeable things, borne aloft by your call as you said, "Let there be light," and there was light. But in us this took place over a space of time, for we were darkness and have been made light. But about the blessed creature we are only told what it would have been if it had not been enlightened. And this is said as though it had been unsettled and dark before, and that it might be clear what was the cause of its state, namely, that it became light by being turned to the unfailing light. Let him who can understand this. Let him ask it of you. Why should he trouble me about it, as though I could enlighten any man that comes into this world? Chapter 11. Which of us can understand the Almighty Trinity? And yet who does not speak of it, if indeed he speaks about the Trinity? But rare is the soul who knows what he is speaking about when he speaks of the Trinity. And they contend and fight, and yet without peace no man sees that vision. I ask men to consider these three realities that can be found in us. These three are indeed very different from the Trinity. I will only tell where they may reflect upon themselves and there examine these things and see how distant they are. Now the three I spoke of are as follows: to be, to know, and to will. For I am, and I know, and I will. I am a knowing and willing being. I know that I have being, and that I will that I be, and that I know. Therefore, in these three things, let him who is able to discern how inseparable a life is found there, yes, one life, one mind, and one essence, and finally how inseparable a distinction is found there too, though yet there be a distinction indeed. Surely a man has this all available to his reflection. Let him look into himself, see what is there, and tell me what he finds. But when he discovers any of these realities and can say something about them, let him not therefore think that he has discovered that which is above these, itself immutable, yes, immutable in being, immutable in knowing, and immutable in willing. But who could readily conceive whether there is a Trinity in God because of these three, or whether all three of these are in each person in the Trinity, so that the three belong to each of them, or whether both are simultaneously the case? Wondrously simple and yet multiple, infinitely its own end within itself and for itself, thereby being itself, and knowing itself, and sufficing for itself, unchangeably the self-same in the abundant greatness of its unity. Who could in any way express this? Who would dare rashly to declare something about it? Chapter 12. Proceed in your confession, O my faith, and say to the Lord your God, Holy, 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 O Lord my God. We have been baptized in your name, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, and in your name do we baptize, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. For among us as well, in his Christ, God has made heaven and earth, namely the spiritual and carnal people of his church. Indeed, your own earth, before it was informed by your doctrine, was invisible and formless, and we were covered by the darkness of ignorance. For you chastened men for his iniquity, and your judgments were for him like the great depths. However, because your spirit moved about above the waters, your mercy did not forsake our misery, and you said, Let there be light. Repent, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand. Repent, let there be light. And because our soul was troubled within us, we remembered you, O Lord, from the land of Jordan, and we called that mountain, which is equal to you in grandeur, yet small for our sakes. And our darkness displeased us, so we turned to you, and there was light. And behold, we who once were darkness are now light in the Lord. Chapter 13. But as yet we walk by faith and not by sight. For in hope we are saved, but hope that is seen is not hope. And yet deep calls unto deep, though now in the voice of your roaring water. And yet he who says, I could not address you as spiritual men, but as men of the flesh, even he still does not think himself to have made this his own, but he forgets those things that lay behind him and strains forward towards those things that are before him. And groaning, he is burdened, with his soul thirsting for the living God as the deer longs for the streams of water. And he says, When shall I come there? Desiring to be clothed with his dwelling place which is in heaven. And calling upon these lower depths, he says, Do not be conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewal of your mind. And also, do not be children in your thinking, be infants in evil, but in thinking be mature. And, O foolish Galatians, who has bewitched you? But now he no longer speaks in his own voice, but rather in yours, you who sent your Spirit from above through him who ascended on high, and opened the floodgates of his gifts, that his powerful streams might gladden the city of God. The friend of the bridegroom sighs after him, having now the first fruits of the Spirit laid up with him, yet still groaning within himself and waiting for his adoption, that is, the redemption of his body. For him he sighs, a member of the bride, and he is filled with ardent zeal on his behalf, for he is a friend of the bridegroom. His zeal is for this bridegroom, not for himself. For in the voice of your mighty waters, not in his own voice, he calls out to that other depth, for which he feels ardent zeal, feeling that just as the serpent deceived Eve through his cunning, so too their minds might be corrupted from the chaste purity that is to be found in your bridegroom, your only Son. Oh, what will that beautiful light be like, when we see him as he is? When our eyes no longer will stream with those tears that night and day have been my bread, while they ask me every day, where is your God? Chapter 14. And I say, O my God, where are you? Behold where you are. In you I breathe a little, when I pour out my soul upon myself with a voice of joy and praise, the sound of him who partakes in a feast. And yet it sorrows, because it falls back and becomes a depth, or rather perceives itself to be a depth. Unto it speaks my faith, which you have kindled to enlighten my feet in the night. Why are you cast down, O my soul, and why are you disquieted within me? His word is a lantern for your feet. Hope and endure until the night, the mother of the wicked, until the wrath of the Lord passes over. Once upon a time we also were children of wrath, we who were once darkness, the relics of which we bear about us in our bodies, which are dead because of sin, until the dawn breaks and the shadows fly away. Hope in the Lord. In the morning I shall stand in your presence and contemplate you, and I shall forever confess unto you. In the morning I shall stand in your presence and shall see the health of my countenance, my God, who also shall raise our mortal bodies by the Spirit that dwells within us. For he has mercifully hovered over the billowing waves of our inner dark depths. And from him we have received a pledge in the midst of our pilgrimage, that we should be light, saved even now in hope, and are sons of light and of the day, not sons of night and of darkness, which we once, however, were. Here below, in the midst of the uncertainty of human knowledge, you alone distinguish between them and us, you who prove our hearts and call the light day and the darkness night. For who discerns our true state of soul except you? And what do we have that we have not received from you? Out of the same lump of clay, some vessels are made for honorable use, whereas others are made to be roughly treated. Chapter 15. Or who but you, our God, fashioned for us the firmament of authority over us in your divine scripture? As it is said, heaven shall be rolled up like a scroll, and now it is stretched over us like a skin. For your divine scripture has a loftier authority, since those mortal men by whom you bestowed it to us themselves experienced mortality. And you know, O Lord, you know how you clothed men with skins, when through their sin they became mortal. Therefore you have stretched out like a skin the firmament of your book, that is, your harmonious words, which you spread over us by the ministry of mortal men. For by their very death, the solid firmament of authority set forth by them in your utterances extended more, at a loftier and greater height, over all that are underneath it, though it was not yet so lofty and great in extent while they lived here below. You had not yet spread the heaven like a tent. You had not yet spread abroad in all directions the glory of their deaths. Let us look, O Lord, upon the heavens, the work of your hands. Clear from our eyes the cloud that you have spread under them. There is your testimony, which gives wisdom to little ones. Make perfect, O my God, your praise from the mouths of babes and infants. For we know of no other books that so destroy pride, that so destroy the enemy and defender, who resists your reconciliation by defending his own sins. O Lord, I know not, no indeed, I know not any other words of such purity, words that so persuade me to confess and calmly place my neck under your yoke, words that invite me to serve you for free. Enable me to understand them, good Father. Grant this to me, who am placed under them, for you establish them for those who are placed under them. I believe that there are other waters above the firmament, immortal and separated from earthly corruption. Let them praise your name. Let them praise you, these supercelestial persons, your angels, who have no need to gaze up at this firmament or to know your word by way of reading. For they always behold your face, and without uttering any syllables marked by the passage of time, there they read what your eternal will wills. They read, they choose, and they love. They forever are reading, and that which they read never passes away. For by choosing and by loving they read the very unchangeableness of your counsel. Their book is never closed, nor their scroll ever folded up. For you yourself are this book, eternally open before their gaze. You have placed them above this firmament, which you firmly established over the infirmity of lower persons, where they might gaze upward and learn of your mercy, announcing in time you who made all time. For your mercy, O Lord, is in the heavens, and your truth reaches to the skies. The clouds pass away, but heaven abides. The preachers of your word pass from this life to another, but your scripture spreads out over the people, even to the end of the world. Yet heaven and earth also shall pass away. But your word shall not pass away. For the scroll shall be rolled up, and the grass over which it spread shall pass away with its own glory. But your word endures forever, your word which now appears to us under the dark image of the clouds and through the mirror of the heavens, not as it is. For although we are the well-beloved of your Son, it has not yet appeared what we shall be. He looked through the lattice of our flesh, spoke tenderly to us, and enkindled our hearts, and we ran after his fragrance. However, when he appears, then we shall be like him, for we shall see him as he is. As he is Lord will our vision be, though it is not yet ours. Chapter 16. For only you know yourself altogether as you are, you who unchangeably are, unchangeably know, and unchangeably will. And your essence immutably knows and wills, and your knowledge immutably is and wills, and your will immutably is and knows. Nor does it seem right in your eyes that as the unchangeable light knows itself, so too should it be known by the changeable thing that is enlightened. Therefore my soul is like an arid land, for just as it cannot enlighten itself on its own, so too it cannot satisfy itself on its own. Thus the fountain of life is with you, just as in your light we shall see light. Chapter 17. Who gather the embittered together into one society? For they all have one end, a temporal and earthly happiness, for the sake of which they do all things, though they waver back and forth with a countless variety of cares. Lord, who but you said, let the waters be gathered together into one place, and let the dry land appear, the dry land that thirsts for you. For the sea is also yours. You have fashioned it, and your hands prepared the dry land. It is not the bitterness of men's wills that is called the sea, but rather the gathering together of the waters. For you restrain the wicked desires of men's souls, and you set their bounds, setting how far they may be allowed to pass, so that their waves may break upon one another. And thus you make it a sea, through the order imposed by your dominion over all things. But by a sweet spring you water those souls that thirst for you and appear before you, divided as they are from the society of the sea by another boundary, so that the earth may bring forth her fruit. And by your command, Lord God, our soul may sprout with works of mercy, each according to its kind, loving our neighbor by relieving his bodily needs. And each has a seed in itself according to its own likeness. For moved by feeling our infirmity, we exercise compassion in relief of the needy by helping them as we would like ourselves to be helped if we were similarly in need. Not only in easy things like the plant going to seed, but also in our protective and strong assistance, like the tree that yields its fruit, that is, by beneficently rescuing from the hand of the powerful him who suffers wrong, and giving him the shelter of protection through the mighty strength of just judgment. Chapter 18. Thus, O Lord, thus I beseech you, let there spring up, yes, as you do, as you give cheer and the means that we need, let truth spring forth from the earth, and let righteousness look down from heaven, and let there be lights in the firmament. Let us break our bread for the hungry and welcome the homeless poor into our house. Let us clothe the naked and despise not those of our own flesh. And when such fruits have sprung out of the earth, see that it is good, and let our light, which exists only for a time, break forth. And may we, passing from this lower fruitfulness of action to the delights of contemplation, there obtaining the word of life above, then appear like lights in the world, clinging to the firmament of your scripture. For there you instruct us to distinguish between things intellectual and sensual, as though between day and night, or between souls which have given themselves over to things intellectual or those of sense. Do this so that now not only you in your secret judgment as before the firmament had been fashioned may divide between light and the darkness, but moreover your spiritual children also placed in their rank within the firmament, now that your grace has been made manifest throughout the world, may themselves shed light upon the earth and divide between the day and the night, and mark out times, declaring that the old things have passed away. And behold, all things have been renewed, that our salvation is nearer now than when we first believed, that the night is far spent and the day is at hand, and that you will crown your year with blessing, sending into your harvest those who labor in service of your goodness, following after others who have sown before them, sending them also into another field, whose harvest shall take place at the end of times. Thus, grant the prayers of him who asks, and bless the years of the just. But you are the same, and in your years which do not pass away, you prepare a storehouse for our own fleeting years. For by your eternal counsel, you bestow heavenly blessings in their proper seasons upon the earth. For to one man the Spirit gives the word of wisdom, a greater light, as it were, for the sake of those who take delight in the light of clear truth, as it were, for the rule of the day. To another you give by the same Spirit the word of knowledge, the lesser light, as it were. To another faith, to another the gift of healing, to another the working of miracles, to another prophecy, to another discernment of spirits, to another various kinds of tongues. And all these are, as it were, stars, for all these are brought about by one and the same Spirit, freely giving that which is his to each man, and making stars appear in bright light for the advantage of all. But the word of knowledge, in which all the mysteries, sacramenta, are contained with their various seasons, like, as it were, the moon, and those other gifts that are mentioned, which are reckoned up in order like stars, insofar as they fall short of the brightness of wisdom, which gladdens the previously mentioned day, are only for ruling the night. For they are necessary to those to whom your most prudent servant could speak only as men, who were not spiritual, but rather carnal. Yes, even he, who speaks wisdom among those are perfect. But let not the natural man, as an infant in Christ and fed on milk until that time when he may be strong enough for solid food and have eyes able to behold the sun, let not this man dwell in a night forsaken by all light, but remain content with the light of the moon and the stars. Thus you, our all-wise God, speak to us in your book, your firmament, so that we may discern all things in wondrous contemplation, although for now we do so in signs, seasons, days, and years. Chapter 19. But first wash yourself and be clean. Put away evil from your souls and from before my eyes, so that the dry land might appear. Learn to do good. Render judgment for the fatherless and plead for the widow, so the earth may bring forth green grass for the cattle and trees bearing fruit. And come, let us speak together, says the Lord, so that there may be lights in the firmament of the heaven shining upon the earth. That rich young man asked the good master what he must do to attain eternal life. Let the good master, whom he thought to be no more than a man, though in fact he was good because he is God, let the master tell him if he wishes to enter into life, he must keep the commandments. He must put away the bitterness of malice and wickedness. He must not kill, nor commit adultery, nor steal, nor bear false witness, so that the dry land may appear. And he must bring forth honor for father and mother and love for his neighbor. And the young man told the master, all these have I kept. But where then have all these thorns come from, if the earth is so fruitful? Go, root up the woody thickets of covetousness. Sell what you have and be filled with fruit by giving to the poor. Then you shall have treasure in heaven. And if you wish to be perfect, follow the Lord alongside those among whom he speaks wisdom, who know what to distribute to the day and what to the night, so that you might also know this, and may yourself have lights in the firmament of heaven. But if this is to be so, then your heart must be there, and it will only be there if that is where you have placed your treasure, as you have heard from the good master. But that barren earth which the thorns choked was filled with sorrow at these words. But you, a chosen generation, you weak things of the world, you who have forsaken all so that you may follow the Lord, go after him and confound the mighty. Go after him, you beautiful feet, and shine in the firmament, so that the heavens may declare his glory, dividing between the light of the perfect, though they are not as the angels are, and the darkness of the little ones, though not hopeless. Shine upon the earth, and let the day in the light of the sun utter unto day words of wisdom. And may the night in the moonlight announce unto the night the word of knowledge. The moon and stars shine for the night, but the night does not shroud them, for they give it the light that it has. Behold, God saying, as it were, let there be lights in the firmament of heaven. Suddenly there came a sound from heaven like the rushing of a mighty wind, and parted tongues like fire appeared, sitting upon each of them. And lights were fashioned in the firmament of heaven, having the word of life. Blaze forth everywhere, you holy fires, you beautiful fires, for you are the light of the world, and are not set under a bushel basket. He to whom you cling has been exalted, and has himself exalted you. Run forth and make it known to all the nations. Chapter 20. Let the sea also conceive and bring forth your works, and let the waters bring forth living creatures that crawl about. For separating the precious from the vile, you are made the mouth of God, by whom he says, let the waters bring forth not the living soul that comes forth from the earth, but the living creatures that crawl about, and the birds that fly above the earth. For your sacraments, O God, by the ministry of your holy ones, have moved amid the waves of the world's temptations to drench the Gentiles in your name through your baptism. And amid all of this, many great marvels were wrought, like great whales and the voices of your messengers flying above the earth, in the open firmament of your book, which was set over them as their authority, under which they were to fly wherever they would go. Indeed, there is no speech nor language where their voice is not heard, when their sound goes forth through all the earth, and their words to the ends of the world. For by your blessing, you, O Lord, have multiplied them. Do I speak falsehood? Or do I mingle and mix things together, failing to distinguish between clear knowledge of these things in the firmament of heaven, and the bodily works in the flowing waters of the sea and under the firmament of heaven? For even in those things that we can know substantially, and in a well-defined way, without any increase over the course of generations, like lights of wisdom and knowledge, even they have many varied material actions. And as one grows from another, they are multiplied by your blessing, O God, who have given comfort to our mortal senses' need for many details, by enabling us to use various bodily movements to set forth and express that which our mind understands to be one thing. The waters have brought these forth, though in your word. The needs of those people who have been estranged from the eternity of your truth have brought them forth, though in your gospel. For the waters, bitterly diseased, themselves cast them forth in your word. Now all that you have made is beautiful, yet behold, you who fashioned them all are inexpressibly more beautiful still. And if Adam had not fallen away from you, there never would have flown forth from his depths, as though from a womb, the salty brackishness of the sea, that is, the human race, so profoundly inquisitive, tempestuous with waves and restlessly flowing. And in the midst of such great and varied waters, there would have been no need for those who dispense your goods to perform and speak mysterious deeds and sayings, in a way that is bodily and able to be experienced through the senses. For this is what I think those creatures moving about on the earth and those flying birds are. Thus, those who are being initiated and consecrated by bodily sacraments would not make further progress unless their soul had a spiritual life, and after speaking the word of admission, then they could look forward to perfection. Chapter 21. Therefore, in your word, it is not the depths of the sea, but the earth, now separated from the bitterness of the waters, that brings forth not the creatures that crawl about with living souls and flying birds, but rather the living soul. For now it has no more need for baptism, as the heathens do, and as it, too, needed, when it was covered by the waters. For there is no other entrance into the kingdom of heaven, since you have appointed that this should be the entrance. Nor does it seek after marvelous miracles to bring about faith. For now that the faithful earth has separated from the bitter waters of infidelity, it no longer awaits signs and wonders to provide a foundation for its belief. And tongues are a sign not for those who believe, but for those who do not. Nor does the earth that you have founded upon the waters need those flying birds that the waters brought forth at your word. Send forth your word into it by your messengers. For we speak about their deeds, but you are the one who works in them so that they may bring forth a living soul. The earth brings it forth because the earth is the cause by which they bring this about in the soul, just as the sea was the cause by which are brought about the creatures that crawl with life and the birds that fly under the firmament of heaven. The earth has no need of these, though it feeds upon the fish that was raised from the depths and is now set upon the table that you have prepared in the sight of those who believe. Indeed, he was raised from the depths so that he might nourish the dry land, and the birds, the offspring of the sea, nonetheless multiply upon the earth. For man's infidelity was the cause of the first preaching of the evangelists. Yes, the faithful are also exhorted and blessed by them many times over from day to day. But the living soul takes its beginning from the earth, for only those who are already numbered among the faithful draw profit by restraining themselves from the love of this world, so that their soul, which was dead while it lived in pleasures, may live for you. Yes, these were death-bringing pleasures, Lord, for you, Lord, are the life-giving delights of pure hearts. Therefore, let your ministers work upon the earth, not as upon the waters of infidelity by preaching and speaking through miracles and sacraments and mystical words, where ignorance, the mother of admiration, might be intent upon them out of fear felt towards those secret signs. For such is the entrance into faith for the sons of Adam, who are forgetful of you, while they hide themselves from your face and become a dark depth. But let your ministers work now as on dry land, separated from the whirlpools of the great depths, and let them be a pattern for the faithful by living before them and arousing them to imitate them. For men hear not for the sake of hearing, but also for the sake of doing. Seek the Lord, and your soul shall live, so that the earth may bring forth the living soul. Be not conformed to the world. Restrain yourselves from it, for the soul lives by avoiding that which kills it through desire. Restrain yourselves from the fearful savagery of pride, the sluggish pleasures of luxury, and the false name of knowledge, so that the wild beasts may be tamed, the cattle subdued, and the serpents made harmless. Allegorically, these are the movements of our soul. That is, the haughtiness of pride, the delight of lust, and the poison of curiosity are the motions of a dead soul. Yes, when the soul dies, it does not lose all its motion, for it dies by forsaking the fountain of life, and thus is taken up by this transitory world and conformed to it. But your word, O God, is the fountain of eternal life, which does not pass away. Thus this departure of the soul is restrained by your word when we hear it said, do not be conformed to this world, so that the earth may, in the fountain of life, bring forth a living soul, that is, a soul made continent in your word, by your evangelists, by imitating those who imitate your Christ. For this is what is meant by being according to its kind. For a man imitates his friend. Be as I am, he says, for I too am like you. Thus, in this living soul there shall be good beasts, meek in their action. For you have commanded, go on your busyness and meekness, so that you shall be beloved by all men. And so too there will be good cattle, which will neither have excess when they eat, nor lack any when they do not. And so too good serpents, not dangerous and harmful ones, but rather ones that are wise and heedful, only searching into temporal nature as much as suffices for eternity to be clearly perceived in the things that have been made. For these animals obey reason when they are restrained from taking a deadly course, and thus they live and are good. Chapter 22. For behold, O Lord our God, our Creator, when our affections have been restrained from the love of this world by which we died through our evil living, and we have begun to be a living soul by living in the good, finding fulfilled within ourselves that word which you spoke through your apostle, do not be conformed to this world, then there follows what you said immediately thereafter, but be transformed by the renewal of your mind. But this is not after one's kind, as though one were following his neighbor who came before him, nor as though he were now following the example of some better man, for you did not say, let man be made after his kind, but rather, let us make man in our image, after our likeness, that we might prove what your will is. And lest those whom he had begotten as children in the gospel might forever remain infants, needing to be fed upon milk and protected by his nursing care, he who dispensed your word said, be transformed by the renewal of your mind, that you may prove what is the will of God, what is good and acceptable and perfect. Thus you do not say, let man be made, but rather, let us make man. Nor do you say, according to his kind, but rather, after our image and likeness. For when man is renewed in his mind and beholds and understands your truth, he does not need another man to indicate the way for him, so that he might follow after his kind. Rather, by your direction, he gives his assent to what is your good, acceptable, and perfect will. Yes, now that he is ready and able, you teach him how to discern the Trinity of the unity and the unity of the Trinity. Thus, to what you said in the plural, let us make man, there is immediately connected in the singular, so God created man. And after the plural words, after our likeness, we see the words, in the image of God. And so man is renewed in the knowledge of God after the image of him who created him. And now being made spiritual, he judges all things among those that are to be judged. Yet he himself is judged by no man. Chapter 23. But this judgment over all things is the meaning of the dominion that he is said to have over the fish of the sea, the birds of the air, and all cattle and wild beasts, over all the earth, and over every living thing that crawls upon the earth. For he exercises this dominion by means of his mind's understanding, by which he perceives those things that are of the Spirit of God. Otherwise, when set in the place of honor, man has no understanding and became like the brute beasts and was like unto them. Therefore, in your church, O our God, according to your grace, which you have bestowed upon her, for we are the work of your hands, created to do good works, there are not only those who are spiritually set over others, but also those who are spiritually subject to those that are set over them. For in this way you made man male and female, in your spiritual grace, where there is neither male nor female as regards bodily sex, for there is neither Jew nor Greek, neither slave nor free, and both, those set over others and those who obey, are spiritual persons who spiritually judge. But such judgment is not rendered over that spiritual knowledge that shines in the firmament, for they should not judge so supreme an authority. Nor may they judge your book itself, even if someone does not shine forth clearly from it, for we submit our understanding to it and hold for certain that even what we cannot understand is nonetheless rightly and truly spoken. For man, though now spiritual and renewed in the knowledge of God, after the image of the one who created him, must be a doer of the law and not its judge. Nor does he judge concerning the distinction between spiritual and carnal men, whom you see, O our God, though they have not yet revealed themselves to us by their works, so that we might know them by their fruits. But you, Lord, even now know them, and have divided and called them in secret before even the firmament was fashioned. Nor does he, though spiritual, judge the tumultuous people of this world. For what could he do so as to judge those who are on the outside, while he does not know who among them shall later enter into the sweetness of your grace, and who will continue on in the everlasting bitterness of ungodliness? Therefore, man whom you have made after your own image did not receive dominion over the lights of heaven, nor over that hidden heaven itself, nor over the day and the night, which you called forth before the foundation of the heaven, nor over the gathering of the waters of the sea. Rather, he received dominion over the fish of the sea, the birds of the air, and all cattle and wild beasts, over all the earth, and over every living thing that crawls upon the earth. For he judges and approves what he finds to be right, and he disapproves what he finds to be wrong, whether in the celebration of those sacraments of initiation, to which men come after your mercy seeks them out in the midst of the waters, or in the sacrament where the fish who was raised from the depths is now set forth so that the devout earth might feed upon him, or in the expressions and signs of words subject to the authority of your book, with such signs coming forth from their mouths and sounding forth, flying like birds under the firmament, interpreting, expounding, discoursing, disputing, blessing, or praying to you, so that the people may answer Amen. These words are physically uttered because of this world's deep abyss and the blindness of the flesh, which cannot see thoughts, and so requires that such words be spoken aloud into human ears. Thus, although birds on the wing may multiply upon the earth, nonetheless they find their beginning in the waters. The spiritual man also judges by approving what is right and disapproving what he finds to be wrong in the works and the customs of the faithful, their alms being like the earth that brings forth fruit, of the living soul, living by the taming of the passions through chastity, fasting, and holy meditations about those things that are perceived through the bodily senses. Thus, he is now said to judge concerning all these matters, also having the power of correction over them. Chapter 24. But what is this? Yes, what kind of mystery? Behold, O Lord, you blessed mankind so that they might increase and multiply and fill the earth. Do you not thereby hint to us that there is something more to discover here? Why did you not similarly bless the light, which you called the day, nor the firmament of heaven, nor the lights, nor the stars, nor the earth, nor the sea? I would be tempted, O God, who created us after your image, to say that it had been your good pleasure to bestow this blessing uniquely upon man, if it were not for the fact that you had blessed the fish and the whales in a similar way, so that they could increase, multiply, and fill the waters of the sea, and also the birds too, so that they might multiply upon the earth. I might likewise be tempted to say that this blessing pertained properly to all creatures that are born of their own kind, if I had found the command given to the fruit trees, plants, and beasts of the earth. However, neither to the plants, nor the trees, nor the beasts, nor the serpent do you say, increase and multiply, even though all these multiply and continue their own kind through generation, just as fish, birds, and men do. What then shall I say, O truth, my light? Shall I say that these words were spoken idly, without any particular meaning? No, indeed, O Father of piety, far be it from a minister of your word to say such a thing. And if I do not understand what you mean by the phrase, let my betters, that is, those of more understanding than myself, make better use of it, each in accord with how much you, my God, have given man the ability to understand. But let my confession also be pleasing in your eyes, as I confess to you, O Lord, that I believe that you did not speak these words in vain. Nor will I stay silent about what this reading suggests to me. For these words are true, and I do not see what should prevent me from thus understanding the figurative meaning of the words in books. For I know that one given thing can be expressed by various bodily expressions, even though that thing is understood in only one way by the mind, and similarly, something can be understood in many ways in the mind, though it is expressed by one bodily expression. Behold the one love of God and our neighbor, and see how it is expressed bodily in so many ways, by how many sacraments and countless languages, and even in each particular language through how many countless ways of speaking. In this way the offspring of the waters increase and multiply. Heed this again, whoever reads this, and behold how there is but one way that Scripture sets forth what the voice also says. In the beginning God created heaven and earth. And yet is this not understood in many ways, not through any deceit of error, but rather in a variety of true senses. Thus do man's offspring increase and multiply. Therefore, if we conceive of the natures of things themselves, not allegorically, but properly, then the phrase increase and multiply applies to all things that come from seed. But if we interpret these words figuratively spoken, which I suppose more likely is the purpose of the Scripture, which surely does not pointlessly ascribe this blessing only to the offspring of aquatic animals and man, then we find that multitudes can refer to spiritual creatures as well as bodily ones, so to speak, in heaven and earth, and to the righteous and unrighteous, so to speak, in light and darkness, and likewise to holy authors who have been the ministers of the law unto us, so to speak, in the firmament that is set between the two waters. Similarly, it can refer to the society of men still in the bitterness of infidelity, as in the sea, and to the zeal of holy souls upon the dry land, and also to works of mercy belonging to this present life, as in the plant that bears seed and the trees that bear fruit. Likewise to spiritual gifts set forth for edification, as in the lights of heaven, and to the affections formed by temperance, as in the living soul. In all these instances we encounter multitudes, abundance, and increase. However, it is only through signs that are expressed bodily and things mentally conceived that we discover what shall thus increase and multiply, so that one thing may be expressed in many ways, and one expression understood in many senses. By signs that are expressed bodily, we understand the begetting that takes place in the waters, on account of the depths of the flesh, and by things mentally conceived, we understand human generations, on account of the fruitfulness of reason. And therefore, we believe you, O Lord, to have said these kinds of things, increase and multiply. For in this blessing, I conceive that you have granted us the power and faculty both to express in several ways what we understand in only one way, and to understand in several ways what we read in words that are obscurely delivered in only one way. Thus, the waters of the sea come to be filled, being moved only by several meanings, and so too do human offspring fill the earth, arid insofar as it is filled with longing for you and ruled over by reason. Chapter 25. I also wish to say, O Lord my God, what the following scripture brings to my mind. Yes, I will speak and not fear, for I will speak the truth, with you yourself inspiring me what you will for me to speak about those words. For by no other inspiration than your own do I believe that I speak the truth, for you are the truth, and every man a liar. Therefore he who speaks a lie speaks from what is his own. Thus, in order that I might speak the truth, I will speak of what is yours. Behold, you gave us as food every plant upon all the earth bearing seed, and every tree that brings forth its seed bearing fruit. And not only to us did you give this, but also to all the birds of the air, the beasts of the earth, and all living things that crawl upon the earth. But you did not give them to the fish and the great whales. Now, as we said earlier, these fruits of the earth signify and allegorically symbolize the works of mercy that the fruitful earth provides for the needs of this life. Such an earth was the devout Onesiphorus, unto whose house you showed mercy because he often refreshed your pall and was not ashamed of his chains. The same was done by the brethren in Macedonia, who bore much fruit by supplying for his needs. But how he grieved for some trees that did not give him the fruit owed to him, as when he said, At my first offense no one took my part, all deserted me. May it not be charged against them. For these fruits are owed to those who minister spiritual doctrine to us out of their understanding of the divine mysteries, and they are owed to them as men. However, they are also owed to them as living souls that provide examples for imitation in all forms of continence. And it is also owed unto them as flying creatures because of the blessings that have come forth from them and have multiplied upon the earth, for their voice has gone forth to the ends of the earth. Chapter 26. But those who take delight in these fruits are the ones who are fed by them, and they whose God is their belly do not take such delight in them. For in them that yield such fruit, the fruit is not found in the things they give them, but rather in the mind with which they give them. Thus I plainly see why he who served God and not his own belly rejoiced, and seeing this I rejoice with him. For he had received from the Philippians what they had sent to him by way of Epaphroditus. Yet I perceive why he rejoiced. He is fed upon the very thing in which he rejoices. For speaking in truth, he says, I rejoice in the Lord greatly, that now at length you have revived your concern for me, though it had become wearisome. Thus, through long weariness, these Philippians had now dried and withered up, as it were, in their bearing of this fruit of a good work. And he rejoices for them because they were flourishing anew, not for himself, because they supplied his needs. Therefore he immediately adds, Not that I complain of want, for I have learned in whatever state I am to be content. I know how to be abased, and I know how to abound. In any and all circumstances I have learned the secret of facing plenty and hunger, abundance and want. I can do all things in him who strengthens me. At what then, O great Paul, do you rejoice? At what do you rejoice? Upon what do you feed, O man, renewed in the knowledge of God, after the image of him who created you? O you living soul, having such great continence, O you tongue, like birds on the wing, speaking mysteries. For it is to such creatures that this food is owed. What is it that feeds you? Joy? Let me hear what follows. Nonetheless, you have done well, sharing in my affliction. At this he rejoices, and upon this he feeds, not because his affliction was eased, but because they had acted well. Yes, he says to you, you have given me room when I was in distress. For he knew how to have abundance and how to suffer want, in you who strengthened him. And he says, you Philippians yourselves know that in the beginning of the gospel, when I left Macedonia, no church entered into partnership with me in giving and receiving, except you only. For even in Thessalonica you sent me help once and again. Now he rejoices that they have returned to these good works, and is gladdened that they flourish anew, as when a fertile field resumes its growth. Was it because of his own needs that he said, you provided for my needs? Did he rejoice because of that? No, that was not the cause of his joy. But how do we know? Because he himself says immediately thereafter, not that I seek the gift, but I seek the fruit. I have learned from you, my God, how to distinguish between a gift and a fruit. A gift is a thing given by him who imparts these necessities to us, such as money, food, drink, clothing, shelter, and assistance. But fruit is the good and right will of the giver. For the good master said not only he who receives a prophet, but added because he is a prophet. Nor did he only say he who receives a righteous man, but added because he is a righteous man. And thus shall the one receive the reward of a prophet, and the other the reward of a righteous man. Nor does he only say whoever gives to one of these little ones even a cup of cold water, but added because he is a disciple. Thus concluding, truly I say to you, he shall not lose his reward. The gift is to receive a prophet, to receive a righteous man, or to give a cup of cold water to a disciple. But the fruit is to do this because he is a prophet, because he is a righteous man, or because he is a disciple. Elijah was fed fruit by the widow, who knew she fed a man of God and fed him for that reason. But by the raven he was fed with a gift, not the inner Elijah, but only the outer, who might also have perished for want of such food. Chapter 27. Therefore, I will speak what is true in your sight, O Lord, when carnal men and unbelievers, who require the sacraments of initiation and mighty miraculous deeds, which we suppose to signify by fish and whale, if they are to be won over and initiated into the faith, if such carnal men offer bodily refreshment to your servants, or give them some other aid by means of something useful for this present life, since they do not know why and to what end this must be done, they neither feed your servants, nor are they fed by them. Indeed, neither are they animated by a holy and right intent, nor do the others rejoice at their gifts, the fruits of which they do not yet behold. For the mind feeds upon that which gives it joy. Therefore the fish and whales do not feed upon such food which the earth brings forth only after it is separated and divided from the bitterness of the waves of the sea. Chapter 28. And you, O God, saw everything that you had made, and behold, it was very good. Yes, we also see the same, and behold, all things are very good. When you had declared concerning each of your works, let it be, and they came into being, you saw that each was good. 7 times have I counted the word, saying that you saw that what you had made was good. And this 8th time it is said that you saw everything that you had made, and behold, it was not only good, but also very good, with all things together now having their being. For each of them apart was only good, but altogether they are both good and very good. All beautiful bodies express the same truth, for when all a body's parts are beautiful, it is far more beautiful than the same members are by themselves, by whose well-ordered blending the whole body is perfected, even though each of the various parts is beautiful. Chapter 29. And I looked carefully to discover whether it was 7 or 8 times that you saw that your works were good when they pleased you. But when I considered your sight looking upon them, I could find no time that would enable me to understand that you saw them as many times as you made them. And I said, Lord, is not this your scripture true, since you are true, and you, who are truth itself, have set it forth? Why then do you say to me that there is no time in your sight, whereas this your scripture tells me that on each day of your creation you saw that what you fashioned was good, and when I counted them I discovered how often you did so? You responded to me, for you are my God, and with a powerful voice you tell your servant in the ear that is within him, breaking through my deafness and crying out, O man, what my scripture says, I say, and yet it speaks in time, though time is not found in my word, because my word exists with me, equal in my eternity. Thus the things that you see through my spirit, I see, just as what you speak by my spirit, I speak. And so when you see those things in time, I do not see them in time, just as when you speak in time, I do not speak them in time. Chapter 30. And I heard, O Lord my God, and drank in a drop of sweetness from your truth. And I understood that there are some men who are displeased by your words, men who say that you made many of your works while being compelled by necessity, such as the fabric of the heavens and the harmony of the stars, and that you did not make them from what was yours, but that they already existed elsewhere, having been created by another source, so that you might then gather them together, fit them together, and combine them, when from your conquered enemies you raised up the bulwark of the universe, so that now that they were bound by this structure, they might not again be able to rebel against you. And for other things they say that you neither made them nor ever fit them together, such as all bodily things, all very minuscule creatures, and whatsoever has its roots in the earth. Rather, they said, a hostile mind, which had a different nature that was not created by you and was set in opposition to you, begot and fashioned these things in these lower domains of the world. How mad are the men who say this, for they do not see your works by your Spirit, nor do they recognize you in them. Chapter 31. But they who by your Spirit see these things, you see in them. Therefore, when they see that these things are good, you see that they are good, and whatever things are pleasing for your sake, you yourself are pleasing in them. And whatever through your Spirit pleases us, pleases you in us. For what person knows a man's thoughts except the spirit of the man which is in him? So also no one comprehends the thoughts of God except the Spirit of God. Now we, he says, have received not the spirit of the world, but the Spirit which is from God, that we might understand the gifts bestowed on us by God. And I am admonished that I should say, truly, none but the Spirit of God knows the things of God. But how then do we also know what things are bestowed upon us by God? And the answer is given to me. Likewise, the things that we know by his Spirit, even these things are known by none except for the Spirit of God. For as it is rightly said to those that were to speak by the Spirit of God, it is not you who speak, so too it is rightly said to those who know through the Spirit of God, it is not you who know. Therefore, no less rightly is it said to those who see through the Spirit of God, it is not you who see. So that whatever through the Spirit of God they see to be good, it is not they, but rather God who sees that it is good. Therefore, it is one thing for a man to think that what is good is evil, as the previously mentioned men do. It is another thing for a man to think that what is good, as when your creatures, because they are good, are pleasing to many men who, however, do not take pleasure in you when they prefer to enjoy your creatures rather than you. And it is yet another matter that when a man sees that a thing is good, God in him sees that it is good, namely, so that he might be loved in that which he made, he who can only be loved through the Holy Ghost, whom he has given to us. Because God's love has been poured into our hearts through the Holy Spirit who has been given to us. And by the Spirit we see that whatever exists, to whatever degree it has being, is good. For it is from him who does not have being at any particular degree, but rather is what he is. Chapter 32. Thanks be to you, O Lord. We behold heaven and earth, whether its bodily part with its superior and inferior portions, or spiritual and bodily creation. And in the adorning of these parts, which make up either the whole mass of the world or the whole of all creation, we see light made and divided from the darkness. We see the firmament of heaven, whether the first body in the world, between the spiritual upper waters and the inferior bodily waters, or, since this too is called heaven, the air through which the birds of heaven fly, between the waters that are borne aloft above them, and on tranquil nights drop down in dew, and those heavier waters that flow upon the earth. We behold the beautiful face of waters gathered together in the expanses of the sea and the dry land, both that which is empty and that which is formed, so as to be visible and put in order, the matter of plants and trees. We behold the lights shining above, the sun to suffice for the day, the moon and the stars to bring comfort in the night, all of them enabling us to mark out and signify the seasons. All around we see damp nature, fertile with fish, beasts, and birds, for the heaviness of the air which bears birds up in their flight becomes heavier by the exaltation of the waters. We behold the face of your earth, adorned with heavenly creatures and man, created after your image and likeness, and by this very image and likeness, that is, the power of reason and intelligence, set over all non-rational living creatures. And as there is one power in his soul that exercises dominion by directing, and another made subject so that it might obey, so too in the bodily order woman was made for man, she who in her rational and intelligent mind is of an equal nature with him, though in her bodily sex would be subject to the male sex of her husband, as the desire for action gladly conceives the skill of good conduct from the mind's own reasoning. All these things we behold, and they are each good, and taken all together, they are very good. Chapter 33. Your works praise you so that we might love you, and we love you so your works might praise you. In time they have beginning and ending, rising and setting, growth and decay, and form and privation. Therefore they have their succession of morning and evening, partly hidden, partly open. For they were made from nothing by you, not out of anything that was not yours or that existed before their fashioning, but rather were created out of matter that was concreated, that is, simultaneously created by you. For you gave form to its formless state without any interval of time. For since the matter of heaven and earth is one thing, and their form is another, you made the matter wholly out of nothing, but you made the form of the world out of the formless matter. But you made both together, so that the form should follow upon the matter without any interval of delay. Chapter 34. We have also examined what you wish to be a kind of typological meaning, whether in the creation of things in a given order or in the narration of things in such an order. And we have seen that things are each good and altogether very good, in your word and your only begotten, both heaven and earth, the head and the body of the church, and your predestination before all ages of time without morning and evening. But you then began to execute in time those things that you predetermined, so that you might reveal hidden things and rectify our disorders. For our sins were over us, and we had sunk into the dark depths, and your good spirit moved over us to bring us help in due season. You justified the ungodly, dividing them from the wicked, and you fashioned the firmament of your book's authority between those placed above, who were to be docile to you, and those under them, who were to be subject to them. And you gathered together the society of unbelievers into one hostile group, so that the zeal of the faithful might be made manifest, and so that they might bring forth works of mercy, even distributing their earthly riches to the poor so as to obtain heavenly riches. After this you kindled in the firmament certain lights, your holy ones, who have the word of life and shine forth with the lofty authority of their spiritual gifts. After that, so that the unbelieving peoples might be soaked by your instruction, you fashioned from bodily matter the sacraments, visible miracles, and voices and words in accord with the firmament of your book, in which the faithful should also be blessed and multiplied. Next, you formed the living soul of the faithful, through affections well ordered by the vigorous strength of continence, and after that you renewed after your image and likeness the mind now subjected solely to you, and needing to imitate no human authority. And you subjected all its rational actions to the surpassing excellence of the intellect, as the woman is subject to the man. And for all the exercises of your ministry, which are necessary for the perfecting of the faithful in this life, you willed that those same faithful should bring forth for their temporal uses works fruitful for them in the life to come. We see all these things, and they are very good because you see them in us, you who have given us your Spirit, by whom we might see them, and in them love you. Chapter 35. O Lord God, give us peace, for you have given us all things. Give us the peace of rest, the peace of the Sabbath, the peace that does not know the shadows of twilight. For when the course of this entire, utterly beautiful array of things has measured out its time, they will all pass away, for in them there was made both morning and evening. Chapter 36. But the seventh day has no evening, nor will the light of its day come to an end, for you have sanctified it to last eternally. Thus, as we read that you rested upon the seventh day, having fashioned all your works, which are very good, although you fashioned them while you yourself remained in unbroken rest, we hear there in the voice of your book the foretelling of the fact that we also, after this time of our works, which are very good because you have given them to us, shall rest in you, in the Sabbath of eternal life. Chapter 37. Then too you shall rest in us, as now you work in us, and so you shall rest through us, just as your works are through us. But you, Lord, forever are at work and forever are at rest. You do not see in time, nor move in time, nor rest in time. Yet you make both the seeing of things in time, indeed even the seeing of times themselves, and the rest that comes after time. Chapter 38. Therefore, it is because they have being that we see these things that you have made, but they have being because you see them. We see outside of ourselves that they are, and we see within ourselves that they are good. But there where you saw them as being still to be made, you looked upon them as that which you made them to be. And it was at a later time that we were moved to do good, after our heart had conceived of your Spirit, whereas prior to this we had been moved to do evil, forsaking you. But you, the one good God, have never ceased doing good. We too have done some good works from your gift, but they are not eternal. After them we hope to find rest and your great sanctification. But you who are the good that needs no good are forever at rest, because your rest is you yourself. What man can teach another man to understand this? Or what angel teach another angel? Or what angel teach a man? Let it be asked of you. Let it be sought in you. Let it be knocked for at your door. And thus shall it be received, thus found, and thus shall the door be opened for us.